Reverend Insanity Chapter 488 to Chapter 538. Bei Chaochuan had been observing the situation. Around him, 11 Gu masters were surrounding him. Other than his Bei tribe elders, there were also a few Jing tribe elders who were gathered by Bei Chaochuan. Their only goal in coming here was to kill Xianxia and reverse the outcome of the battle. Gu tribe is just a mob, there is nothing to worry about. There is only one crucial point, that is Wolf King Xianxia. As long as we kill him, victory will be ours. We still have a chance to turn this situation around. Bei Chaochuan's eyes shined with bright light. While observing the battlefield, he did not forget to raise the morale of the people around him. Jing tribe elders were already convinced by him. Bei tribe leader is right, but when do we attack? Bei Chaochuan squinted. We need to endure. The Wolf King is very vigilant. He only sent the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to the front lines, leaving the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King by his side. He has ample defensive strength around him. Even though we are strong, we only have one chance to attack. If we fail, we can only attack by force. By then, we will have no place to defend, we will be surrounded by the wolf tide, our chances of killing Xianxia will become slimmer. Right at this time, the most intense battle in history occurred on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks of all colors filled the sky above the battlefield. The rumbling sound of the explosion lingered in the ears. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In such a battlefield, even rank 3 Gu masters were minuscule. Only rank 4 and 5 Gu masters were the pillars of support. Lord, now is the best time for us to attack. An elder suddenly suggested. No rush. Bei Chaochuan waved his hand. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. At this time, another elder couldn't help but say, Lord Patriarch, it's time. While Gu tribe's Gu masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge over and catch them off guard. No. We only have one target, that is Xianxia. Even though the battle earlier was intense, Xianxia had more wolves around him. Bei Chaochuan rejected. Next, Fang Yuan made his move, grabbing onto the opportunity and destroying a section of the wall. This was a crucial development. Bei tribe's defensive line was finally torn open. Large numbers of wolves charged in. At the same time, the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also arrived. This is bad. Once the line of defense is broken, the wolves will launch their attack. The Bei family's situation will take a turn for the worse. This is critical. My lord, let's act quickly. If we don't act, the Bei family will be finished. If we act now, we can still salvage the situation. No. Bei Chaochuan stood up, his eyes glimmered and his heart was filled with joy. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally appeared. As long as Bei tribe's defense line was broken, Xianxia would definitely mobilize his wolf group and attack Bei tribe's camp. This way, the defenses around him would weaken, giving Bei Chaochuan a chance to kill him. If I make a move now, Xianxia will notice it in time and recall the wolf group, causing the battle to be in a stalemate again. If we're exposed, we'll lose the precious opportunity to kill him. The three of us are in an alliance. Why is it that the Bei family's losses are lesser than ours? With how cautious the Wolf King was, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Only by using the Bei family as bait and letting him have a taste of victory, when he lets his guard down, will we have a chance to kill him. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Bei Chaochuan's mind. But he could not say it out loud. He said, wait a while more, we cannot lose our composure. Believe in Bei Yanfei. He is a famous general in Northern Plains, do you think he only has this much strength? A group of rank 3 Gu masters heard this and forcefully stopped their charging steps. Bei Chaochuan had just finished speaking when Bei Yanfei used his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. An intense explosion occurred, the bright light forced everyone to raise their arms and cover their eyes. When the light faded, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, while Bei Yanfei floated above the rubble of the city wall with a pale expression. So strong. Just one attack and he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Bei Yanfei's signature killer move, it is truly amazing. Bei tribe leader is truly amazing. He has a clear understanding of the entire battlefield, I have learned much. The elders expressed their shock towards Bei Yanfei's battle strength, while praising Bei Chaochuan's wisdom. Bei Chaochuan's lips twitched, he would rather Pei Yanfei could not defend this place. There is still a chance, we need to wait a while more. Pei Yanfei used such a powerful killer move, his primeval essence must have been greatly damaged. Looking at his expression, he is clearly not in a good state. As long as the Wind Wolf King is beside Xianxia, it is invincible. Pei tribe is still at a disadvantage. If the wolf group attacks Pei tribe camp, I will continue with my plan. If Pei Yanfei has the advantage, I will strike him while he is down and cooperate with him, dealing a fatal blow to Xianxia. Thoughts flashed in Bei Chaochuan's mind. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his plan. I still have a chance, I still have hope. I cannot panic now, I need to stay calm and endure. As long as I kill Xianxia, not only will I be able to turn the situation around, my reputation will also rise. After joining Lu Wenwu, I will be more valued and gain more opportunities for the tribe. Bei Chaochuan encouraged himself in his mind. But right at this moment, his pupils shrunk as he cursed, "Ah!" The clan elders all looked at him in astonishment. All along, even though the situation was bad, Bei Chaochuan had always been confident and confident. Why did he lose his composure now? Bei Chaochuan could not care about other people's gazes now. He stared at the battlefield as he asked himself, why did this Xianxia choose to retreat now? Wolf King had the upper hand. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured but not dead. He still had a Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King with him. In contrast, Pei Yanfei was at the end of his rope. Most importantly, Pei tribe camp's defense line had a gap. As long as they attacked along this gap, Pei tribe's defense would be under much more pressure than before. They might not be able to defend. As long as the wolf group invaded Pei tribe camp, he, Bei Chaochuan, would be able to sneak an attack and deal a fatal blow to Wolf King from behind, but now, he was retreating? Bei Chaochuan did not have time to think about why Xianxia retreated. He became extremely nervous, and his originally calm face showed a trace of panic. Wolf King was still very strong now. If he retreated, then his plan of sneak attack would fail before it even started. Even worse, Bei tribe camp and Jing tribe camp were both under Ge tribe's control. Once the wolf group retreated, they would take away the captives and the resources in the camp. Bei Chaochuan would lose his tribe. He would not even have a tribe left. With only a few elders by his side, Bei Chaochuan's tribe leader title would become a laughingstock. Even if he joined Lu Wenwu's side, he wouldn't be valued by others. No, I cannot let Xianxia retreat so easily. Once he retreats, there will be no hope of turning the situation around. Bei Chaochuan shouted in his mind. He suddenly straightened his body and shouted, "Everyone, we can't wait any longer. Xianxia cannot hold on anymore, they want to retreat. Now is the time for us to kill the Wolf King and take back our tribe." The elders around him had already seen the situation on the battlefield. Bei Chaochuan's words roused their morale and battle intent. Kill Xianxia, don't think of leaving. Wolf King, fight me for 300 rounds if you have the guts. A group of rank 3 Gu masters, under Bei Chaochuan's lead, tore off their disguise and attacked from the back of Ge tribe's camp. Humph, they appeared after all. Fang Yuan had expected this. Seeing these people, he did not panic. He knew clearly, Bei Chaochuan's group did not return to reinforce their camp. There were only two possibilities. One was to attack Ge tribe's camp and take revenge. The other was to rush to the aid of the Pei family. Since the three camps were safe and sound, these people must be hiding in the surroundings of the battlefield. If Fang Yuan attacked Pei tribe's camp and fought Pei Yanfei to the death, at the crucial moment, he would be attacked from both sides. Thus, retreating was the wisest choice. But these people are quite patient, I forced them out only now, they are after something big. Fang Yuan rode on the white-eyed wolf with a calm expression. Good tribesmen, however, started to panic. Bei Chaochuan's group of 12 were all experts. When they charged over, they were unstoppable. They gave them huge mental pressure. Lord Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Ge Guang asked. What are you panicking for? Listen to my orders and retreat with me. Fang Yuan sneered. Retreating on the battlefield was extremely risky. They might be chased by the enemy when retreating, and retreat would turn into a rout. But Fang Yuan was experienced in battle in his previous life. His wolf group was suitable to cover the retreat. He had the ability to retreat safely against the pressure from both sides. He moved the turtleback myriad wolf king to his side, and gathered the wolf group. 100 Wolf King, 1000 Wolf King and others were placed in the center of the army. As for those ordinary wolves, they stayed behind to expend the pursuer's primeval essence. As expected, after a while, Bei Chaochuan's group slowed down. They started to use the primeval essence in their apertures. Damn it, are we going to watch Chang Shanin retreat like this? Bei Chaochuan bit his lips, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely unwilling. Pei Yanfei, are you not going to attack? If we cannot kill the Wolf King today, how can we have the face to participate in the heroes' assembly? Bei Chaochuan shouted. Pei Yanfei snorted coldly. He was not a brute, he knew that Bei Chaochuan was attacking Pei tribe now, he wanted to use them as bait. But he did not want to let Wolf King Chang Shanin go. In this battle, Good Tribe fought 1 against 3, if they could retreat unscathed, they would become famous, and their 3 tribes would be stepping stones for Good Tribe. Furthermore, Pei tribe suffered heavy losses, how could they not take revenge for such a huge grudge? Thinking of this, Pei Yanfei made up his mind. Rank 5, do or die Gu, swoosh swoosh swoosh, Pei Yanfei's heart emptied, large amounts of primeval essence appeared out of nowhere, quickly filling his dry aperture. Chang Shanin, hand over your life. He shouted as he chased after him. Good tribesmen panicked. Fang Yuan, however, laughed and asked, who is this person? Gu Guang admired Fang Yuan's calmness, the panic in his heart dissipated as he replied, Bei tribe leader Bei Chaochuan. Bei Chaochuan. Pei Yanfei, he, heroes are born in troubled times, not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan evaluated loudly, his voice resounding in the night sky. Next, he jumped off the White-Eyes Wolf and rode on a hump wolf. The White-Eyes Wolf jumped a few steps, standing next to the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. That is. Bei Chaochuan's momentum stopped, his pupils shrunk. Pei Yanfei's expression was dark, it was extremely ugly. The White-Eyes Wolf was a mutated beast, its battle strength was on par with Myriad Beast Kings. Earlier, they had paid too much attention to Fang Yuan, and neglected the White-Eyes Wolf. Now that the White-Eyes Wolf stood out, his identity was immediately exposed. Damn it. Pei Yanfei gritted his teeth, but stopped his pursuit helplessly. If Fang Yuan only had the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King left, it would be fine, but now there was a White-Eyes Wolf, with such strength, they could resist the pursuit, and even counterattack. Pei Yanfei did not dare to take the risk and put Pei tribe in danger again. He chose to stop. On the other side, Bei Chaochuan could only stop his pursuit helplessly. He looked at the army retreating safely, besides feeling dejected, he also felt a chill. Wolf King Chang Shanin, how many trump cards do you have? The howling night wind gradually calmed down, as the thick frost soaked the wild grass around their feet. Good Tribe army moved along the crescent lake, moving slowly. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, these people still had burning battle intent in their chests. Although they did not manage to take down Pei tribe, they made a name for themselves in this battle. Good tribesmen were talking excitedly. This battle was too satisfying. Those 3 bullshit tribes, they actually wanted to find trouble with us, they were courting death. Whatever Jing tribe, Bei tribe, or Pei tribe, they are only SOSO. Right now, Bei tribe and Jing tribe's camps have been taken down by us, and Pei tribe's casualties are also severe. After tonight's battle, our Good tribe's name will spread throughout northern plains. Using 1 tribe's strength to challenge 3 tribes. Such a battle achievement, such bravery, made Good tribe's Gu masters feel proud and arrogant. It is all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chang Shanin. A Gu master sighed. These words immediately caused a commotion in the surroundings. Yes. If not for the wolf group fighting at the front, our Good tribe would have suffered heavy casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path Gu master. No wonder so many forces want to nurture 1 or 2 enslavement path Gu masters even if they have to live frugally. Wolf Wangda has already become our tribe's supreme elder. She's a family with us now. It is such an honor. Wolf Wangda is with us. This battle caused Fang Yuan's prestige and Good tribe leader's heart to rise to a high level. Fang Yuan rode on the White-Eyes Wolf's back again, accompanied by Good tribe leader and a group of elders. As a supreme elder, Fang Yuan could even dismiss Gu Guang as tribe leader with his authority. Of course, Gu Guang was an obedient chess piece. Fang Yuan had no intention of replacing him. The army first returned to Jing tribe camp, and the Gu tribe Gu masters who stayed there organized most of the resources, forming a transport team of 30 blue-field slugs. These slugs, commonly known as snotworm Gu, were like snails that had shed their shells. It was a rank 3 Gu, 3 times the size of an elephant. Its body was blue in color, and there were blue crystals growing on its body surface. It was the best transportation Gu. These blue-field slug Gu were very convenient to use. Their consumption of primeval essence was relatively low, and Gu masters only needed to stuff items into their bodies. Blue-field slug Gu did not have any offensive abilities. After swallowing objects, its body would become larger. Now, these 30 blue-field slug Gu were 5 times their original size. Even the myriad wolf king couldn't match up to half of them. But even so, there was still a small portion of resources in the Jing clan's camp that could not be loaded in one go and could only be temporarily left in the camp. The clan elder who stayed behind handed over the preliminary list of items. Fang Yuan browsed through it. It was indeed very rich. "We're rich." When Gu Guang and the others saw this, they were overjoyed. "I'm rich this time. We've also plundered so many people. It's only a matter of time before our Gu family becomes a large family. We have to be more vigilant these days. We have to strengthen our defenses to prevent the surrounding forces from getting greedy. But what should we do with these surrendered Gu masters? According to the usual practice, they are slave Gu masters. But we don't have that many slave Gu." Gu tribesmen started to worry again. Gu tribe was only a mid-sized tribe, they had a weak foundation. If it was a large tribe, they would be able to digest their gains much faster. They still left behind a group of people to help defend, and instructed them to abandon Jing clan's camp if Pei tribe's army came, and to preserve their strength by retreating. Gu tribe's army brought the 30 blue-field slug Gu and large numbers of captives as they retreated. When they reached Bei tribe's camp, the group stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had increased by several times. When they finally reached Gu tribe's camp, the victorious warriors were warmly welcomed by the Gu tribesmen. Cheers resounded in the sky, as the first rays of dawn shone on every Gu tribesman's face. In contrast, the captives looked like they had lost their parents, or were expressionless. There was a clear contrast between the two sides. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Along the way, he was worried about Pei tribe's pursuit. It seems that Pei Yanfei is still worried about his tribe's safety, and is stingy with his troops. He did not take the initiative to attack again. Otherwise, the return trip would be much more troublesome. Of course, this is mainly because I released the White-Eyes Wolf and displayed my strength, giving them the false impression that I still have Myriad Beast King level battle strength. But the truth was, Fang Yuan's White-Eyes Wolf was only matured by 3rd Watch Gu. There was not a single wild Gu on the White-Eyes Wolf's body. This was the world of Gu. Without wild Gu, the White-Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 Wolf King. In a real battle, the White-Eyes Wolf was only an enlarged version of a wild wolf. If Pei Yanfei and Bei Chaochuan were not scared, and continued to pursue, Fang Yuan would be in trouble. He had already used 120% of his wolf group's battle strength. In terms of strength path cultivation, he had just started, he only had 30 June of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My strength is still too weak. After 3 battles tonight, I am in a dilemma. Now that they were safe, Fang Yuan took stock of the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered heavy casualties, less than half were left. The biggest loss was the Myriad Beast King. Fang Yuan originally had 3 Myriad Wolf Kings, but after tonight's battle, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King died on the battlefield, and the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's injuries were extremely severe. Although it had stabilized, it was already unconscious. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was covered in injuries, the wild Gu on its body were not light, and its battle strength had fallen sharply. But Fang Yuan did not regret it. Compared to the gains, these losses were truly worth it. Not mentioning the huge amount of battle spoils, just looking at Fang Yuan's objective in this battle, he had achieved everything. Taking the initiative to attack, fighting 1 against 3. Not long later, Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's name would once again resound in northern plains, and be widely discussed. This was a chance for Feng Yuan to prove his name. It would be a great help in his plan to deal with Tai Bai Yunqing in the Heroes' Assembly. Moreover, these dead wolves were fully used by Feng Yuan. Most of their souls were kept by Feng Yuan, waiting to irrigate Danghun Mountain in the future. After tonight's battle, I have thoroughly established my prestige and fierce reputation. I believe it is enough to intimidate all the forces with ulterior motives. Good tribe can recuperate, and I can also have some time to expand my wolf group. Cultivate Wolfman soul, and also prepare my enslavement path rank 5 goo worms. Lying on the bed, Feng Yuan's thoughts gradually calmed down. Outside the goo house, the joyous shouts of good tribesmen became louder and louder. Feng Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He was feeling tired. Fighting 3 battles in one night, controlling so many wolves to engage in intense battles and attacks, he had expended a lot of mental energy. A kind of fatigue that originated from his soul spread throughout his body and mind. While he was peacefully sleeping, a huge commotion had already spread to the whole Crescent Lake. Early in the morning, almost all the tribe leaders who were resting at the lakeside received the information regarding this battle. There were those who were doubtful, those who were wary, those who were fearful, and those who were furious. But no matter what their reactions were, at once, Good Tribe and Wolf King Xianxia became the focus of everyone's discussion. I thought it was a cat, but to think it was a leopard. Wang tribe leader stared at the information in his hands. After thinking for a long time, he sighed with deep emotions. He had wanted to watch from the sidelines, and if the situation allowed it, he wanted to reap the benefits. But who could have expected that under Feng Yuan's lead, Good Tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night, exterminating 2 of them and dealing a heavy blow to Pei tribe. Bei Clan's clan head Bei Chaochuan became a stray dog, Jing Clan's clan head died on the battlefield, and Pei Yanfei, one of the most powerful generals in Northern Plains, lost a small realm of cultivation. This is too daring, too ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader strategist Wang Dadao's expression changed after seeing this information. He sighed repeatedly. Good Tribe actually attacked without a declaration, catching the 3 tribes unprepared. 2 were exterminated, and 1 was heavily injured. This is a serious violation of the rules, crossing the bottom line. Are they not afraid of the other tribes allying against them? Wang Dadao said furiously. Good Tribe's crazy invasion made even him feel uneasy. At this time, a Gu master outside sent a letter. This was a letter from Good Tribe, sent to almost all the forces at Crescent Lake. The letter was personally written by Gu Guang. The 3 tribes of Deshu were plotting against them, and in order to protect themselves, Good Tribe had no choice but to retaliate. In the letter, the cause and effect of Yan tribe were written, and Chang Shanyan's grudge back then was exposed. So back then, Chang Shanin was framed by someone, thus he fought Ha Tu Gu and the rest alone. This time, he came back to take revenge on his tribe. And Chang tribe has already attached itself to young Master Lu Wenwu. Yan tribe is young Master Lu Wenwu's in-laws. They did not understand this grudge, so they asked Chang Shanin for help. This led to the following events. Wang Dadao's expression was uncertain after reading the letter. He became even more furious. Chang Shanin is harming the innocent with his personal grudge. What kind of Northern Plains hero is he? Wang tribe leader's expression was indifferent. He went straight to the point. But this way, Good Tribe has a reason to attack. Although it was a little far-fetched, it was a qualified fig leaf. Good Tribe has Chang Shanyan's protection. After defeating the 3 tribes, their strength will definitely soar. Seeing the 3 tribes in such a terrible state, the possibility of the other tribes allying against Good Tribe is very small. Wang Dadao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King is too fast. Now that the battle is over, we have no chance to interfere. Sigh, I underestimated Wolf King. Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone came to report that Bei tribe leader Bei Chaochuan had brought a group of elders to visit Wang tribe leader. Bei Chaochuan? What is he doing here? Wang tribe leader immediately frowned. Wang Dadao reminded, Lord tribe leader, did you forget that Bei tribe sent an elder to invite our tribe to join the alliance? Right now, that elder is still staying here. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. I almost forgot. We said that we would treat him for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. No, it is better if I don't meet Bei Chaochuan. Go and receive him. Tell him that I am here to refine Gu today. I cannot leave seclusion. Bei Chaoxing had been receiving Wang tribe's hospitality for the last 3 days. But he did not forget his mission. During this period of time, he requested to meet Wang tribe leader several times, but was rejected every time. When he saw Xianxia, he was very surprised. "Lord tribe leader, elders, why are you here personally?" Before they could reply, Xianxia said with a guilty expression, "Everyone, I have failed to live up to your trust this time." That Wang tribe leader kept rejecting and did not agree to join the alliance. But it is not important. With our 3 tribes' strength, we are more than enough to deal with good tribe. Bei tribe's elders heard this, their eyebrows twitched, some had dark expressions. 8 days later, at night. Stars shone in the sky and the night wind blew gently. Fang Yuan was riding on the white-eyed wolf's back, ready to set off. Guguang stood beside him, reporting the recent situation. These 8 days, large numbers of small and mid-sized tribes have set off to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only a few large tribes are left by Crescent Lake. Xianxia, Pei Yanfei and the rest were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his sitting posture. Earlier, we took the initiative to challenge 3 tribes, causing the other tribes to be wary of us. Moreover, the Heroes' Assembly is approaching. It is normal for them to set off. As for those large tribes, they have a lot of assets, they need to choose carefully. Often, they have to wait until the latter half of the Heroes' Assembly to participate. Supreme Elder is perceptive, that is indeed the case. Guguang immediately flattered. Fang Yuan chuckled, Crescent Lake's water and grass are abundant, our tribe will stay here for now and not move, we should use this time to digest our gains. Yes, Lord. Guguang heaved a sigh of relief, they had the same idea when they discussed earlier. Good tribe was like a fatty who had eaten too much, they could not even move. These 8 days, they had been expanding their camp and taking in captives. After calculating their resources, their strength was increasing day by day. Are those water wolves still in that direction? Fang Yuan asked. Yes, I have sent investigative Gu masters to investigate many times. This water wolf group has 5,000 in size. At night, they will enter that water nest to rest. Lord, do you really not need Gu masters to protect you? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, replying arrogantly, as long as the wolf group is around, I, Fang Yuan, will be around. Why would I need other people to protect me? Guguang could hear the displeasure in Fang Yuan's tone, he quickly bowed and gave way. Junior wishes Lord Supreme Elder a smooth journey in taking in all the water wolves. You need to be careful when managing the tribe. Without me around, you need to pay more attention to those Gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fang Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King and led the weakened Turtleback 10,000 Wolf King and 18,000 wolves out of the camp to start hunting. He first followed the map that the Gu family had found, and after some planning, he came to the vicinity of the water nest. Water wolves live in the water and feed on fish. Occasionally, when it was extremely hungry, it would run to the shore and devour some rabbits and gophers. The arrival of the wolf pack immediately alerted these water wolves. In order to protect their home behind them, water wolves swarmed out of the water nest in groups, staring at Fang Yuan like a tiger watching its prey. Fang Yuan's face was expressionless as he sat on the back of the white-eyed wolf. He waved his hand and countless wolves howled as they charged towards the water wolf. The water wolf fought back fiercely, and the 2 sides became entangled. Wolf howl Gu. Wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan made a few moves from the back and firmly controlled the situation. Originally, his wolf pack was much larger, so he quickly defeated the water wolves. Water wolves left behind over 1,000 corpses on the ground, and over 2,000 were subdued by Fang Yuan using wolf enslavement Gu, while the remaining 1,000 escaped to the depths of Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not chase them, but destroyed this nest and seized several hundred young water wolves. Next, he rushed to the next location. After destroying several more wolf nests, by late night, Fang Yuan had subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and over 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were fast and hard to capture. If the situation was bad, they would retreat. Fang Yuan's target was a group of wind wolves, but after fighting for a while, they escaped. Wolf packs were crafty, and Fang Yuan often had to pay a price to capture them. If the price was too high, and the losses outweighed the gains, Fang Yuan would give up. Some large-scale water wolf packs had a myriad wolf king, and Fang Yuan did not dare to easily start a battle. However, hunting wolves was only a pretense for his trip this time. Now that he had put in enough effort on the surface, he found a concealed location and arranged the wolf pack, before using moving perspective cup goo to contact Little Who Immortal. After Little Who Immortal received the news, she immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly goo, and used Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate goo. Stargate goo was a set of 2, and using the power of Black Heaven, it could cross regions. Fang Yuan waited for a while, and saw the starlight in the night sky converging on the Stargate goo in his palm. Stargate goo slowly flew up like a sapphire, and after rising to the sky, the starlight expanded and turned into an arched door. This time, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Stargate, but sent the heavily injured and weak Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and large numbers of injured wolves into the Stargate. Large numbers of wild wolves flowed into the Stargate like waves in a river, vanishing without a trace. This way, Fang Yuan only had elites and strong wolf packs around him. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the burden of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would live and reproduce in the blessed land, giving birth to healthy and lively wolf cubs. After the time acceleration of Who Immortal Blessed Land, they would grow rapidly, and eventually become Fang Yuan's new source of troops. After sending these wild wolves into Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan also followed them back to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you told me to keep an eye on connecting heaven goo every day. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Xianxia Old Immortal has appeared again, and is even buying large amounts of goo refinement materials in jewel yellow skies. Little Who Immortal was very happy to see Fang Yuan, and hugged his leg, rubbing her cheeks against it as she told him an important piece of information. Oh? It's like this, what did he buy? Fang Yuan's spirit was roused as he quickly asked. Little Who Immortal took out a small piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. He had a deep impression of these goo worms and materials. They were all used to refine second aperture goo. What did this mean? Xianxia Old Immortal was the land spirit of Xianxia. He wanted to refine second aperture goo again. He had definitely survived the second wave of attacks, and had not given up on refining second aperture goo. At the same time, that divine travel goo was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he be so impatient to buy these materials after the second wave of attacks? The land spirit of Xianxia has been schemed against by Old Man Inkstone, and should be defending Xianxia Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit has high intelligence, he is honest and has no ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fang Yuan's heart pounded as he thought of this. He immediately left Who Immortal Blessed Land and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Then, he led the pack of wolves and arrived at the stone forest without stopping. Using Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements, he arrived at Xianxia Blessed Land again. There were many changes in Xianxia Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were all attacked, many areas had broken walls, there were signs of fire burning, lightning striking, frost freezing, and so on. These were the traces left behind by the Great Battle. Especially outside the buildings, the pure white cloud soil was soaked with large patches of blood. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a small mountain fell on the cloud soil, completely dead. Even though it had lost its life, its fur was still glossy, shining with all sorts of colors, giving people a feeling of divinity and brilliance. Why are you here? The land spirit of Xianxia impatiently received Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan did not answer him, instead asking a question with a bewildered expression. A group of daring juniors, they actually dared to target my family, I killed them all. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression was gloomy, his killing intent overflowing. Fang Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Xianxia Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Did you open the door yourself? Scram. Am I that stupid? The land spirit shouted angrily, these damned fellows schemed against me, they tampered with the things they sold to me. I had originally bought divine travel goo to refine the immortal goo second aperture. But in the process of goo refinement, a tunnel suddenly formed and a few mice barged in. The land spirit said they were mice, but Fang Yuan could guess the sorry state of the 12 cloud buildings when he saw them. But Xianxia Blessed Land was the home of Long-Hair Ancestor in the past. Long-Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times, He had interacted with two venerables on equal footing, his foundation was extremely deep. The second wave of attacks would not be able to shake such a foundation. At least, Fang Yuan knew that there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya blessed land, only one had died. But Old Man Inkstone was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the end, but the beginning. There was a good show to watch. Fang Yuan smiled, I guessed right, you are that Langya old immortal, the one who bought Jewel Yellow Skies' divine travel goo. It seems that you managed to protect divine travel goo. The land spirit of Langya smiled proudly, of course. Otherwise, that 9-colored spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression became serious as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan with vigilance. What are you doing here? Fang Yuan bowed towards the land spirit, saying slowly, what else can it be? Of course it is to ask you to refine second aperture goo. What? The land spirit shouted, glaring at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost spewing fire. Back then, Long-Hair Ancestor failed in refining an immortal goo for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for free, regardless of mortal or immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used 6 chances and obtained 6 immortal goo. As for the remaining 3 chances, they were left as a part of the inheritance, to the fated person in the future. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this opportunity was obtained by Ma Hongyun. In this life, Fang Yuan arrived here in advance and intercepted this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he used one of the chances to ask the land spirit of Langya to refine Stargate goo. Now that he came here again, he was using the second chance to refine second aperture goo. The land spirit of Langya was formed from Long-Hair Ancestor's obsession, he could not reject Fang Yuan's request. However, in order to protect divine travel goo, he paid a heavy price. Just as the second aperture goo was about to be refined, it was intercepted by Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langya glared at Fang Yuan, don't tell me you are the mastermind who schemed against me and besieged the blessed land? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, showing an innocent expression, do you think a mere mortal like me can command those goo immortals? I saw you buy divine travel goo, and knew that you also have the second aperture goo's recipe. Now, I saw you buy a second set of materials. That is why I came here. The land spirit of Langya gritted his teeth in hatred, pointing at Fang Yuan, you humans are all treacherous and cunning. I killed those goo immortals, but to think that I would fail miserably today, I was actually tricked by you. Fang Yuan laughed, you were not tricked by me, but because of the promise you made to thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. How about it, is it time to refine second aperture goo for me? I want to see you refine goo personally. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as he probed with a new request. The entire process of goo master refinement was secretive. Once someone saw it, the goo worm recipe or the goo master's unique method would be leaked. Of course. This is also one of the contents of the agreement. Land spirit of Langya agreed, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan raised his brows, understanding a little. Back then, Long-Hair Ancestor failed to refine space escape goo and instead wasted all the materials that thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had painstakingly accumulated for his entire life. Many of the goo materials were very rare, even a Demon Venerable had to rely on luck to obtain them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was a rank 9 Demon Venerable. To make up for his losses and reclaim his reputation, Long-Hair Ancestor agreed to refine immortal goo for him. Allowing thieving Heaven Demon Venerable to observe the entire goo refinement process was to purposely leak the recipe to make up for the Demon Venerable, and also to prove his innocence. You saw the entire goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, I did not purposely tamper with it, but in Fang Yuan's situation, he had no such worries. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heaven and earth power, combined with the goo immortal's obsession before death. They did not have the malicious thoughts of humans, they were straightforward and magnanimous. However, land spirit of Langya was formed by the number 1 refinement path immortal, Long-Hair Ancestor. Although he lost most of his memories, he still retained most of Long-Hair Ancestor's refinement path talent and attainment. Observing the land spirit refining goo was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. I have also refined the second aperture goo before. This time, I want to see the methods of land spirit of Langya. I can gain experience and make up for my own shortcomings. Maybe I can also catch a glimpse of Long-Hair Ancestor's glorious glory. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation towards this goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langya waved his hand, bringing him to a hall. This hall was like a plaza, it was at least 10 li in size. There were all sorts of facilities inside. There were bronze cauldrons, red iron pill furnaces, colored pottery water tanks, and even caves. When a goo master refines goo, they sometimes need the help of a vessel. The utensils displayed in this hall were like a comprehensive exhibition, causing Fang Yuan to have a feeling of broadening his horizons. Although he had 500 years of experience from his previous life and had reincarnated many times, he had actually wandered around for 300 years. He only had about 200 years to travel unhindered across the world and achieve greatness. During this period, even though he dabbled in other goo paths, he had to resist the earthly calamity, manage his force, and refine immortal goo. His energy was divided. His foundation and refinement path could allow him to look down on mortals, but he could only be considered second or third rate among goo immortals. Compared to an existence like long-hair ancestor, it was even more incomparable. This is my Earthsea Goo Refinement Hall. Land Spirit of Langya introduced plainly. Fang Yuan heard this and his expression changed slightly. The Land Spirit would not lie to him, this hall was only one of the Goo Refinement Halls in Langya Blessed Land, Earthsea. How many places like this were there in the Blessed Land? At this moment, the Land Spirit waved its hand again. In an instant, thousands of hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over. They were stunned for a moment before kneeling on the ground, chanting in unison, "Hairy men pay respects to Langya Old Immortal." Their voices were uniform, echoing in the hall. Land Spirit of Langya revealed a benevolent smile, "Children, get up." He waved his hand again, distributing the prepared goo refinement materials. "Today, we are going to refine an immortal goo, refine it according to the goo recipe I gave you." The hairy men had clearly experienced this more than once or twice. When they heard about refining immortal goo, the hairy men were stirred, revealing excited expressions. But soon, they calmed down and started researching the goo recipe in their hands, before starting to refine the goo. Thousands of hairy men refining goo at the same time. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had seen such a scene. Among variant humans, hairy men were the most skilled at goo refinement, they had innate talent in goo refinement. According to, during the immemorial antiquity era, hairy men had started to refine goo on a large scale. They had even tied up Renzu's eldest son Verdant Great Son and attempted to kill him to refine eternal goo. Hairy men refined goo mostly by relying on their talent and inspiration. They did it casually, there were no traces of human goo masters. At the level of goo immortals, they were far beyond mortals, they would usually raise some hairy men to refine goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also raised hairy men. But that was Bloodsea Blessed Land, it had an extreme environment. After several batches of hairy men died, he lost interest in raising them. After Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he had gathered the hairy men under him to refine large numbers of goo worms for his demonic sect. Because he had personal experience, he could see that these hairy men in front of him were extraordinary. These hairy men were raised too well. Looking at their shiny fur, their eyes were spirited and their faces were rosy. It showed that their living environment was very good, they did not suffer any torture from Land Spirit of Langya. Most importantly, these hairy men were very intelligent, their movements were agile, they were all experts in goo refinement. During the process of goo refinement, there were even 2 old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. Looking at their casual appearance, Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they would definitely be the best of the best among slaves. They would have to emit a treasure light of at least 20 feet, they would be snatched by those goo immortals. These hairy men had shocking attainments, most of them were refinement masters. There were even a few old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe, they were already refinement grandmasters. Fang Yuan could only barely be considered a master now. With such a powerful lineup, the goo refinement progress was more than 10 times faster than when Fang Yuan was at Xianxia Mountain. The semi-finished products of these hairy men were first gathered in the hands of the old hairy men, before being handed over to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya collected the semi-finished products. After inspecting them, he directly crushed some of them and ordered the hairy men to refine them again. After a few times, Land Spirit of Langya was finally satisfied. He personally took action and obtained the semi-finished second aperture goo. That was the semi-finished product that Fang Yuan had now. But Fang Yuan knew clearly that the semi-finished product in Land Spirit of Langya's hands was far superior to his in terms of quality. Finally, Land Spirit of Langya took out Divine Travel Goo in front of everyone. This Divine Travel Goo's surface was clearly damaged, it was covered in scars. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. Lad, it is not too late to regret now. Land Spirit of Langya stopped his actions and urged Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned, he thought for a moment before laughing lightly. No, please do it. Crafty fellow, I can't fool you. Land Spirit of Langya cursed, he pinched his nose and moved several goo worms, as well as precious materials. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, he only recognized 2 of them, they were precious materials that could increase the success rate of the goo refinement. If placed in jewel yellow skies, they would be precious treasures that were at least 60 to 70 feet tall. Land Spirit of Langya's every action attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were in a daze, their bodies were shaking from excitement, their eyes were filled with extreme worship. Fang Yuan's mind was also shaken. When Land Spirit of Langya refined goo, it was like moving clouds and flowing water, it gave people a natural feeling, there was no smoke or fire. Land Spirit of Langya's exquisite control greatly benefited Fang Yuan. Even though he wanted to continue watching, Fang Yuan bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up and start working. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out 2 goo that he had prepared. One was Clear Mind Goo, the other was Wake Cloud Goo. These 2 goo were both rank 4. After Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, they were activated. Clear Mind Goo turned into a light breeze, drilling into his mind. As for the cotton-like Wake Cloud Goo, it turned into a small white cloud, floating above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan stared at the light lump controlled by Land Spirit of Langya as he took out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting heaven goo connecting to jewel yellow skies, it was extremely easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment, he had prepared at least 14 top-quality wines. Sensing Fang Yuan's action, Land Spirit of Langya snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, ignoring the dazzling light that made his eyes tear up, he stared at the light lump. Finally, he saw Divine Travel Goo turn into a pool of flowing water, intertwining with the other materials. Fang Yuan quickly opened the wine jar and drank a big mouthful. Immediately, an intense tipsy feeling assaulted his body and mind. Fang Yuan quickly used Clear Mind Goo to raise his spirits, and his mind became clear again. At the same time, the wake cloud above his head rumbled, allowing his mind to maintain a clear state at all times. After drinking 4 types of wine, Fang Yuan maintained a clear state, but found that there were no changes to his body. The light lump was still changing, it had already expanded by several times from its original size, to the size of an elephant. It seems Divine Travel Goo did not disappear, immortal goo are unique, I can continue drinking. Fang Yuan took out another wine jar, removing the seal and pouring the wine into his mouth. The light lump gradually shrunk, Land Spirit of Langya held the light lump in his hand, his expression becoming more solemn. After a while, when Fang Yuan drank the 8th wine jar, his eyes were already hazy from the intoxication. Right at this time, the light lump in Land Spirit of Langya's hand suddenly expanded, and instantly shrunk into a marble, expanding and shrinking again. After repeating this process several times, it finally formed into second aperture goo. The moment second aperture goo formed, Fang Yuan's body shook, all the tipsy feeling in his body and mind suddenly gathered like a river flowing into the sea, condensing into a point. Mysteriously, a profound theory descended, Tao markings condensed, causing this point to slightly explode and turn into a goo, Divine Travel Goo, second aperture goo. Divine Travel Goo. 2 immortal goo were obtained at the same time. Fang Yuan's tipsy feeling was completely cleared, he excitedly stood up and laughed heartily. You really calculated deeply. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan with an exhausted expression, his solid body turning slightly illusory. Fang Yuan was a person who obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Although Land Spirit of Langya coveted Divine Travel Goo, he could not make a move against Fang Yuan. The hairy men opened their furious and disdainful eyes, staring at Fang Yuan. This hateful human, he actually schemed against our respected and supreme Lord Langya Old Immortal. Get lost. If I accepted you as my disciple, I would probably die from anger one day. My children are the most worry-free. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Land Spirit of Langia waved his hand, rejecting Fang Yuan's request without hesitation. He could have obtained second aperture goo, but Fang Yuan schemed against him, causing him to give up the refined second aperture goo and also lose divine travel goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, not taking the land spirit's rejection to heart. Land spirits were formed from the obsession of goo immortals, they were simple and stubborn. Rejecting now meant he would still reject in the future. What a pity, I had planned to give divine travel goo to you as my disciple gift. Humph, I hate crafty people like you the most. Hairy men are the most obedient. I will tell you the truth, I have already accepted 18 hairy men as my disciples. From now on, I will only accept hairy men as my disciples. Let's not talk about this, give me the second aperture goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his palm. Land Spirit of Langia's expression froze, looking at the immortal goo in his hand with reluctance. This was the goo he wanted to refine, but now that he had just refined it, it was about to change owners. But the agreement back then had already turned into a kind of stubbornness, becoming a part of the land spirit. He could not go against it, and had never thought of going against it. Lad, remember this. Land Spirit of Langia growled, shoving the second aperture goo to Fang Yuan. This second aperture goo was like a beetle, with 2 pointed ends and a fat middle. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist, like green jade, feeling warm and cool in his hand. On its plump back, there was a golden eyeball growing out of it. His golden pupils were flickering like lightning, full of spirituality. This is the goo that I risked my life to refine on Xianxia mountain back then. To think I would obtain it in such a manner. Fang Yuan sighed, but was not in a hurry to use it, keeping it in his pocket. This second aperture goo had already become Fang Yuan's possession under the cooperation of the land spirit of Langia. But he was not a goo immortal, he did not have green grape immortal essence, so Fang Yuan could not use it. You have already obtained the immortal goo, if you don't want to use the final fortuitous encounter, you can leave now. Land Spirit of Langia ordered him to leave. Fang Yuan, however, took out divine travel goo and waved it in front of Land Spirit of Langia with a smile. Don't you want this immortal goo? The Land Spirit of Langia raised his eyebrows. Why? You want to sell it? He had connecting heaven goo, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies and buy many goo refinement materials. Even the human aperture required to refine the second aperture goo could be obtained by buying slave goo masters and killing them. The second aperture goo was a consumable goo, after Fang Yuan used it once, it would no longer exist. The land spirit of Langia could definitely refine another one. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had divine travel goo. Without divine travel goo, he would never be able to refine it. Fang Yuan, however, did not reply directly, but asked, if I use another second aperture goo, will it form a third aperture? Humph, dream on. The land spirit of Langia snorted disdainfully and sneered, this is second aperture goo, not third aperture goo. You want to condense the third aperture? Then you have to figure out the recipe of the third aperture goo first. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression serious, I think so too. The land spirit would not deceive him just because he wanted to buy the divine travel goo. At the same time, he knew the recipe of the second aperture goo and had already deduced this logic. Asking it again now was just to be safe and confirm. This way, the divine travel goo in Fang Yuan's hands, as well as the half-finished second aperture goo, would lose their original use. Fang Yuan already had one second aperture goo, he was a loner and had no trusted aides to guide him, so he did not need a second aperture goo. Moreover, he had just observed the land spirit's goo refinement process and knew that the last step was extremely dangerous. The light lump expanded and shrunk several times, it required an extremely strong control ability and the foundation of at least 1,000-man soul to be able to control it. How could an immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Xianxia mountain, after Fang Yuan had reborn, he did not wholeheartedly focus on refining the second aperture goo. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would not be able to escape the fate of failure. Just the backlash from refining the immortal goo would cause him to be on the verge of death. Of course, he could also sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies. But this way, it would attract Old Man Inkstone's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, other goo immortals could not avoid tampering with the things he obtained. It was different if he transacted with the land spirit of Xianxia. At least, he would not pass off shoddy goods as quality goods. At the same time, he had deep financial resources and wanted to purchase the divine travel goo to refine it. And Feng Yuan could avoid exposing himself a second time and was very safe. Land spirit, take a look at this. Feng Yuan thought about it and took out the semi-finished second aperture goo that he had personally refined back then. This semi-finished product had a blurry shape, like a rough carving with no signs of life. It looked like a gray stone carved into a beetle. It had a big belly and a pointed head and tail, without any feelers or legs. Although it looked similar to the real second aperture goo, it was clearly not comparable. There was a qualitative difference. Land spirit of Xianxia's eyes shone when he saw this semi-finished product, to think you actually reached this step. However, the most difficult part of the second aperture goo's refinement process is the last step. The previous steps can also be refined by a goo refinement master. Land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Feng Yuan had the divine travel goo and the semi-finished product. If he bought them, he would only be left with the last step to refine the second aperture goo. To land spirit of Xianxia, such a temptation was hard to resist. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? Land spirit of Xianxia retracted his burning gaze and looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at the divine travel goo in his right hand and immediately said, "Immortal goo are priceless, of course I will exchange goo for goo. This is an old rule of goo immortal transactions." Land spirit of Xianxia's expression immediately sank. Although it is an old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. Firstly, your divine travel goo is not practical and can only be used as a last resort to escape. Once you teleport to the bottom of a volcano or the Earth's core, you are simply courting death. Secondly, I use divine travel goo to refine goo. What use does second aperture goo have to a land spirit like me? Feng Yuan was happy. When the land spirit was haggling, his gaze was fixated on divine travel goo. Although his tone was firm, his expression had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Xianxia blessed land has many immortal goo. Divine travel goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. I am not greedy, I will only exchange it for one rank 6 immortal goo. The land spirit shook its head repeatedly and said many more things, but Feng Yuan did not relent no matter what. Land spirit gradually became anxious, his anger showed on the surface and he looked at Feng Yuan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Feng Yuan saw that it was about time and started to withdraw. How about this, I will take a step back and only ask for one consumable rank 6 immortal goo. After I use this immortal goo, you can refine it again, right? Land spirit's expression relaxed, Feng Yuan taking the initiative to give in made him feel a sense of victory. He snorted and raised his head, arrogantly looking at Feng Yuan. Alright, let's do it. Saying so, he opened his hands and 5 immortal goo appeared out of nowhere. Xianxia blessed land's foundation is really deep. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly, looking at them one by one, he was stunned. I want this immortal goo. Feng Yuan had a slightly strange expression as he pointed at one of the immortal goo. This immortal goo was none other than Gruel Mud immortal goo. The culprit that caused Dang Hun Mountain to wither, but unexpectedly, it was refined by the land spirit of Xianxia. Both sides quickly completed the transaction. Feng Yuan obtained the Gruel Mud immortal goo, but he could not store it in his aperture, so he could only keep it in his bag. I had spent a lot of effort to refine this half-finished product. You can save a lot of expenses if you get it. We are all familiar with each other, I will sell it to you cheaply, just give me 1,000 hairy men. I am not greedy, I want those old hairy men that you commanded when you refined the goo earlier. Feng Yuan said. Bullshit. Land spirit of Xianxia was furious. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Those hairy men are at least refinement masters. If they are placed in jewel yellow skies, the treasure light would be at least 20 feet tall. Feng Yuan chuckled, he really coveted these hairy men. With these hairy men in his hands, they would be a huge help to him. How about this, I don't want 1,000, I only want 800. Bullshit 800, these hairy men are my children, I will not sell any of them. Land spirit of Xianxia shouted furiously. Everything has a price. We can still negotiate. I am not selling. If you mention this again, you can take your half-finished product back, I am not buying it. Land spirit of Xianxia's firm attitude made Feng Yuan secretly shocked. He lowered the price to the bottom line. Land Spirit of Xianxia was clearly profitable, but he refused to sell. It seems he really had feelings for them. This situation was not strange. Many Gu immortals raised variant humans in their blessed lands, like raising pets, watching them grow up and even spending a lot of effort to nurture them. If they died, the Gu immortals would also shed tears of sadness. Of course, this situation would not happen to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he could not buy these hairy men and felt a pity. He could only settle for the next best thing. In that case, I will exchange for wolf enslavement Gu's recipe. Xianxia blessed land had a large number of recipes. From ancient times until now, it could be said to be as vast as the sea. It was impossible to not have a common Gu recipe like wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan had been buying these recipes, but ever since he discovered Old Man Inkstone's existence, he restrained his actions in jewel yellow skies. Wisdom Path Gu masters were good at deductions, but they could not appear out of thin air. They had to collect a large amount of information. On the basis of this information, they could deduce and obtain a result. If Fang Yuan openly bought wolf enslavement Gu's recipe in jewel yellow skies, there was no guarantee that Old Man Inkstone would not be able to deduce something. Take it. This is the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu's recipe. Land Spirit of Xianxia gave Fang Yuan a large stack of recipes. Fang Yuan flipped through them and found that there were 8 kinds of rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu's recipes. They used different materials and different methods to obtain the same Gu worm. As for rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu's recipes, there were even more. This transaction is worth it. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The transaction is complete, you can leave now. Land Spirit of Xianxia impatiently asked him to leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled. No hurry, I still have another transaction, you will definitely be interested. Humph, young man, don't be so arrogant. In this world, there are not many things that can interest me. Land Spirit of Xianxia stroked his beard and said proudly. I am selling a piece of information this time. This information is, when will I use the second aperture Gu? Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression froze. He looked at Fang Yuan blankly and frowned deeply, using an intense gaze of disdain and disgust to stare at Fang Yuan. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Do you still have a bottom line as a human? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Are you not interested in this information? Land Spirit of Xianxia immediately felt the humiliation of having to apologize to a criminal after being raped. How could he not be interested? Second aperture Gu was an immortal Gu, and immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan kept it and did not use it, he would never be willing to refine the second aperture Gu again. How much do you want to sell it for? Land Spirit resisted the urge to beat up Fang Yuan and asked in the end. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, bright light flashing incessantly. I won't cheat you, I will use information to exchange for information. I want to know everything about that 88-point Xinyang Tower in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thud thud thud, a series of hurried noises approached from afar. Soon, a group of Gu masters riding Terror Claw horses arrived at this swamp. The Terror Claw horse had red eyes and sharp teeth, it ate meat but not grass. Its whole body had firm skin and bulging muscles, it had a battle strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar thing was, it did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 huge claws. Between the claws, there were interconnected webs, allowing the Terror Claw horse to not only climb, but also move freely in the swamp. Lord Elder, they passed by here and went that way. An investigative Gu master's eyes flickered with red light as he looked around and reported. A young Gu master beside him immediately frowned and said anxiously, Not good, uncle. If they go further, they will reach the rocky beach. After crossing the rocky beach, they will escape Warm Pond Valley. By then, it will be hard to chase them. Don't worry, Fei Qing was poisoned by your father's Gu and is in danger, he also has his son with him. The more he moves that ghost cloud to escape, the deeper the poison will get. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue chasing. The elder sneered and waved his hand, bringing everyone to continue the chase. When they got close to the sparse withered forest, the swamp under their feet suddenly rumbled and an earthen yellow silkworm chrysalis drilled out. The chrysalis broke open from within and 2 people walked out. One was a middle-aged Gu master and the other was a child. The two were exhausted, gasping for air as they collapsed on the ground. We finally tricked them. The middle-aged Gu Master Fei Qing's face was purple, he was deeply poisoned. The swift ghost cloud goo he used for movement had been tampered with. Fei Qing was chased all the way and felt something was amiss. He immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud goo and flew away alone. Meanwhile, he hid in the swamp with his son. But this way, he lost his movement goo and was poisoned, he had no hope of escaping. Fei Chong, you despicable person. For the sake of the position of patriarch, you actually plotted against me, your cousin, and poisoned him. Damn it, damn it. The more Fei Qing thought, the angrier he got. In his despair, anger attacked his heart and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of green blood. Dad, Dad. Are you all right? You have to pull yourself together. The child was so frightened by the pool of blood that he burst into tears and threw himself into Fei Qing's arms. My son. Fei Qing's eyes were filled with despair, but there was still a trace of hope and determination. He lovingly looked at his only son and lovingly touched his little head. Little Kai, I can't leave anymore. Elder Fei was a schemer, Pa could only deceive him for a while. Not long after, he would definitely realize that something was wrong and come back to kill them. Hurry up and leave, your father will block these people for you. If you follow the path that Abba told you about, you might be able to escape. No, Dad, I want to go with you. Let's run away together. Dad, I beg you. His son, Fei Kai, was heartbroken and sobbing. Fei Qing's heart was filled with anxiety, he gathered himself and stretched out both hands to grab Fei Kai's shoulders. Little Kai, don't cry. The men of Northern Plains shed blood but not tears. You have to be confident. The blood of the giant sun immortal flows through your veins. You are a member of the Gold family. The density of your bloodline is extremely rare. You have the qualifications to enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. Cough cough. Fei Qing's mouth and nose were bleeding green blood. Little Kai, you have to preserve your life. In the future, if you can enter Imperial Court-blessed land, you can go to 88-point Xianxia Tower and obtain the grace that ancestor Giant Sun left behind for his descendants. This is the only way you can avenge me. Father, hurry up and leave, it will be too late. Fei Qing pushed his son away. Fei Kai retreated a few steps and looked helplessly at his father, tears streaming down his face. Hurry up and leave. Fei Qing roared. Fei Kai stretched out his arm and wiped away his old tears, but new tears instantly flowed out. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. My son, father has tried his best, I hope you can escape from the devil's clutches. Fei Qing sat on the ground and looked at Fei Kai running away. His eyes gradually widened. Idiot, stop right there. Fei Qing could not help but straighten his body and roar at his son. Ah, father. Fei Kai ran a few steps before hearing Fei Qing's roar and looked back hesitantly. Veins popped out on Fei Qing's forehead as he shouted in exasperation, You idiot. Run towards the northwest direction. Why are you running towards the southeast direction? Do you want to go back to the family camp to seek death? Oh. Fei Kai quickly changed directions. But Fei Qing immediately shouted again, Idiot, this is the southwest direction. Fei Kai quickly changed directions again and walked on the correct path, causing Fei Qing to let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh. The middle-aged Gu Master sighed helplessly in his heart. Although his son had a dense bloodline, he had been stupid since young and had a really bad sense of direction. Would he really be able to escape? Thinking of Fei Chang's deep foresight, Fei Qing felt there was not much hope. But he had already done all he could only place his hopes on heaven. After a while, as Fei Qing expected, Fei Chang led 3 Gu Masters back on their terror claw horses with a gloomy expression. Fei Qing, you really hid here. Fei Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse, his gaze was like a blade and his thick killing intent was not concealed. To think I would die in the hands of a despicable person like you. Fei Qing sneered in disdain. Right now, his whole body was numb and he could not move. Fei Chang snickered like a cat playing with a mouse, I won't kill you so quickly. Fei Qing, aren't you very aloof and arrogant? When I catch your son, I will let you personally witness the scene of your son being killed. He. Fei Qing could not wait any longer, he opened his eyes wide. Fei Chang, you are his elder, to think you are so vicious. Humph, if you don't remove the roots, it will grow again. Men, bring Fei Qing to me. Fei Chang ordered, and the Gu masters on his left and right immediately tied up Fei Qing, using a hemp rope to drag him to the ground. He, Fei Qing, have a good taste of the soil on the ground. Chase, we must chase that brat to death. Commander Fei laughed, full of joy. Fei Chang felt, since Fei Qing was caught, catching that silly lad was as easy as flipping his palm. But that was not the case. Fei Chang came to the rocky beach, but other than them, there was no one else. Damn it, this lad did not go towards the rocky beach? Speak, where did he go? Fei Chang shouted coldly. Fei Qing was dragged all the way here, his face was already swollen and he had already fainted. Fei Chang kicked him awake, but only got Fei Qing's mocking gaze. Fei Chang laughed sinisterly, you think I won't know if you don't tell me? Saying so, his eyes shone with a strange light, shining on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered, his soul was immediately heavily injured. Soul search Gu, Fei Chang stretched out his bony right hand, grabbing Fei Qing's head. Then he closed his eyes, activating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered, foaming at the mouth. Such a scene caused the two Gu masters at the side to keep quiet out of fear. After a while, Fei Chang opened his eyes, his face pale and his gaze blurred. This rank 3 soul search Gu could search the soul of others, searching the memories contained in the soul. But it had many limitations. Firstly, the memories obtained were very messy and incomplete, and secondly, it could not be used frequently, otherwise the soul would be in a mess, and one's mind would be muddled, which was extremely disadvantageous to the user. Fei Chang and Fei Qing had grievances for a long time, and knew that his son Fei Kai had a thick bloodline, and had to be killed personally to be at ease. Thus, he did not hesitate to use the soul search Gu. So there was a hidden path nearby. Hee. Fei Chang laughed proudly, he was very lucky, he found the memories he wanted. He mounted the horse and immediately set off, heading towards the hidden path. But when he reached here, he did not find any traces of anyone. How can this be? This brat is not old and has not awakened his aperture, he is only a mortal. There is no way he can hide from my investigative Gu. Don't tell me the memories I searched are only a crucial part? Fei Chang's expression was uncertain as he looked at the path overgrown with weeds. Woo. Right at this time, a deep and vigorous bugle horn sound came from outside Warm Pond Valley. Fei Chang and the others' expressions changed greatly. Lord Clan Elder, please return and reinforce us. Ma tribe has mobilized their army and started an unannounced battle. The clan camp is in a state of emergency. A messenger Gu master rode a bird and hurriedly rushed over. What? Fei Chang's shock was no small matter. Fei tribe's internal strife had just been settled, and now they were invaded by Ma tribe. This timing was too coincidental. If Fei tribe is gone, even if I become Fei tribe leader, what meaning would there be? Defend to the death, I must defend everything. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack, it is not impossible to repel Ma tribe's army. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chang immediately threw Fei Kai to the back of his mind and hurriedly rushed back to the clan camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been premeditated. Taking advantage of Fei tribe's internal strife, they launched a sneak attack. Although the Fei clan had the geographical advantage of the Warm Pond Valley, they were ultimately unable to resist the Ma clan's powerful and talented army. Just as Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, a huge event happened in northern plains. As a large-scale force and Huangjin tribe, Fei tribe that controlled Warm Pond Valley was exterminated, there was no doubt that this event would affect the entire situation in northern plains. On the hillside, Ma tribe's higher-ups rode their warhorses and looked down at the ruins of Fei tribe camp. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a young man. Seeing batches of resources being packed into carriages, and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Among them, a rank 3 Gu master old man cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. Congratulations, young master, congratulations, young master. It is all because of young master's plan to sow discord in Fei tribe. You have easily taken down Warm Pond Valley and annexed Gu tribe, making a great contribution to the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Xianxia. Although they had obtained a great victory, Ma Xianxia did not show any arrogance, instead muttering, "Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It has a large area of warm mud. Northern Plains blizzard is about to arrive. This is a natural shelter. Our tribe will have a base of operations here. We can attack and defend. But what I am even happier about is that we obtained over 200,000 terror claw horses. With these horses in Uncle's hands, it will greatly increase the scale of the horse group and increase our Ma tribe's supreme might in the upcoming Heroes Assembly." His uncle was none other than one of the 3 great beast enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun. At the mention of Ma Zun, Ma tribe's Gu masters all showed expressions of admiration. "Before leaving, Uncle exhorted me, it was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. We have gone through hundreds of years of accumulation, hard work, and good luck to reach where we are today. But when the tribe gets bigger, it will be even more difficult to defend this foundation. Even if we take down Warm Pond Valley, we will only obtain a foundation to preserve our fire seed. To truly protect the whole tribe, or even advance a step further, we can only enter the imperial court." Ma Xianxia swept his gaze over everyone and continued, "Imperial court blessed land is a blessing left by giant son immortal to his descendants. Especially that 88-point Xinyang Tower, there is an immortal venerable's inheritance. Uncle said that my bloodline has already reached the standard to enter 88-point Xinyang Tower. If I can obtain the immortal venerable's inheritance and become a Gu immortal in the future, our Ma tribe will become a new super tribe in Northern Plains." Super tribe, this name immediately caused Ma tribe's members to show expressions of fascination. "Young tribe leader, you are a rare genius of our tribe in 100 years. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders." Lord Ma Zun might be a man of few words, but he is actually concerned about the tribe and has great foresight. "It is my lifetime's honor to be able to witness all this and fight alongside young tribe leader. Young tribe leader, lead us towards glory." Ma tribe's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Ma Xianxia smiled. In fact, Ma Zun had never said such words before, he had only made them up on the spot. With the help of Ma Zun's prestige, Ma Xianxia succeeded in adding luster to his image. Think about it, even Ma Zun had such a high opinion of Ma Xianxia. Wouldn't others be blind? Ma Xianxia was not worried that Ma Zun would expose him after knowing this. Ma Zun was a strange person. When he was a child, he rarely spoke. He was so reticent that his parents almost mistook him for a mute. Ma Zun loved horses so much that he was nicknamed Horse Fanatic and Horse Fool by his clansmen when he was young. He was eccentric and never married. He only loved horses and lived with them all year round. He didn't care about worldly power or mundane affairs, nor did he have the slightest interest in them. Ma Xianxia's eyes shone brightly like the stars. "All of you are the pillars and pillars of my Ma clan. You have many outstanding qualities that I, Ma Xianxia, should learn from. I am still too young, Ma tribe is not something I can support alone. I will need everyone's help in the future." "What are you saying, young tribe leader?" Young tribe leader's words make us blush with shame. All these years, young tribe leader's performance has entered deep into our hearts. We will definitely follow young tribe leader. Ma tribesman quickly replied. Ma Xianxia continued, "Although Uncle Ma Zun has placed his hopes on me, to obtain the 88-point Xinyang Tower's immortal venerable inheritance, it still depends on luck. But even if I fail to live up to his expectations, outside of True Yang Tower, there are inheritances left behind by generations of Gu masters in Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, every tribe that moves into Imperial Court will have a leap in strength in all aspects. Every time I think of this, my heart palpitates." Everyone laughed heartily. "Not to mention being moved, every time I think of it, I am drooling." "Haha, young tribe leader doesn't need to feel too much pressure. If we fail once, we can start all over again. Our Ma tribesmen are all unyielding heroes." Imperial Court blessed land was similar to Tian Mountain. Gu masters often left their inheritances inside. Northern Plains environment was harsh, there would be a blizzard every 10 years, and the blizzard would sweep through the whole of Northern Plains. The blizzard was like a blade that plundered everything. Many inheritances buried in the wild would be destroyed because of this. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court blessed land had gradually become a tradition in Northern Plains. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, other than the 88-point Xianxia Tower Immortal Venerable Inheritance, there were many other inheritances waiting for fated people. Of course, these fated people had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to have a chance of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. Blessed lands that could avoid the blizzard and live peacefully, as well as inheritances of all sizes that were spread everywhere. Thus, every time Imperial Court contest occurred, the Grasslands tribes would compete intensely. This contest affected the whole of Northern Plains, and the scale was extremely huge. Small tribes needed to survive, medium-sized tribes needed to advance, and large-sized tribes needed to protect their foundations. Not only Righteous Path, even Demonic Path Gu Masters wanted to enter the Blessed Land and seize the Gu Master inheritances within. For the sake of cooperation, the Heroes' Assembly came into being. A long time ago, it had gradually formed, and now it was a tradition that Northern Plains people could not abandon. Every time the 10-year blizzard arrived, all the famous places in Northern Plains would hold the Heroes' Assembly at the same time. Exterminating Fey tribe this time will greatly benefit our trip to Tianquan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we suppress Qing tribe, our Ma tribe will be the strongest tribe. That's right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts, and get more tribes to join us. This is the first step of the Northern Plains battle, and also an extremely important step. This time, we are going to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, and we need to look at all the other places. Yutian's Heroes' Assembly, Mengqiu's Heroes' Assembly, and Chaofu's Heroes' Assembly, we need to pay close attention to them. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were discussing fervently, a messenger Gu Master rushed over, bringing the latest information to Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia opened it, and his expression sank, before passing this information to the people beside him. Everyone read it one by one, exclaiming, sighing, or making guesses from time to time. Dongfang tribe actually suppressed Zhao tribe in advance. This way, they will be the overlord of Chaofu's Heroes' Assembly. This time, Mengqiu, New Air tribe actually sent New Air too. They are coming with great momentum. Lu tribe might not be able to resist them. As for Yutian's Heroes' Assembly, it is also a storm. The former Wolf King Chang Shanin actually appeared. This Chang Shanin is so fierce, he actually led Ge tribe to fight 1 against 3, and even Pei Yanfei lost. In Yutian, He tribe's He Lulan and Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu are both geniuses, and now with the appearance of the Wolf King, the impact is huge. Yutian's situation is becoming more and more complicated. Soon, everyone's focus was on Fang Yuan. Chang Shanyan's identity had been known in Northern Plains for many years. Now, not only did he suddenly revive, he even caused a commotion. Ge tribe was only an ordinary mid-sized tribe before, but because of Chang Shanyan's interference, they forcefully challenged 3 tribes, and even a fierce general like Pei Yanfei lost. Especially when they found out that Ge tribe's new tribe leader was only a young rank 3 Gu master, their evaluation of Chang Shanin rose by several levels. Every 10 years, there will always be monsters popping out from the corners of the world. It is just that this time, there is a big one. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Chang Shanin fights with our tribe's Lord Ma Zun, what will the result be? Everyone could not help but feel worried. Ma Yingjia frowned slightly. If it was a Gu master of other paths, so be it. But this Chang Shanin was an enslavement path Gu master. He was most proficient in fighting 1 against 10,000. But he alone, with the army under his command, could change the situation of the battle. Everyone has seen the information just now. An enslavement path Gu master's strength depends on the size of their beast group. He, Chang Shanin, has just reappeared. He only has some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves or wind wolves, but only 3 myriad beast kings. Now, 1 is dead and 1 is heavily injured. How can he compare to my uncle Ma Zun? Ma Yingjia snorted coldly and continued to boost the morale. Uncle Ma Zun already has a herd of 300,000 horses in his hands. Now with the addition of so many terror claw horses, the scale can expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also controls a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Do you think the Wolf King can compare to him? The surrounding Gu masters sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling surprised and happy. To think that Lord Ma Zun's strength is already so huge. A mere Wolf King is simply a baby compared to our tribe's Lord Ma Zun. 500,000, this scale is too huge. It is enough to exterminate 7 to 8 mid-sized tribes. Ma Yingjia's words changed, but Wolf King Changshanin cannot be underestimated. Our tribe wants to become the lord of the imperial court. We will meet this person sooner or later. More importantly, once he participates in the Heroes' Assembly and attaches himself to the Huangjin tribe, he will definitely receive help. There will be large numbers of Gu masters helping him subdue the wolf group and give him orders. The joy on everyone's faces gradually faded. This young Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Annexing Fei tribe is only the first step of our long journey. Next, there will be even more powerful opponents. Only by being united can we defeat them and become the lord of the imperial court. Yes, young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and mighty. I am filled with admiration. Our Ma tribe has the tribe leader and young tribe leader's leadership. We will definitely rule over northern plains. Unknowingly, after being beaten down by Ma Yingjia's words, everyone became even more united around Ma Yingjia. The young clan leader of the Ma clan smiled in the depths of his heart. On the surface, he was calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Father, you died so miserably. Right at this time, a sorrowful cry came from below the hill. This voice attracted the Ma tribesman's attention. Ma Yingjia saw from afar that in the battlefield filled with corpses, a child was pouncing on a corpse riddled with injuries, crying bitterly and looking extremely sad. Rascal, get over here. You are already my Ma tribe slave. An adult man was at the side, punching and kicking the child, before forcefully pulling him up. But this child struggled with all his might, biting the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed and had no choice but to let go. The child crawled for a while before pouncing on the corpse and crying bitterly. Sigh. Ma Yingjia sighed from the bottom of his heart. Suffering is not my wish. But in this chaotic world, who can remain unharmed? Either you die, or I die. Human strength is insignificant. All I can do is protect my tribe and not let my Ma tribesman's children suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding people also sighed. Ma Yingjia pointed downwards. This child is a loyal and filial person. He is in trouble because of me. Someone go and stop him. Send this child to my side. He will be my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord. His subordinates immediately responded. They did not dissuade him. It was a tradition in northern plains to adopt servants. Furthermore, a child who was not even 13 years old and had not awakened his aperture, how could he be a threat to their lord young tribe leader? Child, quickly get up. A Ma tribe higher-up stopped the adult man from beating the child and lifted the child's neck. The child struggled with all his might. No, I want to be with father. Child, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today. My young tribe leader took a fancy to you and took you in as a servant. The Ma tribe higher-up's tone was gentle. But this child did not listen. He only cried, Father, Father. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at father's corpse in a daze. Ah. You're not my Abba. My Abba's skin is darker than yours, his nose bridge is taller than yours, and his hair is white. The child muttered to himself in shock. Then, he became furious and kicked the corpse. Soon after, he started crying again. Abba, where are you? Right when Northern Plains was in chaos, Xianxia Blessed Land's transaction was also coming to an end. You want information about 88 Point Xinyang Tower? It is not like I can't tell you. Land Spirit of Xianxia muttered before staring at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. Land Spirit of Xianxia's obsession was only related to Space Escape Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away. Land Spirit of Xianxia was not Long Hair Ancestor, but a different kind of life form. It is just that when this immortal house Gu was being refined, only Giant Sun Immortal was watching. How do you know this secret? Land Spirit of Xianxia asked. Feng Yuan smiled. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun entered 88 Point Xinyang Tower and obtained Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Later, because Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased and mistakenly entered Xianxia Blessed Land, obtaining Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Land Spirit of Xianxia saw through his background and told him this secret during their conversation. Ma Hongyun later became a Gu Immortal and became a pillar of Northern Plains, a great hero who resisted Central Continent's invasion. In one of their talks, he revealed this secret, and it was spread far and wide. Of course, facing land spirit of Langyu's questioning, Fang Yuan could not confess this fact. I inherited thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. I have many clues about giant sun immortals things. The reason why I know the secret is actually because of some deductions. Fang Yuan answered with a proud smile on his face. Land spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan's expression and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, asking, "Don't tell me you are?" "That's right, I have some wisdom path Gu master methods." Fang Yuan lied casually, but his expression was extremely sincere. The land spirit of Langya sighed and looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated gaze. Wisdom path had a long history, tracing back to its roots. It was created by a rank 9 great expert 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. She was a rare female venerable. Her title was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled the celestial court and was the second-generation immortal king. According to rumors, Wisdom Gu was once in her possession, thus she created Wisdom Path. Before she died, she divined the mysteries of heaven, calculated the future for 3 million years, and set up 3 traps. After her death, 3 demon sovereigns emerged from the human race one after another. All of them went to the celestial court, but they were ultimately stopped by these 3 games. To be able to scheme against 3 Gu venerables of the same rank after death, his wisdom path ability was evident. Lad, you can actually deduce to this extent. It seems you have indeed obtained the essence of wisdom path. After knowing that Fang Yuan was also a wisdom path Gu master, land spirit of Langya's tone actually eased. Wisdom path had been passed down until now. There were very few true inheritors, but no one would look down on wisdom path Gu masters because of this. Wisdom path Gu masters were good at scheming and deducing. Many people who went against wisdom path Gu masters died without even knowing how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, refinement path and wisdom path were inseparable. Gu masters comprehended heaven and earth and deduced Gu refinement recipes. They had to rely on many wisdom path methods. Many refinement masters and refinement grandmasters would ask wisdom path Gu masters for help when they encountered bottlenecks when thinking of recipes. Land spirit of Langya was very disgusted with Fang Yuan's craftiness, but when he knew Fang Yuan had extraordinary wisdom path attainment, his attitude eased. Land spirit of Langya liked to refine Gu. He naturally liked to research and create new Gu recipes. During this process, he naturally encountered many obstacles. He could not resolve them with just his own wisdom. Maybe in the future, I will need to ask him to help deduce recipes? This thought flashed in land spirit of Langya's mind. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desires. Since land spirit of Langya had a request from Fang Yuan, his attitude naturally improved. He summoned a rank 4 East Window Gu out of thin air and held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank 4 information path Gu. It looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice, specially used to store information. Land spirit of Langya poured his thoughts into it. After a while, he let go. East Window Gu flipped open the window-like carapace and flapped its wings, making a circle in the air before obediently flying to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan sent out his thoughts and inspected it. Joy immediately appeared on his face. "These are the information you wanted. Now, it is your turn." Land spirit of Langya reminded. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Since the second aperture Gu has been formed, I can't wait for such a good thing. Before using it, I will send you a message." "Wait." Land spirit of Langya, however, was cautious this time. "How do I know when you will delay it? You are a wisdom path Gu master, you are a top-notch schemer, you want to use this to trick me a second time? We have not handed over this East Window Gu. I only need to move my thoughts now and the East Window Gu in your hand will self-detonate." Fang Yuan frowned. "You don't trust me?" Land spirit of Langya had a suspicious expression. "Humph. Just based on the fact that you are thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritor, I don't trust you. You are so crafty and have wisdom path methods. Once you leave the blessed land, do you think I can still chase after you? What if you intentionally delay and use this chance to extort me? Then tell me what to do." Fang Yuan said impatiently. "Of course now, you use the second aperture Gu in front of me. Only then will I be at ease." Land spirit of Langya stroked his white beard, feeling proud of himself for thinking of such a good idea. Fang Yuan grinned. I am only a rank 5 now, how can I use this immortal Gu without immortal essence?" When I leave the blessed land, I can only rely on my grandfather's help. If your grandfather can help you, why can't I? Don't talk nonsense, lend me the second aperture goo, I will do it myself. This? Fang Yuan was only making an excuse. Land Spirit of Xianxia saw this and felt that Fang Yuan was cheating. His attitude became even more unyielding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly let Land Spirit of Xianxia do it. Land Spirit of Xianxia took the second aperture goo and poured immortal essence into it, before throwing it towards Fang Yuan. This second aperture goo turned into a bean-sized green light and jumped into Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. The green bean-like light first hit Fang Yuan's belly button. But there, it was pushed away by Fang Yuan's aperture, and could only jump up and land on Fang Yuan's chest. Next, there was a loud explosion, like a bolt of lightning. The bean-green light suddenly exploded, forming a brand new aperture that seemed both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is the second aperture? Fang Yuan touched his chest and mumbled absent-mindedly. Nonsense, what else is it if not the second aperture? Land Spirit of Xianxia rolled his eyes. The second aperture is very beneficial to your cultivation, and when you become a goo immortal, it will be even more beneficial. But, if you still want the third aperture goo, that won't be possible. This third aperture goo's recipe still needs to be deduced and calculated. Fang Yuan's expression returned to normal, and he looked at Land Spirit of Xianxia with deep meaning. The other party purposely mentioned this, no doubt he wanted to cooperate with him to deduce the goo recipe in the future. Land Spirit of Xianxia's face turned red from Fang Yuan's understanding gaze. Fang Yuan smiled, and bowed towards Land Spirit of Xianxia. We will talk about this later, goodbye. Get lost, get lost. Land Spirit of Xianxia waved his hand repeatedly. Seeing Fang Yuan completely disappear in front of him, Land Spirit of Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of anger from having his intentions seen through appeared on his face, and he cursed, this crafty lad. But thinking of Fang Yuan's final words, which seemed to have the intention to cooperate, Land Spirit of Xianxia's eyes flickered with light. He pinched his beard, and could not help but fall into a reverie. He had already accumulated dozens of incomplete goo recipes. Since that lad could deduce such a secret, his wisdom path attainment is already quite good. With his help, at least half of these dozens of goo recipes can have a breakthrough, and 13 goo recipes should be able to be perfected. But for the remaining 7 goo recipes, with just the 2 of them, it is far from enough. But in the future, I need to be on guard when dealing with this lad, lest I get schemed against by him again. Fortunately, I was cautious today, and made him use the second aperture goo on the spot, otherwise I would have been extorted by him again. Something is not right. I expended immortal essence to activate the second aperture goo. After leaving Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used the Stargate goo, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, under his management, had already undergone many changes. In the bright western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and a small number of fox groups were living together. Although the arrival of the wolf group broke the peaceful life of the fox group, it did not bring about severe casualties to the fox group. All this was due to the large numbers of iron shell flowers that were successfully transplanted on the land. There were countless pink rabbit living in this sea of iron-shelled flowers. Pink flower rabbits reproduced easily, and became the main source of food for the wolf group and fox group. And in the eastern part, starlight spread out like an illusion, and lakes of all sizes were densely covered. Star fragment grass was planted on large patches of dark clouds. The growth of star fragment grass was gratifying. It was originally transplanted to the center of the dark clouds, but now it had already spread to the edge of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting experience is indeed correct. Star fragment grass is the food of the starlight firefly group, and at the same time, the grass group will grow faster with the help of the starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan could not help but nod as he watched. Precisely because he had exchanged the starlight firefly group's cultivation experience from Star Lord Wan Xiang, Fairy Yao Guang and the others, he had avoided many detours, and gained many benefits. But although the starlight firefly group is growing stronger, the number of starlight firefly goo is decreasing. These days, I have used Stargate goo several times, and the starlight firefly goo's consumption rate is much higher than their formation speed. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were formed by him drawing in water and fire. Right now, there were many water wolves living in these lakes. These water wolves built their nests beside the lakes, and ate the green jade crucian carps in the lakes. Sometimes, they would go ashore, and eat the earth-skin pigs that were drawing water from the lakes. Green jade crucian carps and earth-skin pigs were the things that Feng Yuan had bought previously. Right now, under Little Hu Immortal's control, a large number of them had adapted to the new environment, and were successfully integrated into the food chain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What Feng Yuan was most concerned about was the situation of the air bubble fish. The lakes that raised the air bubble fish were carefully chosen by Little Hu Immortal. The sky above these 3 lakes was the center of the nebula. There were the densest and most lush star fragment grass, as well as large groups of starlight fireflies. Air bubble fish grew in these 3 lakes, but there were no water wolf groups, and even the number of green jade crucian carps was very small. These 3 lakes were intentionally protected by Little Hu Immortal, to let the precious air bubble fish grow as much as possible from the fish roe to maturity. Right now, there were already many young fish swimming in these lakes. These young fish were somewhat similar to goldfish, with round bellies and small pointed ends. But they did not have the bright colors of goldfish, most of them were milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish, their tails and fins were very small and exquisite. Moreover, the way they swam was also different from other fishes. These young air bubble fish were mostly bobbing up and down. If there are no major changes, at the end of this year, Eastern Sea's air bubble sea will be corroded by the intense poison due to Gu Immortal's fighting. The price of the air bubble fish in jewel yellow skies will greatly increase. However, these air bubble fish are far from enough for my own use. I cannot sell them in a short period of time. Feng Yuan pondered in his heart. Whether it was starlight firefly Gu or air bubble fish, they were his long-term investments. They would only be profitable in the market after 100 years. Feng Yuan did not purchase the tips on feeding air bubble fish. He had a trick from his previous life's memories that could raise the reproduction rate of air bubble fish by 30%. It could be said that he stood at the forefront of Gu Immortals. The result of the inspection made Feng Yuan very satisfied. He praised Little Hu Immortal, making the latter extremely happy. Her face flushed red. A snow-white foxtail was excitedly swaying behind her. But Danghun Mountain was still deteriorating. Standing on Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan could feel an aura of death and death. This made Feng Yuan's mood turn heavy. Danghun Mountain was the most valuable place in the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starlight Firefly Gu or the air bubble fish could not be compared to it at all. Returning to Danghun Palace, Feng Yuan called Little Hu Immortal and activated Connecting Heaven Gu to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. As soon as he opened it, several divine wills were transmitted over. Are you going to sell your gruel mud or not? I am willing to add a pair of whole earth Gu on top of the Gu recipe. Although the treasure light of my remnant recipe is only 6.5 feet wide, it's extremely powerful. But we can give you some hairy men, everything can be discussed. These divine wills were all about the business of smoothing things over. Feng Yuan had sold large amounts of gruel mud earlier and directly asked for the recipe of Immortal Gu gruel mud. Since it concerned an immortal Gu, this transaction attracted the attention of many people. Although gruel mud is a part of the Immortal Gu's refinement process, one of the necessary materials. But the Gu recipe's value was undoubtedly much higher than gruel mud. Right now, these Gu recipes have undoubtedly reached the highest price. Feng Yuan glanced at it and knew that after these few days of preparation, the time to strike a deal was finally ripe. The prices of all parties had reached their limits and were about the same. Feng Yuan looked left and right. He had his eyes on one of them. The other party was called Immortal Mud Feet. The treasure light of his gruel mud Gu recipe was only 6.5 feet wide. Compared to the surrounding competitors, this level of treasure light was slightly inferior. But he left a message saying that he could sell some hairy men to Feng Yuan to make up for this difference. Gu Immortals normally raised hairy men to help them refine Gu. With large numbers of hairy men assisting them, Gu Immortals would not lack rank 5 Gu worms and would only pursue Immortal Gu. In the slave trade of Jewel Yellow Skies, hairy men were the most popular type. Their prices were often higher than human slaves. Rockmen could not be compared to them. Fang Yuan had already planned to move some hairy men into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, when he saw those hairy men in Xianxia Blessed Land, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Unfortunately, the land spirit of Xianxia refused to budge and was not willing to sell them. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. Right now, he needed large numbers of wolf enslavement goo. Right now, he had already obtained the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement goo recipe from the land spirit of Xianxia. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine goo. If he and Little Hu Immortal were to refine goo together, they would not be able to refine the amount that Fang Yuan needed even after 2 to 3 months. Immediately, Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense to Fang Yuan. Immortal Mud Feet was also present. He immediately replied, "I am willing to gift you 10,000 hairy men." But Fang Yuan looked at the goods and expressed disappointment. "Although you have many hairy men, they are all small hairy men, they are not of much help to my goo refinement. What I need are old hairy men." "Old hairy men? Then the quantity will decrease." Immortal Mud Feet thought for a while before replying. These years, the hairy men in his blessed land had been multiplying too much. He needed to sell a batch. But because of this, he sold them cheaply. After some bargaining, Immortal Mud Feet finally agreed to sell to Fang Yuan over 3,000 old hairy men and 7,000 small hairy men. For this, Fang Yuan had to add in half an Immortal Yuan stone. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan first checked the recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. The recipe was obviously incomplete, only 60% complete. The contents inside had probably been tampered with by Immortal Mud Feet. Fang Yuan needed to sort through and decipher it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Immortal Goo recipes were very precious. If he was the one selling it, he would also tamper with it. Although the treasure light of the Goo recipe would decrease after tampering with it, this was the competition between Goo Immortals. With this incomplete recipe, I have the foundation to deduce the complete Gruel Mud Immortal Goo recipe in the future. It will be much easier than just imagining it. Most importantly, Gruel Mud Immortal Goo is in my hands. As long as I do not use it, others cannot refine goo. My Gruel Mud can still be sold for a profit. However, Gruel Mud Immortal Goo could not be brought into Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the time being. After Fang Yuan left Xianxia Blessed Land, he used a prepared method to conceal the Immortal Goo's aura before burying it. This was something that could not be helped. Before Fang Yuan became a Goo Immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the Goo Immortals who bought these Gruel Mud wanted to refine Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, their goal could not be achieved. Fang Yuan continued to sell the Gruel Mud while checking if there were any wolf groups that he was interested in. Wild beasts like wolves had strong reproductive abilities. Many blessed lands would dispose of some surplus wolves after a certain period of time. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were many Goo Immortals selling wolf groups. Earlier in the battle with the 3 clans, the wolf group suffered many losses, especially the myriad beast kings that need to be replenished. Someone is actually selling wolf emperors. Fang Yuan found a small surprise. The beast groups had a simple structure. They were divided into ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and myriad beast kings. Above myriad beast kings, there were beast emperors. Beast emperors had rank 5 wild goo in their bodies. They had rank 5 battle strength and could control myriad beast kings. In 3 Kings Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had subdued 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Ba Huang. These 2 dog emperors helped him temporarily resist the attacks of rank 5 Goo Master experts. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was busy escaping and had no time to care about them. He did not know if they died in battle or if they were snatched away by others. Normally speaking, very few Goo Immortals sold Beast Emperors. Beast Emperors were a form of the Blessed Land's foundation. After Fang Yuan checked the details, he immediately understood the reason. It turned out that this was an old Beast Emperor with injuries all over its body. The wild goo on its body were also quite damaged, only 2 or 3 were left. It seems that a new Wolf Emperor appeared in the Night Wolf group. The old Wolf Emperor was defeated and should have been killed by the new young Wolf Emperor. But at the crucial moment, a Goo Immortal took action and sold this old Wolf Emperor in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan guessed the reason. But even so, this old Wolf Emperor still attracted 3 competitors. After a chaotic exchange of divine senses, Fang Yuan bought this old night wolf emperor at the price of 2 immortal yuan stones. At the same time, he also had over 18,000 night wolves. Next, Fang Yuan bought 30,000 turtleback wolves and 10,000 wind wolves, among which there were 2 turtleback myriad wolf kings and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. Together with the wolf group from before, his wolf group had already increased to 100,000. This is the benefit of having a blessed land. It allows me to stand on the shoulders of Gu immortals and casually buy and sell beast groups. I can instantly restore the scale and do not need to worry about feeding and other logistics. But 100,000 is still a little too little. Ma Zun, Yang Ping, Jiang Baoye, these enslavement masters each have at least 400,000 beasts. Especially Jiang Baoye, at his peak, he had 650,000 troops. Next was the Heroes' Assembly, where heroes would vie for supremacy. Fang Yuan knew, with the identity of Chang Shanin, he could not avoid competing with these people. This way, the wolf group scale would have to expand again. Fang Yuan bought another 10,000 water wolves, including 1 water wolf myriad beast king and 6,000 wolf kings. Next, he chose left and right, and after careful consideration, he decided on vermilion flame wolves as the main force of the wolf group. He bought 80,000 vermilion flame wolves from all the Gu immortals. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were much rarer than turtleback wolves, wind wolves, and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolves had red fur that was as red as fire. These wolves had fierce attacks and had fire path Gu worms on their bodies. They could easily destroy grasslands and create a huge fire. If this advantage could be used properly, it could cause huge casualties to the enemy. Fang Yuan's plan was to buy 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. Now, he only had 80,000, thus he left 20,000 to Little Hu Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eyes wolf and 1 night wolf emperor. Fang Yuan calculated, his wolf group's high-level battle strength had increased by 10 times. If it was an ordinary Gu master without Gu immortal methods, to reach this level, they would need the help of a large tribe and would need at least 6 to 7 years of hard work to search in northern plains. There were big and small wolf groups in northern plains. Small wolf groups often only had a few hundred wolves and were not worth looking at. Large wolf groups had tens of thousands of wolves and could not swallow them all. To capture a wolf group, one had to first consider whether they could win or not. A Pyrrhic victory was not enough, only with a great victory could one have any gains. This way, the wolf group's number will reach 200,000. But, it is still not enough. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a pondering light. I don't have to rush to accumulate ordinary wild wolves. When the time comes, there will be people who will send themselves to me. Right now, the priority is to expand the high-level battle strength. Although beast emperors were sold in jewel yellow skies from time to time, they would be bought by other Gu immortals in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew that it was unrealistic for him to buy several wolf emperors in a row. Thus, he focused his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength comparable to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path Gu master would have a mutated beast group as their trump card. For example, Southern Border Quan King's Lion Mastiff group, Jiang Baoye's Mountain Drilling Rat Army, Yang Piying's Thunder Eagle group, Ma Zun's Pegasus group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, Treasure Yellow Heaven was selling as many as 4 of them. The first type was the Blood Forest Wolf. This type of wolf was huge, almost like a hill. An adult standing at its feet was like a fox standing at the feet of an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf's fur was blood red and withered like wormwood. On the wolf's back, there was a white forest tree. These trees were actually the bones of the Blood Forest Wolf, growing vertically from its back. The white bone trees were also covered with blood-red maple leaves. The trees formed a forest that was commonly known as the Blood Forest. After the Blood Forest Wolf gives birth, it would put the cubs into the Blood Forest on its back, allowing the cubs to play in the vast space. The blood fruits in the Blood Forest were food for the cubs. Blood Forest wolves were like moving fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had extremely strong crushing power. This was something that many myriad beast kings did not have. The second type was the shark fin wolf. This was an amphibious mutated beast. Its body was like an elephant and its body was covered with glossy crocodile skin armor. At the same time, sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of its body. There was also a row of shark fins on its back. These shark fins formed a line, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The shark fin wolf was the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. It also had the ability to fight underwater. The third was the berserk wolf. The berserk wolf's entire body was silver gray, and it had 3 eyes. Its body was not big, and it was the same size as an ordinary thousand-beast king. However, those who underestimated it because of its size paid a heavy price. Once the berserk wolf started fighting, it would be extremely crazy. Its movements were extremely fast, and it would not rest until it killed its opponent. Especially when it opened its third eye, its battle prowess would increase by 5 times. Once it opened all 3 of its eyes, regardless of the outcome of the battle, it would die on the battlefield. This was a terrifying wolf species that didn't even care about its own safety and fell into a frenzy of battle. The fourth type was an ingrate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were pure white. Their eyesight was extremely strong. Even in the dark, their eyesight would not be affected. In jewel yellow skies, 1 blood forest wolf, 3 shark fin wolves, 2 berserk wolves, and 5 white-eyed wolves were all bought by Fang Yuan. At the same time, far away in southern borders shadow sect blessed land, old man Inkstone squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air. Fang Yuan wantonly purchased wolf groups, buying wolf emperors and mutated wolves in succession. This attracted the attention of this wisdom path goo immortal. This Fang Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolf groups, what is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal behind the scenes frowned. He tried to use goo worms to deduce. But the result was that Fang Yuan wanted to raise a wolf group to profit from it. This result did not satisfy him. Who immortal blessed land's environment is most beneficial for raising fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are still different. Blessed lands had blessings, they were blessed lands. But every blessed land had its differences, and the blessings were not the same. For example, who immortal blessed land was most suitable for raising foxes? Fox groups could live and grow better in this place, and reproduce more. Meanwhile, Xianxia blessed land was suitable for goo refinement, and was more suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow sect blessed land was suitable for soul path goo master cultivation. Deep in his heart, a feeling told old man Inkstone that Fang Yuan's actions had a deep meaning. But wisdom path was not omnipotent, it had its flaws. Otherwise, wisdom path would have dominated the goo master world long ago, and would not be the current situation where all paths fought for supremacy. Wisdom path deductions needed evidence. The more evidence, the more reliable the evidence, it would guide the wisdom path goo master to a more accurate conclusion. But old man Inkstone, although he was a wisdom path goo immortal, he would never have expected that Fang Yuan had been reborn. Old man Inkstone deduced that Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel goo to go to who immortal blessed land. But he would never have expected Fang Yuan to go to northern plains. If Fang Yuan had sold divine travel goo in jewel yellow skies, he might have thought of this. But Fang Yuan was cautious, and directly sold divine travel goo to land spirit of Xianxia. Old man Inkstone lacked the most crucial evidence, causing his deduction to be wrong. He tried several more times, but it was always the same result. Do I really have to use my vital goo? Old man Inkstone thought of this, his pores opened up, and a trace of cloud smoke leaked out from every pore. White clouds rose in spirals and condensed above his head, forming a rolling cloud of smoke. The cloud was hazy, and once it appeared, the dense aura of an immortal goo leaked out. But this rank 7 immortal goo's aura was faintly discernible, like the starry sky in a summer night, mysterious and untraceable. It was also like the fragrance of a lotus 1,000 steps away, faintly discernible. Every time the cloud smoke moved, it contained countless changes, it was indescribable. When outsiders tried to comprehend it, they would only get vague results. This was old man Inkstone's vital goo. It was called Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the goo immortal had no evidence, it could point to the truth. After old man Inkstone found out that killer ghost doctor was implanted with slavery goo, he used Heavenly Secret goo to deduce that Fang Yuan would return to southern border one day. Thus, Old Man Inkstone set up a trap, waiting for Feng Yuan to jump in. Right now, Old Man Inkstone was hesitating. Should he use Heavenly Secret Goo? Even though Heavenly Secret Goo was powerful, it had its drawbacks. Old Man Inkstone did not succeed every time he used it. 8 out of 10 times he used Heavenly Secret Goo, it would fail. Once it failed, Old Man Inkstone would suffer the backlash of the immortal goo. This backlash was fine if it was an ordinary injury, but it was extremely powerful, anyone would be wary of it. Old Man Inkstone's body and soul were unharmed. Heavenly Secret Goo's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once the backlash occurred, Old Man Inkstone would lose 10 to 70 years of his lifespan. When Goo Masters cultivate, their attainment levels did not directly increase their lifespan. If Goo Masters wanted to extend their lifespan, there was only one best choice: Lifespan Goo. Using Lifespan Goo could directly increase the Goo Master's lifespan without any side effects. Other than that, there were other unorthodox methods to extend lifespan. But these methods all had drawbacks and flaws. My current body has 80 years of lifespan left. Even if the most severe backlash shaves off 70 years of my lifespan, I still have 10 years. It is enough for me to complete my heaven-defying plan. And for such a small matter, the backlash is usually not severe. It is usually 13 to 14 years of lifespan. But is it worth it for me to use Heavenly Secret Goo for this? This heaven-defying plan has reached a crucial point. The enemy will definitely notice it. In the future, I will need Heavenly Secret Goo to make deductions. However, if I can get fixed immortal travel from Feng Yuan, it will be extremely helpful to my heaven-defying plan. Let's not talk about other things, just attack Xianxia Blessed Land. If I had fixed immortal travel, I would be able to attack and defend at will. What can Land Spirit of Xianxia do to me? I would not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old Man Inkstone thought about it, but gave up on this idea in the end. Although Heavenly Secret Goo was powerful, it was also a trap. The success rate of using it was too low, and most importantly, the consequences of failure were too severe. Old Man Inkstone did not dare to waste his lifespan. Back then, in order to deduce where Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan. First, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan, and the result left him dumbfounded for a long time. It was actually in Central Continent. It was actually Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get transported to that place? What fortuitous encounter did he get to see the interior of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Alright, Feng Yuan hid in the Blessed Land and refused to come out. Old Man Inkstone's plan for fixed immortal travel almost failed before it even started. Thankfully, he continued to use Heavenly Secret Goo, spending another 80 years of his lifespan to deduce the most likely chance of success. One day in the future, Feng Yuan would return to southern border and participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel, Old Man Inkstone spent 150 years of his lifespan. Forget it, since I have already deduced the result, I will just wait for him. The matter of him raising a wolf group is not a big deal. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, I personally set up this trap. Would a mere mortal be able to escape? Humph. Old Man Xianxia sneered a few times and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like an ingrate, there were no pupils, only sclera. He stared at connecting heaven goo, the sneer on his face becoming more intense. You are immortal, you actually spent 150 years of my lifespan. In the future, it will be your honor to die under my scheme. Of course, don't think of having a good time now. After Old Man Inkstone made some arrangements, Feng Yuan, who was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, felt something amiss. Oh no, someone is buying wolf enslavement goo's refinement materials in large amounts. Feng Yuan was planning to buy these materials, but Old Man Inkstone was one step ahead. He quickly made his move, but was quickly obstructed. Many Goo Immortals were purposely raising the price, making him spend more, but the materials he bought were not as good as before. Feng Yuan squinted, his gaze was cold as needles. This is targeting me. Land Spirit of Xianxia is impossible, it does not have such rallying power. Then, other than Crane Gate, there is only that mysterious Old Man Inkstone. Hee. Suddenly, Feng Yuan laughed again. If this was before, he could only sigh helplessly when being attacked like this. But it was different now. He had a large number of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These recipes were not only from rank 1 to rank 5, There were also different types of wolf enslavement goo recipes for each rank. A moment later. Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized the names of these goo immortals. Fishing Old Man, Great Immortal Boulder, Lightning Brilliance Heavenly Mother, Old Man Inkstone, so it was you. He finally understood who was targeting him. Most of these goo immortals were the ones who attacked Xianxia Blessed Land in his 500 years of memories. These goo immortals are mostly from northern plains, but there are also people from southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. Together with Old Man Inkstone, this hidden goo immortal force is truly huge. Because of this unusual confrontation, Fang Yuan learned a lot of information. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was this, and who was the one who created it? In his previous life, he did not know anything about it. He had been kept in the dark. Such a strong force was hiding behind the scenes. It was not a simple poisonous snake, but a fierce tiger in the forest. What was it planning? What was its goal? What kind of role did it play in the future development and the great battle of the 5 regions? What was Old Man Inkstone's position in this force? Thinking about the confrontation earlier, it was like an undercurrent was surging. From start to finish, they did not use their full strength, they were only acting. Bystanders would not be able to sense it, they would only think it was a normal bidding war. Even Fang Yuan himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and met with intense competition when buying resources. They attacked secretly and interfered, but after realizing they could not stop them, they quietly stopped. The entire action was like throwing a stone into the water. After a few ripples, the water became calm again. Fang Yuan was clear that the reason why he could escape from the other party's attack was because the goo recipe from Land Spirit of Xianxia was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose it, they did not want to attract suspicion, thus they did not use their full strength. Although Fang Yuan was a goo immortal in his previous life, he was now immortal. Even though he had a blessed land, he could not match the combined strength of 2 goo immortals, not to mention Crane Gate and such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted Old Man Inkstone's attention is likely because of fixed immortal travel goo. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he refined an immortal goo in front of everyone with his mortal body. It was truly too eye-catching and eye-catching. Immortal goo, even goo immortals rarely had them. Let alone a top-tier rank 6 goo like fixed immortal travel. Goo immortals would naturally covet it. It was all because the limelight was too big, but Fang Yuan had no choice. Forced by the situation at that time, he could only do this. Doing so was also the best outcome. There was no better outcome. After such a long time, the news must have spread by now. The Crane Gate will definitely investigate it, but this is actually a good thing. The more they investigate, the more they will know about my background. I am only in my 30s, I am a vagabond from a small clan that was destroyed, a lone cultivator. To be more practical, I am a demonic goo master. Such a person has low aptitude and lacks resources. He could actually obtain the scene of who immortal blessed land and refine immortal goo. How is this possible? It is like an ant suddenly growing bigger and swallowing an elephant. The fat pig suddenly grew wings and flew higher than an eagle. In Earth's terms, this was unscientific. This way, they will naturally guess that there is an expert behind me. Such an expert must be at least a powerful and mysterious goo immortal. And I am only a chess piece pushed out by the person behind the scenes. Thus, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind the scenes or the organization behind the scenes. If there is an organization behind the scenes, is it a group of people, or a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody can say for sure. Everyone wants to investigate more deeply, to find out by any means possible. Before I find out, as long as I hide in who immortal blessed land and don't do anything that touches their bottom line, they will only probe me and won't do anything serious. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he analyzed the current situation at lightning speed. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Paper cannot hide fire. Once they find out the truth or lose their patience, I will be in trouble. Once Crane Gate attacks who immortal blessed land, the best outcome for Fang Yuan would be to self-detonate the blessed land. Both sides would suffer heavy losses and no one would be able to obtain Danghun Mountain. Without the protection of the blessed land, Fang Yuan would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. The reason why he created the identity of Xianxia was to prepare for a rainy day and leave a path of retreat for the future. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Feng Yuan was a formidable character in the demonic path, he naturally understood this well. After sorting out his thoughts, Feng Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly and become a Gu immortal again before Crane Gate and the mysterious force made their move. But even so, it would be a huge calamity. If he could not get through it, he would be smashed into pieces and die. The pressure is immense. Although Feng Yuan obtained the greatest benefits in Three Kings' blessed land, after this battle, he lost the initiative. Spring-autumn cicada, Crane Gate, Danghun Mountain, mysterious force, blessed land, earthly calamity. Although he obtained Hu immortal blessed land and his strength rose sharply, he was in an even more precarious situation. All sorts of intense and dangerous situations were pressuring him step by step, like whips or scythes, driving him forward from behind. If he was slightly slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. If it were anyone else, they would have already exhausted their wits and strength and would be crushed by the collapsing situation. Only Feng Yuan racked his brains to find a way out of this perilous situation. But even if he worked hard like this, the situation still did not improve. Just like now, he had encountered a new problem. He did not have enough immortal Yuan stones. He had originally sold large amounts of immortal Gu recipes and obtained 28 immortal Yuan stones. But after using them several times, especially after this large-scale purchase, he had spent too many immortal stones and had almost reached the bottom. Right now, Feng Yuan only had a pitiful 4 immortal Yuan stones. But there were still too many things he needed to invest in. Without a choice, he could only temporarily stop investing in wolf groups. But Feng Yuan's plan was to dual cultivate enslavement path and strength path. Now that he had the second aperture, this plan was even more feasible. There were usually 3 aspects that determined an enslavement path Gu master's strength. The first aspect was the scale of the enslavement beast group. The second aspect was the enslavement path Gu worms in the Gu master's aperture. The third aspect was the enslavement path Gu master's soul. The deeper the foundation of the soul, the more beast groups they could control. And the stronger the beast kings they could subdue. The longer they could command the beast groups to fight, the longer they could do so. Through my large purchases, the scale of my wolf group has already reached second rate in Northern Plains mortal world. The first tier are the 3 great enslavement path masters of the present age, Ma Zun, Jiang Baoye and Yang Ping. But my enslavement path Gu worms originate from Changshanin and are only rank 4. I need to raise them to rank 5 to deal with the Northern Plains war. Fortunately, Danghun Mountain is dying, but I can still use it. With Guts Gu, my expenses are greatly reduced. But other than this, I still need large numbers of Wolf Soul Gu to continue transforming Wolfman souls. Facing the rapid cultivation needs, the immortal Yuan stone in Feng Yuan's hands was insufficient. Purchasing wolf groups was only the first aspect of the 3 aspects of enslavement path. Next, he went to Jewel Yellow Skies and bought several Gu recipes, many Gu refinement materials, as well as the indispensable rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu for his future cultivation, a total of 18. This way, he spent another immortal Yuan stone and only had 3 left. Feng Yuan's gaze landed on Relic Gu. His second aperture had just formed and was only rank 1 initial stage, he needed to start cultivating from scratch. But where would Feng Yuan get the time? Directly using Relic Gu to increase his cultivation could help him in a short period of time. Although he had the intention, due to the lack of immortal Yuan stone, Feng Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, buying bronze, red iron, silver and yellow gold Relic Gu. Next, he chose Gu worms to modify the body. The body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. If the soul was strong, but the body was not strong enough, it would become a bottleneck and restrict the growth of the soul. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, then he had to be careful when using strength path Gu worms. If he used too much strength, before hitting the enemy, his tendons and flesh would tear and his bones would break. When Feng Yuan finished this transaction, he only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. He kept these 2 immortal essence stones as a backup in case of an unexpected situation. For the next 2 days, Feng Yuan did not leave Hu immortal blessed land and cultivated on Danghun Mountain. This is the last Guts Gu. Climbing on a cliff, Feng Yuan stretched out his hand and opened this Gu. Splat. Following a soft sound, a yellowish-brown muddy water flowed out. This was a bad goo. Its body was corroded by gruel mud. Immortal goo's power and no longer had the miraculous effect of growing the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's vitality is weakening, the good guts goo are getting fewer and fewer, but after these days of collecting, because of the large amount of guts, my soul has reached 1,000-man soul. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was clearly more solid than before, giving off a feeling of heaviness. It was like it was forcefully stuffed into Fan Yuan's body, giving off a feeling of overflowing. 1,000-man soul was the symbol of an enslavement path expert. Back then, Chang Shanin had 1,000-man soul. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes and with a thought, he summoned Little Hu Immortal and immediately teleported her into Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he took out a white-silver relic goo. After the previous tests, this white-silver relic goo had no problems, so Fan Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and inspected his second aperture, nodding in satisfaction. Second aperture has also reached rank 3 peak stage. This way, Fan Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, snow silver primeval essence. Snow silver primeval essence, although it could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, could at least provide some help to Fan Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, rank 3 goo masters were the absolute core strength. After I use the yellow gold relic goo, I will reach rank 4 peak stage, that will be even better. Of course, what makes me the happiest is that my second aperture has given me another vital goo. In this way, I can have 2 vital goo. P.S. A late chapter, and a late New Year's blessing. I had originally planned to update it on the 3rd or 4th day of the new year, so I did not go back on my promise. Huff, he let out a breath of turbid air, thanking Qingyi area for the reminder. Tonight's class reunion, I came back early without playing cards or drinking, just to finish this chapter. I know, I owe a lot of people, a lot of fans. Here, I want to apologize to everyone, I am very sorry. I am a thin-skinned person, lazy and have a lot of shortcomings. I am really happy to receive everyone's acknowledgement. Everyone's perseverance in rushing to update also makes me happy and ashamed. Along with the new year, my life has also undergone many changes. Previously, I had also revealed the idea of working full-time to some of my friends. Next, I will treat my work attitude and work hard to finish this book. Of course, February is a month of adjustment, there are not many updates. March is starting to show its true power. This book was originally planned to end at the end of the year, but after the new year, I found that I had only finished half of it. This book is extraordinary, I can finally get rid of some things and properly complete a childish, arrogant, yet real dream. 2014, Here I Come, carrying on the past and opening up the future. Web novel, Here I Come, my 2 feet have stepped in. Everyone, here I come, I don't want to disappoint you, I don't want to owe you, so let us work together, to fulfill this arrogant and stubborn dream that ordinary people cannot understand. Disregarding consumable goo, the goo master's first choice of goo worm would become her vital goo. The vital goo and the goo master had the closest relationship, it could be said that their lives were intertwined. No matter which side suffered heavy losses, the other side would also be implicated. The vital goo had an advantage that other goo worms could not reach, that was after the refinement failed, no matter how severe the backlash was, the original goo worm could still be preserved. Thus, most goo masters treated the vital goo as their core goo. Normally speaking, the strongest goo worm in a goo master's hands was her vital goo. Once the vital goo was formed, it was hard to change. However, this situation was not absolute. If a goo master obtained an extremely good goo worm and wanted to nurture it as their vital goo, they would have to destroy the original vital goo. But this action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital goo was destroyed, the goo master would be greatly implicated. At best, they would suffer heavy injuries, at worst, they would die. After rebirth, Fan Yuan's vital goo was the spring-autumn cicada, sleeping in the center of his first aperture, unable to move. Now that he had the second aperture, he had a chance to choose his second vital goo. Even though he could guess it from the goo recipe, the real opportunity to choose made Fan Yuan happy. Which Gu should he choose as the crucial second vital Gu? Immortal Gu had to be eliminated first. The second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture, it was hard to store immortal Gu. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a special case. Other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan still had fixed immortal travel. Gruel Mud, 2 immortal Gu. But Gruel Mud immortal Gu could only be used once. If he used it as his vital Gu, after the Gruel Mud immortal Gu disappeared, Fang Yuan would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Such a foolish thing. Fang Yuan naturally would not do it. As for fixed immortal travel, it was far away in poison grassland, it was not worth mentioning. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. This was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. He wanted to walk the path of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort Gu was necessary, it was also the most ideal strength path core. Previously, Fang Yuan schemed against undefeated 100 battles Gu to ensure the safety of the all-out effort Gu during the refinement process. But due to a freak combination of circumstances, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles Gu to refine the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. As long as the all-out effort Gu became his second vital Gu, Fang Yuan would no longer have to worry about failing the Gu refinement. He had lost this precious Gu worm. 2 days. In a flash. After leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used Stargate Gu and returned to Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was different from the outside world. Time flowed 5 times faster than normal. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but he had only spent 1 night in Northern Plains. It was dawn. On the horizon, there was a soft purple and white color. As the sun rose, the wild grass in the distance gradually turned from its original black color to an oily green. The crescent moon lake was sparkling with golden light. The morning light shone on Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked to his side. The originally sparse wolf pack. Many white wolf silhouettes filled up the wolf pack. These were all water wolves, the number had already exceeded 10,000. They were led by a water wolf myriad beast king and had 6,000 wolf kings. As for the other vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated wolf group and others, Fang Yuan did not bring them out. It would be too eye-catching and sudden to bring them out at once. Fang Yuan disguised as Chang Shanin because he wanted to properly manage this identity, thus he had to avoid exposing himself. But water wolves were different. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to take in wild water wolves. The appearance of water wolves was easy to explain. But if a night wolf beast emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would not make sense. Next, I will continue to take in the wild water wolf group. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf and with a thought, the entire wolf group set off again, charging towards their next destination. 3 days later, at a certain lakeside beside the crescent moon lake, the Gu masters of the 2 clans stared at each other in anger. Zhong Feiyou, your Zhong clan is an intolerable bully. These 5 black-skinned fat beetles clearly belong to our clan. Yet, you actually dared to openly snatch them in broad daylight. One of the clan heads, Chai Zhong, angrily roared. Bullshit. We had an agreement back then, our clans were neighbors with this water wolf den as the boundary. Thus, this is our Chai clan's territory. These 5 dark-skinned fat insects have come to my Zhong family's territory, so of course they belong to my Zhong family. The Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Feiyou, sneered. Chai clan's Gu masters heard this and felt incomparably furious. Chai Zhang's face turned red from anger as he reprimanded, shameless. Our Chai clan is breaking camp today to rush to the heroes' assembly, of course we have to pass through here. Zhong Feiyu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, so, this is your Chai clan's fault. You could have passed through here, why did you have to pass through my clan's camp? Chai clan's Gu masters were extremely furious. Zhong clan's camp was in a tricky location, occupying the main path. If Chai clan took a detour, it would be even more troublesome as there would be at least 3 myriad beast groups along the way. Zhong clan's actions were, in fact, an intentional extortion. Zhong Feiyou, isn't your table manners too ugly? Chai Zhong gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Zhong Feiyou shrugged his shoulders indifferently and sneered, if your Chai clan is not convinced, we can have a contest. Chai clan's Gu master's momentum stagnated. Chai clan was a small-scale clan, but Zhong clan had expanded into a medium-scale clan 2 years ago. Zhong clan was strong. If they fought, Chai clan would definitely suffer. As Chai clan leader, Chai Zhong was clear of this. He also wanted to retreat, but these 3 black-skinned fat beetles were carrying the clan's most precious resources. These resources were meticulously gathered by Chai clan when they wanted to join Lu Wenwu. If he gave them up, Chai Zhong would naturally be extremely unwilling. Should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock and Chai Zhong was hesitating, wolf howls could be heard not far away. Howl howl, the howls of the wolves rose and fell, ceaselessly. At the same time, the footsteps of large numbers of beast groups could be heard by the wind. Such a formation. It's a wolf group. It's noon right now, and this is near the water wolf's den. How can there be a wild wolf group? Zhong and Chai clansmen immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. They saw the majestic wolf group was like a long river, flowing through the sparse forest and surging towards the group. Among these wolf groups, there were vigorous night wolves, turtleback wolves with deep defense, and outstanding wind wolves. Most of them were water wolves with white fur. Different types of wolves gathered together harmoniously to form an army. Such a scene. There was only one reason. Chai Zhang's heart thumped. He immediately thought of one person, Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu's expression also turned extremely ugly. Their Zhong clan also wanted to join young master Lu Wenwu. Thus, they coveted Chai clan's resources, but at this crucial moment, someone appeared to disrupt their plans. As the wolf group approached, the Gu masters of the 2 clans became restless. Such a huge wolf group. Someone could not help but exclaim. Hiss, such a scale, there are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and many more wind wolves than night wolves. Water wolves are the most numerous, about 32,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and with his rich experience, he made a rough estimate. There were too many wolves. They spread out majestically, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, covering the Gu masters of the 2 clans. Immediately, Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters were surrounded by the wolf group, and with their backs against Crescent Lake, they fell into a disadvantageous situation. Didn't they say Chang Shanin suffered disastrous losses when he attacked Pei, Bei, and Jing clans? Why does he still have so many wolves? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The wolf group was densely packed. Not only did they surround them, there were also many hidden in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Feiyu no longer had the relaxed attitude of bullying the weak. He looked at the large number of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings in the wolf group, his heart rising to his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. It could often change the situation with one's own strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters could not be underestimated. Let alone Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu was very clear that these wolves in front of him were enough to exterminate his Zhong clan 2 or 3 times over. Because they were in the wilderness now, there were no dangers around them. Without the camp's walls, they had no depth, no time to rest, and no time to recover their primeval essence. A hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan swayed as it walked out of the forest, appearing in front of everyone. Chang Shanin! Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang shouted at the same time. At once, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was expressionless, riding on the hump wolf. He straightened his upper body according to Chang Shanyan's habits. His gaze was like an arrow, sweeping through everyone without speaking. But his tightly pursed lips fully displayed Chang Shanyan's proud and aloof temperament. Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters could not make a sound. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. The air had frozen, making it hard to breathe. Especially when they thought of Wolf King Chang Shanyan's battle record of challenging 3 clans in one night, many of their bodies started to tremble. The Pei, Bei, and Jing clans were all experienced mid-sized clans. And Chai clan was only a small-sized tribe, while Zhong clan had just become a mid-sized tribe not long ago. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, as well as the intention to cooperate. The 2 felt the same bitterness in their hearts. The 2 sides that were fighting earlier, now had the intention to cooperate. This trick of fate really made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Chang Shanin, I, Zhong Feiyu, have heard of your fame. Zhong Feiyu gritted his teeth, stepping out of the crowd and bowing deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that there was anything wrong with the Grand Tribe leader Zhong Feiyu's actions. The other party was Chang Shanin, but before Zhong Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his hand and lightly said, "All of you, scram, don't hinder me." Zhong Feiyu's eyes opened wide, and unconcealable anger and humiliation could be seen in his eyes. But he did not retort, instead lowering his head and bowing towards Fang Yuan, before turning around and gathering Zhong tribe's Gu masters, "Retreat." Chai Zhang observed his expression and quickly shouted, "We will retreat too." Immediately, the crowd surged as the Gu masters quickly retreated to a faraway place. Soon, only the wolf group and Fang Yuan were left at the lakeside that was originally filled with people. Of course, there were also those 3 slow black-skinned fat beetles that could not be taken away in time. Fang Yuan glanced at these 3 black-skinned fat beetles and did not mind them. The things that the 2 tribes were fighting over, in his opinion, were not attractive enough. There were more than 4,000 water wolves living in this water wolf lair, a pack of 1,000 beasts. Although water wolves rarely set foot on land, it was a different matter if their home was invaded by foreign enemies. Sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group rushing over, this wild water wolf group left the den and attacked together, clashing with Fang Yuan's wolf group. Being obstructed, Fang Yuan's wolf group's momentum slowed down. But he snorted and activated Wolf Howl Gu, at the same time sending 3 groups of reinforcements to reinforce them. The wild water wolf group only lasted for a while before they could not endure the pressure and were immediately dispersed, losing their momentum. Far away. "Patriarch, our things are still there." An elder of the Chai family gazed into the distance unwillingly. Chai tribe leader Chai Zhang heaved a deep sigh. "Forget it, if we lose it, it is better than losing our lives. Should we stay and take a look?" A person like Chang Shanin might not be interested in these 3 black-skinned fat beetles. Another Chai tribe elder was hoping for a fluke. But Chai Zhang understood and snorted, "If you are not afraid of offending Chang Shanin and provoking his massacre, you can stay." This Chai tribe elder's expression froze. Do you think Zhong tribe did not think of this? Even if Chang Shanin is not interested, we will not be able to get these resources. Sigh, with an expert like Chang Shanin here, we cannot stay in this crescent lake anymore, let's continue and leave. Chai Zhang waved his hand, his tone was filled with helplessness, hatred, and even more helplessness. Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe with weak strength. Especially during the 10-year blizzard, when the imperial court contended for supremacy, dragons and snakes rose from the land, the whole of northern plains was filled with endless disputes and chaos. Tribes like Chai tribe were like small boats in the whirlpool of chaos, drifting along with the wind and rain. Only by attaching themselves to a stronger force could they increase their chances of survival. Chai tribe broke camp and left without any hesitation. A moment later, Zhong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zhong Feiyu with a face full of lingering fear, "Lord, Wolf Wangda obtained complete victory, he destroyed that wolf den with a flip of his hand. Out of more than 4,000 water wolves, he managed to recruit close to 3,000, and he only lost 300. Zhong Feiyu and the upper echelons of the Zhong clan trembled when they heard this. This kind of casualty ratio was truly terrifying. No wonder his wolf pack could be replenished so quickly. "Lord Patriarch, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Chang Shanyan's command has already transcended the mortal realm, it has become a form of art." The investigative Gu master wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and added. Zhong Feiyu snorted coldly, not willing to lower his own morale, he forcefully said, "Chang Shanin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this pack of wild wolves was only 1,000 beast king. Once they started fighting, the water wolves would be suppressed by the myriad wolf king, and their battle strength would be weakened. It was also easier to incorporate them." "Where did the 3 black-skinned fat beetles go?" The investigative Gu master replied, "They were captured by Chang Shanin." Zhong Feiyu's expression immediately turned ugly. This time, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he not obtain the resources, he even offended Chai clan. Speaking of which, Chai clan and Zhong clan were in-laws and had a close relationship before. Otherwise, they would not have migrated together, choosing to stay next to each other and help each other when setting up camp. However, the world was cruel. Right now, the imperial court contest was not only related to Zhong clan and Chai clan's benefits, it also concerned the survival of the two clans. Their previous relationship was only a method to protect their own benefits. When it was time to abandon them, they would abandon them without hesitation. In the main tent, there was an oppressive silence. After a long while, Zhong Feiyu let out a breath of turbid air. A person like Chang Shanin, even if we gather all of our Zhong clan strength, we will not be able to match him. But Northern Plains is not his only clan, there are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will remember this first, after we join young Master Lu Wenwu, one day, we will get back at him for today. Zhong clan's elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong clan also set off on their journey. 9 days later, Fang Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded by several times and returned to Good Tribe camp. Gu Guang led the Good Tribe higher-ups and went out to welcome them. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation has recovered? When Gu Guang sensed Fang Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was pleasantly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded, replying plainly, I have recovered, it is time to do so. Back then, Chang Shanyan's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Afterwards, he fought with Ha Tu bandits and was on the verge of death, hibernating underground. But now, Fang Yuan's first aperture had already reached rank 5 peak stage. Although it was still suppressed by Northern Plains, it still had rank 5 initial stage aura. Right now, his rank 4 peak stage aura was only disguised using breath concealment goo. As for his second aperture, because he had entered Northern Plains first and was acknowledged by Northern Plains, it was not suppressed by the region and was still rank 3 peak stage. By concealing it like this, then releasing it step by step, not only could he preserve his trump cards, he could also give others a gradual acceptance process. Fang Yuan followed Good Tribe's higher-ups back to the camp. Good Tribe camp was expanding, and along the way, they could see bustling construction scenes. Large numbers of mortal slaves and even Gu master slaves were being wantonly deployed by Good Tribesmen. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war, but also the beauty of war. Good Tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Good Tribe had annexed Bei Tribe and Jing Tribe, their strength had expanded greatly. These days, they had been working hard to digest the gains, and the whole tribe's strength had also risen greatly. The biggest problem now is the scarcity of slavery goo. If we have large numbers of slavery goo, we can put these slave goo masters on the battlefield. This will greatly increase our Good Tribe's battle strength. Gu Guang sighed. Slavery goo was a goo worm that could control humans. But humans were the spirit of all living beings, they were much harder to control than wild beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving goo masters with strong souls. Thus, basically, a goo master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. The number of slave goo masters was even lesser. Usually, a goo master could only control 1 slave goo master. If there were more, the burden on the soul would be greater. And for those slave goo masters with strong souls, to control them, one would need to have a stronger soul than the slave goo master. Fang Yuan naturally had the ability to get large numbers of slavery goo. But this way, he would expose many things. In his plan, the goo family was only a chess piece. He did not need to think for them. Next, I will continue my closed cultivation and cultivate. Take care of these wolf groups. Fang Yuan said. Yes. Gu Guang quickly replied respectfully, but he was complaining inwardly. Good Tribe was expanding now, and needed manpower, they were lacking in manpower. When the wolf group increased in size, the burden of feeding them would be even heavier, and this would consume a lot of Good Tribe's manpower, but Fang Yuan's next words made this young Good Tribe leader elated. I brought a lot of resources this time, they were obtained when I took in the wolves. All of you can use them, but remember, the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles must be kept safe for me. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. In the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Good Tribe's camp, staying in seclusion and cultivating hard. His second aperture needed to continue raising his cultivation. Although his soul had 1,000-man soul achievement, he still needed wolf soul goo to strengthen it, until it became a 1,000-man level wolfman soul. At the same time, he needed to continue raising his strength, using June strength goo. When he needed to relax, he would take out the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles and inspect them. Chai Tribe's painstaking collection of resources was very strange. they were all gray-white stone slabs. But on the surface of these stone slabs, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines tangled together, some were like words, while some were like landscape paintings. If these stone slabs were real, then they had a huge origin. Tracing back to the source, it could be traced back to the immemorial antiquity era. Renzu's 9 women, Carefree Wisdom Heart, recorded that in order to save Wisdom Gu, Carefree Wisdom Heart came to Qianquan Crystal Wall. Qianquan Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom, it stood in the void like a huge mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the mountain rocks and forming a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to fall, crashing into the literature spring and creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, each water droplet turned into words. This was the origin of the 100 Clans language in the Gu Master world. Later, when Qianquan Crystal Wall was broken, it split into countless gray-white stone slabs. Rumors said that when all the stone slabs were gathered and pieced together, Qianquan Crystal Wall could be reformed, allowing Gu Masters to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, even Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Precisely because of this, a large number of replicas of these stone slabs appeared. These replicas were hard to differentiate from the real ones, unless one was an experienced treasure appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished treasure appraiser Gu Immortal was the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, the one who possessed treasure light Gu, Daoist many treasures. But even he could only identify 70 to 80% of them. There were simply too many replicas, too many Gu Masters tried to replicate them, there was even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable among them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fake stone slabs, deceiving many Gu Immortals. The fake stone slabs he created were extremely realistic, they could even compare to the real ones. Fang Yuan had never thought of collecting all the gray-white stone slabs and piecing them together to form Book Mountain. Even rank 9 Gu Venerables had not succeeded in this. Fang Yuan did not have the impulse to overestimate his own abilities. He was only trying to identify these stone slabs when he was resting. In his previous life, he had developed a sharp gaze from doing business, he had once sold and forged these gray-white stone slabs. Right now, he was identifying these stone slabs, distinguishing the real from the fake, and getting rid of the obvious fakes. It was a form of relaxation and entertainment. What he didn't expect was that when he was caressing a stone slab, something unexpected happened. The ink lines kept changing, and after a while, they gradually stabilized and formed a topographic map. At the center of the map was a raised piece of land. It was not as steep as a mountain, and the slope was very gentle. There was an opening at the top, as if it led underground. At this place, there were 2 words, Diqiu. Diqiu was surrounded by swamps and forests, and at the southwest corner, there was a river. At the bottom of the map, there were 4 sentences, light hidden in the soil, radiance reaching 10,000 feet high, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms and snow. Fang Yuan mumbled, and after pondering for a long time, he could not comprehend it. These 4 sentences seemed like a poem, but it was not. Saying it was a Gu recipe was somewhat plausible. But Fang Yuan was sure of one thing, these 4 puzzles were clues left behind intentionally. What was even more amazing was that after this map was formed, it gradually disappeared from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, the stone slab in Fang Yuan's hand became white, with nothing on it. But when Fang Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail of this map, without the slightest error. This was not because his memory was amazing, but, painting will Gu. This stone slab was planted with painting will Gu. This Gu can form a picture and enter deep into the Gu Master's memory, causing the Gu Master to never forget it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Evidently, this was an inheritance left behind by a Gu Master. To appraise these gray-white stone slabs, Fang Yuan had obtained many clear Gu, sunlight Gu, moonlight Gu, and so on from Gu tribe's treasury. Just now, he had used these Gu worms. Then he skillfully injected his primeval essence to probe. These methods were specific methods to appraise the gray-white stone slab. The result was that these methods became the key to unlocking this gray-white stone slab's secret. The Gu master who forged this gray-white stone slab did not only use painting wool goo. He also used other Gu worms to form this effect. This Gu master left behind an inheritance, and in order to select an inheritor, he spent a lot of effort. Fang Yuan smiled. He had not expected to obtain a clue to a Gu master's inheritance under such circumstances. Inheritance. This is one of the cultural characteristics of this world. Be it righteous Gu masters or demonic Gu masters, they would choose to leave behind their inheritances, leaving behind their unique mark in this world. Although he was lucky enough to obtain this inheritance clue, Fang Yuan was not too surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had encountered many similar situations. He was already used to it. Most Gu masters would leave behind inheritances. In this way, the good and bad inheritances were mixed together. There were Gu immortal inheritances, rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master inheritances. These were all worth seeing. But there were also many rank 2 and rank 3 inheritances, and even rank 1 Gu masters would leave behind inheritances. On top of that, time was passing by. Heavenly calamities and so on, many Gu masters explored inheritances, but the result was disappointment. Some inheritances had long since perished. Some inheritances had already been taken by others. Some inheritances were demonic path inheritances. They were traps meticulously designed by someone. They were the Gu masters with dark hearts, venting their anger before death. I'm too busy right now. I don't have the time to give up my plans and rush far away for an unknown inheritance. Moreover, just based on this map, I don't know where this so-called Diqiu is. After obtaining the Diqiu inheritance map, it was just a small accident. Fang Yuan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and refine Gu at the same time. From the accumulation of the two clans, he obtained an improved Gu recipe. Fang Yuan felt it was quite interesting. From Gu tribe's treasury, he took out some Gu worms, and spent a few days. After failing twice, he raised the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu to rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu. Speaking of which, he had almost never used this Eagle Wings Gu in his possession. It was only when Fang Yuan left Poison Grassland and arrived near Hongyan Valley, near Gu tribe's camp, that he met several clans that were opening a market, and bought it from the market. Wolf King Xianxia was not an expert in flying. Fang Yuan naturally would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. If he used it in the future, it would definitely shock the world. Xianxia had disappeared for more than 10 years, it was a great excuse. Nobody knew what fortuitous encounters he had. Why was it impossible to become a flying master? A few days after the Eagle Rise Gu was refined, Gu Guang personally visited Fang Yuan, bringing the latest information. Ma tribe has already annexed Fei tribe, becoming the main character of Tianchuan Heroes Assembly. In Mengqiu Heroes Assembly, New Air tribe's representative is a rank 5 Gu master. New Air Tuesday, Chao Fu's Zhao tribe? That Zhao Lianyun, Ma Hongyun's wife, the amazing woman who will become a wisdom path Gu immortal in the future, is still a young girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe is in the limelight this time. They are clearly planning to go all out and fight for the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is in line with my previous life's memories. But I wonder if Ma Hongyun has appeared? Fang Yuan thought as he recalled. He vaguely remembered that in this contest for the Imperial Court, Ma tribe's performance was extremely strong, especially in the early stages. They had a strong army and united will, defeating many strong enemies. But the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest pile on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Ma tribe was in the limelight too much. They were targeted by the veteran Huangjin tribes one after another. After several fierce battles, although they won all of them, they were extremely bitter and suffered great losses. Finally, Ma tribe was cornered by He Lulan and was surrounded from all sides. He tribe had the advantage in numbers, but Ma tribe's defense was tight and they held their ground. He Lulan led the troops to fight, but they could not take down the tribe for a long time. Seeing that the blizzard was coming, they could only force a truce. After Ma tribe submitted to He tribe, they obtained many quotas to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun did not know what kind of dog shit luck he had, to actually be able to enter. Using this opportunity, he obtained a portion of the immortal venerable's inheritance in 88 Treasure Tower, thus becoming the capital to rise up in the future. At this time, Guguang asked Fang Yuan for guidance. Supreme Elder, right now, the Heroes' Assembly is already in full swing. At our Yution's Heroes' Assembly, heroes are emerging one after another, experts are fighting, the winds are surging. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lulan are the strongest, the other forces are all inferior. Right now, only our power remains at the Crescent Moon Lake. Even the large tribes are rushing to Yution to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. After these days of recuperation, we have already digested the results of the battles and stabilized the situation. If we do not set off now, we will not make it in time. Fang Yuan nodded. The Heroes' Assembly was a mutual test, and also an alliance between the various forces. Although Gu tribe's strength had increased greatly, it was only a mid-sized tribe. If they could not participate in the Heroes' Assembly and left the rules of the game, they would be ostracized and the impact would be huge. The tribe leader of Gu tribe was Guguang, but ever since Fang Yuan became the Supreme Elder, his decisions could dictate the actions of Gu tribe. In these days, Guguang and the other higher-ups of the tribe had been waiting anxiously. They did not have the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, and did not know that this Yution's Heroes' Assembly would be an exciting battle, and so it ended the latest. Fang Yuan had already made arrangements for this. He waved his hand and said to Guguang, although the tribe has stabilized, but it is only on the surface. In the dark, the hearts of the people are still wavering. If we really fight, even if we have the foundation of a mid-sized tribe, we do not have the strength to match it. Guguang lowered his head and listened respectfully to Fang Yuan's instructions. Fang Yuan continued, the battles of the Yution's Heroes' Assembly have just begun, there is no rush to go there, we need to make a trip to Onion Valley first. Onion Valley? Guguang showed a puzzled expression. Onion Valley was a place similar to Crescent Lake, the valley was vast and filled with green onions, it had a unique ecology. There were large numbers of beast groups, even more than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were also large numbers of wild goo worms. Among them, there was a famous rank 2 goo, onion explosion goo. This goo looked like a green onion, but it was not green-white, but bright like fire. Once it was activated, it would emit an extremely intense smell. When wild beasts smell this smell, they would become extremely violent and aggressive, easily attacking others. Thus, Onion Valley was a much more dangerous place than Crescent Lake. Why did they not participate in the Heroes' Assembly, but instead go to such a dangerous place? But soon after, Fang Yuan gave the reason. Long ago, I raised a wolf group in Onion Valley. After these years of nurturing, they should have developed and grown stronger. So that's it. Guguang's eyes brightened. To nurture an enslavement path Gu master, they expended a huge amount of resources. Just the amount of food they needed to feed wild beasts was a huge number. These days, Gu tribe had expended a lot to take care of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Guguang had a painful and clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path Gu masters would choose to raise them. They would choose a place with a suitable environment and raise the beasts as seeds. Once in a while, they would check on them. If the beast group grew stronger, that would be a gain. Of course, the probability of a gain was low. In most cases, the beast group would be weakened, or even completely wiped out. But even so, most enslavement path Gu masters would still choose to do this. After all, enslavement path cultivation had a huge burden on resources. How many mortal Gu masters could be like Fang Yuan, directly raising their wolf group in a blessed land? Guguang immediately understood when he heard Fang Yuan's words. So many years have passed, the connection with the Wolf King is still there, but I don't know how many wolves there are. But in this Heroes' Assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is. The more wolves we have, the more confidence we'll have. Fang Yuan's words made Guguang nod, agreeing. Supreme Elder is right, when do we set off? The sky was a deep blue, while the ground was a vast expanse of jade. The land here was especially fertile, the water plants were lush and delicious, reaching up to a person's knees. This was the famous Yution of Northern Plains, known as one of the most beautiful grasslands. Right now, there were many people here, banners fluttering in the wind. Yution's Heroes' Assembly had already been going on for half a month. In the first 7 days, all the tribes had their own voices, creating a huge commotion. But gradually, after a series of alliances, all the forces merged together. Right now, there were only two strongest forces left. One was Lu tribe's Lu and Wu, and the other was He tribe's He Lulan. Right now, the two forces were all valiant, confronting each other. In the middle of the two forces, there was a spacious battle stage. On the stage, two Northern Plains Gu masters were engaged in an intense battle, both having rank 4 cultivation. Most of the people below the stage could not take their eyes off them. Usually, there was not such a good opportunity to observe a battle between tribe leaders. Especially the two people on the stage, one righteous and one demonic, they were both famous figures, and they even had a deep grudge against each other. Water demon, hand over your life. One of the middle-aged Gu masters shouted, stomping his feet and jumping into the sky. In the air, he breathed in deeply, before opening his mouth and spitting out a basket-sized dim fire at his opponent. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's heart was filled with alarm. Blue light flashed in his eyes, as the snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture crazily poured into water wall Gu. Rise. He raised his palms, moving from bottom to top with a heavy movement, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. Following his movement, the majestic water vapor formed a blue waterfall, rising from the ground. The waterfall rushed upward and swept down in midair, forming a thick wall of water in the shape of an arch. The dim flame slowly landed on the water wall and was immediately extinguished. Huh? The spectators exclaimed in shock. Just as they were about to ridicule Water Demon for making a mountain out of a molehill, the fire seed that only had a trace of light left suddenly exploded, bam. The explosion was deafening, like a bolt of lightning. Large amounts of fire chi burst out, causing the thick water wall to explode into water vapor. The aftermath of the powerful impact formed a violent wind that quickly spread in all directions. But in the end, the impact of the storm did not affect the periphery of the arena. There were Gu masters standing around the battlefield, using their defensive Gu to form a spherical light barrier that firmly protected the battlefield. What a powerful technique! Such an intense explosion, it is already close to the effect of a rank 4 Gu worm. Obviously, this is Fire Prodigal Chai Ming's killer move. Although Water Demon sensed it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. After recovering from the shock of the explosion, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Countless gazes were focused on the arena. Even He Lulan and Lu Wenwu couldn't take their eyes off it. However, inside the sphere of light, steam was rising, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could only wait patiently. When the water vapor gradually dissipated, Chai Ming stood in the arena with his head held high, panting. He glared at the corpse at his feet and shouted, "Water Demon, you killed my father back then. Did you think this day would come?" Water Demon Hao Ji Lu vomited blood, his face filled with pain as he was stepped on by Chai Ming. "Ha ha ha, it is our victory. Lord Chai Ming is mighty." Seeing this scene, the spectators were dazed for a moment, before Lu Wenwu's side erupted into thunderous cheers. In contrast, He Lulan's side was either silent or curling their lips. "Brother Lulan, thanks for letting me win." Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat, smiling as he cupped his fists towards He Lulan, appearing graceful. He Lulan's expression was ugly, he snorted coldly and was about to say something to keep up appearances. But right at this time, swoosh, a soft sound was heard, and Chai Ming looked at his chest in shock. Suddenly, an aqueous sharp blade appeared from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and saw his father's killer, Hao Ji Lu, with his face full of blisters, looking at him in a sorry state while sneering at him. "This is the real body, then what is under my feet?" Chai Ming was extremely puzzled. Bam! Right at this time, Hao Ji Lu under his feet suddenly turned into a pool of water and dissipated. "It is Water Image Gu!" someone exclaimed. Water Image Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu to begin with, but Water Demon clearly used other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The shouts in his ears made Chai Ming understand the reason for his defeat. Despicable. He said the last words of his life, before dying on the spot with an extremely unresigned mood. "Lord Chai Ming." At once, countless people cried out in grief. "My brother." Chai tribe leader's face was filled with tears. Ha ha ha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed, not concealing his joy. He gave a thumbs up to Water Demon who was walking down the stage. "Hao Ji Lu, you did well. Come, drink this cup of wine. Many thanks for Lord's reward. Water Demon walked down the stage, the burns all over his body caused him to grimace in pain, but he still received the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Such good wine. He gave a flattering smile, passing the wine bowl to He Lulan. Although everyone looked down on his flattery, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and he also had a notorious reputation, so no one mocked or ridiculed him. He Lulan waved his hand, saying in a hoarse and rough voice, "This wine bowl is also for you. Come, Xianxia, give me a new bowl, and pour me your best wine." Following his call, a young girl as beautiful as a flower, wearing a gorgeous dress, obediently walked forward and placed a wine bowl on the table in front of He Lulan, before gracefully filling it with wine. It was Yan tribe's young miss, Lu Wenwu's fiancée. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had kidnapped her and offered her to He Lulan as a meeting gift. He Lulan could not wait to bring Xianxia along in the heroes' assembly, to attack Lu Wenwu. Lu tribe's young master, you cannot win against me. Why don't you admit defeat, and I will return your fiancé to you. He Lulan drank a mouthful of wine, wiping the wine stains on his beard. He, why should a man worry about not having a wife? Although this girl is a beauty, how can she replace the aspirations of men like us? Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the ancient saying, women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet? Since Brother Lulan likes her, then you can have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, but did not show any anger. Young Master Lu is very ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. That's right, such a person is worthy of us following. Lu tribe's side spoke up in support of Lu Wenwu. Even the girls were not moved, nor did they have any intention to refute. In northern plains, men were always superior to women, women were like clothes, brothers were like hands and feet. These were not said by others, but by Giant Sun Immortal. The descendants of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes in northern plains. The Huangjin tribes held the highest authority in northern plains, and also followed the traditions of their ancestors. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan, he was naturally not easy to deal with. His words hinted that He Lulan was lustful and had no aspirations, showing his wise image of not being infatuated with the mortal world. He Lulan snorted angrily, your Lu tribe has always been good at talking, you have a silver tongue. But so what? Come, let's send people to the arena again, let's fight. Lu Wenwu's expression changed slightly. Compared to Xianxia, this was his greatest weakness. In the previous 9 battles, he had only won 3, losing many experts. In the previous battle, the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming had lost his life. Now that He Lulan was inviting him to fight again, he had to agree. If he did not agree, it would show that he was weak. The men of northern plains looked down on weak masters the most. But if he agreed, he would definitely lose more than he won. Damn it, this black guy is purposely challenging me, he is clearly trying to weaken my upper echelon battle strength. But this is the heroes' assembly, I cannot show weakness. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. Among the people that sided with him, there were righteous path and demonic path, there was no lack of famous people. But right now, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze, they all lowered their heads or looked far away as if avoiding him. Just as Lu Wenwu was in a dilemma, a loud voice shouted from afar, "Big brother, don't worry, let me go. Third brother is here." Lu Wenwu was overjoyed. The crowd opened up a path as a person walked in, everyone turned to look at him. This person was tall and muscular, he had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, he had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his skin was as black as ink, his lush hair and beard were as white as snow, like a lion's mane. White hair and black skin, such a peculiar appearance caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, someone exclaimed in shock, revealing this person's background, this person is actually an Inkman. Rockmen, Eggmen, Hairy Men and Inkmen, they were not descendants of Renzu, but variant humans. Inkmen were recorded in. Their home was Book Mountain. In Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the literary spring, and the ink that was produced fell on the mountain rocks, forming Inkmen. Big brother, I am late. This Inkman came to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to Lu Wenwu. Not late, not late. It is good that you are here. Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder, introducing him in front of everyone. Everyone, this is my sworn brother, Emo Kwang, when I was roaming the world in my early years. Emo Kwang, young Master Lu has good eyesight, he is just a mere variant human and wants to seduce him. Never mind, let me, Viper husband, test your brother's worth. On He Lolan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out on his own initiative. Come. Viper husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Emo Kwang. Emo Kwang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage, "Die!" Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble, a formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path? Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move, the outcome was clear. Hiss. He Lulan looked at Emo Kwang on the stage with a gloomy expression. From the moment Emo Kwang appeared on the stage, he had a bad premonition. But when Emo Kwang turned Viper lover into minced meat, He Lulan's heart sank. The opponent was a rank 4 peak stage expert and was even a Chi Path Gu master. Man was the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their apertures through Hope Gu. Variant humans, since they had the word man attached to them, they naturally had spirituality that wild beasts could not compare to. But this spirituality was much smaller than a human's. Thus, very few variant humans could achieve such results in their Gu master cultivation. Most variant humans could not even awaken their apertures in their entire lives. But there were also a few lucky ones who awakened their apertures. The lucky ones among the lucky ones would be able to succeed in their cultivation. This Emo Kwang in front of everyone was such a special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu would befriend Emo Kwang. A rank 4 peak stage battle strength, even I would be willing to do it. At once, many people came to a realization. Hey, the dark-skinned fatty on the other side, are you the one who wants to oppose my big brother? Come, if you have any experts, feel free to send them over. Let me flatten all your lackeys with one palm. Emo madly patted his chest and shouted loudly. Amidst his boorishness, he seemed heroic. Dark-skinned fatty. The corners of He Lolan's eyes twitched, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Although I am fat, can I be darker than you? This dark-skinned guy is hateful. Hey Xiaoyi. He Lulan softly called out, his calm voice concealing blazing anger. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. He Xiaoyi expressionlessly replied and slowly walked forward. His gaze was cold as ice, and as he walked, his whole body surged with black light. The black light condensed into an armor, firmly wrapping around him. Then, a pale green circle of light flew above his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and floated around him, protecting him from all directions. At the same time, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces sobbed and wailed as they circled around him. When he walked onto the stage, he was already fully armed and protected himself. Everyone was in an uproar. He Lulan spoke with great grandeur, but in truth, she had sent a defensive Gu master to probe Emo Kwang's background. Ahahaha. Emo Kwang, on the other hand, is overjoyed. One look and I can tell that you're asking for a beating. Come, eat a punch from your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely pounded at He Xiaoyi. In the blink of an eye, the power of his fist turned into a solid and heavy fist chi. It flew dozens of steps and heavily bombarded He Xiaoyi's body. If it were anyone else, they would be crippled even if they didn't die from this blow. However, He Xiaoyi forcibly received this punch. His upper body swayed a few times, but his lower body did not move a single inch. Good. Seeing this, Emo Kwang became even happier. He was different from ordinary ink men, he was extremely bloodthirsty for battle. Delighted at seeing his prey, he shouted, again. Saying so, he slowly flew up, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. After pulling some distance from He Xiaoyi, he quickly punched. Fist shadows were densely packed like a rainstorm. Lumps of translucent fist chi flew towards He Xiaoyi. Bam bam bam, the fist chi struck He Shui's armor, causing thunderous explosions. However, He Shui seemed to have transformed into a huge reef, standing firm no matter how many times the waves crashed against him. The 56 flying bone shields helped him bear most of the pressure. The scattered fist chi hit the black iron-like armor, but there was no effect at all. The scattered chi was completely absorbed by the 9 ghost faces. When Emosher Kwang's indiscriminate bombardment stopped, the halo above He Shui's head emitted a pale green light, shining on the flying bone shields and repairing the cracks on the shields. Your thing, I'll return it to you. He Shui sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths and continuously spat out dozens of fist chi. Impressively, Emosher Kwang's attacks were returned intact. Emosher Kwang looked at the dozens of fist chi pouncing towards him and was dazed for a moment. He was continuously hit and smashed onto the ground. Ha ha ha, rank 4 peak stage is only SOSO. Immediately, someone started to clamor outside the arena. Young master. The person beside Lu Wenwu nervously called out, He Shui is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Troop, a rank 4 upper stage Gu master and most proficient in defense. Should we call Emosher Kwang back? No matter. Lu Wenwu was not nervous at all, instead smiling with a trace of schadenfreude as he looked at He Lulan and He Shui in the arena. My third brother's temperament is to fight as if it is his life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Hee, now, you guys just wait to watch a good show. Ha ha ha, refreshing, so refreshing. Emosher Kwang suddenly let out wild laughter and slowly climbed up from the ground. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at He Shui with a burning gaze. You are a bit interesting, worthy of me using half of my strength. Emosher Kwang seriously said. He Shui was naturally displeased. Shameless boaster, bring it on. Ha. Emosher Kwang's majestic body shook and a strong inhuman aura like that of a lion, tiger, bear, or elephant burst out, pressuring everyone's hearts. Whoosh, he fiercely jumped into the sky, his aura overflowing like a demon god as he raised his right foot. Catch! He shouted excitedly, his right foot aiming at He Shui and fiercely stomped. Whoosh, wind suddenly blew and the majestic air condensed into a huge foot. This foot was as big as a hill and faintly transparent, carrying an incomparably fierce aura as it rapidly descended. Such an attack! For a moment, not only He Shui, but also He Lulan and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Defend, use all your strength. Several rank 3 Gu masters responsible for defending and maintaining the area furiously shouted. As the huge foot stomped down, He Shui clenched his teeth and quickly controlled 56 flying bone shields to block it. But the flying bone shields could not even withstand the pressure in the blink of an eye and were completely crushed under the stomp of the huge foot. Soon after, the huge foot smashed down like a mountain peak. The pale green circle of light was instantly shattered. The 9 ghost faces desperately swallowed, but they only managed to weaken a tenth of the power before collapsing. The chaotic air currents had not even spread when they were fiercely suppressed by the huge foot. He Shui felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. After a few breaths, he was pressed down on the ground. The black iron armor that made him famous was crushed into powder by the enormous pressure. Crack crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded incessantly. Large amounts of internal blood flowed out of He Shui's 7 orifices. The enormous force was still spreading in all directions. Several defensive Gu masters put their lives on the line and barely managed to support the light barrier, preventing it from collapsing. After the smoke and dust dispersed, He Shui was like a dead dog, lying motionlessly on the ground, on his last breath. He Lulan's expression abruptly changed as he jumped up. He Shui was his direct descendant, one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army. Without him, the Black Banner Army's battle strength would be reduced by at least 20%. At the same time, this He Shui was the youngest son of a He tribe supreme elder's great-nephew and was of great importance. He Lulan had never expected this Emosher Kwang to be so strong. That attack just now could almost surpass ranks to challenge a rank 5 Gu master. He Shui could not be lost. He Lulan pointed and promptly ordered, "Men, snatch He Shui back for me." Immediately, 2 figures pounced out, both rank 3 Gu masters. Several defensive Gu masters hesitated but did not want to offend He Lulan, so they did not obstruct them and instead loosened the barrier. Young master, this He Lulan is extremely shameless, he actually wants to break the rules. Let me go as well. An elder of the Lu family roared indignantly. But Lu Wenwu chuckled, no matter, let them have a taste of my sworn brother's power. A bunch of scoundrels. Emo Kwang shouted, his eyes glaring in anger as he waved his strong right arm. His arm seemed to be dragging a 1,000 jun heavy object, giving people a feeling of slow exertion. An enormous arm made of qi rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, reaching 50 feet in length and 10 feet in width. Whoosh, for a moment, the qi arm produced a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, or like a hurricane sweeping through. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner, collapsing mountains in front of them and crushing seas in front of them. The two rank 3 Gu masters who had rushed over to help were like flies, fiercely swept away by the enormous qi arm. Soon after, the qi arm swept across the scene, causing horrified screams to resound. Countless spectating Gu masters who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste by the qi arm. He Lulan and the rest hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack. Courting death. Kill him. Since he dared to attack us, we will attack together. He Lulan and the rest dodged the attack and attacked one after another, immediately shattering the qi arm. Ha ha ha, good. Emo Kwang not only did not have a trace of fear when facing so many Gu masters, he instead became even more excited, his battle intent surging. He advanced instead of retreating, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his long beard spread out as he charged towards He Lulan and the rest. Not good, third brother is going crazy again. Lu Wenwu could no longer remain calm, waving his hand, everyone, quickly follow me to help. Lu tribe's side also entered the battlefield, the heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess, an unprecedented chaotic battle suddenly unfolding. Emo Kwang rampaged on the battlefield, while He Lulan and the rest smoothly snatched back He Xiaoyi. Chai tribe's Gu masters targeted water demon Hao Ji Lu, continuously attacking. The heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee in all directions. The scene was a mess. Oh no. This is only the heroes' assembly, we cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do? Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Hell, right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Hell. What's going on? A wolf tide is coming? So many wolves. There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and so on. There are also water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. Cries of surprise rang out, and the chaotic battle gradually came to a stop. One by one, they turned around and looked. In the sky, the vast wolf group was like a surging tide. All sorts of northern plains wolf groups gathered together and pressed forward. The dark and vigorous night wolf, the graceful wind wolf, the sturdy turtleback wolf, the snow-white water wolf, the scarlet-red vermilion flame wolf, these wolf groups advanced side by side. Each wolf group had at least tens of thousands of members. At once, the huge wolf group filled everyone's vision, causing a chill to rise in their hearts and making it hard for them to breathe. Under the escort of the wolf group, a tribe slowly moved forward. Large numbers of slug goo, black-skinned fat beetles carrying abundant resources, and lizard house goo moving their limbs. There were many flags, and among them, there was a huge flag that represented the king's tent. On the blue flag, there was a large Ge character. It's Ge tribe. In that case, this wolf group belongs to Changshanin? Didn't Changshanin fight 3 tribes in a row? Why is the scale of his wolf group so huge? Everyone had similar suspicions in their hearts. According to the information, Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get so many water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's expression was grim. Big brother. Emo Kwang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The vast wolf group in front of him made him inwardly shocked. The source of the water wolves is easy to explain. After all, Ge tribe has been stationed by Crescent Lake for a long time. The wolf groups there are the most water wolves. But who can tell me, what is going on with this 80,000 vermilion flame wolf group? Vermilion flame wolf is much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. It is the wolf species with the strongest attack among ordinary wolves. We have investigated very clearly, but how did Xianxia suddenly get such a terrifying force? Who can tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders were in their hearts. He scolded the intelligence personnel of his own clan. Let's not talk about the Vermilion Flame Wolf pack for now. Is that the largest night wolf, the Wolf Emperor? Zhong Feiyou pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In fact, when the Night Wolf Emperor appeared, it had already attracted countless gazes. It really is, the Nocturnal Wolf Emperor. The Wolf Emperor's majestic presence was unmistakable. After Bei Chaochuan identified it, he said hoarsely. The crowd was in an uproar. Wolf Emperor, this was the battle strength of a rank 5 Gu Master. Xianxia was only a rank 4 Gu Master, but he could actually control a Wolf Emperor, no matter what. He was a person who had been famous for a long time, a hero of Northern Plains, a legend who had once killed Hatu Gu and his group of bandits by himself. Damn it! His strength. How did it grow so fast? With the Wolf Emperor in his hands, he is already comparable to Ma Xun, Jiang Baoye, and Yang Poing. The vengeful Pei Yanfei clenched his fists. The huge wolf pack made him feel powerless and defeated. Seeing the pack of wolves gradually approaching, everyone's expression became solemn and fearful. The chaotic battle had completely stopped. Everyone gathered around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan, forming a formation. Next, under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan rode the white-eyes wolf with Gu Guang and the rest behind him, arriving in front of He Lulan. Wolf King Xianxia, I have long heard of your great name. He Lulan was the first to greet. He Lulan's body was swollen like a violent bear, his mouth was filled with uneven snow-white teeth that were like daggers and swords, giving people a sinister feeling. A pair of triangular eyes. They flickered with an intimidating light. This person was lustful by nature, there were rumors in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan chuckled, but glanced at Lu Wenwu who was beside him. Lu Wenwu was dressed in white, he had an elegant demeanor like a noble young master. His eyes were warm and his face was like jade. Beside him stood a 9-feet ink man with black skin and white hair. Like a door god, he was the #1 general of Northern Plains in this imperial court contest, Emosher Quang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped, Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel something amiss. The grudge between Xianxia and Chang tribe. During the Battle of Crescent Lake, Gu tribe had already spread the news. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Xianxia wanted revenge and to deal with Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. His voice was calm but it resounded in everyone's ears. I have returned to the world this time to take revenge. Coincidentally, during the Imperial Court contest, I can also experience the heroes of Northern Plains. Brother Lulan, why don't we work together? He Lulan's pupils dilated, she could not help but walk out of the crowd in joy, walking to Fang Yuan and grabbing his shoulder, laughing loudly. It is my honor to have Wolf King's help. On He tribe's side, there was an uproar, cheering could be heard. Defeated Hao Ji Lu, greets Wolf Wang de Water Demon greeted Fang Yuan anxiously. He Lulan frowned, looking over in concern. Hao Ji Lu might have made battle merits for him, but if he offended Xianxia, then he could only kill Hao Ji Lu to express his goodwill to Xianxia. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu, it's fine, just perform well in the future. Hao Ji Lu let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Wolf King is broad-minded, such magnanimity, I admire you. He Lulan laughed even louder. Hao Ji Lu was rank 4 upper stage, an absolute expert. Now that he had the best of both worlds, he was very happy. He tribe's side was overjoyed, while Lu tribe's side was extremely gloomy. Lu Wenwu had expected this, but his mood was still terrible. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can one Chang tribe compare to Xianxia? Sigh, it is a pity that things have come to this, I am powerless to turn the situation around. He sighed in his heart. Yan Chui'er was his fiancée, but he could give her up. Not only because of the tradition of men being superior to women, but also because Yan tribe was already extinct. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that were depending on him feel disappointed. He, Lu Wenwu, could not do that. Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe will join your side, what do you think? Hey Lulan, our Fang tribe will place our bet on you. Yi tribe is willing to depend on He tribe. At once, several large tribes that were wavering chose to side with He Lulan. Lu Wenwu had a strong general like Emosh or Quang by his side, but Wolf King Chang Shanin had allied with He Lulan. With such a large wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many tribesmen would die in the battlefield in the future? This way, all the tribes in the Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choice. A large portion chose to follow He Lulan, while the rest followed Lu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Lu tribe's boy, we will meet on the battlefield in the future. Brother Lulan, we will meet again. Now was not the time to fight each other. Outside Yutian, there were still countless tyrants. The two sides were on guard against each other, and after some distance, they returned to their respective camps. On the way back, Lu Wenwu summoned the elder in charge of intelligence and scolded, "Where did Chang Shanyan's wolf group come from? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly." "Yes, young master. I will do my best to make up for my mistake." The elder retreated with sweat all over his forehead. "Big brother, don't worry. No matter how many wolves he has, with me here, we can just kill that Chang Shanin." Emosher Kwang consoled in a low and muffled voice. Lu Wenwu's heart was heavy. Against an enslavement master, the best tactic was to kill the leader. But now that Chang Shanin had joined He Lulan, they would meet on the battlefield in the future. He tribe would definitely carry out strict defense. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him, but the hearts of sworn brothers could not be treated coldly. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted Emosher Kwang's shoulder. He, third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior who can easily kill the enemy leader. I naturally trust you. Big brother, you forgot that there is still second brother. As long as second brother comes out of seclusion, with us three brothers working together, no matter how big Northern Plains is, what is there to fear? Emosher Kwang laughed heartily. Second brother? Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened, the pressure in his heart reduced by half. That's right. Second brother comes out of seclusion, if we work together, Chang Shanin is not our match. But for now, let's not deal with He tribe. This is a tough bone to chew. We need to sweep the western side first, accumulate our strength and strengthen ourselves. Big brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow behind you. At the same time, in another group, He Lulan laughed loudly, ha ha ha, after today, when the news of the Yutian Heroes Assembly spreads, all the forces will have a headache. Brother Shanin, the wolves under your command will definitely make them puzzled and astonished. Fang Yuan had great strength, He Lulan had been paying attention to him for a long time. Now that he had taken the initiative to join, this He tribe leader naturally had to win over Fang Yuan. Not only did he treat Chang Shanin as an equal, after a short conversation, he also took the initiative to call Fang Yuan his brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew that it was a subtle question. He smiled lightly. To speak the truth, I did not expect to have such a huge harvest. Back then, I had raised some wolf groups in Onion Valley. To think that after these years, they had grown to such a large scale. Guguang, who was at the side, added, "That's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, we were all dumbfounded by the dense wolf groups." The truth was, after Fang Yuan entered Onion Valley alone, he opened a stargate and connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, releasing most of the wolf groups inside. When he led the wolf groups back to Gu tribe, everyone was shocked. This way, the entire Gu tribe was his witness. At the same time, he had concealed himself in Onion Valley. The evidence was irrefutable. Ha ha ha, Brother Shanyan's luck is really enviable. Raising a beast group is a helpless move, there are very few harvests. Brother, being able to have such a harvest is the will of heaven, even the heavens hope that you can return to the world. To speak the truth, ever since you disappeared, the whole of Northern Plains has been silent. The heavens have pitied us, they do not want a person like you to live in seclusion. He Lulan's words were filled with flattery, making the whole of Northern Plains seem like there was only one Chang Shanin. But Fang Yuan curled his lips at the perfect timing, smiling arrogantly. this time, I came out to take revenge, and also to meet Ma Zun, Yang Ping, Jiang Baoye, and the others. Thirdly, with the help of Imperial Court-blessed land, my cultivation can advance even further. From his words, it was as if the position of Imperial Court was already in his bag. Such arrogance, even Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was speechless inwardly. Good, this is the lofty aspiration that a Northern Plains man should have. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, before taking out a goo worm and handing it to Fang Yuan. A good goo should be given to a hero. Brother Shanin came to join me, that means you think highly of me. This rank 5 goo is my greeting gift, please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look, this was Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo, it had extremely strong defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this goo's recipe in his previous life. Rank 5 Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo's main ingredient was a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a living turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather have it as his fighting strength than sacrifice it and refine it into a goo. Fang Yuan could communicate with jewel yellow skies, and could get rank 5 goo. But this Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo coincidentally suited his enslavement path. To get this goo, he would need to spend a certain amount of time and effort, and most importantly, immortal Yuan stone. One had to know that Fang Yuan only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. Now that someone had come to him, it was for the best. Alright, then I won't be polite. Fang Yuan said as he grabbed this goo without any politeness. 12 days later. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His muscles relaxed and tensed, his mind was calm as he paid attention to the Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo in his aperture. Right now, this goo was floating on the primeval sea in his first aperture, constantly being injected with primeval essence and emitting a jade light. The light passed through the aperture and shone on Fang Yuan's skin from inside to outside. Gradually, the light dimmed. The whole Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo dissipated into specks of light and was completely destroyed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo was an expendable goo, imprinting down marks on the goo master's body, similar to the copper skin goo and iron bone goo he had used before. These days, I have been cultivating non-stop and finally refined my skin into Turtle Jade Wolf Skin. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, inspecting the skin on his arm. His skin seemed to be the normal color of flesh. But when Fang Yuan took out a dagger and fiercely slashed at his arm, the Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo's effect was immediately activated. The skin that was cut by the dagger immediately turned green, with faint turtle shell-like markings. When the dagger cut the skin, it was like hitting iron or jade, but there was a sense of flexibility. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo is rank 5, its defense is quite outstanding. Most importantly, it does not need to be activated, as long as it is attacked, it will show its defensive effect. It does not consume primeval essence and is extremely practical. Rank 5 goo were not hard to obtain for goo immortals. But for mortal goo masters, they were very rare. Many rank 5 goo masters only had one rank 5 goo. Some did not even have rank 5 goo, and could only use rank 4 goo. The moment He Lulan met, she used Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo to win over Fang Yuan. In the eyes of others, it was a huge move. Although rank 5 goo did not have a high position in Fang Yuan's heart, he could still see He Lulan's sincerity. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin is complete, next is strength path training. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, seizing every minute and tirelessly increasing his strength. He took out a strength of 10 Jun goo. This goo was like an iron weight. After being infused with quintessential essence, it floated above Fang Yuan's head. Then, it blossomed with a mysterious radiance that radiated across Fang Yuan's entire body, engraving a certain Tao pattern of strength onto his body. As time passed, Fang Yuan's strength was slowly but steadily increasing. All along, he had never stopped cultivating strength path. The 5 strength of 10 Jun goo he bought earlier had already been used up. Right now, he was using the strength of 10 Jun goo from He tribe's treasury. Up until now, Fang Yuan's body already had 60 Jun of strength accumulated in the deepest part of his body. 10 Jun was 300 Jun of strength, 60 Jun was 1,800 Jun of strength. On Earth, the Green Dragon Crescent blade only weighed 82 kilograms. Now I have already refined all my skin into Turtle Jade Wolf Skin. This way, I can bear at least 100 Jun of strength. Over 100 Jun of strength is the foundation of a rank 5 gu. Jin strength gu and Jun strength gu's recipes were created by the rank 7 gu immortal Chu Du. It was easier to refine than the traditional beast strength gu, and the cost was also lower. Thus, it was widely spread in northern plains. Fang Yuan gave up on beast shadow gu and chose Jun strength gu. Not only was it advancing with the times, it was also convenient for his future cultivation, and could even disguise his identity. But Jun strength gu still could not solve the core problem of strength path. Fang Yuan had 60 Jun of strength, but he could only display a small portion of his strength path foundation. To solve this problem, he had to rely on the all-out effort gu. All-out effort gu could freely display the gu master's strength. It was worthy of being a core strength path gu. Thus, Fang Yuan made it his vital gu in his second aperture. But this all-out effort gu was only rank 3, after reaching northern plains, it was suppressed by the region and could only be rank 2. Fang Yuan currently lacked the rank 4 all-out effort gu's recipe. As long as he could refine this gu to rank 4 in northern plains, it would be the same as obtaining a new life in northern plains. That was equivalent to obtaining a new life in northern plains, and they would no longer be suppressed by northern plains. But, it is not easy to accumulate more strength. Turtle jade wolf skin can help in bearing strength, but it is not beneficial to the development of enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I only have 1 body. In this world, there were very few things that could satisfy both sides. If he took care of strength path, he could not take care of enslavement path as well. If he wanted to take care of enslavement path, Fang Yuan should not have used turtle jade wolf skin, but another rank 5 gu called wolf totem gu. This gu was used to store wolf groups. It could be stored on his skin, and every time a wolf was stored, a wolf tattoo would appear on Fang Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path gu masters would choose the corresponding beast totem gu, and store their trump card on their body. At the crucial moment, the gu master only needed to shake their body and they could summon this trump card to fight for them. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used the rank 4 impermanence bone gu to allow his body to bear a stronger soul. But impermanence bone gu had no benefits to strength path. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to cultivate both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. It would easily cause his energy to be divided, and he would end up in a situation where he could not please both sides. The problems Fang Yuan was facing now were not just these. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, and once again gave him the pressure of death. During this period of time, he frequently entered and exited the blessed land, causing starlight firefly gu to be scarce. Crane Gate was eyeing who immortal blessed land covetously, because of fixed immortal travel, the mysterious force's attention, the problem of retrieving fixed immortal travel and Gruel Mud, who immortal blessed land's earthly calamity, the crisis of death on Danghun Mountain, as well as the mental pressure of constantly disguising as Chang Shanin and not exposing any flaws. The situation was deteriorating. He was trapped both internally and externally. But this way, I can look forward to breaking through all the obstacles and breaking out of the encirclement. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, calming his mind and walking out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, 2 rank 3 gu masters were standing like door guardians. Wolf King's identity was related to the big picture. After arriving at He tribe camp, he was tightly protected. Greetings Wolf Wangde. The 2 gu masters saw Fang Yuan coming out and immediately bowed, reporting, Lord He Lulan invites Lord to a banquet, he has important matters to discuss. After returning to He tribe camp, He Lulan had a big banquet every 3 days and a small banquet every 5 days. She had invited Fang Yuan many times, but Fang Yuan had rejected all of them with the reason of cultivation. Fang Yuan was racing against time to raise his strength. This action was in line with Chang Shanyan's prideful nature. It was not sudden. But this banquet was not ordinary. Important matters to discuss? Fang Yuan's footsteps paused, changing his attitude towards banquets. Then let's go. The cultivation secret room was built underground. Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and came to the surface. It was already night time and the stars were shining brightly. Rushing to the banquet, it was indeed the matter of the alliance blood vow. These banquets were not for He Lulan's extravagance, but to discuss with the various tribe leaders to discuss the specific alliance agreement. The heroes' assembly was only the first step. Only by truly establishing the alliance could the strength of all the tribes be united. The alliance agreement discussed all aspects, trying to guarantee the benefits of all the tribes. Fang Yuan looked at the contents and found there were no problems, so he used the poison vow gu with everyone. The poison vow gu could effectively restrict each other, it was also the foundation of mutual trust. But Fang Yuan was an exception. He had the gu recipe of breaking one's word gu. This gu was developed by a Western Desert tribe leader 200 years later. Back then in Xianxia City, Fang Yuan had broken the poison vow with Bai Ningbing. Right now, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies. To remove the poison vow, he only needed to refine the breaking one's word gu again. Inside the main tent, the lights were brightly lit, and each tribe was seated. He Lulan sat at the central seat, Fang Yuan was the first to her left, while Gu Guang stood behind Fang Yuan. This young tribe leader could not conceal his joy. In this alliance agreement, Gu tribe had gained many benefits by hugging onto the thick thigh of Fang Yuan, surpassing ordinary mid-sized tribes. After Fang Yuan were the leaders of the large-sized tribes, Wan tribe, Fang tribe, Yi tribe and others. Below them were the tribe leaders of the mid-sized tribes, and finally the leaders of the small-sized tribes, as well as rank 4 demonic path experts like Water Demon. At this point, this alliance could be considered to have formed, and was no longer a pile of loose sand like before. Ha ha ha, now we are all on the same side. According to tradition, a newly established alliance needs a victory as a sacrifice to the flag. But those traditions and conventions were all bullshit. I have already thought about it, rather than swallowing those weak forces, I might as well take in the wild wolves. He Lulan said. Soon, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he looked around, understanding that because of his participation, he had already changed history. He vaguely remembered that in the 500 years of his previous life, after He Lulan established the alliance, she immediately attacked the east side and started a bloody battle with Dongfang tribe. But this is also good, although He tribe won against Dongfang tribe, they also suffered losses. He Lulan is obviously interested in my Night Wolf Emperor, this is also normal. With the Night Wolf Emperor, even myriad beast groups can be taken in. The expansion of the wolf group is also a good thing for me personally. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he nodded to everyone, since that is the case, I will not pass on this responsibility. Everyone in the tent had no objections. The more the wolf group, the more help it would be to them, they could reduce countless casualties and preserve the tribe's strength as much as possible. Everyone understood and approved of He Lulan's reliance on Changshanin. If they did not make use of such an enslavement master, that would be a shameful waste. As for the impact of the Wolf King's increase in strength, they were not too worried. They still did not know about going against one's words gu, and were very confident in the poison vow gu's restraining effect. Since the alliance was formed, there was no need to worry about the Wolf King devouring their benefits because of his strength. Soon, after the discussion, the whole He tribe alliance started to work actively. Large and small tribes, all kinds of gu master experts started to contribute their strength to the expansion of Fang Yuan's wolf group. On the grassland shrouded in darkness, Xianxia ran with all his might. The bone-chilling cold wind blew at him. But he was sweating profusely. Faster, faster. He shouted in his heart, the primeval essence in his aperture crazily pouring into the movement gu. Hell, behind him, a group of night wolves chased after him. Because Xianxia was carrying the night wolf cub's corpse, this chase had already lasted for 5 minutes. If it was in the past, this time would pass in a blink of an eye to Xianxia. However, with the pack of 10,000 wolves in hot pursuit, Xianxia only felt that every minute and second was so long and unbearable. Here, I've finally arrived. Seeing the small valley ahead, Xianxia burst out with new strength and plunged into the valley. Rumble, nearly 20,000 night wolves were like a black flood. Their speed did not decrease as they poured into the valley. We're in, we're in. The gu masters hiding in the valley shouted in joy. Quickly reel in the net, we cannot lose anything. The rank 3 gu master leader in charge of the ambush immediately ordered. Earth wall, pile it up. A group of rank 2 gu masters worked together and activated rank 2 earth mound gu. With so many earth mound gu activated together, the narrow entrance of the valley was immediately filled with rocks and soil, forming a barrier that only the rank 3 earth wall gu had. Thus, at the same time, on the other side of the valley, dozens of Gu masters were also standing, activating rank 2 falling rock Gu. Large numbers of falling rocks rolled down, firmly sealing the entrance. This valley's entrance had been sealed long ago. Now that the entrance was gone, the night wolf group that had charged in was like a turtle in a jar. The night wolf myriad beast king found something amiss and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the valley, preparing to cross over. But at this time a vast and desolate wolf howl resounded in the sky. Fan Yuan rode on the night wolf emperor and a large number of night wolves, charging down from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes were bloodshot as they howled furiously, but due to the wolf emperor's might, they did not move forward. Clear Mind Gu, Fan Yuan willed and summoned a Clear Mind Gu. This was a rank 4 Gu worm. Once primeval essence was poured in, it immediately turned into a cool breeze. A cool breeze blew across the field. The wild night wolves that were affected by the rank 2 onion explosion Gu and became irritable were immediately awakened by the wind. The wolf emperor howled again, and the pack of wild night wolves immediately fell into chaos. Their formation began to collapse, and their fighting spirit was severely shaken. Fan Yuan let out a hearty laugh before leading the pack of wolves to charge forward. Some Gu masters had already joined the battle, entangling the wild myriad wolf king. Fan Yuan first mobilized the wolf pack to divide and devour the wild wolves, firmly controlling the overall situation. Next, he turned around and arrived in front of the wild myriad wolf king, activating the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu at the right time. In the end, he only paid the price of a few hundred night wolves to successfully subdue the myriad wolf king and the pack of nearly 20,000 wolves. After the mission was completed, these Gu masters stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, while Fan Yuan led an even larger wolf group towards the next location. There was a large pack of wild night wolves waiting for him to take them in. Good job. The rank 3 leader patted Xianxia's shoulder and gave him 500 yuan stone and a rank 3 Gu. This is the reward you deserve. Xianxia wiped the sweat off his forehead, his breathing uneven as he received these yuan stone and Gu worms. He gazed into the distance in a daze, gazing at Fan Yuan's departing figure with an envious gaze. Although I am a rank 3 Gu master and have some fame in the demonic path, but compared to the Wolf King, it is nothing. This is a true big shot. When can I ever have such an achievement? This night, Fan Yuan traveled thousands of li and subdued 70,000 wild night wolves. All the way until daybreak, when the night wolves no longer went out to hunt and returned to their dens, Fan Yuan led the wolf group back to He tribe camp in a travel-worn state. After He Lulan established the alliance, they had the advantage in numbers and had a total of 5 large camps stationed nearby. Fan Yuan's wolf group was placed in these 5 camps and was fed by specialized personnel. These days, he had subdued large numbers of night wolves. The 30,000 night wolves in his hands had now increased to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the largest force in Fan Yuan's hands. Adding the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves, and so on, the number of wolves in Fan Yuan's hands had increased to a huge 530,000. Thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor, subduing the Night Wolf group was extremely easy. After settling down the wolf group, Fan Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. As the Night Wolf group increased, the number of myriad wolf kings Fan Yuan controlled also increased by several times. Large numbers of Night Wolf myriad beast kings were a burden on his soul, causing him to feel a heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for several hours, Fan Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on the mat, continuing to cultivate Wolf Soul Gu. He activated Wolf Soul Gu, and under the Gu's power, 1,000-man soul slowly transformed into Wolfman soul. He originally had 100-man level Wolfman soul, with a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail and wolf claws. But afterwards, after using large numbers of guts Gu on Danghun Mountain, his soul expanded to 1,000-man soul, instead diluting the original Wolf Soul Gu's effect and returning to the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not obvious. After more than 2 hours, the wolf ears on Fan Yuan's human soul grew a little taller. But to Fan Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lessened by a lot. After transforming into Wolfman soul, it was even easier to control the wolf group. The wolf group would acknowledge the enslavement path Gu master from the depths of their soul, and treat them as one of their own. Unfortunately, I do not have a rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, I can only use rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. The latter's effect is obvious on 100-man soul, but at 1000-man soul, the speed is very slow. After activating it for a long time, Fang Yuan stored the Wolf Soul Gu with some regret. But rank 5 Gu were not easy to obtain. To refine rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu, one needed the complete soul of a myriad Wolf King. To refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, one needed the soul of a Wolf Emperor. Moreover, even if a refinement path master personally refined it, the success rate of refining rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu was less than 50%. Fang Yuan originally wanted to buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies, but thinking of the 2 remaining immortal Yuan Stone and the hidden mysterious force, he gave up on this plan to be safe. Although I cannot directly buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies, I have already made this request to He Lulan. He tribe is a Huangjin tribe, their supreme elders are all Gu immortals, they have extremely deep foundations. 2 to 3 days have already passed, I might as well go and ask them now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan left the secret room. After seeing He Lulan, the other party expressed that she was unable to help. Brother Shanin, to speak the truth, I have already written a request letter to the Supreme Elders. But they think that rather than giving you rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, it is better to have a living Wolf Emperor. But the Wolf Emperor cannot be casually given to you, their intention is to exchange for it with battle merits. After all, I also need to convince the masses. He Lulan was very crafty, ever since Fang Yuan made the poison vow, his attitude was not as warm as before. Moreover, these days, he had used a lot of manpower and resources to make it easier for Fang Yuan to take in the Night Wolf group, he felt that he had done enough for Fang Yuan. At the same time, Fang Yuan's wolf group had expanded to over 500,000. Even he was secretly fearful of such a huge power. Despite the restriction of the poison vow, He Lulan was subconsciously on guard. Fang Yuan nodded his head, expressing his understanding. He had also ordered Little Hu Immortal to keep an eye on Jewel Yellow Skies and try to capture any wolf emperors in northern plains. But it was a pity that beast emperors were rarely sold. These days, there was indeed a beast emperor that was sold. But it was not a wolf emperor, it was a pig emperor. Fang Yuan also heard He Lulan's tone and knew that he could not hold back anymore, he was already sharpening his blade and preparing to start an expedition. These days, Tianchuan, Mengqiu, Chaofu, and other places in northern plains were already embroiled in the flames of war. Among the popular contenders for the imperial court position, only He tribe was restraining themselves and accumulating their wolf group. Right now, their wolf group was almost done. He Lulan, who was filled with ambition, could not wait any longer. Then, which force do you want to attack first? Fang Yuan asked. He Lulan laughed heartily and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Brother's eyes are sharp, you can see it. I will not hide it from you, I want to directly attack Chaofu and eradicate Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe produces many beauties, especially that Dongfang Qingyu, she is a famous beauty in northern plains. I'm going to kill all their men and take all their women. Ahaha. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, the development of history was still the same, after going one round, it was back to Dongfang tribe. But now, with my 500,000 wolf group, it is different from my previous life. Dongfang tribe, hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. At his level, he could already influence the development of history. But so what, let history be changed beyond recognition. As long as benefits were in front of him, who cared if the sky collapsed and the earth sunk, or if the flood overflowed? Who cared if he would be condemned by the masses, or go down in infamy? The next day, all He tribe members set off, heading majestically towards Chaofu. When the news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of all forces. The situation changed drastically, Chaofu's side was facing a great enemy. Different from Yutian Heroes Assembly where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe had the greatest advantage in Chaofu Heroes Assembly, suppressing everyone and taking in a large number of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was resisting the pressure with difficulty, unwilling to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. He tribe's army arrived, attracting almost all of Dongfang tribe's attention. Zhao tribe immediately let out a sigh of relief, there were signs of shifting camp towards Dujiao. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was the rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu Master Dongfang Yuliang. He did not rest for a night. After deducing and calculating, he immediately changed his tough attitude. The alliance conditions were no longer harsh, but became extremely generous. Dongfang Yuliang personally lobbied and invited Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader was hesitant. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmity since long ago. These years, the enmity had gotten deeper. But this time, Dongfang tribe's sincerity was clear. Their conditions were also very tempting. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader put down the document in his hand with an exhausted expression. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. This 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master had white hair and a face full of wrinkles because he had been busy with the tribe's affairs for a long time. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale visit, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to invite them, causing the tribe to split into 2 factions. These 2 factions quarreled endlessly. One side wanted to join Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudge. The other side wanted to join He tribe. After all, He tribe was stronger. But could joining Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudge? Once he thought of the deep grudge between his tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader lost his confidence. And it was not appropriate to join He tribe either. Zhao tribe's headquarters was in Chaofu after all, and He tribe had already established an alliance with Yutian's powerful clans. As a tribe that joined later, it was inevitable that they would be bullied by others. How much benefits could they gain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader fell into deep conflict and hesitation. Especially these days, the tribe's higher-ups had been quarreling endlessly. On one hand, Zhao tribe leader had to face the outside world and defend against that crafty Dongfang Yuliang schemes. On the other hand, he had to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. Zhao tribe leader was already feeling deep fatigue. He sighed deeply and leaned back on the chair. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the floating dust under the sunlight. Under the bright sunlight, the dust could be seen clearly. Zhao tribe leader felt like he was one of the floating dust, confused and hesitant. He was floating in the air now, but a gust of wind might cause him to fall to the ground. And the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was a gale that was about to sweep over. Facing such a gale, what should he and his tribe do? Just as Zhao tribe leader was feeling vexed, a cry came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar voice, the Zhao family's leader immediately frowned and showed concern. He immediately asked outside, "What's going on?" The guard outside immediately answered, "Lord tribe leader, when young miss ran over, she accidentally slipped on the stairs and injured her scalp." Ah! Zhao clan's clan leader immediately stood up from his seat, his face full of heartache. "My little sweetheart, why did you fall? How much blood was shed? Quick, help her in." Although the Zhao family's patriarch had a few sons, they were all killed by Dongfang Yuliang's conspiracy. Now, he only had one daughter left. His daughter was no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was naughty by nature, but between her eyebrows, she looked very much like his ex-wife. The Zhao clan leader doted on her a lot. Soon, the door to the study room opened. The guard helped a little girl into the room. The girl's skin was like jade, and she wore embroidered clothes. Her appearance was extremely cute, but right now, she was sobbing. Her arms covered her eyes, and she was currently crying. "My little sweetheart, my little Yunyun, where did you fall?" The Zhao clan's patriarch hurriedly went over and picked up his little daughter, asking with concern. "Dad, are you blind? The wound is on the forehead." The little girl roared in her heart, but on the surface, she sat on the arm of the Zhao family's patriarch and lied in his arms. She said coquettishly, "Father, Yunyun has a headache." "Oh, oh, oh. Father, take a look. Father, take a look." The Zhao clan's patriarch gently brushed away the hair on the little girl's forehead. He immediately saw a small scratch on her scalp. It was faintly red, but it was still a distance away from breaking the skin and bleeding. But even so, the Zhao clan's patriarch was extremely distressed. He comforted his little daughter with gentle words, and coldly scolded the old grandma who rushed over. "Mother Wu, how did you do things? I told you to follow little miss closely, and watch over her at all times. Look at the wound on her forehead. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Lord Patriarch." The old grandma was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground, and her forehead was full of cold sweat. But in her heart, she was complaining incessantly. This child was the most unruly and troublesome little devil she had ever seen in her life. Usually, she was mischievous, and would disappear without a trace if she was not careful. She was extremely cunning, and made fun of an adult like her to want to die. But in front of the patriarch, she had a pitiful and obedient appearance. Her acting talent was innate. She actually couldn't find any evidence on this little devil. "Father, don't blame the grandma, it was Yun who was not careful," the little girl said softly. But in her heart, she added, "This old grandma is so annoying, following me around all day. In order to enter this study room, I purposely hurt myself. Is it easy for me?" The Zhao clan's patriarch immediately let out a long sigh, and stroked his little daughter's soft black hair. His face was full of gratification. "Daughter, you are as kind as your mother." The old grandma roared in her heart, "Patriarch, you have been deceived, your daughter is definitely a little devil," but she could only shout in her heart, because she knew that other than herself, there were very few people who were willing to believe this truth. Of course, she didn't dare to say it out loud. If she said it out loud, who knew how she would be teased and abused by the little girl in the future? "Useless thing, if it wasn't for Yun pleading for you today, you can leave." The Zhao clan's patriarch waved the old grandma away, and then looked at his little daughter with a pleasant expression. "Little darling, why did you come to play at father's place?" "Father, Yun is worried about you. I heard from others that those elders have been quarreling with father these days. Father is so annoyed that he locked himself in the study room alone." The little girl opened her big black eyes and looked at the Zhao clan's patriarch with concern. But in reality, she was shouting in her heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't come, my life would be in danger. Cheap dad, you're just too indecisive. With the current situation, why aren't you running away? What are you dilly-dallying for?" When the Zhao clan's patriarch heard his little daughter's words, his nose turned sour, and his eyes reddened. He almost cried, "Good daughter, you know how to care for father. Father didn't dote on you for nothing. But don't worry, father's body is very good, and father's mood has improved when he saw you. Cheap father, it is a matter of life and death now, and you are still so numb and optimistic, you can't do that. Forget it, for the sake of my happy life in the future, I will not hesitate to overstep my boundaries this time." The little girl roared in her heart as she waved her tender arms, saying with an unconcerned expression, "Father, Yun has thought about it, those quarreling people are all stupid. Our Zhao tribe is like a sheep, while Dongfang tribe is a wolf. Now that Yutian's fierce tiger is here, the wolf cannot defeat the tiger, so it wants to find the sheep for help. But no matter which side the sheep helps, in the end, the tiger and wolf will not let the sheep go." The little girl's words shook Zhao clan's patriarch. The onlooker sees clearly, while the person involved is confused. Sometimes, the authorities need the onlooker's words to wake them up. That's right, whether it is Dongfang tribe or He tribe, they are all asking a tiger for its skin. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of it? No, the once-a-decade natural blizzard disaster had already determined that northern plains would not have a paradise. The imperial court contest had to be fought over. As long as they could enter imperial court-blessed land, the benefits would be astonishing. But where was Zhao tribe's direction? The little girl had been observing this situation, and felt that it was about time. She immediately added, "Father, I heard that Ma tribe is very powerful and treats people well. Sheep and horses are vegetarians, while tigers and wolves eat meat. Why don't we become friends with Ma tribe?" Zhao tribe leader's body shook. That's right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had immortal ancestors and blessed lands behind them. They were super tribes with long histories and deep foundations. Ma tribe was also a Huangjin tribe, but they did not have a immortal supporting them, and were currently moving towards becoming a super tribe. The Ma family's patriarch and young patriarch were both heroes. Ma tribe would definitely welcome Zhao tribe's arrival. It was just that the journey to Tianquan was going to be a long one. "Cheap father, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly make up your mind." The little girl, who was observing her father's changing expression, was already extremely anxious. But Zhao tribe leader thought of the long journey to Tianquan to join Ma tribe. The dangers along the way caused him to sink into hesitation and hesitation. Helpless, the little girl could only add fuel to the fire. Father, let's go. Now was the best time to leave. Wolves and tigers are in a stalemate, no one can spare any effort to care about us. Zhao tribe leader's heart shook. That's right, why are we still hesitating? If we hesitate, we won't even have the best chance to escape. Be it He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are not good people. Our family wants to get a share of the battle of the imperial court, so placing a bet on them is an extremely inappropriate thing to do. Good daughter, you are absolutely right. Our Zhao tribe cannot interfere in this battle. Our family assets cannot be thrown into this whirlpool. Right, let's go now. Zhao tribe leader made up his mind. The little girl in his arms almost cried tears of joy at this moment, sighing in her heart, Father, you are finally enlightened. I didn't waste my effort to come here to persuade you. But, good daughter, did you think of all these things? Did someone teach you to say this? Who taught you that? You tell Abba. After the Zhao clan's patriarch reacted, he finally realized that something was wrong. He stared at his youngest daughter and asked. The little girl's heart skipped a beat, she hurriedly blinked her big eyes, showing an innocent expression, no one taught me. Father, Yunyun thought of all of these myself. Father works so hard every day, Yunyun doesn't want father to work so hard, so Yunyun helped father think. Saying so, she carefully asked pitifully, Father, is Yunyun thinking wrongly? Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not think that this little angel in front of him would lie to him. How old was this child, and he had watched her grow up, but she was so intelligent since young, her cultivation talent would probably not be ordinary when she grew up. Seeing his little girl afraid of being scolded, Zhao tribe leader's heart was filled with tenderness. He caressed the little girl's hair, Yunyun, it is all thanks to you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter like you. Sai, who asked me to be like this after transmigrating. In this life, friends can be chosen, but parents are destined by the heavens. On account of the fact that you've always treated me so well, of course, I have to return the favor. The little girl said so in her heart, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck, pouting and kissing her father's cheek. Father, daughter likes you the most. Zhao tribe left in the middle of the night? In the main tent, He Lulan looked at the information in his hand before throwing it on the table. In his opinion, although Zhao tribe was a large tribe, they did not have a powerful elite army, they did not even have a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged by Dong Bo Kong who was rank 4 peak stage 3 years ago. Thus, his prestige was not high, and he did not have much achievements even after leading Zhao tribe for so many years. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have paid more attention. After all, even if a rank 5 Gu master was not worthy of their name, they were not to be underestimated. But now, Zhao tribe retreated and fled in the middle of the night, causing He Lulan to feel disdain in his heart. The people of Northern Plains admired brave warriors, but what they despised the most was this kind of cowardly behavior of running away before the battle even started. Congratulations Alliance Leader, congratulations Alliance Leader, we have not even made a move and already scared away a large tribe. Dongfang Yuliang looks like he is going to explode from anger. Zhao tribe that he invited for so long actually ran away, ahaha. In my opinion, although Zhao tribe is a large tribe, it is only SOSO, they are actually so cowardly, humph. The Gu masters in the main tent spoke one after another, not minding Zhao tribe's attitude. Fang Yuan, who was sitting at the side, glanced at the information on the table. Zhao Lianyun. He had always remembered this name in his heart, the future extraordinary woman, one of Ma Hongyan's wives, a person who became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now, she was still a little girl. It seems that the famous persuasion of tigers, wolves, and sheep has already started, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. In his previous life, when Zhao Lianyun became a wisdom path Gu immortal, there were people who made biographies of him. This cultural tradition could be traced back to. This was the #1 classic of the Gu path, many Gu masters spent their entire lives to ponder over it. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals who came into contact with them, to commemorate and praise them, people would make biographies of them. In the biography of Zhao Lianyun, there was a section of content. At a very young age, Zhao Lianyun had displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. In the battle of Black Tyrant He Lulan to become the lord of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was caught between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. Just as the Zhao clan was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the tiger, wolf, and sheep as an example to persuade his father. Finally, the Zhao clan leader made up his mind to go to the Ma clan, which was thousands of miles away. In the end, not only was the Zhao clan safe, but they were also highly valued and warmly accepted by the Ma clan. The 500 years of memories from his previous life were messy, but Fang Yuan remembered these things clearly. Because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Ma Hongyun, Xinglinger, and Zhao Lianyun not only became Northern Plains Gu immortals, they were also the cornerstones of the Celestial Court's invasion. They were symbolic figures. In the 5 regions, as long as it was such a person, their biographies would be widely spread and read. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will kill them in the cradle sooner or later. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, showing a calm expression. Be it Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who were at the forefront of the 5 regions' chaotic war, they were still a long way from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had a lot of time to deal with them. But Fang Yuan had to keep Ma Hongyun alive to deal with 88-point Xinyang Tower. As for this Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her, due to his current identity and situation, he could not make a move. After all, Fang Yuan was currently acting as Chang Shanin. The great Chang Shanin, why would he place so much importance on a little girl, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the urgent matter now is to deal with Dong tribe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the main tent again. After ridiculing Zhao tribe for a while, everyone's attention was placed on their opponents in this battle. Dongfang tribe, like He tribe, was also a super tribe with deep foundations, a huge force in Northern Plains Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang was the tribe leader of this generation's Dongfang tribe. He could be said to be young and promising. Using his wisdom path cultivation, not only did he manage the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner, he even showed signs of becoming more prosperous with each passing day. Although He tribe had the advantage in military strength. But the other party was a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming. His strength could not be underestimated. The biggest threat in this battle is definitely Dongfang Yuliang. That's right, this child is young but knowledgeable. He is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, and geography. He lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. His parents left him a huge inheritance, but this brat was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't protect it, so he directly gave all of the family's assets to a powerful elder, and only kept a small portion for himself. When he was in the academy, his performance was extremely outstanding. After leaving the academy, he became that elder's confidant. Afterwards, he made many contributions and obtained the elder's recognition and recommendation. He even obtained the guidance of the tribe's Gu immortal ancestor, finally achieving his current status and strength. Everyone knew Dongfang Yuliang very well. They talked about his background one after another. Fang Yuan listened attentively. He had not experienced these things in his previous life, but now that he was in this situation, he immediately felt that this Dongfang Yuliang was not simple. He was worth paying attention to. History is vast and profound. Great waves wash away the sand. I wonder how many heroes have been washed away. Just as everyone was discussing, the focal point of everyone's discussion, Dongfang Yuliang, was also in his study, thinking about this crucial battle. Knock knock knock. There were 3 light knocks on the door. Come in, sister. Dongfang Yuliang did not need to raise his head to know who the visitor was. The door was pushed open. An extremely beautiful girl in a light yellow dress with bright eyes and clear eyebrows, graceful and gentle. Her skin was smooth as jade, her eyes like autumn water, her gentle voice was filled with concern. Brother, the jade apricot flowers we transplanted from Central Continent have bloomed. Brother, accompany sister to the courtyard to admire the flowers. Dongfang Yuliang smiled. He knew that he had been sitting in the study for a day and a night, causing his sister to be worried. She was using this excuse to let him relax. Let's go, Qingyu. The brother and sister walked out of the study, walking together to the courtyard. Right now, it was drizzling, the sky was overcast. Looking from afar, the sky and the rain merged into one, forming a dark green color. Getting closer, through the courtyard walls, they could see Dongfang tribe's countless flags and tents that were densely packed like white steamed buns. People moved between the tents, making a racket, preparing for the upcoming battle. In the courtyard, there were only Dongfang brother and sister. Separated by the rain, the noise outside the walls made the courtyard even more serene. Especially when Dongfang Yuliang saw the jade apricot flower in the small courtyard, the petals were delicate and small. After being moistened by the rain, they were smooth and glossy. The light yellow color made the two of them feel a sense of warmth in the rain. "Brother, I heard Zhao tribe left?" After a long silence, Dongfang Qingyu carefully asked. "Don't worry, sister, brother has already expected this." Dongfang Yuliang smiled, lightly squeezing his sister's hand. Dongfang Qingyu raised her head slightly and saw her brother in the rain. He was dressed in white, and his face was like jade. His eyes were deep, and he exuded an aura of a strategist. He was calm and poised. Dongfang Yuliang continued, "The reason why I invited Zhao tribe is because I want to gather all the strength I can. Zhao tribe leaving is not a big deal. With the strength I have now, I still have the ability to defeat He tribe army." Dongfang Qingyu's worry dissipated by half. Nothing can escape brother's deduction. But the opponent this time is not simple. Not only is there He Lulan, I also heard that the hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Chang Shanin, has also joined him. Brother, you have to be careful. He, sister, are you still worried about your brother? But Dongfang Yuliang comforted his sister in a warm voice, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Back then, when we were adventuring, we got to know He Lulan. This person had evil intentions towards you and was taught a good lesson by Big Brother. But now, it seems that this person is still unwilling to give up. This time, brother will give him an unforgettable lesson. As for Chang Shanin, brother has already dealt with him. Big Brother has already expected this. Little sister, you can rest in peace. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you are bedridden, brother will only be distracted." Dongfang Qingyu nodded lightly, she was completely at ease. Since young, brother had been taking care of her, caring for her, and thinking for her. She was like a young flower, sheltered by the big tree that was her brother. For so many years, she and brother had gone through many trials and tribulations together. This time, they would definitely be able to get through it safely. "That's because you've always been so calm and collected since you were young. But, if only I was not seriously ill, if only I had the aptitude to cultivate as a Gu master, how good would that be?" Dongfang Qingyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The brother and sister quietly stood together, looking at the apricot flower in front of him. "Sister, the rain is heavy, standing for a long time is not good for your body, you should go back to your room and rest." After a while, Dongfang Yuliang said. Brother, don't overwork yourself." Dongfang Qingyu obediently agreed. Looking at his sister's departing figure, disappearing around the corner, Dongfang Yuliang no longer concealed his expression, he frowned and showed a worried expression. This battle was not as easy as he said. One He Lulan is not easy to deal with, now there is another Chang Shanin. 500,000 wolves, truly worthy of being an enslavement pathmaster, just this person alone can change the situation, allowing He tribe, which originally only had a slight advantage, to take a huge lead over our main tribe. In the upcoming battle, we need to first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be extremely slim. I cannot lose. Gu Immortal Ancestor finally agreed, if I complete this secret mission, he will personally resolve the source of my sister's illness. For my sister, I must become the Lord of the Imperial Court and enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. Before that, anyone who dares to block my path will have to be prepared to die. So, Wolf King Chang Shanin, you can die in this rainy night before the battle. Dongfang Yuliang raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a cold expression. The weight-like strength of Tenjun Gu quietly floated above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his whole body covered in the radiance of the strength of Tenjun Gu. A long while later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the radiance slowly faded. The strength of Tenjun Gu was only half its original size. I can use it 2 more times. Fang Yuan estimated. strength of 10 Jun Gu was an expendable Gu. After using it, he would have 70 Jun of strength. With such a foundation, it was reasonable for a rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu master to have it. But all-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2. If this matter was not resolved, there would be no possibility of a qualitative change in his strength path cultivation. It could be said that within a short period of time, his strength path battle strength could not be taken out. Next, he checked the first aperture and second aperture. The vital Gu in the first aperture was spring-autumn cicada. It was still concealed, sleeping and recuperating. 90% of the crystalline purple primeval sea was sparkling, reflecting the purple color of the crystal wall of the rank 5 peak stage. In the sky above the sea, wolf smoke Gu was like a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf. On the sea, the repaired battle bone wheel was floating, as well as the pure white willow leaf like snow wash Gu. Rank 5 clues and clues Gu was swimming like a cuttlefish, playing with wolf swallow Gu from time to time. And at the bottom of the primeval sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu, strength of 10 Jun Gu, as well as some wolf soul Gu. At the same time, there were the most important Stargate Gu for Feng Yuan, moving perspective cup Gu, east window Gu, burial soul Gu, and immediate success Gu. As for wolf howl Gu, wolf care Gu, eagle rise Gu, wolf sprint Gu, and breath concealment Gu, they were all stored in different parts of his body. As the days Feng Yuan spent in northern plains increased, his body gradually adapted to the environment of northern plains. The first aperture's cultivation in northern plains had already reached rank 5 middle stage. But Feng Yuan had been using breath concealment Gu, suppressing his aura to rank 4 peak stage. Inside the second aperture, it was a different scene. The 4 sides of the crystal wall shone brightly on the aperture. 90% of the true gold primeval sea rippled with light. After these days of cultivation, Feng Yuan's second aperture also advanced from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. Other than that, there was the rank 3 strength Qi Gu that could turn beast phantom into condensed Qi flow. The more injured the body, the stronger the rank 4 bitter strength Gu. Rank 4 charging crash Gu, rank 3 Tisada flower and primeval elder Gu. Rank 4 expend strength Gu and rank 3 self-reliance Gu with healing effects. As for the other Vajra furious gaze Gu, gold Gu, crow 7 Gu, blood skull Gu, bone flesh unity Gu, yin-yang rotation Gu and others, they could not be used at the moment, thus they were left in Hu immortal blessed land. Because after coming out of Langya blessed land, Feng Yuan immediately appeared in northern plains, thus he had a second aperture. Northern plains was the first to recognize it. His rank 4 peak stage cultivation was not suppressed by the foreign region at all. The reason his second aperture's cultivation could progress so quickly was all thanks to those relic Gu that Feng Yuan had bought earlier. But due to the limited amount of immortal Yuan stone, he could not buy purple crystal relic Gu. Thus, his second aperture's cultivation could only rely on Feng Yuan's own strength, cultivating step by step. Rank 4 to rank 5. This is a qualitative change, the difference is huge. Tonight, I will directly advance my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage. Feng Yuan saw that there was enough time, so he continued to sit cross-legged on the cushion, deciding to advance to rank 5 realm. His second aperture's cultivation had already reached rank 4 peak stage, his foundation was sufficient. His aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but because of the land spirit of Langya's refinement. Thus, his aptitude was also at 90%. Ordinary Gu masters only needed these 2 conditions to have enough capital to advance to rank 5 realm. Normally, after failing a few times, they would succeed with enough experience. But in terms of experience, Feng Yuan had always been strong, this obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, the first and second aperture's primeval essence could be used together, there were no 2 identical leaves in the world, and the primeval essence between the same Gu masters were different. If Gu worms like bone flesh unity Gu were not used, when Gu masters instilled primeval essence into each other, it would cause the different primeval essence to clash and eventually cause the aperture to explode. However, be it the first aperture or the second aperture, both belonged to Feng Yuan alone. The primeval essence in the 2 apertures could be used by each other, their essence was completely the same. Rise. Feng Yuan muttered in his heart, and the purple crystal primeval essence in the first aperture rushed out, into the second aperture at the center of his chest. Primeval essence belonging to rank 5 peak stage had a strong effect on breaking through the rank 4 crystal wall. At dawn, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank 5 initial stage. This breakthrough to rank 5 could be said to be the easiest he had ever experienced. But because I used the first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture is also being suppressed. Fang Yuan sensed. Although there was light purple primeval essence in the second aperture. But the effect of activating it was still equivalent to the original true gold primeval essence. But after half a month, the foreign domain suppression on the second aperture will disappear. 3 months later, the first aperture will completely integrate into the environment of Northern Plains, and will no longer be suppressed. At that time, the Imperial Court contest will also be nearing its end. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, standing up and stretching his body. After a sleepless night of cultivation, he felt slightly tired and weary. He pushed open the secret room's door, and the 2 rank 3 Gu masters in front of the door immediately reacted and greeted him. One of them even told Fang Yuan a piece of good news. Wolf Wang Da's men, our Gu masters, were lucky enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. It is currently locked up in a cage, and the tribe leader has instructed that if Lord finishes your cultivation, you can go to the supply camp and subdue it. This news gave Fang Yuan an unexpected surprise. The shark fin wolf was a mutated beast, and had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Although Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in jewel yellow skies, because he could not explain it clearly, he did not release them. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side to protect him on the battlefield, Fang Yuan would no doubt be safer. After a while, Fang Yuan walked into the supply camp. Tubo greets Wolf Wang de men. A rank 3 Gu master quickly came out to welcome him. He was short and fat, and his fat face was glossy as he flattered, Wolf Wang de men, I have been waiting for a long time, I will bring you over. Under Tubo's lead. Not long after, Fang Yuan and the others saw the shark fin wolf through the wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as large as an elephant, and was lying in the cage, its whole body covered in a tough crocodile-like armor. On its back, there was a row of shark-like blue-black fins, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf's eyes were closed, and under the effect of sleeping goo, it had already lost consciousness. Congratulations, Lord, the shark fin wolf has the strongest defense among mutated wolves. With this wolf protecting you, Lord is like a tiger that has grown wings. What's even rarer is the shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, it can also swim underwater, and its battle strength is even stronger. The 2 rank 3 guarding Gu masters congratulated Fang Yuan when they saw the spirited shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the shark fin wolf in front of him. His eyes slightly narrowed as he asked indifferently, many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf, right? Tubo knew he was being asked, and immediately replied, of course. For rank 3 Gu masters were sacrificed, and at least 200 rank 2 Gu masters lost their lives. If not for Wan tribe and Fang tribe's reinforcements in time, this shark fin wolf would have escaped. Fang Yuan nodded, his eyes narrowing into slits. This shark fin wolf's body is riddled with injuries. But in my opinion, it seems to have old injuries? Yes. If not for old injuries, the investigative Gu master would not have been able to escape alive and rush back to report. It can be seen that the Wolf Wang Da's men have obtained the favor of longevity heaven. Before the great battle, I sent an injured shark fin wolf to you. Tubo fawned on him. Lucky huh? Fang Yuan mumbled, the uneasy feeling in his heart was getting stronger. He could not say for sure. Where did this uneasy feeling come from? He only felt an indescribable sense of danger. He asked a few questions, but did not sense anything wrong. The shark fin wolf was a mutated beast, and had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Because it had old injuries. Thus it was delayed and captured alive. This was all very reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan attached great importance to this feeling. He did not have this feeling when he had just transmigrated in his previous life. It was a kind of intuition that he had accumulated from his rich life experience after experiencing hundreds of years of hardships and countless near-death experiences. As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. No matter how stupid a person is, after suffering many losses, suffering many hardships, and seeing many things, they would naturally form the wisdom of survival. In fact, not only humans, even ordinary beasts had a kind of intuition and sensitivity towards the arrival of danger. Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding Gu masters, Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Here, go and subdue this mutated wolf. What surprised everyone was that Fang Yuan did not do it himself, but gave the wolf enslavement Gu to Tu Bo for me to use. Tu Bo was astonished, but my cultivation is only rank 3, less nonsense, quickly use it. Fang Yuan shouted impatiently, forcefully shoving the wolf enslavement Gu to Tu Bo. Tu Bo was helpless. He did not know what kind of strange temper a big shot like the Wolf King had, but because of Fang Yuan's might, he could only instill primeval essence. He activated it for a while, and when he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, he slowly activated the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. The wolf enslavement Gu turned into a mystical light, trembling as it landed on the shark fin wolf's body. Sigh. A woman's sigh filled with regret suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. In that instant, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with alarm. He did not even think and quickly retreated. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the depths of everyone's soul. Almost at the same time, Tu Bo suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a mournful howl, and died on the spot. The 2 rank 3 Gu master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tu Bo died. At once, they subconsciously followed behind Fang Yuan, flying backwards. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered. His body was still in the air when he stopped breathing. Soul explosion. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Wolf Wangda's knowledge is truly extraordinary. A woman's soft voice resounded in his ears, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping one another, like a black peacock suddenly spreading its tail, ruthless and sharp, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. Rank 4, multiple sword shadow Gu, clank clank clank. Suddenly, a concentrated sound rang out. Multiple sword shadows slashed at Fang Yuan's body. Like metal colliding, dazzling sparks burst out. Fang Yuan's skin had turned dark green, and if one looked closely, there were even turtle shell patterns on his skin. Rank 5, turtle jade wolf skin Gu. Female scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 Gu master saw that Fang Yuan was being attacked and immediately shouted, changing his direction. He rushed over to help. The female Gu master who sneak attacked Fang Yuan snorted coldly, but did not care, activating multiple sword shadows even more violently. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a silky long worm. The long worm was like a black thread. It ignored the surrounding sword shadows and went straight for Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an iceberg. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the rank 3 Gu master guard who had rushed over to help. Wolf Wangda's man. The rank 3 Gu master was extremely shocked. He had rushed over to protect Fang Yuan, but he had never imagined that Fang Yuan would actually grab him. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Fang Yuan pulled him to his right side, blocking between Fang Yuan and the shark-fin wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 Gu master screamed as his body twitched, his eyes rolled back and he started foaming at the mouth. The silky long worm took this chance and went into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort. He let go of the rank 3 Gu master and punched the black screen like sword shadows with his fists. The female Gu master sensed the enormous strength of this attack and chuckled. She did not fight it head-on, instead withdrawing the multiple sword shadow Gu and her body turned into a black shadow, retreating 20 steps away. The black shadow landed in the shadow of the tent. It turned into a woman. This woman was petite and exquisite, wearing black clothes and her face was covered with a black veil, only revealing a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her whole body emitted an eerie and gloomy aura. It added a demonic charm to her beauty, making it hard for people to forget her with just one glance. Junior Shadowless Sword Xianxia greets Wolf Wangda's man. The woman slightly bowed towards Fang Yuan. She was in the enemy's camp, surrounded by enemies, but she was calm and unruffled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, asking sternly, "What Gu did you just plant in me?" Xianxia chuckled, It is a strange goo worm that Junior accidentally found in some ruins during an exploration. Once it is activated, it will enter the ear and drill into the brain. As long as the person thinks quickly, this worm will rapidly expand until the brain explodes. Thus Junior named it Brain Explosion Goo. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Xianxia saluted again, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior was actually able to detect young Master Dongfeng's meticulously designed killing trap, and even avoided the majority of the soul explosion's power. This Junior really admires you very much. To be able to take Senior's life is Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Saying so, she turned into a black shadow, rapidly moving through the shadows of various buildings. It's Shadow Sword Expert. Damn it, stop her. Large numbers of goo masters rushed over after hearing the commotion, shouting and attacking the shadows in all directions. But Xianxia's black shadow had already disappeared without a trace. Did she leave, or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. Subordinate was late by a step. Please forgive me, Wolf Wangda's man. Wolf Wangda's man, are you all right? Everyone who was extremely worried quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan did not suffer any injuries, his skin and fur had been shaved off by the sword shadows, making him look rather miserable. What could happen to me? A bunch of useless trash. They didn't even know the enemy had sneaked into the supply camp. Get lost. Fang Yuan shouted in exasperation, but he was secretly happy. Who would have thought that an assassination would actually send a clue to thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance into his hands? Brain Explosion Goo. Did you really think I could not block it in time? Humph, ignorant Junior. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, this shadow sword expert Xianxia was also an important person. She was one of Ma Hongyan's wives and would become a rank 6 Goo immortal in the future. It was because of this brain explosion goo in her possession that Ma Hongyan successfully obtained an inheritance of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was just that Ma Hongyan had been evasive about what this inheritance was and what had happened, so Fang Yuan was not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this brain explosion goo. In the end, I did not succeed. Dongfeng Yuliang sighed as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with his arms behind his back. He had specially captured this shark fin wolf from the wild and paid a hefty price. Next, he tampered with the shark fin wolf's body. Fearing that the enemy would notice a flaw, he carefully chose a rank 5 soul explosion goo and planted it on the shark fin wolf's body. Finally, he sent the famous demonic path assassin Shadow Sword Expert of Northern Plains and gave her the corresponding goo worm to activate the soul explosion, instructing her again and again. He had meticulously designed this assassination plan and did not hesitate to expend a lot of energy, repeatedly calculating and deducing it 3 to 4 times, until all the flaws were completely eliminated. Be it the shark fin wolf's condition, the location and time of its appearance, or even the attitude of the goo master who discovered the shark fin wolf, he had considered all of them. But even so, he still did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Changshan sensed something amiss and ordered others to make a move. Shadow Sword Expert Xianxia saw that the situation was bad and had no choice but to activate Soul Explosion Goo. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless, it could not be detected by the naked eye. But Changshan blurted out the truth at the first moment. Although he was restricted by Xianxia's attacks and could only retreat to the edge of the Soul Explosion's range, at the crucial moment, he was extraordinarily calm and actually used his reinforcements as a shield to block most of the Soul Explosion's power. His reputation is indeed well-deserved, as expected of the Wolf King whose name shakes Northern Plains. After Dongfeng Yuliang heard Xianxia's report, the importance he placed on Feng Yuan rose by another level. The mutated wolf was right in front of him, but he could resist the temptation. An incomparably vigilant personality, accurate judgment in the face of danger, instantly recognizing the soul explosion's range, the callousness of using his own people as a shield, and the calmness of not chasing blindly after being assassinated, Wolf King. Dongfeng Yuliang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Don't worry, Dongfeng Alliance leader. Although Changshan used his own people as a shield at the crucial moment, he was still obstructed by me and was affected by the soul explosion. Especially when he was hit by my brain explosion goo. Even if this goo cannot take his life, it will greatly restrict his battle strength. It can be said that Wolf King is already crippled. In the corner of the study room, Xianxia, dressed in black, stood in the shadows, her voice cold. Brain explosion goo? Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned. This was the first time he heard of this goo. Xianxia chuckled and immediately explained the origin of this goo to him. So that's how it is. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes lit up after listening. Seemingly relieved, she thanked Xianxia. This time, thanks to Shadow Swordsman's help, I lost a good trump card. Xianxia did not speak. In fact, she also felt sorry for him. Ever since she experimented with brain explosion goo, this goo had indeed become one of her trump cards. Many of his assassinations had relied on it. He had established a miraculous achievement. But during the assassination of Cheng Shanin, the situation was urgent. She could not kill Cheng Shanin on the spot and could not retrieve it in time. Before the enemy surrounded her, she had to retreat and protect herself first. This is the reward I promised you. Dongfang Yuliang summoned a goo worm from his aperture. This goo was completely black, with a single horn and a square shell. It was the size of a fist. It gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping shadow goo. Xianxia's gaze fell on the overlapping shadow goo, revealing some fervent emotions. Although she had multiple sword shadow goo, her attacks were scattered, and when she met an opponent with deep defense, it would be very difficult for her to fight. If she had overlapping shadow goo, she could stack the multiple sword shadows together and form an extremely powerful attack. It would raise her battle strength. It could be said to be a huge improvement. But soon, Xianxia retracted her gaze and did not accept the overlapping shadow goo. From the shadows, her clear and cold voice could be heard. Her voice carried some pride. I will leave this overlapping shadow goo with Alliance Leader for now. After Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she merged into the shadows and disappeared. Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned, and could only put the overlapping shadow goo back into his aperture. This shadow swordsman is really trustworthy. No wonder she can mix in all the tribes like a fish in water, even though she is a demonic path goo cultivator. Many righteous path goo masters did not hesitate to pay a huge price to invite her to take action. It seems she is very confident in brain explosion goo. If brain explosion goo can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less problem. This is the best situation. But what if it cannot? What if brain explosion goo is successfully dealt with by Cheng Shanin? At the crucial moment, he chose to resist the soul explosion and let brain explosion goo enter his ear aperture. This means he has some confidence and methods to get rid of this problem. Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned gloomy, but Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion this time. There are more variables now. It seems I need to make another deduction. Thinking of this, he walked to the bookshelf and opened the incense burner's cover, opening the secret passage. Following the secret passage, he went deep underground. He had already planted an earth fungus king goo here. This goo was a type of goo house. The space inside was narrow, but it was enough for one person to cultivate alone. Most importantly, the earth fungus king goo had deep defense and could guarantee Dongfang Yuliang's safety. After entering the goo, Dongfang Yuliang closed the entrance. The entire earth sac fungus king goo curled up into a ball and went dozens of feet underground before stopping. The inner wall of the earth fungus king goo was soft and thick like a carpet. Dongfang Yuliang sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture and mobilized rank 5 primeval essence, pouring it into star thought goo. He started to think, if Wolf King Cheng Shanin gets rid of brain explosion goo, how should I deal with him? The moment this question appeared in his mind, under the effect of star thought goo, it condensed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and could only exist in the mind. But this thought emitted blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could even leave the mind and fly above Dongfang Yuliang's head. Dongfang Yuliang quickly thought, there are 3 ways to deal with an enslavement path goo master. The first is the king path, using an enslavement path master to deal with an enslavement path master. The second thought-emitting starlight flew out of Dongfang Yuliang's mind and collided with the first star thought. The second is the tyrannical path, using the beheading tactic, using a valiant general to charge into the enemy's formation and take his life from the army. The third star thought flew out and circled around the first star thought. The third is the deceitful path. assassinating Chang Shanin, bribing him, or using emotions to move him. The fourth star thought flew out and intertwined with the previous star thought, colliding with it. But no matter how they collided, the 4-star thoughts were still 4, there was no change. Next, Dongfang Yuliang recalled, our side's military strength, the enemy's military strength, both sides' rations, Chang Shanyan's character, motive, the information of all the Gu Master experts on our side, the information of the enemy's experts. The recent weather forecast and trend, the battlefield's geographical environment, the number of hills and lakes, the number of beast groups in the surroundings, the possibility of other forces intervening, boom. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of star thoughts were produced at the same time. Then they surged out of his mind and flew above Dongfang Yuliang's head. At once, the starlight shined brightly, Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned pale, the primeval sea level in his aperture also fell by a large amount. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. The star thoughts were of different sizes, the big ones were not bigger than his big toe, while the small ones were not smaller than his pinky finger. In this narrow space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some collided with each other. 3 or 4, or even 5 or 6 brand new star thoughts appeared. Some star thoughts fused with each other. Some of the star thoughts actually split into multiple pieces. Hundreds and thousands of star thoughts filled the entire space, they were extremely dense and revolved around Dongfang Yuliang. The primeval sea level slowly fell, Dongfang Yuliang's mind was completely focused. He manipulated these star thoughts to fuse, collide, and split. As he continued to work hard, he occasionally used other wisdom path Gu worms to assist him. The number of star thoughts gradually decreased. After 4 hours, out of the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were the size of a fist, they flickered with starlight and contained complex thoughts. When these star thoughts flew into Dongfang Yuliang's mind, Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. He successfully deduced many methods to deal with the Wolf King. These methods were organized and had a clear hierarchy. If it were a normal person, they might not be able to sort out these countless chaotic factors even after thinking for a month or 2, not to mention finding a solution from this chaotic situation. But using wisdom path methods, Dongfang Yuliang only spent 4 hours to obtain the answer. However, these answers were not the only ones. Taking out Yuan Stone to recover his primeval essence, after resting for a while, Dongfang Yuliang deduced the same problem again. This time, he only spent an hour and a half to obtain 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his mind, after reading them, he obtained some answers. These answers were very similar to the previous batch, but there were some slight differences in the details. Dongfang Yuliang let out a sigh of relief and finally stopped. After a while, relying on Yuan Stone to replenish his primeval essence, he recovered to his peak state. But deep in his soul, there was still a feeling of weakness and exhaustion that lingered and could not be dispelled. Wisdom path deductions not only expended primeval essence to activate Gu worms, but also expended the strength of the soul. The more deductions, the larger the scale of the thoughts, and the longer the deductions took, the more the soul would be expended. Weakness was normal. If the deductions were too difficult, the soul would be injured or even die. Of course, as a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master, Dongfang Yuliang, who had received pointers from a Gu immortal, naturally had a complete set of Gu worms. Rank 4, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Dongfang Yuliang's body immediately became thinner, his energy was converted by Refine Essence Spirit Gu into nourishment for his soul. His soul was greatly nourished, the feeling of weakness quickly dissipated. However, a strong sense of hunger came immediately after. After several days of continuous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds in the sky were dissipating. Grand pillars of light pierced through the gaps of the clouds and shone on the moist grassland. The sky was high and the ground was wide, the spirits were flying high. The Black Alliance army was like a flood, moving towards Chaofu. Looking ahead, people were flowing into the sky. Looking back, the dense army was like a tail, dragging out of their vision. But this was only the middle army. Besides them, there was the Vanguard Army, Logistics Army, Left Guard Army, and Right Guard Army. The Black Alliance Army was huge, it was evident. A giant twin-headed rhinoceros was covered in metal armor, it was like a small moving fortress. 16 pairs of pillar-like thick legs moved in turns, stepping on the grassland and creating a deep pit with each step. This was a rank 4 giant beast twin-headed iron rhinoceros. It was being controlled by an enslavement pathgu master. It gave off a domineering aura. On its broad back was the Black Alliance's main tent. He Lulan sat in the center of the tent. The curtains around him were pulled up, giving him a wide field of vision. He was dark and fat, his face was full of beard, he was lying on a tiger skin chair. He raised his head and gulped down the wine in his cup. Ha ha ha, look at my military appearance, what is there to fear about that Dongfang lad? He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in his chest. His laughter was filled with a savage and ruthless aura. Lord Alliance Leader is right. That Dongfang lad must have peed his pants already, right? Haha, with all the heroes here, our army will definitely sweep through the enemy with a thunderous momentum. In the main tent, several higher-ups were sitting, most of them were rank 4 experts, there were very few rank 3 peak stage Gu masters. They laughed loudly, their mood was optimistic, they all agreed with He Lulan. Only one person was sitting on the first seat on the left. He was expressionless, his eyes were closed as if he was an outsider, he was indifferent to the discussions around him. But no one was disgusted, they felt it was natural. He Lulan filled the wine cup in his hand and took the initiative to toast this person. Brother Xianxia, come, let's have a drink. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and raised the cup on the table. He gestured to He Lulan and drank the wine. Brother Xianxia, are you still thinking about the assassination a few days ago? Ha ha ha, that shadow swordsman was indeed a beauty. I've already sent people to deal with her. That Dongfang brat is despicable and shameless. He actually dared to come and assassinate us. We can't show weakness either. Once we win this battle and capture that chick alive, I'll let you deal with her. He Lulan comforted him in a rough voice. Everyone burst into laughter. With Lang Wangda's help, any defense line can be broken. Immediately, a Gu master flattered. That's right, I heard that shadow swordsman is as beautiful as a flower. It would be great to play with her on the bed. A male Gu master winked, his face showing a smile that all men could understand. What assassination could take the lives of our Lang Wangda's men? That is Dongfang brat's wishful thinking. No matter how many more assassinations there are, we have nothing to fear. The Gu master in charge of the supply camp flattered. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, looking at the person who spoke. How many more assassinations do you want? You were sneaked into the supply camp and then swaggered away. Don't you feel ashamed? The main tent suddenly quieted down. He Lulan tried to smooth things over. Sigh, Brother Xianxia, don't be angry. Before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. Let's not talk about other things. Hey tribe leader, where are the materials and Gu worms I wanted? Taking advantage of the opportunity of being assassinated, Fang Yuan flew into a rage and ruthlessly demanded a sum of shock suppression fee. A trace of displeasure flashed past He Lulan's eyes as he smiled. They were all sent to brother's tent. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Since that is the case, I will go cultivate first. Come and call me again when the battle begins. Saying so, without waiting for He Lulan's reply, he directly jumped off the twin-headed rhinoceros and left everyone's sight. Humph. He Lulan snorted and heavily slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table. He had successfully established the alliance and assumed the position of alliance leader. The authority of being above millions made him happy. Thus, he could not tolerate Fang Yuan's arrogant attitude. The people in the main tent, however, were silent. But soon, a sinister voice sounded, this Wolfwang person. I finally understand now, no wonder Chang tribe could not tolerate him back then. When the crowd heard this, although they didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with him. Chang Xianxia was arrogant, but in any organization system, the superiors were always in control of the subordinates. But the superiors would not allow the subordinates to offend them. Oh, it's cunning Lord Xianxia. He Lulan looked to the side and saw the person speaking. He pointed at the seat where Fang Yuan was sitting. Come, since Chang Xianxia has left, come and sit here. Xianxia was overjoyed. He spoke ill of Fang Yuan behind his back to express goodwill to He Lulan. He Lulan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fang Yuan's seat was closest to He Lulan. But precisely because of this seat was not for ordinary people. Sun Shirhan was known as Cunning Lord. He was a crafty and treacherous person. He was good at scheming and plotting, but he was good at making grand excuses. He knew the rules of the righteous path very well. Thus, even though others felt disdain for him, they could not do anything to him. Sun Shirhan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation, but he knew he was not qualified to sit on Feng Yuan's seat. But he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to He Lulan. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your reward, but I cannot accept a reward that I did not deserve. In this battle, I have pondered for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 strategies to offer." "Oh?" Sun Shirhan said these 23 strategies on the spot. Every word was practical. He was extremely familiar with Dongfang Alliance Army's Gu masters and experts. He had indeed put in a lot of effort to research them. At once, everyone's attention was attracted. After Sun Shirhan finished speaking, He Lulan clapped and laughed, as expected of a cunning lord. "Such a good plan." Sun Shirhan laughed proudly, continuing, "Reporting to Alliance Leader, I have just thought of another strategy. It is called showing weakness to the enemy. That Dongfang Yuliang assassinated Wolf King Chang Shanin. Wolf King was affected by soul explosion goo but did not die. Dongfang Yuliang will definitely plan again and set up many methods to deal with Wolf Wangda's men. We might as well strike later and order Wolf King to hold back. When the battle is intense and Dongfang Yuliang's methods are broken, we can call Wolf King to make a move and end the battle. What does Alliance Leader think?" Everyone heard this and some raised their eyebrows, while others remained silent. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She thought for a while before saying, "Sun Shirhan's plan is good, we will see." This answer was ambiguous, but Sun Shirhan revealed a happy smile. "Take a seat." He Lulan pointed at the seat. "Thank you, Lord, for the seat, I kowtow." Saying this, Sun Shirhan actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to He Lulan. Many of the Gu masters present showed disdainful expressions, while several old tribe leaders showed contemplative expressions. "I am Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan, and Wei Xian, greetings to Dongfang Alliance Leader." In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 men and 1 woman, greeted Dongfang Yuliang. In Dongfang Alliance Army, although there were no enslavement path masters like Feng Yuan, there were many enslavement path Gu masters nurtured by the various tribes. Among them, these 3 were the most outstanding. Dongfang Yuliang sat down and slightly nodded towards the 3 of them, getting straight to the point. "This time, I called the 3 of you here only for one matter. It is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Chang Shanin." Wolf King Chang Shanin. The 3 heard this and their expressions changed. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. This was an enslavement path master. His name had shaken Northern Plains decades ago. Now that he had resurfaced, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. His strength was not any weaker than before. He also had a night wolf beast emperor, and with He tribe's help, he controlled 500,000 wolves, affecting the entire battle situation by himself. Such an expert, how could they be his match? The 3 enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other, seeing the heaviness and fear in each other's eyes. But at this point, fear was useless. The 3 said in unison, "We will listen to Dongfang Alliance Leader's instructions." Dongfang Yuliang smiled, but changed the topic, asking about their enslavement path cultivation situation. "Enslavement path consumes the most resources. Although I have the tribe's support, my crocodile group can only be maintained at around 50,000. I am ashamed. Yi Xianming spoke first. "I believe Alliance Leader knows about my situation. I was not an enslavement path Gu master in my early years. I could be considered to have switched to it halfway. While exploring, I accidentally found a small inheritance of Blood Sea ancestor and obtained many Bladewing blood bat groups. These years, I have been accumulating enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress has been slow." Jiang Wanshan sighed. Wei Xian sighed. "In my opinion, the most difficult aspect of enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has little effect. I have worked hard for close to 20 years, cultivating almost every day, but I only have an 800-man crabman soul now." Among the 3, the oldest and the strongest was Wei Xian. Soul path, enslavement path, wisdom path, these 3 paths had deep implications. Dongfang Yuliang heard Wei Xian's words and linked it to his own cultivation, showing a very understanding expression. He slowly said, "The cultivation of the soul is indeed difficult. It requires a lot of patience to accumulate over a long period of time. Although I used the tribe's secret recipe of gold thread goo and lingqi goo, I also have 1,000-man soul foundation now." But it still took a full 10 years of precious time. When the three of them heard this, they could not help but be moved, and looked at Dongfang Yuliang with admiration. They had heard of gold thread goo and lingqi goo long ago. The former could strengthen the soul, but when the goo master used it, they would taste the extreme bitterness of the human world, and eating anything would be a kind of painful torture. In the long run, they would not be able to eat, and the goo master would become as thin as a match, extremely weak. And lingqi goo could refine the soul, removing the impurities in the soul. But during the process, the goo master would feel extreme pain, as if their skin and flesh were being cut off piece by piece. Dongfang Yuliang's talent was astonishing, but he was able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. It was a result of countless blood, tears, hard work, and sweat. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned solemn. "Everyone, do you know that my Dongfang tribe has a killer move for 3 people to attack together, called 3 Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Red, green, and black, the 3 colors intertwined in the air." The flickering light shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. He had a focused expression as he stared at the incomplete product, trying his best to stabilize the situation. Whoosh, all of a sudden an extremely sharp buzzing sound exploded. The sound wave spread in the air, forming a strong wind that flipped over the tables and chairs in the room. The vase fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The ink spilled and the paper fluttered. The 3-colored light completely dissipated, the incomplete product exploded into a pool of blue blood that splattered on the surrounding walls. Failed again. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days, he had been refining goo. This goo was called nauseating infant sob goo. It was specially used to deal with 3 Hearts Combination Soul. 3 Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow 3 goo master souls to fuse into one temporarily, and achieve a state where they could work together seamlessly regardless of offense or defense. Fang Yuan had experienced it personally these days. Some of his blurry memories became clearer. He vaguely remembered that in this battle between He Lu Lan and Dongfang Yuliang, He Lu Lan's face was filled with dirt and grime, and she only managed to win by a narrow margin. Because of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, He Lu Lan's side suffered heavy losses. Later, when Ma Hongyan rose to power, when dealing with Dongfang tribe, 3 Hearts Combination Soul caused him great trouble many times. There was even one time when he was schemed against by others and lost miserably to this killer move, being captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyan became a prisoner, and unexpectedly met Dongfang Qingyu, capturing her heart. Dongfang Qingyu not only secretly let him go, but also told Ma Hongyan the secret of this killer move. After Ma Hongyan returned safely, he worked with his wife, Xingling Er, who had already become a refinement path master, to refine nauseating infant sob goo, which was specially used to counter 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Nauseating infant sob goo was extremely effective on the battlefield. Ma Hongyan's side obtained complete victory, while Dongfang tribe suffered defeat after defeat. As the number of failures increased, 3 Hearts Combination Soul gradually disappeared from the stage of history. During the 5 regions chaotic war, the world was in chaos. 3 Hearts Combination Soul was stolen by Central Continent's goo masters and improved upon. It became popular again. Ma Hongyan directly released the nauseating infant sob goo's recipe. After the world grasped it, they could modify the original goo recipe and decipher the modified 3 Hearts Combination Soul. At this point, the 3 Hearts Combination Soul had truly lost its use and was no longer used by others. Fang Yuan had been reborn and had 500 years of memories from his previous life. He naturally knew the recipe of the nauseating infant sob goo. But the nauseating infant sob goo was a rank 4 goo. The refinement materials were not rare, but the refinement difficulty was high. With Fang Yuan's almost grandmaster refinement level talent, he tried more than 10 times and failed every time. Sighing, Fang Yuan stood up and walked to the window. This window was also destroyed by the air currents produced when the goo refinement failed. A large hole appeared in the glass-like membrane. The wind from the outside carried the scent of grass and flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan gently pressed his palm against the window and mobilized a wisp of true essence. Soon, the membrane on the window grew back and condensed again, blocking the wind outside. The walls moved like sausages, and the potholes from before were all filled up. The broken vase fragments and the blue blood stains on the ground were all absorbed. This was the convenience of the large lizard house goo. The large lizard house goo was a rank 3 goo, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house goo. The lizard house goo was already as big as a bus, and its appearance was a four-legged lizard. The lizard house goo had a passageway inside, with several rooms on both sides. The large lizard house goo was like a two-story building, 5 times the size of the lizard house goo. It had 2 floors, with more rooms and more space. It was given to Fang Yuan by He Lulan after he joined He tribe. This was where he usually cultivated and lived his daily life. Other than Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 goo masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns to change shifts, and were equipped with special investigative goo to target almost all stealthy goo masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacked again, he would be discovered by the goo masters before he could even get within 100 steps, and his whereabouts would be exposed. This was the arrangement made after Fang Yuan was assassinated. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window, and saw large numbers of goo masters and mortals nervously setting up defenses. Some were digging ditches, some were growing trees, erecting watchtowers, and some were building mud walls. The outline of a tight defensive line was gradually forming. This was already the 3rd line of defense. The terrain of northern plains was mostly flat grassland, there were no obstacles, it was a flat plain. Thus, a long time ago, when 2 forces fought in northern plains, if they lost, they could not even escape, and would be chased by the victors. If a battle was lost, it usually meant that the situation was set, and a tribe would quickly decline, or even be exterminated. But with a defensive line, it was different. Once the battle was lost, be it retreating or escaping, or hiding, or waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would play a huge role. War was a matter of life and death, and related to the rise and fall of a tribe. It was extremely dangerous and hard to predict. There was a high chance that a small accident or a mistake on one's side would lead to failure. At this time, the tribe would retreat and defend according to the defensive line. After taking a breather and stabilizing their footing, they could regroup. This was the world of goo, and individuals possessed mystical powers. It was not difficult to build a defensive line that was as long as Earth's Great Wall. People soon realized the huge benefits of such a defensive line. Thus, the battle in northern plains was not a decisive battle, where groups of riders would charge and kill, but a battle of attrition. According to reports, Dongfang tribe is already setting up the 4th defensive line. Right now, we are 3,000 li away from them. According to tradition, they will stop every 800 to 1,000 li, and set up a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled. These days, he had been cultivating in seclusion, but he kept track of the outside world's information. He was a higher-up in He tribe's alliance army, and goo masters would send him information every day. Looking at the time, tomorrow, our vanguard will come into contact with the enemy's vanguard and start fighting. But there is still some time before I make my move. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were currently overseeing the central army. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to pass on a plan to show weakness. In summary, it was to beat them at their own game, and lure out Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements in advance, and let Fang Yuan gain the upper hand by striking later. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly at this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor, and the Night Wolf group was easy to replenish, but He Lulan gave up on this cannon fodder. Of course, there were elements of targeting Dongfang Yuliang, but more of it was to suppress Wolf King Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan portrayed Chang Shanyin's arrogance to a great extent. He Lulan was unhappy because of this. The alliance army was newly established, and all the forces were competing with each other. Especially in the current situation, He tribe's side was clearly stronger, so every goo master had the intention to fight for battle merits, suppress others, and snatch more benefits. Water demon Hao Ji Lu, in order to snatch the position of the vanguard general, stood motionless in front of the main tent and blocked the entrance for 3 days, clamoring for battle. After defeating over 10 competitors, he finally got what he wanted. Cunning Gentleman started his plan, and in order to stand out, he took the initiative to side with He Lulan, and temporarily obtained the position of the Alliance Army's #1 strategist. This was internal strife. Any organization or system would have internal strife. Chang Shanin had a proud and aloof personality, and he had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. You are so strong, if you make a move, all the battle merits will basically be yours, then what are we supposed to do? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan. It was also to maintain her position and protect the system. You, Wolf King, are so strong now, I can't even eat or sleep in peace, I need to maintain balance and suppress you. Fang Yuan could see through these things and these people's thoughts. His situation was different, the contest for the imperial court was just a springboard. His ambition was huge, it was not known to outsiders. With who immortal blessed land, his need for these battle spoils was greatly reduced. Since they don't want me to make a move, then I need time to cultivate, isn't that better? What Fang Yuan lacked now were not these ordinary resources, but rare resources and a large amount of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard army and engaged in battle with the Dongfang Alliance Army's generals. Before the battle, Hao Ji Lu was extremely brave, he killed the enemy's general and 3 assistant generals. The enemy army was like a group of dragons without a leader, their morale was low. Hao Ji Lu led his army and attacked, obtaining a great victory. But in the process of pursuing them, he was ambushed by shadow sword expert Bian Xian, suffering heavy injuries. Hao Ji Lu could only stop his attacks and set up camp, recuperating as he waited for the main army to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the middle army to the front line. 5 days later, the left and right armies converged. The two sides were only a few hundred li apart, flags were erected and tents were everywhere. The battle was about to begin, the atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, activating Space Thought Goo. Space Thought Goo was a rank 5 goo, obtained from Jewel Yellow Skies. Through moving perspective cup goo, it was sent to Fang Yuan from Who Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought Goo, Fang Yuan produced translucent thoughts that were like bubbles, slowly approaching the Brain Explosion Goo in his head. Brain Explosion Goo was only a rank 4 goo. Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it on the day he obtained it. But he still kept the Brain Explosion Goo in his head. These days, Brain Explosion Goo had been sucking his brain juice, and was constantly being corroded by space thought. It was finally time for a qualitative change. In an instant, Brain Explosion Goo broke apart, turning into a lump of black light, a puff of white smoke, as well as a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his heart filled with endless joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, turning them into 2 rank 3 goo. These goo were all ordinary goo. Fang Yuan placed them aside and ignored them. The crucial point was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his head, reading the information inside. Soon, his body shook lightly, and his pupils dilated. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The creator of Soul Path, the legendary Goo Master at the peak of rank 9, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, had once commented, "The world is huge, Danghun Mountain is the best choice for soul strengthening, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for soul refinement. If you can obtain one mountain and one valley, you will definitely reach great success in Soul Path and roam the world unhindered." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were known as the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. How much help these 2 sacred lands could bring to Goo Masters, Fang Yuan had experienced it deeply ever since he gained control of Danghun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated by using the Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain. Guts Goo was the number 1 goo used to strengthen the soul. It directly increased one's foundation without any side effects and had extremely high efficiency. Ordinary Goo Masters, if they wanted to accumulate their soul to 1,000-man level, they would need around 20 years. Some geniuses, with the support of their clans and the care of their elders, could shorten the 20 years by half. As for Fang Yuan, he used the Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. Don't forget, this was under the condition that Danghun Mountain was corroded by the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo and was dying. Fang Yuan easily accumulated his soul to 1,000-man level because of Danghun Mountain. His speed was like a rocket soaring into the sky. But soul cultivation, besides strengthening the soul, also needed to refine and purify the soul. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul refinement speed was like a turtle crawling. Fang Yuan had always used wolf soul goo to refine the soul and transform it into a wolfman soul. But the wolf soul goo he used had never reached rank 5, the highest was rank 4. Rank 4 wolf soul goo's 1,000-man soul was like a bottle of ink being poured into a lake. To dye the whole lake, the rank 4 wolf soul goo's efficiency was too low. Earlier, Fang Yuan had tried to find the rank 5 wolf soul goo, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Without rank 5 wolf soul goo, there was actually another method. That was to use second watch goo or third watch goo to increase the flow of time, or directly enter the blessed land to increase his cultivation speed. Others could use this method, but Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan's first vital goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was slowly recovering with time. Before Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, it was like a blade that took his life, floating around Fang Yuan's neck. My 1,000-man soul is completely benefiting from Danghun Mountain. Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain are on par, if I can obtain it. At once, Fang Yuan even had the urge to cultivate Soul Path. If I can save Danghun Mountain and control Luopa Valley, with the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path, changing to Soul Path is a wise move. My future is even brighter than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. This is even more promising than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. According to the instructions in the thought, Luopa Valley is very far away. The most important thing now is to save Danghun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luopa Valley. With the help of enslavement and enslavement path, Fang Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. With his enslavement and strength path cultivation, Fang Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But with his current strength, he was still far from being invincible in the mortal world. Just Shadow Sword Expert was enough to make him lose face. Although he had the second aperture, dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, and rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fang Yuan was still minuscule in the situation of the Imperial Court contest. This was a whirlpool of war that affected the whole of Northern Plains. As long as one was careless, even a rank 5 Gu master would be in danger of dying. Now that I have success in enslavement path, I can influence the whole situation. But I am clearly strong in offense and weak in defense. In terms of strength path, I can't protect myself. Once people like Emosher Kwang and Bianxi Xian get close to me, it will be troublesome. I need to be cautious in the battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the impending battle, Fang Yuan's battle intent did not surge like others. Cunning Gentleman could be said to have helped him a little, allowing him to stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while refining the nauseating infant sob gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal and handled all the matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal would clear out large amounts of gruel mud from Danghun Mountain every day. She would do her best to delay Danghun Mountain's survival. The starry cloud covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, and the starlight firefly group scale had increased by 3 times. According to Little Hu Immortal's initial estimation, there were 50 to 60 more starlight firefly goo. To be able to produce so many starlight firefly goo in such a short period of time, it was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land and maintained Stargate goo for a long time, causing the starlight firefly goo's numbers to fall to rock bottom. Now that the starlight firefly goo's numbers had increased, the pressure was greatly alleviated. And in the western part of the Blessed Land, the pink rabbit was breeding in large numbers. Fang Yuan had transferred all the wolf groups from before to Northern Plains. The pressure on the pink rabbits was greatly reduced, thus the rabbit group scale increased rapidly. After Little Hu Immortal reported this situation, Fang Yuan immediately transferred most of the water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western part to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbit group scale was still increasing. To prevent a rabbit disaster, a few days ago, Little Hu Immortal had sold a large group of pink rabbits to Jewel Yellow Skies at a low price. The hairy men that Fang Yuan was most concerned about were temporarily residing in the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's homeland, but now that a group of hairy men had appeared, the two sides fought for living space, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Feng Yuan's instructions, Little Who Immortal secretly helped the hairy men to defeat a Rockman tribe, and sold the Rockman captives to Crane Gate. Crane Gate had repeatedly proposed a deal for Guts Gu, but Little Who Immortal had rejected them all. Feng Jing, as the negotiator, had requested to meet Feng Yuan several times, but was also rejected. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, Little Who Immortal had sold Gruel Mud again, and obtained the second Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's recipe. After so many days, Feng Yuan had sold all the remnant recipes related to Immortal Gu, Little Who Immortal had sold them again, and obtained 11 pieces of Immortal Yuan stone. The more the same Gu recipe was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, and the more Gu Immortals obtained it, the lower the treasure light would be. Thus, it could not be used as a long-term profit. This was like a gold mine that had already been mostly mined, and the profits would gradually decrease in the future. It was not worth looking forward to. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dongfeng Yuliang personally sent a challenge letter to He Lulan. This made He Lulan stunned. She asked, "Has Dongfeng tribe's rear army already arrived?" Cunning Gentleman's son Shirhan answered, "The enemy's rear army is 5,000 li away, they are currently constructing the 5th defense line." He Lulan smiled sinisterly, "Dongfeng tribe's military strength is lower than ours to begin with, they still dare to split up." Sun Shirhan also smiled, "Dongfeng Yuliang is playing with fire. We might as well wait for a while. When the rear army gathers, our military strength will greatly surpass the enemy. At that time, we can suppress them in one fell swoop, and kill them all." He Lulan's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He had a personal grudge with Dongfeng Yuliang. When he was young, he had traveled the world and gained experience, and had been drooling over Dongfeng Qingyu's beauty. But he was taught a lesson by Dongfeng Yuliang, and suffered greatly. Although he wanted to take revenge, he was not someone who would be easily controlled by his emotions. Even an idiot can see Dongfeng lad's intentions. He wants to fight, but I won't give him the chance. "How long until our rear army arrives?" He Lulan asked. "About 3 days," the Wang family patriarch answered. "Good. I will write a letter to challenge Dongfeng Yuliang to a battle in 4 days." He Lulan laughed loudly. After Dongfeng Yuliang received the letter, he passed it to the civil and military officials to read. The higher-ups of the Dongfeng alliance were furious. He Lulan's letter was full of nonsense and arrogance, claiming that he was merciful and gave Dongfeng Yuliang 3 more days, hoping that Dongfeng Yuliang would not let him down, and enjoy the last moments of his life. The generals all asked for permission to fight, but Dongfeng Yuliang smiled calmly, "Everyone, please calm down, this letter is within my expectations. I have calculated many times over the past few days, and have come up with a plan, please listen to me in detail." 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the decisive battle, the weather was sunny, and the sky was cloudless. The grass was knee-deep, and both sides were in formation, stretching for hundreds of miles. The banners were like a forest, the soldiers were like ants. The twin-headed rhinoceros was like a small mountain. In the main tent on its back sat He Lulan, Feng Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Feng tribe leader, Yi tribe leader and other experts. Feng Yuan's seat was naturally the first on the left. As for Cunning Lord's descendant Shirhan, he stood behind He Lulan with a loyal expression, as if he had already become He Lulan's confidant. The wind howled in his ears, causing the war banners to flutter. Feng Yuan sat calmly, looking into the distance. He saw that the other side's army was organized. The main tent was standing on a white cloud, floating in the air. Inside the main tent, Dongfeng Yuliang could be seen sitting in the center, with all the civil and military officials sitting on his left and right. In terms of aura, they were not any weaker than He Lulan's side. At this time, He Lulan's laughter resounded in Feng Yuan's ears. "Ha ha ha, today's battle is the first step for my He tribe to move unhindered in northern plains, and take the throne of the imperial court. Everyone, who wants to go up with me and challenge the first battle?" The moment he finished speaking, a group of Gu masters stood up and left their seats, shouting loudly or patting their chests, requesting to go up. He Lulan's gaze moved back and forth, landing on one of them. "Pan Ping, you will go up." Pan Ping was tall and strong, his hair alternating between red and yellow, with a silver hilt and golden edge on his waist. He was overjoyed. and was about to answer when he heard someone shouting in front of the formation, "I am Tang Miaoming. I have long heard of your Wolf King's illustrious name. I have come to experience it." Dongfang Yuliang is quite daring, actually challenging the battle first. The newcomer is Little Fox Commander Tang Miaoming, rank 4 middle stage. She actually challenged Wolf Wangda. This person definitely has a scheme. The two armies faced off. He tribe was about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Dongfang Yuliang was prepared and sent Tang Miaoming first. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path female Gu master specially nurtured by Tang tribe. She was at rank 4 middle stage, liked foxes, and had exquisite control over them, but she had never had any outstanding battle achievements. But Dongfang Yuliang sent her to challenge Wolf King. It was clear that Dongfang Yuliang had a plan to deal with Fang Yuan. Tang Miaoming was only the first part of it. Wisdom Path Gu masters were like this, they dealt with their enemies one after another. People targeted by Wisdom Path Gu masters might not feel it at the start, but when they realize it, it would be too late. Tang Miaoming's public challenge made everyone's gazes gather on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a leisurely attitude. He drank a mouthful of wine and slowly put down the wine cup in his hand, looking at He Lulan, "Alliance leader, I will accept the challenge." He Lulan laughed heartily. He was quite satisfied with the other party's action of asking him before the battle, "Let's see Brother Xianxia display his might and awe everyone." Fang Yuan slowly stood up and activated his Gu worm, shouting towards the outside, "Little girl, your courage is praiseworthy for challenging me, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late." In front of the army, Tang Miaoming's hands were covered in sweat as she tightly gripped the reins. After hearing Fang Yuan's reply, her delicate body slightly trembled as thoughts flashed in her mind. Wolf King replied. He is indeed very arrogant, as expected by Dongfang Alliance leader. Then I will act according to his plan and use words to pressure him, making him use only 100 beast group to fight against my fox group of the same size. But, what did his last sentence mean? Dongfang Yuliang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been paying attention to the situation. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path expert that he had accidentally discovered not long ago. After Dongfang Yuliang understood, he found that Tang Miaoming was extremely proficient in controlling small-scale fox groups. Her attainment in this aspect was quite deep, especially with her set of supplementary Gu worms. She could even match an enslavement path master. Dongfang Yuliang immediately thought of using Tang Miaoming to plot against Wolf King Xianxia. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. If they could humiliate him in front of everyone, it would definitely boost their morale. What was even better was that Wolf King Xianxia was very arrogant, and Tang Miaoming was only his junior and a girl. As long as she kept a low profile, he, Xianxia, would not be able to bully her in front of everyone. Xianxia, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. He, as long as you fight, Tang Miaoming will definitely give you a big surprise. Dongfang Yuliang was secretly excited, but at the same time, he was a little confused. It's getting late. What does he want to say? Not only was Dongfang Yuliang confused, but the others were also confused. But Fang Yuan's next sentence was the answer to the question. It's getting late, let's hurry up and start the battle. After that, I still want to have lunch. Come, those who want to challenge me, come on stage. Saying so, he stood in the main tent and waved his hand. Howl, 500,000 wolves howled at the same time. The huge wolf howls resounded in the sky, the majestic aura caused the wind to stop for a moment, and the crowd was shaken. Brother Xianxia, you are. He Lulan's hand shook, and the wine in her cup spilled on her pants. Don't tell me Wolf King wants to. Dongfang Yuliang's pupils shrunk, and his expression changed. Next, the 500,000 wolf group was like a tsunami, like a huge wave, grand and majestic, charging towards the enemy's army. My heavens! Wolf tide, this is a wolf tide. Xianxia is attacking directly, he sent out all his wolves. Dongfang Alliance army was in chaos, the huge aura of the charging wolf group intimidated them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive Gu worms were activated. At once, Dongfang army lit up with countless light barriers of different colors. Some only covered a single person, some covered a large area. Some wore armors, and some quickly rose up from the ground, forming mud walls. Tang Miaoming's expression was as white as paper. She was in the middle of the two armies, and as the wolf group charged, she was the first to bear the brunt. Facing the wolf tide that stretched for 1,000 li, she was like a small boat in a vast ocean, facing the devouring of a monstrous wave. Damn it, Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I only brought 1,000 beast group to challenge him. Tang Miaoming was shocked and furious. Normally speaking, when two armies fought, they would challenge each other before the battle. This had always been Northern Plains tradition. The battle between Gu Master experts was not only to raise the morale of their side after victory. Moreover, they could understand some details of the other party, and be on guard against them in the future. At the same time, the challenge was also to forge friendships. Once the battle ended, the Gu Masters of the losing side would have a way out when they surrender. But what about the challenge? The moment Fang Yuan made his move, he mobilized all his wolf group, skipping the challenge and directly pouncing over. Wolf King, are you still abiding by the rules? At once, be it friend or foe, countless people screamed and questioned in their hearts. The two armies were not far from each other. The wolf group ran like they were flying, quickly crossing this distance and starting an intense battle with Dongfang army. Quickly attack, don't stare blankly, the wolf group is pouncing over. Kill, slaughter these damned wolves. Brothers, let's attack together and fight side by side. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from the eastern army. 9 colored lights shone, rolling rocks, golden light, wooden thorns, water vapor, wind blades and so on fell into the wolf group, instantly causing huge casualties to Fang Yuan's wolf group. He tribe army, on the other hand, was still standing on the spot, blankly looking at the intense battle. Brother Shanin. In the main tent, He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled at the black fatty. Dongfang Yuliang is a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master. If we carry out the challenge, we will definitely gather more information for him and help his deduction ability. In the end, Alliance leader is a great genius, directly ordering me to attack. He Lulan's eyes opened even wider. He had ordered Fang Yuan to attack, but not to make such a big fuss. Clearly, Fang Yuan was purposely distorting his meaning, but at this crucial moment, he could not argue with Fang Yuan. Attack! Attack, attack, attack! He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned to face the front, fiercely waving his hand and shouting loudly. Alliance leader has ordered, attack! Alliance leader has ordered, attack! The orders were passed down layer by layer, the army slowly moved, hundreds of thousands of people followed behind the wolf group and charged towards the other side. Tang Miaoming relied on the fox group in her hands to change the formation, firmly protecting herself. She was worthy of being the person that Dongfang Yuliang favored. Under the attack of the wolf tide, she only relied on 1,000 beast group to change the formation and forcibly held on. Beside her, the foxes surrounded her, forming a circular formation. The formation continued to rotate smoothly, like moving clouds and flowing water, like a millstone, a reef. The wolf group outside was like the tide, attacking wave after wave, but could not break the fox group's circular formation. But Tang Miaoming did not have a trace of happiness. She was screaming crazily in her heart, damn Wolf King, he's like a madman. Damn it, although I can hold on for now, I'm trapped here, unable to move. Who can save me, who can save me, eh? Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened, her face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with panic and despair. In front of her, He tribe army slowly moved, rapidly accelerating. Under the cover of the wolf group, they launched an overwhelming attack. Tang Miaoming's mind lost control. The fox group's circular formation instantly collapsed. The twin-headed rhinoceros trampled like thunder. He Lulan looked down from above. Tang Miaoming's beauty slightly moved his heart. Who can capture this woman for me? He had just opened his mouth when Pan Ping shot out like lightning. He moved and jumped, suddenly charging to Tang Miaoming's side, attacking at lightning speed. In just a few moves, Tang Miaoming was successfully captured alive. Seeing this, He Lulan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the front. Dongfang lad. He laughed sinisterly, his eyes burning with the joy of revenge. A moment later, the two armies officially engaged in battle, and a chaotic battle unfolded. With Fang Yuan's help, this battle had just started, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Bastard! Facing the pouncing night wolf, Tang Fang roared furiously, mobilizing the primeval essence in his aperture and pouring it into the pill fire goo. Whoosh, a fist-sized fireball flew out, creating a gust of wind. This orange-red pill fire directly hit the night wolf's body. The night wolf whimpered as it was knocked to the ground, its whole body burning with flames, not moving at all. Kill. Tang Fong breathed roughly, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't charge forward. Tribe leader orders you to return quickly. But big sister has been captured alive. Tang Fong stared, unwilling to turn around. His big sister was Tang Miaoming. But third young master, you won't be able to charge forward like this, you will only be sending yourself to death. The elder hurriedly persuaded. Damn it. Tang Fong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He was a genius of Tang tribe, only 22 years old, but already had rank 3 cultivation. But in the past, the rank 3 battle strength that could control the situation was now weak and insignificant in this great battlefield. Normally, it was rare to see rank 3 battle strength, but here, one could see them with just a casual sweep of the area. Rank 3 Gu masters were already reduced to the core strength, and above them were those rank 4 Gu master experts. And above them, there were rank 5 experts. Sister, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Tang Fong calmed down and swore in his heart, retreating. Humph, you want to leave? Leave your life behind. Right at this time, a Wang tribe rank 3 Gu master pounced. It's Wang Jiang. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block him. Tang tribe's elder immediately recognized the person's identity. Wang Jiang's fiancé, Luo Yufeng, was snatched away by Tang tribe. Their hatred was very deep. Now that the battle was going on, it was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. He naturally would not let it go. Similar situations like this were not rare. With people, there would be society, and with people, there would be gratitude and grudges. Tang clan. Today, I will return the humiliation I suffered back then in double. Wang Zhang's expression was malevolent as he shouted, his whole body suddenly expanded like a black bear, fiercely charging towards Tang Fong. Tang Fong saw his ferocious momentum, and in his anger, his killing intent rose even more. Pill fire Gu, he pushed with his right palm, and an orange-red flame shot towards Wang Jiang. The flame drew an arc of light in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Before it hit its target, Wang Jiang felt a burning sensation. But he laughed sinisterly, and had no intention of dodging, directly opening his mouth. Whoa, he opened his mouth, and swallowed the pill fire. This is rank 4 swallow fire Gu. Tang Fong was shocked. Swallow fire Gu was not an offensive Gu, but a storage Gu. But when Gu masters used Gu, it depended on their will. Who said storage Gu could not be used in battle? Tang clan's Gu worms were mainly fire path Gu worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 swallow fire Gu, to deal with Tang clan one day. Wang Jiang, we are here to help you. At this time, another 2 Gu masters rushed over, both rank 3. The expressions of Tang Fong and the 2 elders of the Tang family instantly changed. Swallow fire Gu was extremely effective against them, and now that they were fighting 3 against 2, they had a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block them. Tang clan elder saw the situation was dire, and took the initiative to stand up, giving Tang Fong a chance to retreat. Tang Fong was not a wastrel, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Elder, hold on, I will bring reinforcements immediately. Chase. Wang Jiang and the other 2 naturally did not want Tang Fong to retreat safely, but they did not expect this Tang clan elder to be a defensive Gu master, and also had a rare rank 3 Gu called Slow Step. This Gu, as the name suggested, could slow down a Gu master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the other 2 were held up, and could only give up on Tang Fong, and attack the Tang clan elder with all their might. Tang clan elder was outnumbered, and although he had slow step Gu, he could not block them. First, he was hit by Wang Jiang's fist, and then a wind blade, breaking his arm. In the end, he was turned into a popsicle by a snowball and died on the spot. Clan elder. Tears welled up in Tang Fong's eyes. By the time he arrived with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this clan elder. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest, but he couldn't find his enemy for the time being. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of wolves were rampaging about. In addition, there were also fox packs, battle crabs, foxes, bats, and so on. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All sorts of attacks tore through the sky and landed on the ground. Some of them smashed the earth, some of them ignited flames, some of them spread frost, and some of them were dazzling lightning. The Goo Masters shouted and screamed, some were attacking, some were retreating, some were rescuing, some were defending with their lives. The chaotic battle of hundreds of thousands of people filled an area of several thousand li hua la la. Suddenly, a majestic blue wave that carried a monstrous momentum smashed down like a ferocious dragon. Large numbers of wolf groups and Goo Masters were engulfed by the huge wave. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, and the damp grassland formed several large puddles of water. A Goo Master laughed wildly, proudly standing at the center of the battlefield. "It's Water Demon Hao Ji Lu." Tang Feng's pupils shrunk, recognizing this person. "Retreat, this is a rank 4 upper stage expert, an old demon with a terrible reputation." Many of the surviving rank 3 Goo Masters wisely chose to retreat. Water Demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Feng, who had the most people. These rank 3 Goo Masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. "You are unlucky to have met me." Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4, Waterfall Goo, bam. In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Feng and the others. With incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Feng felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. "Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat." The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Feng behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. "Quickly leave," the elders urged, causing Tang Feng to feel stifled. "Hold on, I will find father to save you." He gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to leave in the end. He. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage, and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left, the rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently, and was about to attack again, when suddenly, a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Ji Lu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. Whoosh, with a soft sound, the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, they were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. "It's you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng." Water Demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later, Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. "Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing. Young master has ordered me to end your life here." Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng wore a green robe, floating in the air, holding the wind blade that had just flown back. Along the way, the wind blade that was left with 3 leaves slowly recovered with Wind Demon's reinforcements, returning to the power of a 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved after being sent out. Wind Demon held the wind blade as if it was a toy, demonstrating his extraordinary control over wind. "Humph, looks like you've been taught well by your master all these years. You've become arrogant." Water Demon grinned and stared at Wind Demon like a hawk. Wind Demon's expression turned gloomy. He waved his hand and shot out a 4-leaf wind blade, while his body shot straight towards Water Demon like an arrow. Come! Water Demon was not afraid. A huge wave rose under his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards the sky. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, the wind howled and the waves soared to the sky. The battle between rank 4 experts started. The surrounding goo masters quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Soon, a special battlefield was created for the two demons of wind and water. Not only the two of them, after a period of time, the rank 4 goo master experts had also found their opponents. In the chaotic battlefield, more than 10 battle circles were created. The battle circles were not fixed, but moved slowly along with the two sides. Once the higher level battle strength was fixed, the entire battlefield became clear. First, the rank 4 experts fought in pairs, creating a large battle circle. Around the large battle circle, there were many small-scale battle circles. Rank 3 goo masters were fighting with their lives. Even further away were rank 2 and rank 1 goo masters, forming into groups and cooperating with each other in battle. Fang Yuan took this chance to gather his wolf group. The two armies were in a deadlock. Usually, at this time, the side that broke the balance first would gain the initiative and accumulate the advantage. After accumulating enough advantage, it could turn into victory. Be it He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang, they knew this. Thus, their gazes landed on the elite troops in their hands. These elite troops were either 3 to 400 or 5 to 600, they had the same goo worm configuration and received the same strict training. They could instantly burst out with great strength. They were sharp weapons that could move unhindered on the battlefield. They were the trump cards of the commanders of both sides. Not every clan had the ability to form elite troops. He Lulan had 5 elite troops. In Dongfang Yuliang's hands, there were 6. Dongfang Yuliang first sent out 100 Flowers elite troops. This was Hua clan's elite troops. They were weak in attack and defense, but specialized in healing. Once this elite troop moved out, they immediately healed large numbers of the injured and stabilized the situation, giving Dongfang tribe's grassroots goo masters a huge support. He Lulan was in the main tent. Seeing this scene, she snorted and ordered Blue Butterfly elite troops to attack and kill 100 Flowers elite troops. Blue Butterfly elite troops had 500 people. After avoiding the rank 4 goo masters, they easily pierced through the thick battlefield and charged towards 100 Flowers elite troops. Just as they were about to succeed, 3 groups of elite troops charged out from the east, south and west, forming an encirclement around the Blue Butterfly elite troops. It turned out that Dongfang Yuliang had already made arrangements, using 100 Flowers elite troops as bait to set up such an ambush. He Lulan naturally did not want to see the Blue Butterfly elite troops perish. She immediately sent other elite troops to rescue them. The elite troops of both sides quickly gathered together, forming layers of encirclement. The battle fell into a deadlock again. Lord Tribe Leader, let me lead the troops and kill them all. Dongfang she could not hold back and requested to fight. Dongfang Yuliang slowly shook his head, not allowing it. Dongfang she was the commander of Dongfang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troops did not move, this Feather Arrow elite troops could only suppress the situation. Dongfang Yuliang slowly looked around the battlefield. Looking at the whole situation, he consoled Dongfang Shi, Elder Shi, don't be impatient, you are not needed at this moment. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he lightly smiled and turned to the other side, saying to the 3 enslavement path goo masters, you 3, it is time to show your strength. Hearing Dongfang Yuliang's instructions, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan and Wei Xian looked at each other and nodded, activating their goo worms together. Rank 3, Giant Spirit Heart Goo, strengthening the soul. Rank 2, Heart Sound Goo, activating the inner voice. Rank 2, Harmony Voice Goo, resonating the inner voice. Rank 3, Flying Soul Goo, soul leaving the body. Rank 3, Soul Chain Goo, linking the chains. Rank 4, Merge Soul Goo, 3 souls joining together, soul and body fusing into one. Killer move, 3 hearts combination soul, boom, with an indistinct explosion, the 3 goo masters' souls flew out of their bodies and temporarily fused into one in the air above their heads. At once, within a radius of 200 li, all the goo masters with at least 500 man soul level felt the majesty of the soul spreading and pressing down on their hearts. And those Gu masters below 500-man soul level did not sense it at all. This pressure has already reached 1,400-man soul level, as expected of 3 hearts combination soul. Fang Yuan immediately sensed it and looked towards the direction of Dongfang tribe's main tent. He was originally a 1,000-man soul, but after suffering from the soul explosion earlier, although he avoided most of the impact, he was still injured. At first, he had fallen to 800-man soul, but after recuperating, he had recovered to 900-man soul level. 900-man soul naturally could not compare to the enemy's 1,400-man soul. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Alliance army, I can't get away. Otherwise, I can enter Danghun Mountain and use Getsgu to easily heal my soul's injuries. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and mobilized the wolf group under him. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves gathered into a huge army and charged towards the enemy's main tent like a vast river. Wolf King, let us experience your great move today. Wei Xian, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan spoke at the same time. Because their souls had temporarily fused together, their every action was synchronized. Under their mobilization, large numbers of steel pincer crabs, crystal drill crabs and big air crabs swarmed out and quickly formed a sturdy defensive line in a few breaths of time. The charging wolves slammed into the defensive line like a flood crashing into a dam. The sturdy crab shell clashed fiercely against the sharp wolf fangs and claws. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros and gazed into the distance. Under his exquisite command, the entire pack of wolves charged forward in waves, and the front line formed by the crab swarm soon became precarious. This is the ninefold wave charge. Quick, support me. My crab swarm can't hold on any longer. As soon as Wei Xian had this thought, the other two sensed it. Under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, it was as if they were one person. All of their thoughts could be heard by the others at the same time. There's no need to worry. My crocodile horde is here. Yi Xuanming's expression was steely, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The other party was the famous Wolf King. Being able to exchange blows with such an existence was truly a worthwhile life. Under his control, a large number of 6-legged crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow crocodiles soon appeared on the defensive line. The defensive line that was on the verge of collapsing became somewhat indestructible with the injection of these new forces. Be it crabs or crocodiles, they are all wild beasts with outstanding defense. At the same time, under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, they are like 3 people fusing into one. Their ability to control beast groups has risen sharply, reaching the level of an enslavement master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not show any impatience after attacking for a long time without success. Since his fierce attacks could not take them down, he wisely slowed down his attacks. He did not wholeheartedly focus on controlling the beast groups, but split half of his attention to observe the whole battlefield. His enemies were not just Jiang, Wei, and Yi. As a crucial figure, he had the battle strength to influence the whole situation. It was extremely likely that he would be assassinated by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the start of the battle, Shadow Sword expert had not shown herself. It was very likely that she was secretly observing Fang Yuan, trying to find a good opportunity to assassinate him. But beside Fang Yuan stood the rank 5 Gu Master expert He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert did not show herself. Right at this time, above the wolf group, a large group of blood-red bats appeared. These bats had 4 wings that were as sharp and hard as blades. Under the attack of the bat group, the wolf group suffered a large number of casualties. The crocodile group and crab group took the chance to counterattack, pushing the front line forward by 100 steps. As expected, it is Jiang Wanshan's blade-wing blood bat group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but he was not surprised. With the help of He tribe's information, he had a good understanding of the enemy Gu Master experts. He had guessed earlier that Dongfang Yuliang did not have any enslavement master. To contend against him, he would naturally have to use 3 hearts combination soul. And the key people to use this killer move were very likely the 3 strongest enslavement Gu Masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probing, sure enough, they were Jiang Wanshan, Wei Xian, and Yi Xianming. The blade-wing blood bat group's attacks were extremely fierce. Once they joined in, they changed the direction of this small battlefield. The wolf group, which had the upper hand, retreated step by step. Meanwhile, the crocodile group and crab group took advantage of the situation to launch their assault. Mud water crab, small air crab, big air crab, steel pincer crab, crystal drill crab, six-legged crocodile, lava crocodile, rock crocodile, and plunder shadow crocodile formed a mixed army. Like an extended iron fist, they defeated the wolf group along the way and charged straight towards Hay tribe's main tent. According to common sense, it was hard for enslavement Gu masters to cooperate. The mixed beast group instead hindered each other. 1 + 1 was less than 2. But Wei, Jiang, and Yi, under 3 hearts combination soul, their souls fused as one, forming a mixed effect where 1 + 1 was more than 2. Brother Shanin. Seeing the strong attack of the mixed beast group, He Lulan's expression sank as he felt the pressure. If he let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use the Black Banner elite troop in advance. But this way, Dongfang Yuliang would still have an arrow elite troop and would not be able to restrain them. The scales of victory would gradually tilt towards the other side. Fang Yuan lowered his voice and said to He Lulan, "The other side has a blade-wing blood bat group with fierce attacks. My wolf group will not be able to fight them in the air. More importantly, the other side used 3 hearts combination soul. Their soul is at 1,000-man soul level, causing the mixed beast group to be controlled by one person. If we can break this killer move, the mixed beast group will collapse without a fight." He Lulan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. "Brother Shanin, pay more attention, I will end this battle quickly." He suddenly stretched out his thigh-thick arm, his right hand forming a claw with his palm facing upwards. Rank 5 aura suddenly rose, the primeval sea in his aperture rapidly fell as large amounts of primeval essence were instilled into the 4 Gu. Dongfang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul, my He tribe also has dark vortex. He Lulan laughed malevolently, an intense killing intent surging in his chest. Whoosh, a pitch-black undercurrent appeared out of nowhere, lightly spiraling in the air before flowing into the palm of his right hand. Next, a second, a third, a fourth, in the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents were produced one after another, converging towards He Lulan's right claw like rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless undercurrents were produced rapidly, fusing with each other and actually creating the sound of howling winds. These finger-thick undercurrents squeezed together, first forming a black speck of light. Then, as large amounts of undercurrents continued to pour in, the black speck gradually expanded, forming a black ball the size of a fist. The black ball was deep and unfathomable, as if it was condensed from the dense night sky. Even one's gaze would be sucked in, causing people to feel fear. But when He Lulan looked at the black ball in his hand, he revealed extreme excitement, as well as an insane killing intent. "Dongfang brat! Take this!" He Lulan suddenly shouted, his body suddenly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the enemy's main tent. "Die!" He Lulan let out a maniacal laugh, he flipped his right wrist, as if he was carrying 1,000 caddies of weight. He strenuously pushed the black ball in his hand towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small black ball's size crazily expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. The pitch-black giant ball seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving very quickly. It covered the radiance of the sun, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The giant ball had not even smashed down, but all the Gu master experts in the main tent felt a sense of panic, as if doomsday was approaching. They looked up at the giant ball pressing down, their bodies as heavy as lead. They wanted to retreat, but it was difficult for them to move. "Damn it, it is He tribe's killer move Dark Vortex. Retreat, retreat quickly." The Gu masters cried out, they simply could not muster up any will to resist. Despair appeared on the faces of Wei Xian and the other 2. They were under 3 hearts combination soul. To dispel this killer move, they would need at least 5 minutes. But the corners of Dongfang Yuliang's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the sky. In his vision, the black ball was getting bigger, but his expression was indifferent. "As I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting for this move of yours for a long time." He slightly raised his right leg, and lightly stepped on the white clouds below him. The originally quiet white clouds started to boil like boiling water, and in the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist rolled and formed a huge vortex. The vortex slowly moved upwards, like a giant opening its mouth, swallowing the black ball. This is? He Lulan was shocked and furious, seeing this scene. How could he not know that he had fallen into Dongfang Yuliang's trap? The latter had meticulously set up this trap, waiting for He Lulan to fall into it. Let me tell you, this is the killer move cloud vortex that I have meticulously designed for 3 years. It is specially used to deal with your dark vortex. He Lulan, you have lost, just like many years ago. Dongfang Yuliang declared the victor. Damn it. He Lulan gritted his teeth, his forehead was covered in sweat. He wanted to stop, but the cloud vortex was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Dongfang Yuliang's face became wider. He called out, Dong Pekong, Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of the goo worm, it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing his command, Shadow Sword Expert, who had been hiding for a long time, turned into a shadow and slithered on the ground, arriving at the feet of the twin-headed rhino in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, piercing through the battlefield and arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dissipated, turning into a valiant man in the air, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Flying Lightning Dong Pekong, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being a wisdom path Gu master. He had accurately deduced He Lulan's reaction. The killer move 3 Hearts combination soul was only a bait to lure He Lulan to attack. Next, Dongfang Yuliang casually revealed his trump card, a killer move specialized in restraining dark vortexes, trapping He Lulan. He Lulan was originally in the main tent, but now that he was trapped, the guards around Fang Yuan fell by a large margin. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian launched an attack and charged into the main tent, attempting to assassinate Fang Yuan again. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would tilt towards Dongfang Alliance army. To ensure the success of this decapitation tactic, He Lulan had not only arranged for Shadow Sword Expert, but also an even stronger Gu master. He was Dong Pekong, known as Flying Lightning. He was one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, a lightning path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Even in the chaotic battle earlier, he did not make a move and had been enduring until now. Only now did he reveal his true intentions and amaze the world. Protect Wolf King. Scoundrel, don't even think of succeeding. Wolf King, leave quickly. The 6 rank 3 Gu masters around the main tent jumped up and attempted to block Dong Pekong and Bien Si Xian. Scram! Dong Pekong shouted coldly, the lightning around him suddenly intensified. The 3 Gu masters in front of him were struck by the lightning and their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed, 2 died and 1 was injured. He. Bien Si Xian chuckled and turned into a black shadow, rapidly shuttling around the Gu masters blocking her like a venomous snake, and in a few moments, she was behind them. What? This speed, is this the true strength of Shadow Sword Expert? The 3 Gu masters were horrified, they turned around and could only see Bien Si Xian's graceful back. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move. Their hands and feet were all tied up with black shadows, as if they were tied up by ropes, firmly restraining them. Facing the pincer attack from Dong Pekong and the Shadow Swordsman, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Panic appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Quick, someone come and protect me." Don't worry, Wolf King. He Shui is on standby. The last person standing next to Fang Yuan was a black-robed man with a steely expression on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan. You're courting death. Dong Pekong shouted loudly. Lightning surged around his body, forming a spear that fiercely stabbed at He Shui. Bien Si Xian coldly snorted. With a light flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword shadows instantly poured out. He Shui's expression did not change in the face of the combined attack of the 2 powerhouses. He suddenly put his palms together in front of his chest and madly mobilized his true essence. Boom, in the next moment, he activated all his defenses. 56 flying bone shields flew out at the same time and blocked in front of him. An emerald green halo flew above his head and illuminated the area within 100 steps. The black light emitted a steel-like luster and formed an incomparably thick armor that covered his entire body. 9 ghostly faces of different colors let out sobs and wails as they hovered around him. At the same time, there was a dark brown oily wind blowing between the flying bone shields. Dong Pukong's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying bone shields and pierced through the dark brown oily wind, but was blocked by the black light armor. Xianxia's sword shadows bombarded the shields, shattering all 18 of them. But being obstructed by the oily wind, the sword shadows seemed to have sunk into mud and lost their momentum, no longer posing any threat. He Shui was He Lulan's right-hand man, and also one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troop. He was most proficient in defense. Dong Pukong and Xianxia faced He Shui, who was focused on defense and were actually entangled for a while, unable to break through. He Shui had suffered a crushing defeat against Mo Kwang earlier. But this did not mean that his strength was low, but rather that the opponent was too strong. In this imperial court contest, he was the #1 fierce general of Northern Plains. Now, facing the joint attack of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, he blocked left and right, and after a dozen rounds, firmly protected Feng Yuan behind him. His combination of goo worms was extremely reasonable, it focused on defense and was meticulous in consideration. Dong Pukong and Xianxia tried to break through several times, but all returned without any success. The aftermath of the intense battle stung the twin-headed rhinoceros they were riding. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain and spread its hooves, not distinguishing between friend and foe, rampaging and trampling everywhere in the battlefield. He Shui's expression became increasingly heavy. The intense battle had caused his primeval essence to be consumed at an extremely fast rate, and had already reached rock bottom. But the opponents were 2 people, and their primeval essence consumption was only half of He Shui's. He Shui was now facing a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue defending to the death, disregarding primeval essence consumption, and hope for He Lulan to return, or other reinforcements to arrive in time. But now that the twin-headed rhinoceros was running around wildly, it was already far away from its original location, and the reinforcements had to pass through the battlefield. How high was the possibility of them arriving in time? The second choice was to conserve primeval essence consumption. But this way, his defense would weaken, and the possibility of being penetrated by the enemy would increase sharply. Once his defense was broken, Feng Yuan behind him would fall into a dangerous situation. What should he choose? Hesitation flashed in He Shui's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. His defense began to gradually shrink, and he was no longer so proactive against the enemy's strong attacks. Dong Pukong and Xianxia immediately sensed the changes in He Shui, and broke through several times. It was extremely dangerous, and they almost succeeded. Even if Wolf King's identity was important and related to the overall situation, even if He Shui was appointed by He Lulan to protect Changshanin, but at this critical moment, with his own life at stake, He Lulan could not risk his life to fight. If the person behind me was Lord He Lulan, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Changshanin is an outsider, he is normally very arrogant and looks down on me. Why should I sacrifice myself for such a person? Even if Wolf King is dead, we still have the Black Flag Army, we are still evenly matched. I need to preserve my useful body and continue to serve the clan. He Shui's thoughts turned as he tried to extricate himself from the situation, and gradually felt at ease. He originally wanted to protect Feng Yuan behind him, but now he only cared about himself, and his primeval essence consumption immediately fell. This is the moment, overlapping shadow goo. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in Xianxia's eyes, and her eyes shone with brilliance as she grabbed this opportunity, activating the goo worm she borrowed from Dongfeng Yuliang. This overlapping shadow goo was a rare rank 4 goo, it was very difficult to buy in the market, and its price was not inferior to most rank 5 goo. Originally, Xianxia and Dongfeng Yuliang had an agreement that if they succeeded in assassinating Feng Yuan, this goo would be her reward. But Xianxia's assassination failed, and the brain explosion goo she planted was also dealt with by Feng Yuan. With her pride, she was naturally unwilling to accept this overlapping shadow goo. But before this battle, Dongfeng Yuliang was cautious and lent this goo to her. Overlapping shadow goo, to other people, might only be a rank 4 goo. But to Xianxia, it could sharply increase her battle strength, and was much more valuable than a rank 5 goo. Under the effect of overlapping shadow goo, Xianxia's multiple sword shadows overlapped one after another, and in a few blinks of an eye, only one sword remained of the sky full of sword shadows. This sword shadow was eerie and profound, as if it had substance, overlaying all the attacks together. Xian thrust her sword forward with astonishing effect, easily piercing through the defense like a knife cutting through tofu, and charging towards Wolf King. The defense line that had not been broken for a long time was finally broken. Seeing this, Dong Pekong let out a sigh of relief, and quickly tangled with He Shui, fighting for an opportunity for Xian. But He Shui saw that the situation was hopeless, and already had the intention to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword Expert was charging towards Xianxia, this was a good opportunity for him to retreat. How could he not grab it? Thus, he quickly retreated and jumped off the thick back of the twin-headed rhino. Dong Pekong looked at He Shui's escape in astonishment, and hesitated for a moment, feeling that he should quickly kill Wolf King, and could only let He Shui go. But when he turned around, he saw that Xian's shadow sword had already pierced into Xianxia's chest. Xian had pierced so deeply that only the hilt of the shadow sword was left, sticking to Feng Yuan's chest. And the blade of the sword was protruding out of Feng Yuan's back. Wolf King, remember, the one who killed you is Shadow Sword Expert Xian. Xian's eyes were red, and her face was filled with excitement. The famous Wolf King, whose name had spread throughout northern plains, had died in her hands. This kind of glory, this kind of glorious battle record, made her tremble with joy. Success! Dong Pekong was also overjoyed at this scene. With Wolf King's death, our army will have the upper hand. Victory is not far away. Far away, Dongfeng Yuliang, who had been observing the battle using investigative goo, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and looked at He Lulan, who was contending with the cloud whirlpool above him, and showed a calm smile. He Lulan, Xianxia has already been beheaded. If you stop now and admit defeat, I will allow you the position of general, and you will still have a chance to enter the imperial court. But to his surprise, not only did He Lulan not fly into a rage out of humiliation, she instead showed a sinister smile. Dongfeng Yuliang, open your dog eyes and take a good look. At the same time, Xian and Dong Pekong's exclamations came from the twin-headed rhino's back. Dongfeng Yuliang immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly used investigative goo to look back. He saw that Xianxia had already turned into a puddle of water, and several goo worms flew out. A water image goo was left in the water. It was almost cut into two by the shadow sword, its head and tail were only connected by a layer of skin. This water image goo belonged to water demon Hao Ji Lu. Back then, at the heroes' assembly, he had used water image goo to deceive everyone and kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before the battle, Feng Yuan had taken a liking to this method, and found He Lulan to conspire with him. To prevent this arrangement from being leaked, only the three of them knew about it. Feng Yuan's true body had not been in the main tent, but was hidden in a corner of the battlefield. He used wolf care goo to observe the battlefield and command the beast groups to fight. The conversation with He Lulan earlier was also an illusion created through a series of goo worms. Damn it, this is fake. Where's the real Xianxia? Standing on the twin-headed rhino's back, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning were patrolling the surroundings. The battlefield was in chaos. 3 out of the dozen or so rank 4 goo master battles had already decided the victor. Among them, He Tribe 1-2 and Dongfeng Tribe 1-1. Several elite troops were still entangled with each other. Because of Dongfeng Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was at a slight disadvantage in this aspect. The Wolf Group, Crocodile Group, Crab Group and Bat Group were also in a deadlock. Feng Yuan was nowhere to be seen, no one knew where he was hiding. Xian and Dong Pekong's expressions darkened even more after their search failed. Dongfeng Yuliang quickly accepted this defeat and laughed heartily. This is a bit interesting. But I had already expected this. As long as Wolf King continues to command the Wolf Group, his soul fluctuations will not be able to be concealed and he will be found sooner or later. He Lulan, your defeat is only a temporary delay. Ha ha ha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. Dongfeng lad, do you really think I am restrained by you? Saying so, his skin turned pitch black like the night. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pores all over his body. the black smoke surged and quickly shrouded his whole body. In a short moment, He Lulan turned into a human-shaped black smoke. The smoke curled up in spirals and from outside, only a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes could be seen. In Dongfang Yuliang's heart, a strong sense of foreboding arose. The thought of retreating immediately flashed across his mind. But although the cloud vortex restrained the dark vortex and restrained He Lulan. However, from another perspective, wasn't it also the dark vortex that restrained the cloud vortex? The next moment, the black smoke that He Lulan turned into entered the dark vortex. Not good. Dongfang Yuliang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was too late. The huge black ball was as big as a hill and was originally being slowly swallowed by the cloud vortex. But now, the dark vortex was shrinking again. The cloud vortex could not react in time and quickly retracted. However, in the next moment, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, it's more like an explosion than an expansion. Dongfang Yuliang was shocked. There was no sound. It was a soundless explosion. The cloud vortex only lasted for 3 breaths before it was broken by the dark vortex. The dark sphere continued to expand, like a prehistoric monster opening its mouth to devour everything, including humans and beasts. Only when the entire battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely covered did the semicircular ball of black light suddenly disappear. There were no sound waves produced by conventional explosions, nor were there any waves of air. This strange and tyrannical explosion possessed a mighty corrosive power, as well as an insidious poison that could melt everything. After the vortex dissipated, the battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely cleared, leaving only He Lulan in the air and Dongfang Yuliang in the deep pit. The others were all corroded into nothingness by the explosion of the dark vortex. He Lulan looked down at Dongfang Yuliang below him. He was gasping for breath, he was extremely exhausted and his whole body was bathed in black-red blood. But his lips curled into a crazed and sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Yuliang could think of the killer move Cloud Vortex to counter the dark vortex for you, then I can also modify the original killer move. How is it? How does the feast I prepared for you taste? This is a method that I have always kept hidden, I did not even tell my kin. He Lulan laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. At once, his aura suppressed the surroundings, even the Gu masters in battle could not help but pay attention to him. When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He tribe's Gu masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang was extremely crucial. It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies, he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move, no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the Gu worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the Gu worms died, the Gu master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Xian, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these 3 died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xian, and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the 3 of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path Gu worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. I can appoint you as the first military advisor. He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7 star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Gu. Swish swish swish, countless thoughts gushed out, starlight shined brightly. Even in the daytime, the brilliance of these star thoughts could not be concealed. A vast number of star thoughts rose into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had produced tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the sky, the starlight connected and formed a large nebula. It was grand and magnificent. He Lulan, take this. Dongfang Yuliang shouted. The star thoughts around him shot towards He Lulan like lightning. The huge scale caused the howling of the wind. The aura was extremely shocking. Humph. A trace of wariness flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were not defenseless people. Every Gu Master path, since it existed, it definitely had offensive methods. Paths without offensive methods would be eliminated, vanishing in the long river of history. Many years ago, He Lulan had fought with Dongfang Yuliang. At that time, there were only a few thousand star thoughts, but they made He Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts had astonishing speed. They directly attacked the enemy's mind. It was a different path and hard to defend against. So many star thoughts, it seems Dongfang Yuliang is really risking his life. Creating star thoughts without restraint like this is not as simple as damaging the soul or body. No matter what the result of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My current condition is not good. It is better for me to avoid it for now. He Lulan saw such a scale of star thoughts and immediately had the intention to retreat. With a whoosh, he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 steps away. But the star thought's speed was astonishing. They were as fast as lightning, chasing after He Lulan relentlessly. He Lulan snorted coldly, using healing goo while dodging. The star thoughts gathered into a large nebula, chasing after He Lulan on the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Some Gu Masters with weak wills were directly attacked by the majestic star thoughts and turned into idiots. Most of the Gu Masters felt dizzy after the star thoughts entered their minds. They could not stand stably. Only those few Gu Master experts with strong wills could use their thoughts to destroy the incoming star thoughts. But because of this, these Gu Master experts were resisting the star thoughts. The intense battle slowed down. Rank 4 Gu Masters could move unhindered on the battlefield, but Rank 5 Gu Masters could influence the entire battle once they showed their might. Dongfang Yuliang attacked with all his strength. He Lulan was suppressed. The majestic star thoughts formed into a nebula, becoming the number 1 force in the battlefield. Although star thoughts were expended quickly, Dongfang Yuliang's creation speed was also very shocking. As time passed, the nebula's size did not decrease, but instead increased slightly. In the whole battlefield, almost everyone's attention was gathered on the nebula. As the nebula rushed over, most Gu Masters chose to escape in all directions, afraid of becoming idiots. However, there was no joy on Dongfang Yuliang's face, instead it was shrouded in worry. He Lulan's movement Gu was very outstanding, star thoughts could not catch up to it. Dongfang Yuliang was well aware that the 2 most important people in He tribe army were He Lulan and Chang Shanin. Right now, He Lulan was running faster than a rabbit, while Chang Shanin was hiding in the dark, suppressing his soul and only using 10% of his strength to control the wolf group. The hope of digging him out from this chaotic battlefield was extremely slim. In that case, I will exterminate your elite troops. I want to see if you can still endure this. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with a cold light. The star thought cloud in the air suddenly turned and charged towards the elite troops. These elite troops had at least rank 2 cultivation. Among them, there were rank 3 Gu Masters who were the leaders. They had the advantage in numbers, but they were not Dongfang Yuliang's match alone. Under the special care of the star thought cloud, He tribe's blue butterfly elite troops immediately collapsed, with countless casualties. My clan's elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Yi clan leader cried out in pain. Still not coming out? Dongfang Yuliang's eyebrows slightly rose. He activated the Star Thought Cloud again and attacked the Battle Dog elite troops. The War Dog elite soldiers immediately fell to the ground. The surrounding elite soldiers seized the opportunity and besieged them. In just a few moves, the elite soldiers were killed. My Battle Dog elite troops. Wang tribe leader's body trembled with pain. To nurture such elite troops, Wang tribe had expended a lot of resources and expended a lot of energy of the current generation. But such precious battle strength was lost in one day. Still not going to save them? Dongfang Yuliang frowned deeply. After destroying 2 elite troops, his star thoughts were greatly depleted. If not for him continuously creating new star thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud would have been used up long ago. Even with the support of the killer move 7-star lights, Dongfang Yuliang still felt a strong sense of weakness. Strands of white hair began to appear on his originally dark blue hair. Go on, and kill. I want to see how long you can last with this killer move of yours. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in a corner, sneered through wolf care goo as he admired the battle. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would obtain after the battle. Anyway, as long as he won in the end, he could enter the imperial court. The battle continued. Because Dongfang Yuliang attacked with his full strength, after slaughtering 3 elite troops, Dongfang tribe's side started to gain the upper hand. Kill. Let us kill all these He tribe lackeys. Kill all the men and bring all the women into our camp. Dongfang Alliance Army's morale surged. Their attacks became fierce, pressuring He Tribe Alliance Army until they could not breathe. However, as the instigator, Dongfang Yuliang was worried. Although we are in a good position now, we have used our trump card in advance. Killer move 7-star light cannot be maintained for long. If we are not afraid of He Lulan and Chang Shanin forcing them out, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, cold light erupted in Dongfang Yuliang's eyes. His clear and bright eyes turned towards He Tribe's Central Army, where the Black Banner elite troops were stationed. This elite troop had great strength, far surpassing their peers. Up until now, this precious force had not been mobilized, suppressing the army's formation. Next, Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned towards a certain corner of the battlefield. Over there, Gu Tribe's Gu masters were gathered. Gu Guang and the rest were fighting a bloody battle. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless as he split the Star Thought Cloud into 2. One flew towards the Black Banner elite troops, while the other flew down towards Gu Tribe. Seeing the Star Thought Cloud attack, the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troops had a change of expression. Pay attention to defense. Everyone, activate Battle Thought Gu together. Under the command of the commander, all the Black Banner elite troops activated Battle Thought Gu with all their might. Battle Thought Gu, like Star Thought Gu and Space Thought Gu, it was also a Wisdom Path Gu worm. The Black Banner elite troops leaders were all equipped with rank 3 to rank 4 Battle Thought Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were originally used on the Black Banner elite troops. During the battle, Battle Thought Gu would charge into their minds, causing their battle intent to soar to the sky, making them brave and fearless. The Star Thought Cloud rushed over, and in the sky above the Black Banner elite troops, crimson thoughts rose. Although these battle thoughts were sparse, they protected the Black Banner elite troops, helping them resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He Tribe is indeed a super tribe. The quality of the elite troops they nurture is different from the elite troops of other tribes, far surpassing their peers. Seeing this, Fang Yuan praised inwardly. These Black Banner elite troops were He Tribe's trump card force that was created through the continuous accumulation and careful selection of elite Gu masters. After a large amount of training and huge investments, they were finally created. Each of them had strong willpower, and had the ability to resist the impact of thoughts. Now that they were surrounded by battle thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud's rampage was stopped for the first time. Of course, the crucial point was that Dongfang Yuliang did not use his full strength, but split the nebula into 2 and only used 1/2 to attack the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army's astonishing performance made people raise their eyebrows, forming a clear contrast with the other defeated elite soldiers. On the other side, Gu Tribe's troops were screaming miserably. Under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts, they were utterly defeated and massacred in large numbers. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Wolf care goo was used to perfection by him, allowing him to clearly see Good Tribe's miserable state. Good Tribe was only a chess piece to disguise his identity. As the chess player, how could he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not making a move. Dongfang Yuliang patiently waited for a while, secretly activating investigative goo. As long as Fang Yuan made a move, he would be able to accurately find Fang Yuan's location through soul fluctuations. But no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make a move. The Wolf King's display of coldness and heartlessness caused Dongfang Yuliang to feel a chill. Instead, He Lulan saw that his Black Banner elite troops were showing signs of not being able to hold on, and quickly appeared. Dongfang Yuliang, die! He shouted with great vigor. Evidently he had already recovered from the internal injuries caused by the backlash. Dongfang Yuliang snorted coldly. Large amounts of new star thoughts emerged from his mind and charged towards He Lulan. The two fiercely collided in the air, entangling with each other without a clear victor. With He Lulan's interference, the star thoughts that were troubling Black Banner elite troops and Good Tribe dissipated after wreaking havoc for a while without the support of reinforcements. The battlefield was chaotic for a while, before returning to a deadlock. Among the dozen or so rank 4 battles, a small half had already decided the victor. Rank 4 experts were either dead or injured. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still entangling with each other. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xian and Flying Lightning Dong Pekong were moving around the battlefield. These two had powerful movement goo. Even if they were intercepted by rank 4 goo masters, they could easily escape. They continued to search for traces of Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had been hiding and did not make a move, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in an IU blessed land, 2 goo immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting opposite each other, sipping tea while looking at the smoke image at the center of the stone table. The smoke image moved endlessly, displaying the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe clearly. Every detail could be observed. The female Gu Immortal Tanbaya retracted her gaze and smiled at the male Gu Immortal Dongfang Naganori. It seems this battle still depends on the outcome of the battle between Dongfang Yuliang and He Lulan. Whichever side won would gain the upper hand. Dongfang Yuliang is a good young man. His army is clearly weaker than He tribe, but he can fight to such a deadlock. It seems Brother Changfan's teachings are quite effective. Dongfang Naganori wore a tall hat and had an ancient face. His eyes flickered with hundreds and thousands of colored glaze lights. As the only wisdom path Gu Immortal in Dongfang tribe, he lightly shook his head and said with a cold tone. In fact, the guidance I gave to Dongfang Yuliang was only 2 or 3 sentences. But this young man is not bad, he has his own ideas. After returning, he spread the news and used my influence to rise up. He has some talent and knows how to work hard. I have already promised him that as long as he can enter the imperial court, I will treat his sister's illness and nurture him as one of my successors. Enter the imperial court? Tanbaya was slightly startled, then smiled lightly. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in this imperial court contest, Dongfang tribe does not have much hope. Among the hot favorites this year, Yilui tribe's Yilui Sang is widely favored. This time, Yilui tribe's supreme elder Yilui Lai secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yilui Sang. This is already a well-known secret in the circle. Although Yilui tribe has the Huangjin bloodline and is one of the few super tribes in northern plains, they have not entered the imperial court for 8 consecutive times. Precisely because of this, Yilui Lai was ridiculed by He tribe's Heiqing in public. This time, he used an immortal Gu to get back at them. Dongfang Naganori finished speaking and laughed lightly. His laughter seemed to contain disdain. Tanbaya took a sip of tea and said, Speaking of Heiqing, He Lulan is his 27th wife's son. This was his son, so it was reasonable for him to support him from behind. Thus, He Lulan is also one of the hot favorites. Historically, the contest for the imperial court is just a competitive game between the Huangjin tribes. Whoever can become the lord of the imperial court, the support of the force behind them is extremely important. In my opinion, He Lulan's chances of winning are much higher than your Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Naganori shook his head slowly. Tanbaya saw this and a trace of interest flashed in her eyes. What? Did Brother Changfan secretly give Dongfang Yuliang an immortal Gu to protect himself? Or do you have some arrangements to ensure that Dongfang Yuliang enters the imperial court? The scheming ability of Wisdom Path Gu Masters was something that Gu Immortals had either experienced personally or heard of. There were very few Wisdom Path Gu Masters, and Dongfang Naganori was a famous Wisdom Path Gu Master in Northern Plains. If he secretly made arrangements, as long as he did not openly break the rules of the contest for the imperial court, Dongfang Yuliang would have a great chance of winning. But Dongfang Naganori denied Tan Baiya's guess. No. In this contest for the imperial court, Ma tribe has great influence and can be said to have one foot in the imperial court lord position. How can I, Dongfang Naganori, do useless things? He, Dongfang Naganori, was already old and did not have much time left. He had also calculated that his death was near, thus for the tribe and to ensure his inheritance did not end, the urgent matter at hand was to choose and nurture a successor. As for the imperial court lord, that was secondary. Not all Gu Masters could become Wisdom Path Gu Masters just by having a set of Wisdom Path Gu worms. Dongfang Yuliang's talent made Dongfang Naganori very satisfied, and even slightly fearful. And what made him even more satisfied was that Dongfang Yuliang had a weak and sickly sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yuliang's weakness. As long as he grasped this point, he would not need to worry about his loyalty. The contest for the imperial court was only a trap he had set for Dongfang Yuliang. After Dongfang Yuliang failed, for the sake of his sister, he would definitely come to ask for help. This was the same as handing his weakness to him. If Dongfang Yuliang succeeded, it would be an unexpected surprise. Although he had promised Dongfang Yuliang to save his sister, the result was definitely not to be. Tan Baiya was very surprised. What? Brother Chong Fan, you are actually optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large tribe, and their military might is indeed impressive, but they do not have a Gu Immortal Supreme Elder. Dongfang Naganori had been waiting for her to ask this question. He slowly replied, Little Sister Baiya, you might not know, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe and are secretly supporting them. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, those demonic path Gu Immortals? Tan Baiya's expression sank. This news had a huge impact on her. She stared at Dongfang Naganori. Brother Chong Fan, how did you know this? Dongfang Naganori smiled proudly. I deduced this myself. You are the first person to know about it. Tan Baiya immediately believed him. Dongfang Naganori was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. The results of his deductions were almost equivalent to the truth. Tan Baiya was also well aware of his situation. He had no motive to deceive her. Moreover, those demonic path Gu Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had always coveted 88-point Xianxia Tower. This time they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to attack Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Such matters had already happened many times before. Thinking of this, she could no longer sit still. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder, secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. Once Lu Wenwu obtained the position of imperial court, it would be extremely helpful to her position in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had seriously destroyed her plans. She naturally could not tolerate it. She stood up. Brother Chong Fan, this matter is extremely important. Demonic path Gu Immortals are all jackals and wolves, but the others are still in the dark. I will go inform them now. Please forgive me for taking my leave. Go. Dongfang Naganori slowly nodded, at the same time opening the Blessed Land's door. After Tan Baiya left the Blessed Land, Dongfang Naganori's expressionless face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This conversation was only a trap he had set up for Tan Baiya. Tan Baiya was also an astute Gu Immortal, but she was in the middle of a trap and had a request, so she was easily tricked. Dongfang Naganori shifted his gaze to the smoke. The battlefield had already changed. Dongfang Yuliang gradually could not hold on after a long battle, and could only choose to retreat. Once the main commander retreated, the army's morale plummeted, and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, they also began to retreat. The retreat was panicked but not chaotic. It was clear they had undergone a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of effort in the aspect of retreat. Dongfang army slowly retreated, and from time to time, many He tribe Gu masters lost their lives due to their carelessness. Wind Demon, you cowardly rat, you want to run now? Water Demon Hao Jilu roared, his body was riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. Wind Demon snorted coldly, but did not reply. instead retreating in silence, persistently executing Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line set up by the army was several hundred li behind them. As long as they retreated into the defensive line and rested for a while, Dongfang Alliance army's battle strength would quickly recover. By then, it would be He tribe army's turn to have a headache, and the initial disadvantage was only a small matter. However, at this time, the wolf group suddenly howled and gathered together, forming a wave again, charging towards Dongfang army with all their might. Wolf groups were different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives, but wolf groups did not fear death. Damn it! Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were about to split open. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties. Panic quickly spread throughout the army, forming a state of collapse. Fang Yuan used 80% of his strength. His master-level enslavement path attainment dazzled the audience. Wave after wave of attacks came unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud, falling piece by piece under the assault of the wolf tide. Intense soul fluctuations exposed Fang Yuan's location. But Fang Yuan had already appeared in public. He was standing on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros. Many Gu master experts had gathered around him. Wolf King Changshanin. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth, his eyes about to spew fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and viciousness. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had only made 2 moves in this battle. The first time he made a move, he directly incited the army into battle, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to be useless. And the second time he made a move, he caught Dongfang army's weakest moment, hitting them while they were down. After fighting for so long, the Gu masters' primeval essence in their aperture was almost used up. Although they still had the strength to fight, they often perished together with the wolves. In a short period of time, Dongfang army suffered disastrous losses, leaving behind a large number of corpses as they retreated. Run! Run, it will be too late if we don't run. The situation that Dongfang Yuliang was most worried about appeared. Dongfang Alliance army suffered a huge defeat. The soldiers had no fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. He tribe army saw an opportunity and charged forward, starting a merciless slaughter. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth and quickly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to suppress the situation. The experts turned around and attacked, greatly restraining He tribe army's pursuit. But good times did not last long. As He tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts attacked, Dongfang tribe's Gu master experts were stalled one by one. Dongfang Yuliang attacked again, but was also restrained by He Lulan. Seeing his own soldiers catching up to the enemy and starting a merciless chase, Fang Yuan retracted his hand and gathered the wolf group to his side. His action immediately won the good impression of the Black Banner army commander beside him. In his opinion, Wolf King had a good opportunity to gain battle merits, but he gave it to someone else. The great commander spoke, praising Fang Yuan a little. Fang Yuan knew the other party's intention of expressing goodwill. He Xiaoyi had originally been Fang Yuan's bodyguard, but he had escaped. If not for the water image Gu, Fang Yuan would have died long ago. But Fang Yuan had never counted on other people's guards, he had always relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiaoyi was He Lulan's beloved general, so he could not do anything to He Xiaoyi. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to see such pointless internal friction. Immediately, he said some perfunctory words, hinting to the commander that he would not take this matter to heart. The commander heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, Wolf King might be arrogant, but he is truly magnanimous, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Dongfang army crazily escaped into the first defense line. They paid a disastrous price for this. 20% of the entire army died in the previous battle, while 50% died in the pursuit of Gu masters and the wolf group. The remaining 30% of the soldiers fled into the defensive line. Among the rank 4 experts, there were 2 who lost their lives because they intercepted He tribe's army. He tribe army did not stop and charged forward, but they were shot down by the elite archers on the city walls, leaving behind hundreds of corpses as they fled back pathetically. This was a troop that the Dongfang family had painstakingly nurtured. The blood, sweat, and resources they had invested were not the slightest bit inferior to the Black Flag elite troops. He tribe's Gu masters charged 3 more times, but were repelled by the elite arrows. He Lulan mobilized the rank 4 Gu masters under his command to charge forward, but because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, 3 of them lost their lives. Alliance Master, the other side is relying on danger to defend and has the geographical advantage. Our side has fought for a long time, and we do not have enough true essence. It is difficult for us to continue fighting. Why don't we retreat and make further plans? The elites returned to the king's tent, and cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan suggested. On the side, Fang Yuan frowned. He had the memories of his previous life, and he knew that Dongfang Yuliang was the best at dealing with the aftermath, and he was good at defeating the strong with the weak. The longer this dragged on, the more information he would gather, and the more disadvantageous it would be for He tribe. Although Fang Yuan's interference caused He tribe to have a greater advantage than in his previous life, Dongfang Yuliang's battle strength was not damaged, and he was a huge threat. The best way to deal with Dongfang Yuliang was to kill him in one strike, and not give him any chance to scheme. He Lulan listened to cunning gentleman's suggestion and did not speak. He had interacted with Dongfang Yuliang before, and was familiar with Dongfang Yuliang's methods. But he did not want to let go of this opportunity, thus he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled proudly, and said to He Lulan, "Hey tribe leader, don't worry, I only need 15 minutes to break this defensive line." Everyone looked at him, and cunning gentleman sneered, feeling that Fang Yuan was exaggerating. He Lulan was overjoyed. "Let's see Wolf King's methods." The wolf group swarmed out again, and gathered together, launching an unending assault on Dongfang tribe's first defensive line. Dongfang tribe defended with all their might, and in just a moment, the city walls were filled with wolf corpses. He tribe soldiers were moved. Fang Yuan's method of fighting without regard for the sacrifices, he was simply sending the wolf group to their deaths. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop, which was most proficient in long-range attacks, they stood on the city walls and showed off. The rank 4 experts took on the role of firefighters, providing support everywhere. Whenever a dangerous situation appeared, they would take turns to take action and avert the danger. Dongfang tribe's defensive line was simply impregnable. Fang Yuan sneered, and continued to activate Wolf Howl Gu. The momentum of the charge changed continuously, making it difficult for the eyes to follow. Every change brought a huge threat to the defensive line. The high intensity caused the wolf group to sacrifice a lot, and in a short period of time, 280,000 wolves died. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he stood on the twin-headed rhinoceros back, commanding from afar. Everyone in the main tent, however, had a change in their gazes towards him. Wolf King's ruthlessness made people feel fearful. Such a majestic and ferocious wolf tide made them feel even more insignificant. Wolf King Changshanin, you have such a ruthless heart, are you trying to exterminate all of us? Dongfang Yuliang's expression was grim. The wolf group's large number of sacrifices was exchanged for Dongfang tribe's intense primeval essence expenditure. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would have rather sacrificed He Lulan to take Chang Shanyan's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold on any longer. They did not have time to recover their primeval essence. The wolf group's attacks made them exhausted and had no time to breathe. Retreat. Without a choice, Dongfang Yuliang could only give this order. Just as Fang Yuan said, a moment later, Dongfang tribe's first defensive line was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of injured Gu masters to bring up the rear, and led the remaining soldiers to retreat to the second defensive line at the fastest speed possible. The wolf group is exhausted, it is not suitable to continue chasing. Fang Yuan retracted the wolf group and opened up a path, giving He tribe army a chance to move again. This action won him the favor of almost everyone. My injuries are not light, chase after them and try your best to kill them. But be careful, Dongfang lad must have made some arrangements. He Lulan did not move from the main tent, sending Hao Ji Lu, Pan Ping, Wang tribe leader and others to chase after them. The generals excitedly crossed the broken defensive line and chased after them. But just as the pursuing army was about to cross the defensive line, an intense explosion occurred. Boom, like the sound of thunder, dozens of Gu masters were blasted into the sky, and what fell on the ground was a pile of rotten flesh and broken limbs. Bam bam bam, next, a large number of explosions occurred one after another, piercing through the entire defensive line. The pursuing army suffered heavy casualties in an instant and fell into chaos. It is charred thunder potato Gu. Dongfang Yuliang buried a large number of charred thunder potato goo under the defensive line. The investigative goo master returned and reported to the main tent. I saw it. He Lulan's expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and ordered the investigative goo master to leave. He was not stupid. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yuliang had schemed against him. Burying such a large number of charred thunder potato goo required a lot of time. This time was actually given by He Lulan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to issue a challenge, purposely asking for a battle. In the end, cunning gentlemen spoke up and He Lulan delayed for a few days, only starting the battle when the rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yuliang a chance. Explosions occurred continuously, causing many casualties to He tribe army. Most importantly, the pursuit was stopped, and He tribe army could only watch as Dongfang tribe retreated safely. Charred thunder potato goo, although it was only a rank 2 goo and had limited power, there were a lot of them. Other than that, there were also many rank 3 muffled thunder potato goo and a small number of rank 4 thunderclap potato goo. Even if the goo masters used defensive goo to preserve their lives, their primeval essence would be greatly expended. Goo masters who had flying goo worms were few in number after all. Even if these goo masters chased after them, they were too weak and would instead give Dongfang tribe a chance to kill them. The goo masters who were excited and eager to make contributions eventually returned to the main army with their faces covered in dirt and their bodies full of injuries. We have already won today. That Dongfang lad is just struggling at death's door. It is not too late to kill him after this. He Lulan consoled them, before starting to manage the post-battle work. Cleaning up the battlefield, healing the injured, organizing the battle merits, these were all troublesome tasks that required a lot of energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to waste his precious time here. He found an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house goo to continue cultivating. In this battle, he was a great contributor, although he only fought a few times, each time was crucial. With his battle achievements and strength, even cunning gentlemen had to shut up, and no one dared to say anything. The explosion did not injure the Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang had been paying attention to the battle situation, and after hearing the investigative goo master's report, he felt some regret. In this battle, he had made Fang Yuan his number 1 enemy. His threat level was even higher than He Lulan's. Chang Shanin was too crafty and ruthless. He did not care about Goo tribe's life or death. Although he was only rank 4 peak stage, he was much more difficult to deal with than He Lulan. Dongfang Yuliang had estimated that Chang Shanin had the highest chance of using the wolf group to chase after them. But his meticulously arranged trap did not kill a single wolf, instead it killed a large number of He tribe goo masters. Goo masters' lives were much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path goo master who was good at scheming, a strong enemy was not difficult to deal with. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he did not rely on his strength and was calm to the point of being unfeeling. That was quite troublesome. It was because of Fang Yuan's several attacks that caused Dongfang army to go from a slight loss to a complete defeat. The gap between the two sides widened. He tribe had the clear advantage while Dongfang army was at a disadvantage. The situation was terrible. Seeing that this battle had come to an end, in an Ayu blessed land, Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori retracted his gaze and waved his hand, collecting the smoke on the stone table into his sleeve. He did not need to deduce to know that after this battle, Dongfang Yuliang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Unless He Lulan made a huge mistake, there was basically no hope of advancing into imperial court. But in the entire battle, Dongfang Yuliang's performance was remarkable. He resisted with a weak army and the battle was in a stalemate. It could be said that he had made full use of his strength. Especially when he purposely protected his tribe's strength, not a single feather arrow elite soldier was lost. This is his loyalty to the tribe. Next, it will be a test of his handling of the situation. Dongfang Naganori slowly closed his eyes. He was most satisfied with this point. Other tribes suffered heavy casualties. That was their problem, as long as Dongfang tribe did not suffer much losses. In the air, the fiery red smoke rolled and evaporated, giving Fang Yuan a scorching feeling. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, but his mind was already in the fiery cloud. It's about time. He calculated the time in his mind, as he slowly opened his eyes and took out a wine jar. The wine jar was filled with an eerie blue liquid, giving off the luster of seawater under the moon. Descend. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, and the fiery cloud in the air slowly descended, pouring into the wine jar. At once, water and fire fused, producing thick black smoke. The black smoke quickly spread, filling the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his fingers, as if he was in the middle of the night. He willed, and a suction force came from the wine jar, and in a few breaths of time, all the black smoke was sucked into the jar. The room was clear again, and there was a hint of sweetness left. Fang Yuan flicked his fingers, throwing goo worms into the wine jar. The wine jar began to tremble slightly, and it only calmed down after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Fang Yuan looked at it, and saw only black soil left in the wine jar. The goo worms that he had thrown in had already fused together perfectly, forming a half-finished product, hiding in the middle of the black soil. Rise. Fang Yuan carefully injected primeval essence. The surface of the black soil broke open, and a thin sprout appeared. The sprout was green like oil, growing rapidly, and in a short while it had become a small sapling. The sapling could be seen with the naked eye, thickening and growing taller. On the contrary, the black soil in the wine jar decreased rapidly. When the black soil was reduced by 80%, the sapling stopped growing, and the entire tree crown gathered together, like a tightly clenched jade-green fist. Open! Fang Yuan shouted, and at the same time, poured in a large amount of primeval essence. The emerald-green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long oval-shaped body with an armor-like shell on its back, and a dark brown spine arched out. On its head, there was a strong horn, looking heavy and mighty. It had 4 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful, and its whole body gave off a shiny metallic luster. With one look, one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary item. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This goo was the all-out effort goo. He had failed 3 times before and only succeeded on his 4th attempt. Fang Yuan observed carefully, tasting the differences between the all-out effort goo and the refinement process. The rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it came from southern border, it was suppressed by the region and only had a rank 2 aura. And the rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs. His body had become bigger, more than twice the size of a rank 3. Because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo worm and was no longer suppressed by the other region. It emitted a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has recovered by more than half. However, he still had to prepare the 5th grade recipe. Fortunately, I now have a blessed land and can communicate with jewel yellow skies, so I still have some connections with Langya blessed land. There is still hope to get the rank 5 recipe of the all-out effort goo. Fang Yuan stored the newly obtained all-out effort goo in his aperture and cleaned up before leaving the large lizard house goo. Outside the house, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large numbers of goo masters were moving between countless tents, busy with their own matters. Some were going to the supply camp to exchange for goo worms, some had just returned from cleaning up the battlefield, and some were constructing defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe Army did not move, cleaning up the battlefield every day, tallying the battle merits and healing the injured. The complicated and heavy matters caused the army's higher-ups to be extremely busy. On He Lolan's table, there was a mountain of documents. Cunning Gentleman was entrusted with an important task. He was so busy that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, his face was pale. All the tribe leaders were even more busy, rushing around for the tribe's benefits. As a superior, they naturally had the responsibilities of a superior. During this period, Gu Guang had also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping that Fang Yuan would help Gu tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored him and only cultivated, refusing to see him. At this time, those demonic goo masters appeared to be free and unfettered. Most of them were not burdened by any forces, they only needed to take care of themselves. Other than checking if their battle merits were deducted, they also needed to heal their injuries and use battle merits to exchange for new goo worms, preparing for war. This world's healing ability was much stronger than Earth's. On Earth, a severed arm or leg could only be considered a cripple. Even if a finger was severed, the finger had to be preserved and replanted within a specified time. Replanting a severed finger might not even succeed, there was a chance of failure. But in this world, even if the limbs were severed, they could grow back under the healing effect of goo worms. Basically, as long as the goo master's injuries were not too troublesome, they could recover. Thus, although only 8 days had passed, He tribe army's casualties had already decreased by 80%, and most of them had recovered their battle strength. The closer they got to the supply camp, the greater the flow of people. These days, large numbers of goo masters came here, exchanging their battle merits for resources. The supply camp became the busiest place in the entire army. They had set up 15 large tents, each of them occupying at least 6 hectares of land, with over 1,000 goo masters serving them. But even so, it was crowded like a marketplace, and the tents were extremely crowded. Subordinate greets Lang Wangda, please come this way. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a female goo master immediately led him into a goo house with a smile. As long as it was an organization, there would be relationships between the upper and lower levels, there would be differences in treatment. Fang Yuan was the upper echelon of the entire army, the treatment he received was naturally different from ordinary people. Lang Wangda, you are amazing, in this battle, you are number 1 on the battle merit board. The young and beautiful goo master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a gaze of worship. Fang Yuan slowly opened the 2 ends of the scroll, seeing the 3 words Changshanin at the beginning. Behind the name was the battle merits, a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, amounting to over 100,000. Fang Yuan glanced at it, but did not look at it carefully. In this world, battle merits were very easy to calculate. Because there were large numbers of goo worms that could monitor or record. Every time there was a battle, all the forces would use large numbers of goo worms to record the entire process. Other than the convenience of calculating battle merits, the most important thing was to gain experience, gather information, and probe the enemy's actual situation, to understand their own shortcomings. Besides this, many goo masters would also prepare their own goo worms to record their own battles. With these images from all aspects and angles, the battle merits could be calculated repeatedly and confirmed. Fang Yuan opened the scroll, and under his name was He Lulan. He had over 80,000 battle merits. He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang fought intensely, restraining the enemy's strongest expert. At the same time, he killed Wei Xian, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan in 3 hearts combination soul state, and destroyed the mixed beast group. This was a huge amount of battle merits. Under He Lulan were Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping and others, with tens of thousands of battle merits. The further they went, the lesser the battle merits of the goo master. After the top 10, there were only over 9,000 battle merits. After the top 20, the battle merits were around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded a total of 106 people, most of them had around 3,000 battle merits. Evidently, this was the highest part of the battle merit board. The complete battle merit board was erected in those 15 large tents, it was as big as a city wall, and a large number of swimword goo were used. Thus, on the surface of the board, the words flickered, and the battle merit numbers changed from time to time. Since the start of the battle merits had been continuously tabulated. Some goo masters exchanged for goo worms, causing their battle merits to decrease. Some goo masters' battle merits were rising rapidly. Especially healing goo masters, they often had huge gains after the battle. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side, and the female goo master observed his expression and immediately handed over a goo worm. This goo worm was shaped like a ladybug, it had a fangjing carapace with protruding edges and a concave center, like a window frame. This was a rank 4 East window goo, it was an information path goo, used to store information. Back when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, when he inquired about 88-point Xinyang Tower, the land spirit of Langya had given him an East window goo. Fang Yuan took the East window goo, and held it in his hand, injecting his primeval essence. As the East window goo shined brightly, a huge amount of information entered his mind. Large amounts of resources, including goo worms, wild beasts, plants, yuan stones, variant humans, goo recipes, and so on. These resources were provided by all the large tribes, among which He tribe, as the alliance leader, contributed the most, taking up more than half of the resources. Soon, Fang Yuan found a lot of things he needed to buy in this place. Although Fang Yuan could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies through Little Who Immortal, the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were all large transactions, and needed immortal Yuan stones. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Inkstone, who coveted Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel goo in the dark. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 goo to raise his battle strength, he had to buy goo worms from Northern Plains. This way, Wisdom Path goo immortals would be left with huge evidence. Thus, the supply camp was more suitable for the current Fang Yuan than Jewel Yellow Skies. Among my Strength Path goo worms, All Out Effort goo has already advanced to rank 4 and is suitable for Northern Plains. But there are still rank 3 Strength Chi goo, Tusita Flower, Primeval Elder goo, Self-Reliance goo, as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength goo, Expend Strength goo, and Charging Crash goo. These goo worms originate from southern border, and are suppressed in Northern Plains. To get rid of the suppression, I can only refine goo in Northern Plains, and raise these goo to a higher rank. But if I do that, I will have to invest too much. There was a probability of success in goo refinement. Even if Fang Yuan was close to a refinement master, he could not avoid this probability. He had failed several times in refining the rank 4 all-out effort goo. He had failed more than 10 times in refining the nauseating infant sob goo, but he still did not succeed. If Fang Yuan wanted to advance Bitter Strength goo, Expend Strength goo and Charging Crash goo to rank 5, it would be a huge project. He would need large amounts of materials and goo worms. Thus, only goo immortals with blessed lands would have the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 goo. To mortals, this was a price they could not afford. Thus, in the mortal world, many rank 5 goo masters did not even have a single rank 5 goo. Only people like He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang, who had the support of a force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 goo. And in the East Window goo's information, there was only a Dark Path rank 5 goo that could be exchanged with battle merits. My Enslavement Path goo worms came from Changshanin, they are almost all rank 4 goo, it is too difficult to advance them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I can only collect goo recipes to be prepared. And my Strength Path goo worms come from southern border, rather than refining goo, I might as well purchase them. After all, these goo worms are not my vital goo, if the refinement fails, they will be destroyed. If I want to refine goo again, I will have to start from scratch. Fang Yuan's plan was also a wise choice made by many goo masters of other regions in the chaotic world. He chose them one by one. Among the resources, there was only 1 rank 5 goo, but there were many rank 4 goo, among which were Bitter Strength goo, Tusita Flower and Primeval Elder goo. But there was no rank 4 Charging Crash goo. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best, choosing 2 pairs of rank 3 Horizontal Charge goo and Vertical Crash goo, preparing to refine them himself. Self-Reliance goo was a perfect match for Strength Path goo masters, it was a rare goo. Among He tribe's enormous resources, there was a Self-Reliance goo. Unfortunately, it was rank 2, lower than Fang Yuan's original one. Rank 3 Self-Reliance goo. It was worth 45,000 yuan stone, the corresponding battle merits were 4,500. If it was a rank 4 Self-Reliance goo, its value was comparable to a rank 5 goo, the chances of it appearing in the resources were very low. Fang Yuan thought about it and bought this rank 2 Self-Reliance goo. If there was no other way, he could only try to refine goo. Self-Reliance goo was like this, so there was no need to mention Strength Chi goo. Strength Chi goo was already extinct in the mortal world. Fang Yuan's Strength Chi goo was extremely rare. He had obtained it through reverse refinement of rank 4 Wind goo. But Atmosphere goo was only rank 4, it was an unorthodox goo and was rather rare. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Strength Chi goo, he could only use Northern Plains Atmosphere goo to reverse refine it into rank 3 Strength Chi goo. He had rank 5 Cultivation now, even if he obtained rank 3 Strength Chi goo, it would not be useful. Rank 3 goo were of little help to him. Forget it if I can't buy Expend Effort goo, after all, this goo is used to restrain Strength Path and has few uses. If I don't have the Strength Chi goo, that would be terrible. Like this, I would lack long-range methods. I have once again fallen into the most common predicament of Strength Path goo masters. Although Strength Chi goo was not a core goo, it was extremely crucial to a strength path goo master. In this case, I can only do my best to collect rank 4 and 5 strength chi goo recipes. Chi path had long been extinct. Even if there was one in jewel yellow skies, it was impossible to find one. It was also expensive. Perhaps Xianxia blessed land was their greatest hope. But land spirit of Xianxia was not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price to obtain the recipe. Just as Fang Yuan was feeling vexed over this problem, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Eh? That's not right. His heart shook. Even if I do not have long-range methods in strength path, I can make up for it in enslavement path. The situation now is different. I have 2 apertures, I cultivate both enslavement and strength path, I can use their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly saw the light. Although he was a person who had been reborn and had meticulous thoughts, he could not help but fall into habitual thinking. In his previous life, he only had 1 aperture, even if he touched upon other paths, it was only after he became a goo immortal. But now, he was still immortal, but he already cultivated 2 paths. Enslavement path goo masters are most afraid of beheading the leader, I can use strength path to protect myself. Conversely, the weakness of strength path can also be made up for with enslavement path. I can give up on strength chi goo. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path goo masters was easily solved. Next, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path goo, as well as a large number of goo refinement materials. These space path goo worms and materials were prepared to enter Luopa Valley in the future. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had set up a method to seal Luopa Valley. To enter, ordinary methods were not enough, he needed a rank 5 open door goo. Open door goo could allow fated people to enter Luopa Valley. But to close the tunnel, he needed to refine a rank 5 close door goo to prevent the tunnel from being exposed and others entering. Wolf Wangda actually exchanged for many strength path goo, a large number of space path goo worms, and such a large number of goo refinement materials. The resources that Fang Yuan mentioned made the female goo master inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path goo worms was understandable. After all, although strength path was declining, it expended little primeval essence. Once primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it was the last thing a goo master could rely on. Thus, in northern plains where battles were frequent, almost all goo masters had some strength path cultivation. But why would Wolf Wangda want these space path goo worms? Maybe he wanted to use space path goo worms to protect himself. After all, enslavement path goo masters were often countered by beheading the leader tactic. And this astonishing number of goo refinement materials, was Wolf Wangda interested in refinement path? Or was he researching a brand new enslavement path goo worm? The female goo master had her doubts, but she did not ask them. She knew that rashly inquiring about these secrets was a huge offense to goo masters. Thus, she did not show any curiosity on her face, and only focused on handling her matters. Soon, Fang Yuan saw that his battle merits had been deducted by more than half on the battle merit board, immediately falling from first place to middle. Lord Wolf King, the resources you requested will be delivered to you one by one today. They will all be sent to you by dawn. The female goo master said warmly. Fang Yuan nodded and was about to leave, but at this time, the female goo master said in a low voice, Wolf Wangda, please wait for a moment. There is a goo recipe here that is extremely suitable for you, Lord Tribe Leader specially asked me to secretly keep it for you. Oh? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. The female goo master in front of him. There was no need to guess to know it was He Tribe's goo master. The supply camp was such an important position, He Lulan definitely wanted to place her own people there. Only then could he be at ease. Hearing the female goo master's words, Fang Yuan realized that this was He Lulan's goodwill. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiuyi's desertion, and Fang Yuan letting bygones be bygones, so she was secretly repaying him. Fang Yuan immediately showed some interest, and after understanding it, he found that this goo recipe was extremely suitable for him. This was a goo recipe related to Lurking Soul Coat goo. Lurking Soul Coat goo's effect. There was only one, and that was to conceal soul fluctuations. Earlier, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, and to prevent being detected, he did not mobilize the wolf group with all his strength. If he had this goo, he could completely conceal his soul fluctuations, and while hiding his tracks, he could also control the wolf group with all his strength. This Gu recipe. From rank 1 to rank 5, thus its price was not low. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits to barely exchange for it. He opened the Gu recipe and browsed through it, finding that it was not difficult to refine this Gu. But the quantity required was extremely huge. Moreover, the cost was not low, especially one of the requirements, which required large amounts of fresh beast skin as the main material for the Gu refinement. Tribe leader personally instructed that if Wolf Wangda feels the Gu refinement is too complicated, he can hand it over to refinement path Gu masters. He only needs to pay the other party. Just pay the corresponding battle merits. If Wolf Wangda doesn't have enough battle merits, he can borrow 500,000 first. The female Gu master timely suggested. Yuan stone was usually used as currency. It was also used as currency. But during battles, because Gu masters needed to use large amounts of Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, as well as to refine new Gu and so on, Yuan stone was scarce in large amounts. At this time, battle merits were often used to act as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other places. Borrowing battle merits was naturally not the treatment of ordinary people. But Fang Yuan was a crucial battle strength. Fang Yuan's strength alone could directly raise the strength of the entire He tribe army. Thus, He Lulan actively promoted this in secret, and was happy to see this happen. Fang Yuan nodded, immediately borrowing 500,000 battle merits. This time, his battle achievements became negative, and his ranking directly fell from first place to last place on the leaderboard. In the 15 large tents, the Gu master saw this and gasped in shock. On the battle merit board that was as large as a city wall, the negative 500,000 bright red number was extremely glaring. From the first place, he directly fell to the last place. Such a huge drop was enough to make one's jaw drop. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually calming down. Wolf King's strength and status made them have no choice but to accept this fact. Soon after, the Wolf King announced a few missions, which caused the discussion that had quieted down to become lively again. Capturing wild wolves, collecting souls, peeling off the wolf skin for initial processing, as well as a large number of Gu refinement missions. Once completed, they could obtain a lot of battle merits. These missions quickly aroused everyone's passion. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, mainly focusing on strength path. Because of the turtle jade wolfskin Gu, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, when Fang Yuan's strength broke through the 100 June barrier, he had already obtained over 10,000 rank 1 lurking soul coat Gu. But to push to rank 5, these numbers were far from enough. He tribe army rested for another 7 days before breaking camp and advancing towards Dongfang tribe's defensive line. The battle started again. Dongfang Yuliang relied on the tall and sturdy city walls to defend themselves, and came up with many strange schemes, delaying the battle to a large extent, giving He tribe a lot of trouble. But his activity could not make up for the huge gap created in the first battle. Dongfang army's 5 defensive lines were broken through by He tribe. Eventually, Dongfang army retreated to the final defensive line, and was surrounded by He tribe at the center of Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang, you have no way out, your defeat is certain. But I still say, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you admit defeat, my army strategist position is still yours. On the twin-headed rhino's back, He Lulan stood with his head held high, his loud voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed along with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he was intelligent and often planned ahead, the gap between the two sides was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths had emerged endlessly, even Qi path, strength path and others had flourished for a time, but they were not able to destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own strengths and weaknesses. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times changed and the environment changed, the resources that Gu masters needed to cultivate decreased, the path's vitality would also deteriorate. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down until today. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be unique. In this world, there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Even though he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had his own killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge. It could not last long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, maybe I would have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshanin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and lead the group. Thus, only by advancing to a Gu immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward. Wind Demon, come out and die, he shouted, pointing out Hao Ji Lu's name. Wind Demon was furious, shouting, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades were formed. It shot out. Why are you only using these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet the attack. Boom boom boom, the twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp. He was good at weaving and moving, while Water Demon's moves were wild and unrestrained. It was majestic and mighty. These 2 people had been famous for a long time. For a moment, their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the 2 armies focused their attention on these 2 people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe. Wind Demon was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these 2 rank 4 Gu masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the 2 tribes, and even having a marriage relationship. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned even more unsightly while He Lulan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance army's morale was low. Their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a way out. He tribe army's morale was high. Rank 4 Gu master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were opened in front of the 2 armies. I am Pan Ping, who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lulan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. From the start of the battle until now, many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh, there were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, the tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years, and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight? In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Fang looked at the messenger in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesmen's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards, he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and bedridden. However, there are many bedridden clan leaders, but didn't they all go and participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The emissary's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Fang was filled with undisguised disdain. You! Tang Fang was furious, growling, they are all pretending to be sick, my father is truly injured. Alright, little San, don't say any more. In this battle, I, as the Tang tribe leader, have to fight personally. It is our duty to participate in the battle personally. At this time, the pale-faced Tang family patriarch walked out. Humph, good. Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and left. But father, your body. Tang Fang was very worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the 2 sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fang gritted his teeth, then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands, if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned. He walked out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield and fighting with Pan Ping. Tang Fang stood on the wall. His gaze was fixed on his father. Young tribe leader. It will be fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has poison in his body, today's battle is different from the past, everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Fang saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father! Tang Fang was stunned for a while before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light, he raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Fang's vision darkened, he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what Gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank, for a moment, he was in the limelight. Even Feng Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast, it was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous, among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy, he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily, he ordered his men to bring his wine cup and awarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent, he drank the wine in his cup and looked around, he was in high spirits. He obtained this goo worm purely by accident. Once, several tribes opened a market, he saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this goo worm. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had killed many strong enemies for him, its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this goo to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshanin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Feng Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. The chance that Pan Ping had been waiting for was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment that Pan Ping wanted. However, today's battle finally gave me a chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although water demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not been able to take down wind demon. As for Wolf King Changshanin, he is an enslavement pathgu master, I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed, the pleasure in his heart became even more intense. An Iyu blessed land. A slender jade corridor extended on the surface of the lake, leading to a lone pavilion. Outside the pavilion, it was drizzling and a cool breeze was blowing. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from the bottom to the top. The name Anayu came from this. After the female Gu immortal Tambaya, the blessed land welcomed a new guest. Junior He by greets Senior Dongfang. The newcomer had the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a genuine rank 6 Gu immortal. You and I have not met for 70 years. At that time, I remember you were still He tribe leader and almost entered the main imperial court. The white-haired Dongfang Naganori chuckled, gesturing with his gaze, please sit. He Bai sat on the stone stool, slightly bowing. I am ashamed to say this, Junior was supported by the tribe at that time, but ultimately lost to Lu tribe. He. Dongfang Naganori laughed, that's right, the Lu tribe leader at that time was Lu Yifeng, a peerless talent, a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Senior's memory is not bad, Junior is an admiration. Dongfang Naganori slowly shook his head, we wisdom pathgu masters, since we need to make deductions, we will pay attention to the collection of every piece of information. But although Lu Yifeng was dazzling, he failed to advance to Gu immortal realm in the end. Among the geniuses of that generation, the one who had the last laugh was you, the one known as He tribe Rockman. Senior is overpraising me, Junior was just lucky. You don't need to belittle yourself, becoming a Gu immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven, often among 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters, there might not even be one who succeeds. Sigh, I won't hide it from you. Over the past few years, I've investigated many of the younger generations. Now, my hope lies on this kid. Dongfang Naganori said, pointing his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the center of the stone table, reflecting the battle situation in northern plains Chaofu. Coincidentally, the two Gu immortals saw Pan Ping brandishing his curved blade and killing Tang tribe leader in one move. He Bai raised his brows, lightly exclaiming, this is interesting, if I am not wrong. This Gu should be a Soul Blade Gu. The Soul Blade Gu's power was unique, once activated, it could ignore the defense of the same rank. It was created by Gu Immortal Blade Demon, it had a special shape, it was just a cold blade light that had to reside on the blade. This Gu feeds on sabers, and the sabers that it parasitizes will gradually shrink. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. Dongfang Naganori nodded. That's right. The highest single blade Gu could reach was rank 6. Back then, Blade Demon relied on the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu to stand alone and no one dared to provoke him. But in the end, she was defeated by the Butterfly Sword Fairy. The Saber Demon was killed on the spot, and the blessed land was devoured by the Butterfly Sword Immortal. The Gu recipe of the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu was not passed down. However, right now, there were still many lone Blade Gu in the mortal world, these were all gifted by Blade Demon when he was touring the world while disguised as a mortal. Looks like this lucky junior received one of the gifts from the Saber Demon. Senior's knowledge is vast. Today, I've learned something new. He Bai said with heartfelt admiration. Dongfang Naganori was a famous wisdom path Gu immortal in northern plains. He had countless battle achievements in his life, and many Gu immortals were schemed against by him. When he was just born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. It was after he became a Gu immortal that he single-handedly supported and schemed from many sides, making enemies fight against each other. His methods were superb and ingenious, allowing Dongfang tribe to regain its former glory. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal, a fully deserving giant of northern plains, and the pillar of Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was almost up, and he did not have much time left, thus he was anxious to leave behind his inheritance. Previously, Dongfang Naganori had high standards, and chose a few Gu immortals, but none of them caught his fancy. Now, although Dongfang Yuliang did not meet all of his standards, he was still a rather satisfactory candidate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, even though Dongfang tribe was a super tribe, one of the largest forces in northern plains. Of course, this was also because the righteous path Gu immortals had privately banded together and prohibited the sale of lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori. Similarly, the demonic path Gu immortals who had been schemed against by Dongfang Naganori hated Dongfang Naganori to the bone. Dongfang Naganori had schemed against countless people, and at the final juncture of his life, he was schemed against by countless people. He himself was clear that he had offended too many Gu immortals. Even the righteous path did not want to see him continue living. Heibai understood that this meeting with Dongfang Naganori would be the last time he would see this legendary Gu immortal of northern plains. Thus, he was filled with admiration and nostalgia. The colorful smoke on the stone table continued to surge, showing the situation of the battlefield to the two without leaving out any details. Dongfang army originally had a disparity in terms of formation, and after Pan Ping killed Tang tribe leader, Dongfang tribe's disadvantage became even greater. Eventually, Dongfang Yuliang directly invited He Lulan to battle, and personally went to battle. He wanted to rely on his own strength to struggle for a trace of hope. But in the end, he and He Lulan fought to a draw. When night fell, He Lulan gave the order to launch an all-out attack. As night fell, the Night Wolf's battle strength rose sharply. Wave after wave of wolf tides, under Feng Yuan's command, attacked Dongfang army's final defensive line. Dongfang army's morale was low, and their hearts were in chaos. Even though Dongfang Yuliang had made many arrangements, the defensive line only lasted for a few minutes before it was broken. Dongfang Yuliang had no choice but to admit defeat. At this point, the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe came to an end. The personal grudge between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang also came to an end with He Lulan's victory. This junior, Dongfang Yuliang, has no other problems, but he is too concerned about his sister. In order to protect his sister, he actually divided a portion of the army and formed a rear army, placing his sister inside. Dongfang Alliance Army's military strength was originally weaker than He tribe's. This division caused the difference in military strength to become even greater. If not for this, the first battle's outcome would not have been so great. Heibai, I've let you see a joke. Dongfang Naganori calmly looked at Kai Yen, smiling faintly. After He tribe army stabilized the situation, the supply camp slowly entered the broken defensive line and began to receive the captives and clean up the battlefield. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. If this time is not successful, there is still the next time. In my opinion, Dongfang Yuliang is already very outstanding. He preserved the tribe's strength, he did it even more meticulously than me. His love for the tribe is already very valuable. This is already extremely valuable. Heibai said. That's right. Dongfang Naganori sighed, if other tribesmen die, they die. But we both have the bloodline of Giant Sun ancestor. Back then, when the ancestor established the imperial court, wasn't one of the goals to weaken other tribes and protect the bloodline? Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal died from the exhaustion of his lifespan. In this world, how can there be anything that is eternal and indestructible? Heibai did not speak. He only listened quietly. Dongfang Naganori restrained his emotions and chuckled, stretching out his hand towards Heibai. All right, now it is time to talk about the proper matters. Yes. Heibai took out a list from his storage Gu and handed it to Dongfang Naganori. The list was filled with densely packed contents, it was a vast amount of resources. Dongfang tribe had lost in this imperial court contest. They had become He tribe's captive. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were both super tribes, they had more than one Gu Immortal. The battle between the two behemoths was nothing more than a game called the Battle for the Royal Court. The main goal. It was to weaken other tribes through war, expand one's own tribe, select and absorb talents. This grand scheme that enveloped northern plains was naturally not Dongfang tribe's doing. Or He tribe's Gu Immortals doing. Rather, it was the doing of one of the 9 invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun Immortal. Dongfang Naganori received the list. He carefully looked through it. The resources on the list were not only huge in scale, many of them also involved Dongfang tribe's unique Gu worms, or newly developed Gu recipes. But Dongfang Naganori did not have the slightest reluctance, he lightly nodded and agreed, winner takes all, since we failed, we should pay the price. Let's do it like this. Losers pay the price, this was originally the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In history, there were several times when some tribes were unwilling to pay this kind of war reparations, and all of them ended up in the miserable state of being exterminated. By now, not a single tribe dared to not abide by it. This was the game rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe did not abide by it, they would be ostracized and become the target of everyone else. In the night sky of the battlefield, a huge ring of light suddenly appeared. The ring of light stabilized and formed a giant light door that was over 60 meters tall. The light door shone for 1,000 li, it slowly opened and formed a jade light path. From the door, a young female Gu master walked out. She held the token and under everyone's gaze, she slowly landed in front of He Lulan. I am the envoy, I am here to welcome Dongfang tribe. She was expressionless and her voice was cold. The two completed the handover on the spot. After looking at the war reparations, He Lulan was overjoyed. He had made a fortune. With so many resources, he would be able to equip even more Gu masters. Especially after taking in the surrendered tribes, his military strength would increase by at least 50% from his original foundation. We will meet again. Since the result was decided, Dongfang Yuliang was carefree, he elegantly bid farewell to He Lulan and led his tribesmen on the light path, entering the light door. Because they had absorbed many surrendered tribes, Dongfang tribe's scale had increased by over 30%. This is great, even if we lose, we can hide in a blessed land. There is no choice, they are a super tribe with Gu immortals protecting them. Alright, let's cheer up. Surrendering to He tribe is also a turning point. As long as we win a few battles, we can make up for our losses. If we are lucky enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we will have a chance to prosper. Everyone looked at the ring of light in the sky and discussed. Fang Yuan calmly looked at this scene. This war that happened once every 10 years affected the entire northern plains, causing the destruction of countless families and the meteoric rise of countless people. In essence, it was a game for predators to hunt for food together. Some people were immersed in it, chasing after fame and fortune. Some people were crying, feeling so much pain that they wished they were dead. As for himself, he watched coldly from the side, but he had his own plans. Hee. All living beings were nothing more than this. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he had countless schemes and often planned ahead, the gap between the two was too big, he still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths emerged endlessly, blossoming like 100 flowers. Even Chi path, Strength path and others were popular for a time, but they did not destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own merits and flaws. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times change and the environment changes, the resources Gu masters need to cultivate decrease, the vitality of the path would also age. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down to this day. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be a unique one. In this world, there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had a unique killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge and could not last for long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, I might have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Chang Shanin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and lead the group. Thus, only by advancing to Gu Immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward to fight. Wind Demon, get your ass out here and accept your death. He shouted loudly, calling out Wind Demon by name. Wind Demon was enraged. He growled, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades formed and shot out. Why do you only use these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet it. Boom boom boom, the twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp, and he was good at weaving in and out, while Water Demon's moves were wild and majestic. These 2 people had been famous for a long time. For a moment, their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the 2 armies focused their attention on these 2 people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe, and Wind Devil was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these 2 rank 4 Gu masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the 2 tribes, and even having a marriage alliance. Dongfang Yuliang's expression became even more unsightly, while He Lulan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance army's morale was low, and their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a path of retreat. He tribe army's morale was high, and the rank 4 Gu master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were created in front of the 2 armies. I am Pan Ping, who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lulan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. Up until now, many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh, and there were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, the tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years, and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight? In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Feng looked at the messenger in front of him. With an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesmen's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards, he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and is bedridden. However, there are plenty of bedridden clan leaders, but haven't they all gone to participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The envoy's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Feng was filled with undisguised disdain. You! Tang Feng was furious, growling, they are all pretending to be sick, my father is truly injured. Alright, little San, don't say any more. I, as Tang tribe leader, have a responsibility to participate in this battle. At this time, Tang tribe leader walked out with a pale expression. Humph, good. Dongfang snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves as he left. But father, your body. Tang Feng was extremely worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the 2 sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Feng gritted his teeth, then father, you have to be careful, sister is still in the enemy's hands, if there is a chance, I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned, walking out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield and engaging in an intense battle with Pan Ping. Tang Feng stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on his father. Young tribe leader, it's fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has poison lingering in his body, today's battle is different from the past, everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Feng saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In front of everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and then disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father! Tang Feng was stunned for a while, before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been captured by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light, he raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Feng's vision turned dark, he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what Gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank, he was in the limelight. Even Feng Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast, it was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous, among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy, he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily, he ordered his men to bring his wine cup and awarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent, he drank the wine in his cup and looked around, he was in high spirits. He obtained this goo worm purely by accident. Once, when several tribes opened a market, he saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this goo worm. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had killed many strong enemies for him, its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this goo to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshanin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Feng Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. Pan Ping's long-awaited chance was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment Pan Ping wanted. However, in today's battle, I finally grasped the chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although water demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not taken down wind demon yet. As for Wolf King Changshanin, he is an enslavement path goo master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Inside the tent, there was silence. On the vermilion table, there was a tall pile of documents. From time to time, a gust of wind would pass through the curtains, bringing with it the fragrance of wild grass, flipping a few pages of the books on the top layer. Outside the window, the weather was sunny, and from time to time, the neighing of warhorses or humped wolves could be heard. This instead added to the tranquility of the tent. As Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjia was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, bending over the table and helping his father with the alliance's matters. Ever since Ma tribe launched a sneak attack and exterminated Fei tribe, the biggest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly was removed. In the following Tianchuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe suppressed Qing tribe and became the alliance leader. After swearing an oath, Ma tribe's military strength immediately rose to 600,000, their army was at its peak. After that, Ma tribe fought in all directions, starting from Tianchuan and marching towards the southwest. Along the way, they looked for beast groups or stubborn local forces to attack, constantly refining their troops and consolidating their battle strength. Because of their successive victories, they absorbed the defeated tribes and grew stronger again, creating high morale. Now, Ma tribe was near the Mirror Lake and finally met an opponent of the same level, Song Tribe Alliance Army. Currently, Ma tribe was constructing the first line of defense. Report. At this time, an investigative goo master's voice came from outside the tent. A glint flashed across Ma Yingjia's eyes. He knew that if there was a report, it must be something urgent or important. Thus, he put down his work and called out, "Come in." The travel-worn investigative goo master heard the call and was about to step into the tent, but was stopped by the guard. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes, don't dirty the carpet in the tent." The investigative goo master quickly apologized and changed his shoes before entering the tent. Seeing Ma Yingjia, he immediately knelt on one knee. "Subordinate greets young tribe leader, I have brought important military information from Yutian's side." After he reported in a concise manner, Ma Yingjia asked him in detail, and after 15 minutes, he dismissed him. He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe and won the first crucial battle. Ma Yingjia's heart was heavy. The battle for the imperial court had been conducted countless times. At his level, he had already thoroughly understood the rules of the game. He knew the importance of winning the first battle. After He tribe defeats Dongfang tribe, they would receive a large amount of compensation. These war reparations included many of Dongfang tribe's newest goo recipes, as well as a vast amount of war resources. As long as they digested these resources and absorbed the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would increase by 5 times. In the history of the struggle for the imperial court, the first battle is the most crucial. Once they won the first battle, they would obtain the basic capital. Losing the first battle would almost always result in elimination. There were very few examples of a comeback. He tribe has already obtained the first victory while our Ma tribe is still in a deadlock with Song tribe. Fei Kai cautiously came to the entrance of the tent, trying not to make any noise. The two goo masters guarding the entrance glanced at him before shifting their gazes. Ever since the Fei family was annihilated, the ignorant Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjia and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the miserable situation of the other clansmen. His daily job was to place the shoes at the entrance of the tent. Ma Yingjia had a clean nature. Every time a guest entered his tent, they would have to change their shoes to avoid dirtying his luxurious carpet. After every guest's shoes were worn, Fei Kai was in charge of washing them before placing them on the ground. But this time it was different from the past. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master in his hand and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes into his pocket. No one noticed his small action. Fei Kai left without any danger, and after passing over 10 tents, he arrived at the side of the pond. He squatted beside the pond and started to wash the shoes that had been worn by someone. He was so focused that he did not even notice someone coming from behind him. "Hey, big idiot, why are you so serious about washing shoes?" A small hand suddenly slapped Fei Kai's shoulder. Fei Kai jumped in fright. He turned around and saw a little girl. She looked like she was carved out of jade. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. It was Zhao Lianyun. Ever since Zhao Lianyun used the 3 words tiger, wolf, and sheep to persuade the Zhao clan leader, the Zhao clan migrated for a long distance. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at the Ma clan's camp without any mishaps and were personally welcomed by the Ma clan leader. Zhao tribe successfully merged into Ma tribe army, and received the attention and warm hospitality of Ma tribe's higher-ups. "Oh, it's you, Lady Xiaoyun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lianyun and immediately revealed a silly smile. His father's death caused him to sink into endless sorrow. By chance, he became Ma Yingjia's personal servant, and was also ostracized by the old slave servants, and had no friends. After Zhao Lianyun made fun of him several times, he became his only friend. Thus, when he saw this little girl, he was extremely happy. "Lady Xiaoyun, I have something to give you." Fei Kai lowered his voice, and moved his head close to Zhao Lianyun's ear. Zhao Lianyun pushed his head away, and shouted unhappily, "Hey, you damn big head, don't get so close, don't you know the difference between men and women?" Fei Kai was pushed away by her, and almost fell into the water, but he didn't care, and secretly opened his shirt, revealing the shoes he brought out, and said as if he was asking for praise, "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lianyun looked at it with disdain. "So it's a pair of smelly shoes, one look and you can tell it's been worn. Damn big head, you're so stupid, you actually gave me such a gift. I can't wear it, and I won't wear this pair of smelly shoes." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiaoyun, didn't you say a few days ago that you lacked yuan stone flowers? This pair of shoes is exquisitely made, we can secretly sell it to the black market, and exchange it for some yuan stone flowers." Zhao Lianyun raised his eyebrows, and looked at Fei Kai in a new light. "Good, big idiot, you actually thought of abusing your authority, and reselling public property? Good, I didn't know you had such a trick up your sleeve. But how much can this pair of shoes be sold for? My daily allowance is more than 10 times the price of this pair of shoes." "You're so considerate, you should sell it, your clothes are tattered, you should change them." Fei Kai rubbed his nose, and shook his head. "No need, my clothes can still be worn. Actually, I didn't think of it. Those old slave servants all do this, there are a lot of shoes anyway, and Gu masters often wear them out. Lord Young tribe leader is also very clean, and every once in a while, he would get someone to change these shoes for a new batch." Zhao Lianyun nodded. Snakes have their ways, and rats have their ways. Servants have lowly status, but they also have their own way of survival. Especially people like Fei Kai, although he was a slave and lost his freedom, he was close to Ma Yingjia, and was usually the first to receive information about Ma tribe's higher-ups. Zhao tribe had now joined Ma tribe army, and Zhao Lianyun intentionally got close to Fei Kai. He actually had the intention of gathering information. Right at this time, a commotion was heard. "Where is Fei Kai? Come out quickly. Fei Kai, you've caused a huge disaster, you actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes." Young tribe leader wanted to walk out of the tent, but found that he didn't have his own shoes. "Fei Kai, you are simply too daring, your crime is unforgivable." A group of old slaves shouted, and rushed in from the entrance, searching for traces of Fei Kai in the crowd. Fei Kai's face suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, I was discovered. Miss Xiaoyun, quickly leave, this matter has nothing to do with you, I can't drag you down. I'll go and beg for forgiveness from young tribe leader now." "Beg for forgiveness my ass." Zhao Lianyun growled, his expression extremely ugly. "You idiot, you still don't know that you've been schemed against. Quickly run with me." "Ah?" Fei Kai was confused, but was pulled by Zhao Lianyun, and ran into the alleyway. damn it, the intersection here is also blocked. Zhao Lianyun relied on his familiarity with the terrain, and continuously brought Fei Kai, and in the end found that there were 4 entrances, and 3 small back doors were all blocked. Miss Xiaoyun, quickly leave, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fei Kai was dizzy from being led by Zhao Lianyun, and had long lost his sense of direction. His tone was anxious, as he was unwilling to implicate Zhao Lianyun, his only friend. Zhao Lianyun angrily stomped his feet, and continuously roared in his heart, "Do you think it's easy for me to find a spy? In this day and age, where could one find a fool like Fei Kai? Those old slaves were all as slippery as a rat, asking for money when I asked them to give me some information, and what they said was half true and half false, and half false and half true." Humph. They were jealous of Fei Kai, this newcomer, and wanted to get rid of him. As expected, wherever there are people, there will be Jianghu, and there will be schemes. No way. I can't take this lying down. If you dare to touch my people, you're courting death. Zhao Lianyun's expression was gloomy, and he racked his brains, while the voices of the old slave came to his ears. So there's nothing, we've searched the pool, there's nothing. Could it be that he's already left? How is that possible? Our people have been watching, and they definitely saw that brat come in. We haven't searched there yet, let's go. Hearing the footsteps of the old slave, Zhao Lianyun suddenly thought of an idea. Big fool, the heavens have not forsaken you. Fortunately, I just came back from the market and bought a piece of silk. Zhao Lianyun said, and took out a piece of fine and smooth silk from his arms. This silk, she originally wanted to use it to make clothes. Big fool, as long as you listen to my arrangements, according to what I say, this time it may be a good thing for you. Zhao Lianyun stuffed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Ah? Fei Kai looked confused. Zhao Lianyun quickly moved her lips, and told Fei Kai her arrangements. After a dozen breaths, Fei Kai took the initiative to walk out, and was discovered by the old slave. They were overjoyed, and surrounded him, but Fei Kai clenched his fists, and as if he had gone crazy, he knocked several old slaves to the ground. Rebellious, rebellious, this dog actually dares to hit us old seniors. Fei Kai, you've made a big mistake, the young master is looking for you, and we're here to catch you, but you actually dare to resist. These old slaves were all old and senile, and Fei Kai looked like he had gone crazy, so they could only surround Fei Kai, not daring to move forward. Fei Kai stared angrily, kicking away the old slave in front of him. Filthy thing, I am going to pay my respects to the young tribe leader, don't block my way. The old slave were ashamed and angry at the same time, their eyes flashing with a sinister and cunning light, but they did not dare to move forward. They could already see that Fei Kai's chest was bulging. Many of them sneered in their hearts, this silly lad, he really dared to steal. So be it if he stole the shoes, but he just had to steal the young tribe leader's shoes, ha ha ha, his luck is really bad. I wanted to push him down and make him sweep the latrine. But now, I'm afraid he will lose his life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to be the personal servant of the young tribe leader? Fei Kai was half surrounded by the old slave as he walked towards the young tribe leader's tent. The 2 Gu masters guarding the tent looked at Fei Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Xianxia stood at the entrance of the tent, his expression grim. He was tired from handling official business and wanted to go out for a walk, but he found that his shoes were gone. He called over his personal old slave, and the old slave told him that it was very likely that the new young slave had stolen it and sold it for money. The old slave also told Xianxia that this was actually not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Xianxia was naturally furious. He did not expect that his moment of benevolence would attract a thief instead. Fei Kai was anxious and fearful, his heart was already filled with panic, but he remembered Zhao Lianyun's words and walked towards Xianxia with his head held high and chest puffed out, showing a heroic and spirited appearance. Xianxia looked at him, secretly amazed. The old slave escorting Fei Kai followed behind Fei Kai as if they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not panic at all. Could it be that he was not the one who stole it? Unknowingly, a part of Xianxia's anger was replaced by curiosity and doubt. This lowly one greets Lord Young clan leader. Fei Kai knelt on the ground and said in a loud and clear voice. Xianxia looked down at Fei Kai, who was at his feet, and shouted in a displeased tone, "Did you steal my shoes?" This lowly one has never stolen your shoes, my lord. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to do it. Fei Kai flatly denied. He's lying. His bosom is bulging. Just look at what he's carrying. Behind him, the old slave immediately shouted. Fei Kai snorted coldly and opened his clothes, revealing a ball of snow-white high-quality silk. He carefully took out the silk and slowly opened it, revealing a pair of shoes inside. When Ma Yingjia saw that the pair of shoes were exactly the ones he was wearing, he couldn't help but sneer. Good, very good. The evidence is here. For a thief to be able to act as righteously as you, it is really rare. Please investigate this, young clan leader. Fei Kai didn't refute. He only used his hands to support the shoes and respectfully placed them on the ground. Then, he put his forehead on the ground, looking like he was ready to be punished. Lord Young Clan Leader, the evidence is conclusive. Please punish this abominable dog thing. Yes, he actually dared to steal Young Clan Leader's shoes. In the future, he will steal even more things. His hands and feet are too dirty. In the opinion of the old slave, we should just cut off his hands. The old slave spoke one after another. The contents were vicious and ruthless. Fei Kai's heart trembled as he listened, but he kept Zhao Lianyun's words in mind and didn't open his mouth to refute. This kind of scene made Ma Yingjia a little interested. Executing a slave was not a big deal. However, Ma Yingjia had always flaunted himself as wise and benevolent. He restrained himself, hoping that he could take over the clan in the future and become a wise leader. Especially now, as the leader of the army, every move of the Ma clan was seen by others. Because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it be called cruel to execute a slave rashly? Ma Yingjia also had such concerns in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build, but hard to maintain. Therefore, he asked, I've always been fair. Fei Kai, I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. Fei Kai immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had waited for Ma Yingjia's words according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. This gave him great confidence. He immediately secretly decided to answer everything according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. Therefore, he answered, my father died because of the clan's internal strife. Young clan leader annihilated the Fei clan to avenge my father's death. Young clan leader is so wise and benevolent, why would I do something like biting the hand that feeds me? When Ma Yingjia heard the words wise and benevolent, his mood immediately improved. He asked warmly, oh? Could it be that you have some ulterior motives? But Fei Kai shook his head, there are no ulterior motives. It's just that I want to repay young clan leader. But what can I do? I'm just a mortal and can't fight for young clan leader. I'm stupid and can't give advice for young clan leader. I'm just your personal servant. I only know how to wash your shoes and place them properly. I put myself in your shoes and thought, wouldn't young clan leader's feet feel cold after wearing these shoes for so long? Therefore, I used all my savings to buy this piece of silk and wrapped young clan leader's shoes in front of my chest. This way, young clan leader won't feel cold when you wear these shoes. Oh? So it's like this. Ma Yingjia was greatly surprised when he heard this. He was a neat freak. If Fei Kai directly put the shoes in his chest, he would be disgusted instead. But using silk to wrap the shoes was different. Furthermore, this piece of high-quality silk was the real deal. Who would use this kind of fabric to wrap shoes? This Fei Kai is a good servant. He's really considerate. Ma Yingjia's thoughts turned at lightning speed. The gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, then his loyalty was clear and it was really touching, at this moment. Fei Kai cowed out fiercely, young clan leader, I'm guilty. Oh? What are you guilty of? Ma Yingjia looked at Fei Kai with an obvious smile on his lips. Fei Kai answered, I only cared about warming young clan leader's shoes. I forgot that it would be extremely inconvenient if young clan leader wanted to go out. I'm guilty. Please punish me, young clan leader. Ma Yingjia let out a long sigh, I have more than one pair of shoes. I only called you over today because I saw that the pair I usually wear was missing. Fortunately, I nearly blamed my loyal servant wrongly. Young clan leader, you can't listen to his side of the story. Young clan leader, this kid is deceiving people with lies. he's crafty and full of flowery words. The old slave behind him shouted anxiously when they saw that the usually dull and foolish Fei Kai actually had a glib tongue and forcefully turned the tables in front of their eyes. At this moment, Fei Kai said again, "Please investigate clearly, young clan leader. Stealing shoes has indeed happened before, but I've never done it before. On the contrary, it's these old slave behind me who have done it many times. After I took up this position, these old slave hinted to me many times, so they developed jealousy and hatred towards me. I'm not afraid of investigation and punishment. I plead young clan leader to send someone to investigate and clear my name." Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation. This was the first time he stole shoes. He did as the old slave said inadvertently beside his ear, and stole the most exquisite pair of shoes to sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant, and after following young clan leader for so long, he did not pay attention to the appearance of young clan leader's shoes, and so easily fell into the old slave's trap. Fortunately, he met a crucial person at the crucial moment. Zhao Lianyun became his savior, and under her guidance, Fei Kai successfully turned the tables and turned the situation around. The old slave's expressions changed when they heard that there was an investigation, becoming as pale as paper. A Gu master's methods were naturally rich and varied. It was naturally a piece of cake for him to investigate such a trivial matter. These old slaves were already regretting to death. They did not expect that they would end up losing their lives. Ma Yingjie looked at the old slave's expression change, and was already 70 to 80% sure of Fei Kai. But he was determined to be a wise leader, and naturally would not just give orders based on his thoughts. Immediately, he called the investigative Gu master and ordered him to investigate this matter. The investigative Gu master received Ma Yingjie's personal order, and naturally went all out to investigate. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the truth had come to light. In front of the truth, the old slave all knelt on the ground, crying and wailing in fear, begging for young clan leader's forgiveness. Ma Yingjie snorted coldly, "You slaves, trying to flatter the superiors and bully the subordinates, you actually dared to deceive me. Originally, according to your crimes, you should all be executed, but considering that you have served me for so many years, and some of you were even my companions when I was a child, I will spare your worthless lives. I will spare your dog lives and send all of you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean excrement, sweep the latrine. Thank you young clan leader for not killing us, thank you young clan leader for not killing us." The old slave kowtowed like pounding garlic, expressing endless gratitude. "As for you." Ma Yingjie's gaze landed on Fei Kai, smiling mockingly, "You actually dared to steal this young master's shoes, how daring. From now on, I will send you to be a servant leader, to serve this young master well and make up for your crimes." Fei Kai was dazed, and after a long while, he finally understood. Ma Yingjie said he would send him to be a servant, but it was actually a promotion. He quickly kowtowed to express his thanks. Ma Yingjie laughed heartily, waving his hand, "All right, quickly scram and think of a good way to serve this young clan leader." "Yes, Lord." Fei Kai retreated, and on the way back, he was in a daze. After a long while, he came to his senses. He had actually profited from this disaster, becoming a servant leader. All this is thanks to Miss Xiaoyun. Ah, that's right, Miss Xiaoyun told me that if there's nothing, I must quickly report to her. Fei Kai slapped his head, and immediately changed direction, walking towards the agreed-upon secret location. "What, you actually became a servant leader?" When Zhao Lianyun heard this news, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and looked at Fei Kai in surprise. She thought that this arrangement, although ingenious, had its risks, and it completely depended on Ma Yingjie's mood. Although the servant leader was also a slave, he was the crucial person in charge of the Ma tribe young tribe leader's daily life. With such an important position, if the Gu masters wanted to inquire about the higher-ups' intentions, they would have to go through the servant leader. "I earned big, I actually became the servant leader, I am indeed a genius." Zhao Lianyun laughed wildly in her heart, her plan was not in vain. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying softly, "Big idiot, now that you are the servant leader, you have to perform well in the future." Fei Kai's entire body instantly trembled, and he honestly muttered, "Miss Xiaoyun, I don't know why, but your voice makes me panic." Zhao Lianyun immediately turned hostile, fiercely kicking Fei Kai's calf, shouting, "You idiot, now that you are the servant leader, your situation is even more dangerous than before. Who knows how many people will come after you, among them, there will even be those vicious and evil goo masters. Fei Kai jumped in fright, then what should I do? Luckily you have a friend like me. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee you will live a good life. Zhao Lianyun stretched out her small hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulder, but found she could not reach it. She immediately bared her pretty teeth. Quick, squat down for me. Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun successfully patted his shoulder, nodding her head in satisfaction, speaking with an air of seniority. Do you know what to do next? Fei Kai shook his head as if it was a matter of course. You idiot. Zhao Lianyun snorted coldly. Since you are the servant leader, and those old slaves have been sent out, you naturally need to recruit more people. Otherwise, how can you take care of everything by yourself? Oh? You are right. Fei Kai came to a realization, nodding his head repeatedly. Zhao Lianyun snorted again, but this is far from enough. You also need to familiarize yourself with the young patriarch's hobbies, lifestyle, and so on. You'll have to ask the old slave about these things. What? If I ask them, would they agree? Fei Kai's eyes widened. Zhao Lianyun sneered, you are now the head slave, your status is different. They are the lowest of the slaves. They must be afraid of your revenge. If you go and ask them, they will definitely tell you. Of course, if they don't know what's good for them, I naturally have a way to make them tell me everything they know. Oh. Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fei Kai's blank expression. Her thoughts had already drifted away. I'm not a person of this world. I know too many ways to please these stinky men. As long as he was familiar with Ma Yingjia's lifestyle and habits, he would be able to deal with the problem accordingly. Wouldn't he be afraid that Fei Kai's position would be unstable? Hee. Chao Fu, He tribe camp. All kinds of tents and goo houses covered the grassland. Banners fluttered in the wind as goo masters moved in and out. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like a huge ant colony. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held East Window Goo in his hand, quietly looking at the resources. The female Goo master in charge of reception held her breath as she stood at the side, waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. Ever since they received Dongfang tribe's war reparations, the resources that could be exchanged with battle merits in the supply camp had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, not all of them were war reparations. Besides He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also large amounts of resources contributed by the tribes that joined He tribe's alliance army after they recruited captives. Just a few days ago, He Lulan held an alliance establishment meeting and made all the newly joined tribe leaders swear a poison oath. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, the moment the resources were calculated, Fang Yuan immediately entered the supply camp. Even if Shadow Sword Expert and the others joined He tribe army, they would not be able to shake his position second only to He Lulan. Fang Yuan had such a privilege, others naturally had objections, but no one dared to criticize him openly. Oh, there's actually a rank 4 self-reliance goo? Fang Yuan's heart moved, and soon found the goo he had always wanted among these resources. Self-reliance goo was very rare. Fang Yuan originally had a rank 3 goo from southern border, but after coming to northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding goo recipe, so it was hard to raise it. Earlier, he had exchanged for a self-reliance goo from He tribe's resources, but it was only rank 2. Without any other choice, he could only plan to collect goo recipes and refine goo using these 2 goo worms as the foundation. But this way, it was unknown how long it would take for him to obtain a high-rank self-reliance goo. If his luck was bad during this period, and he failed several times in the refinement, it would be even longer. Now that he found this rank 4 self-reliance goo, he had to get it without any hesitation. Other than the rank 4 self-reliance goo, he also found the rank 4 charging crash goo. But he had bought the rank 3 horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, and had already refined them successfully, obtaining a rank 4 charging crash goo. Shifting his attention from charging crash goo, Fang Yuan found many good things, especially some unique goo worms of Dongfang tribe. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, he could not help but be interested when he saw these things. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan the most was Refine Essence Spirit Goo. According to its function, this should be a healing goo worm. Refine Essence Spirit Goo could transform the essence of a goo master's body into a mysterious primordial energy, nourishing and healing the soul. There were many goo worms that could heal the soul, but Refine Essence Spirit Goo's effect was far superior. Dongfang Yuliang had such a goo worm, it was a huge support for his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this goo was even more suitable. Different from Dongfang Yuliang, Fang Yuan cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He had a strong body and great energy, but his soul was often weakened and exhausted due to commanding beast groups. Refine Essence Spirit Goo was the bridge between the two paths. Among the resources, there was not only Refine Essence Spirit Goo, but also Refine Essence Spirit Goo's goo recipe, which Fang Yuan took. It was said that this goo recipe was specially deduced by Dongfang tribe's goo immortal, Dongfang Naganori, for wisdom path cultivation. It represented Dongfang tribe's advanced wisdom path attainment that was at the forefront of the world. Fang Yuan had the goo recipe and Refine Essence Spirit Goo. It was the same as taking Dongfang tribe's fruits of labor for himself. The goo worm only needed a thought from the goo master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain Refine Essence Spirit Goo. The imperial court contest every 10 years was not only a way to get rid of the weeds, it was also a way for all the forces to interact. Goo path originated from immemorial antiquity. Renzu was the first goo master to use goo worms. After that came the remote antiquity era, followed by the olden antiquity era, followed by the medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Up until now, goo path had flourished. It could be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 10,000 clans contending for supremacy. Countless paths were like the waves of a long river. At the same time, countless flowers were extinguished. But because of the cruel living environment, the concept of trade could not be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Each force researched it on their own, keeping it to themselves. Back then, one of the invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun, felt this and specially made arrangements. Because of the war reparations, the Huangjin tribes grew endlessly, firmly occupying the overlord position of northern plains, lasting for a long time. After the baptism of countless imperial court contests, Northern Plains was publicly recognized as the place with the strongest martial strength among the 5 regions. In terms of overall strength, Central Continent is the strongest, second is Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He was very clear about the strength ranking of the various regions. During the 5 Regions War, Northern Plains was the place that resisted Central Continent's invasion the most fiercely. The other 3 regions had a huge geographical advantage compared to Northern Plains, but they were always suppressed by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains had formed a counterattack army and invaded Central Continent. Northern Plains could have such strength because of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. He made use of war and limited it to a certain scale, allowing Northern Plains' military strength to flourish. Unfortunately, his arrangements were still too small, only thinking about his own benefits. On the other hand, Central Continent's strength was due to the structural reform. It was a fundamental advantage. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective, and with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding of the nature of society. There are actually more than 10 amplify effect goo? Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and continued to inspect. He had a pleasant surprise. Amplify effect goo belonged to the rule path. It was specialized in assisting other goo worms. It could increase the effect of the goo worm. As for the amplification, it depended on the rank of amplify effect goo. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, there were gains and losses. The goo master would expend more primeval essence. Amplify effect goo was very popular among goo masters, because goo masters of any path could use it. Fire path goo masters could use it, water path goo masters could also use it. To Fang Yuan, both enslavement and strength paths could be amplified by amplify effect goo. Among He tribe's resources, there was actually a rank 5 amplify effect goo. There was also one rank 4, 3 rank 3, and the rest were all rank 2. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to pick the best. He directly chose that rank 5 amplify effect goo. It could amplify the goo worm's effect by 5 times, but this way, a problem arose. Lang Wangda, you want to exchange for so many goo, I'm afraid your battle merit is not enough. The female goo master in charge of receiving him cautioned after considering her words. Ah, I know. After all, there is a rank 5 goo, and amplify effect goo at that. Moreover, refine essence spirit goo is Dongfang tribe's unique goo worm. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. But his next words were different. It's alright if you don't have enough battle merit, you can borrow another 500,000. Ah? The female goo master was stunned. She carefully said, Lord, you borrowed 500,000 battle merit last time, but you only repaid 300,000. According to the rules, you have to pay off the debt before you can borrow more. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, not caring. So what? Rules are set by people, since they can be set, they can be changed. Borrow another 500,000, no, 800,000. I will personally explain to He Lulan, give me the things now. The weather gradually turned cold, the strong winds caused the wild grass to sway, and the beast groups were restless. The aura of the 10-year blizzard had already started to appear. In the huge northern plains, heroes were vying for supremacy, the flames of war were rising everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma tribe army and Song tribe army officially started fighting. After setting up 3 to 4 defense lines, the two armies faced each other. In Ma tribe's main tent, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng sat on the main seat, looking far away with a gloomy gaze. He saw that the Song tribe army was orderly and full of fighting spirit. Although they were weaker than him, it would not be easy to win. Lord Alliance Leader, please let me fight and kill the enemy general to raise our army's morale. Alliance Leader, Feishing requests to fight. This first battle has to be me, no one can compete with me. In the main tent, the Goo Master experts requested to fight, already rubbing their palms impatiently. Ma Shangfeng looked around, his gaze lingering on Feishing and Qinghu. The two were rank 4 Goo Masters. Feishing was Wood Path, Ma tribe had taken him in after annexing Fei tribe. Qinghu was Transformation Path, from Qing tribe. Qing tribe was suppressed by Ma tribe in the Heroes' Assembly, and was now the second most influential force in Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's thoughts changed, and he smiled at Qinghu. Qinghu will fight first, to raise our army's morale. Qinghu was overjoyed, he hurriedly bowed and rushed to the front of the two armies. Hey, I am Qinghu, who dares to court death? Qinghu shouted. Arrogant. Let me, Su-yi, teach you a lesson. From the Song tribe army, a rank 4 expert flew over. Qinghu did not say anything, pouncing towards him. Bam bam bam, the two's fighting methods were fierce and unparalleled, their momentum was grand. For a moment, they were evenly matched, the two figures entangled with each other, causing grass and mud to fly around the battlefield. The two armies were watching with rapt attention. The low-rank Goo Masters were shaken, while the high-rank Goo Master experts felt their blood boiling. Northern Plains was full of heroes, the blood of warriors flowed in the bones of Goo Masters. Alliance Leader, Feishing requests to fight. Feishing shouted, his eyes shining brightly. He was a newly surrendered person, he had been suppressing his drive to express his loyalty. Ma Shangfeng smiled and nodded, agreeing to his request. When Feishing stepped onto the stage, the Song family army immediately sent out a general to face Feishing. The two of them had just exchanged 3 blows when Qinghu suddenly let out a loud roar, and his whole body erupted with a dazzling orange light. After the orange light dissipated, he actually turned into a multicolored tiger king the size of a giant elephant. Qinghu was a transformation path Goo Master. During normal battles, he would only transform into tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin and so on. Once it changed completely, it would be a killing move. This was the advantage of transformation path. Every transformation path Goo Master, as long as they gathered enough goo worms, they would have at least one killer move. Sui turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. Tiger King pounced over, Sui activated his movement goo and dodged at the crucial moment. The Tiger King didn't even turn around and merely swung its tail. The tiger's tail was like a steel whip. It swung through the air and immediately produced an explosive sound. Sui quickly activated his defensive goo, his body was covered in a layer of light. However, the tiger whip's offensive power was peerless. When it landed on the light barrier, it immediately broke it. The defensive goo was destroyed, and Sui suffered a backlash from the goo worms, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. An intense fishy smell assaulted his face, and at the next moment, he saw a tiger's mouth open wide, covering his head. Crack, Tiger King fiercely bit down, directly crushing Suyi's head. Qinghu won. Ma tribe won the first round of the general challenge. At once, Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved, while Ma tribe cheered. Victory! A good start is half the battle won. In the main tent, Ma Yingjia clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with a strange light. His heart was filled with excitement. On the other side of the battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side's battle cries resounded in the sky, as flags fluttered in the wind. The other side's battle formation was wavering, their morale was low, and there were signs of collapse. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't stop them. Retreat quickly. As a commander, we need to judge the situation. Right now, Lu tribe's general is like a tiger, our army cannot match him. Several higher-up Gu masters fought to speak, they were all flustered. Luo Bojun looked around, smiling bitterly. Retreat? Everyone, where else can we retreat to? This is already our last line of defense. Sigh, forget it, since the start of the battle with Lu Wenwu, which defense line has lasted for 3 days. The enemy is too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, Mo Shiquang and the others, and had not recovered. These days, Luo tribe's army was in constant defeat. No matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to reverse the situation. He thoroughly recognized the huge difference in strength between the enemy and his side. He was disheartened and had no more fighting spirit. After hearing Luo Bojun's words, the higher-up Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. They were hindered by the poison oath and could not say it out loud, but since Luo Bojun took the initiative to surrender, there was no problem. The order to surrender was quickly passed down, and the battle quickly calmed down. Ha ha ha, I said it, as long as us 3 brothers work together, we can trample the world. Mo Shiquang raised his head and laughed, feeling extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu laughed, his heart filled with great joy. Lu Tribe Alliance's leader had won. Next, it was to annex the enemy forces, take in the captives, expand the army, and set off again. Main Chiu. The leopard group roared, starting a bloody battle with the rat group. The Gu masters of the 2 armies instead became the background. Nu Err Tu stood proudly with his hands behind his back, mutated leopards circling around him, giving off a dignified aura. In contrast, his opponent, Jiang Baoye, one of the publicly recognized enslavement masters of Northern Plains, was sweating profusely, his face pale. Jiang Baoye, you have already lost. Do you know where you lost? Your rat group is too large, reaching 650,000. Quality is more important than quantity, and beast groups are the same. In today's battle, you will obediently become my stepping stone in Northern Plains. Nu Err Tu spoke lightly, his calm voice resounding in everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost, I still have trump cards. Jiang Baoye shouted hysterically, I will let you see the enslavement path killer move that I have been hiding for a long time, rat plague. The moment he finished speaking, over 100,000 rats self-detonated at the same time. The leopard group suffered heavy casualties from the successive explosions. The earth shook slightly, grass flew, mud and rocks flew, and large amounts of yellow poisonous gas were produced. The surviving leopard group, under the cover of this poisonous gas, immediately became sickly, their movements became sluggish and their battle strength fell. On the other hand, Jiang Baoye's rat horde was completely unaffected by the yellow poisonous gas. Ha ha ha, the final victor is still I, Jiang Baoye. Young man, if you want to step on my body to rise, you will need to cultivate for another 500 years. Jiang Baoye laughed wildly. Humph. I had wanted to hide it, but since you are courting death, don't blame me. Nu Err Tu snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, killer move, leopard rush. Hell, the leopard group roared, unleashing an incomparably berserk charge. This? Jiang Baoye stared with wide eyes. The leopard group's battle strength had increased by more than 2 times, and their speed had even reached an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, the leopard group quickly charged out of the yellow poisonous gas, breathing in the fresh air like a terrifying tsunami, drowning and devouring everything. Du Jiao. A huge battle had already ended. Scarlet flame soared to the sky, the whole battlefield had turned into a burning sea of fire. In the sea of fire, a Gu master stood proudly, like a fire god descending to the world. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes. His slender eyes looked at the surrounding Gu masters, his voice was extremely cold in the burning sea of fire. Being defeated by my peak stage fire path, it is your honor. Surrender, otherwise, you and this lowly grass will all turn into charcoal. The surrounding Gu masters looked at each other in a daze. After a few breaths, they knelt on the ground. We surrender. After He tribe defeated Dongfeng army and obtained victory in the first battle, the curtains fell on all the major battles in northern plains. The losers did not lose everything, some surrendered, some fled, and once again chose a new force to rely on. In this early stage of the imperial court contest, there was still hope and possibility. The victors would annex the weak and obtain large amounts of war reparations, strengthening themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, Gu masters, and ordinary mortals would turn into the grassland's nourishment, sinking into the icy snow in the future, never to be seen again. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing in Chao Fu for more than 10 days, He Lulan absorbed the surrendered people, increasing his military strength by 60%, and set off again. This time, his target was Guanxi. Gu tribe army was stationed there, and because their military strength was weak, it became the best target for He Lulan to expand his military strength. 7 days later, He tribe army faced Gu tribe army. Gu tribe was no match for them in the first battle, suffering a huge loss. Gu tribe alliance leader Gu Guolong decisively gave the order, abandoning the 3 defensive lines and holing up in his tribe's main camp. He Lulan laughed loudly, leading his army and advancing with a crushing momentum. But when he arrived at the final battlefield, he was dumbfounded, asking to his left and right, "Why is there a mountain here?" Even though Gu tribe army was weak, they had their own methods. They piled up soil into a mountain and stationed themselves on the mountain, setting up countless traps at the foot of the mountain. They had a high vantage point and had a huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was clear. He tribe army attacked several times, but were repelled, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side, not using his full strength and only using the wolf group. He only acted on the surface. Adding that there were many trees and shrubs on the mountain, the wolf group could not spread out their army, instead they were separated and killed one by one. Thus, although the battle progressed, it was very slow. Especially when Gu tribe army continued to build the mountain, causing it to become taller and taller. He Lulan flew into a rage. Gu Guolong is as stubborn as the rumors say. After I win, I will definitely trample him to death. However, the military situation was still not optimistic. Just the rolling stones thrown by mortals with their bare hands would have the attack power of a rank 1 Gu after they fell. If I had known this, I would not have gone to bite this tough bone. He Lulan already had the intention to retreat. At this time, a person came from outside the camp. This person used a token to arrive in front of He Lulan. "I am Tai Baiyunxing. I received a letter from my benefactor to lend you a hand." He Lulan was overjoyed, grabbing the person's hands. "With old sir's help, there is hope." Tai Baiyunxing was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow and his face was full of wrinkles. He was already over 80 years old, but his eyes were not blurry from old age. Instead, they had a gentle nature that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, as well as the calmness of seeing through the mortal world. Since he was 7 years old, he had made up his mind to roam northern plains and save the people. His life was full of ups and downs, suffering from the ups and downs of fate. His clan was destroyed and he became a slave Gu master. He was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant humans. In a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance and was saved by his brother when he was about to die. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was a publicly recognized righteous Gu master. His benevolence was deeply engraved in the hearts of northern plains people and his prestige far surpassed people like Cheng Shanin, He Lulan, Lu Wenwu and others. Just when He Lulan was at his wit's end and had the intention to retreat, he arrived outside the camp alone with a letter in his hand. He Lulan opened the letter and read it, immediately understanding the reason. It turned out that back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai had taken a fancy to Tai Baiyunxing and had given him pointers or saved him many times. Now that He tribe army was in a difficult situation, He Bai, who had been observing secretly, sent a letter to Tai Baiyunxing, asking him to come and reinforce them. He Lulan knew of Tai Baiyunxing's ability and was overjoyed. That night, a banquet was held to entertain them. On the second day, just as dawn broke, He Lulan impatiently arranged the formation and invited Tai Baiyunxing to make a move. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Tai Baiyunxing slowly walked to the front of the formation and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was proficient in earth path and was already famous in northern plains. Piling stones into a mountain, this was an unimaginable and unachievable tactic on earth. But in this world, the new mountain in front of them, which was built more than 10 days ago, told them that nothing was impossible. Alliance leader Gu Guolong was at the peak of the mountain. Looking down at the foot of the mountain. Seeing a white-clothed, snow-haired old man coming out of the formation, the surrounding Gu masters burst out in laughter or ridicule, but Gu Guolong had a bad feeling in his heart. He knew clearly that this earth into mountain move was built on the foundation that he had many earth path Gu masters. Although it was difficult for other families to imitate it, it was not impossible to break it. Gu Guolong was defeated several times by He tribe's army, his military strength was damaged, his original ambition for hegemony had already faded. After much consideration, he decided to rely on the Lu family. Lu Wenwu of the Lu family was kind and wise, generous to others, strict to himself. His reputation was much better than that of He Lulan. A few days ago, he had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu, expressing his intention to side with him. Young Master Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to join our clan. He is currently leading an army to reinforce us. As long as I defend and wait for reinforcements, and hold on for another 7 days, I'll be able to clear the clouds and see the blue sky, and escape from this predicament. Gu Guolong inwardly encouraged himself. Right at this time, Tai Baiyunxing slowly stretched out his hands. His palms were wide, full of calluses and wrinkles, making people think of the bark of an ancient tree. He slowly mobilized his primeval essence, his hands emitting a weak silver light. The silver light was weak at first, but soon became stronger and stronger. In a few blinks of an eye, the silver light was so strong that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before. Tai Baiyunxing leisurely chanted, his voice resounding through the clouds. On the mountain peak, Gu Guolong heard this voice and immediately showed a shocked expression. Not good, he is actually Tai Baiyunxing. In the blink of an eye, only to see the silver light explode, turning into a straight light pillar that directly bombarded the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw that the situation was bad and immediately activated their defensive Gu worms or attacked to block it. But the silver light ignored all obstructions and shone on the mountain peak. Humans and beasts were safe and sound, but the mountain rocks under Gu tribe's feet, no matter how big or thick they were, under the illumination of the silver light, they were like snow under the blazing sun, turning into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never existed. The Gu tribe army lost their support and started to fall. For a moment, men and horses were thrown off their feet, falling from a height of 5 to 6 feet and onto the mountain rocks. There were countless casualties. Even the stupidest Gu tribe Gu masters realized the danger at this moment. They cried out in alarm. Such strength, this is Lord Tai Baiyunxing's mountain as before. Oh heavens, why is old Sir Tai Bai helping tyrant He Lulan? Lord Tai Baiyunxing was the benefactor of our tribe when he restored our spirit spring back then. But now he wants us to fight him? The mountain under Gu tribe army's feet was the source of their confidence, but now it had collapsed. Tai Baiyunxing's personal prestige was a huge factor that shook their morale. Ha ha ha, as expected of Tai Baiyunxing, his first move is already extraordinary. He Lulan was sitting in the main tent, and seeing this scene, he laughed arrogantly. He had not expected the tribe to have such a hidden move. However, every super tribe's supreme elders would choose seeds they favored from the demonic path and righteous path's mortal Gu masters from time to time, and nurture them. Once these seeds become Gu immortals in the future, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elders. This was one of the development strategies the super tribes used to maintain their status. Evidently, Tai Baiyunxing was the seed that was favored by the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai, and was considered to be the hope of advancing to Gu immortal realm in the future. Seeing the enemy's miserable state, He tribe army's morale rose greatly. Many people laughed loudly, and there were even some who shouted that they would slaughter the enemy, regardless of their age. In the main tent, the Gu Master experts were also celebrating, only Fang Yuan was calm. Tai Baiyunqing's appearance was already within his expectations. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Baiyunqing had joined He tribe army from this point, and had assisted He Lulan along the way, giving great help. He Lulan being able to defeat all the experts was largely due to Tai Baiyunqing. But Tai Baiyunqing had a benevolent nature, and during the process of assisting her, he deeply understood He Lulan's cruel and tyrannical nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he advanced to Gu Immortal there, and did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill them, these dogs. They actually dared to pile up soil into a mountain and resist stubbornly. He Lulan shouted excitedly. Tai Baiyunqing, who was at the front, frowned after hearing He Lulan's words. He heaved a long sigh, but did not continue to attack. Instead, he transmitted his voice to He Lulan, Alliance leader. Heaven is benevolent, why must you start a massacre? In the history of Imperial Court battles, blood flowed like rivers, and there were disastrous casualties. Since Alliance leader wants to stay in Imperial Court, why don't you take in Gu tribe army? I am willing to be your mediator. Gu tribe army piled up soil into a mountain to resist He tribe, but against Tai Baiyunqing, this mountain became their fatal trap. The current situation was that He tribe army had tightly surrounded Gu tribe, not a single trace of wind could escape. As long as Tai Baiyunqing moved casually, he could destroy more than half of Gu tribe. Gu tribe would not sit still and wait for death, but when the new mountain was destroyed, their military strength would also be depleted, and their final assault would not pose any threat. But Tai Baiyunqing did not do so. He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light. Although his killing intent was already boiling in his heart, he had to consider Tai Baiyunqing's face. Tai Baiyunqing was not an ordinary Gu Master. He was an extremely rare time path Gu Master with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in northern plains was like the sun in the sky, and his influence spread all over the grassland. He Lulan pondered for a while before replying, then let's listen to Old Sir for a while. But it is too dangerous for Old Sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort Old Sir. Tai Baiyunqing nodded and went up the mountain under heavy protection. His prestige was extremely high, and his benevolence was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wherever he went, the enemy troops automatically opened up a path in the middle. I did not want to see Benefactor again at this time. Gu Guolong smiled bitterly and went up to greet him. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up and they were ostracized by several large tribes. It was very dangerous to migrate, so they invited Tai Baiyunqing to save them. Tai Baiyunqing did not charge any fee and helped for free. He was the benefactor of Gu tribe. Under Tai Baiyunqing's persuasion, even though Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu, he had no choice but to lower his head due to the circumstances. Tai Baiyunqing went up the mountain for only a while before going down. When he went up, there were only 7 people. When he went down, he brought over 100,000 people. In this battle, Tai Baiyunqing succeeded in persuading Gu tribe army to side with He Lulan, and He tribe army's military strength rose sharply. Tai Baiyunqing changed the battle situation with his strength alone. With his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 people's lives, and at the same time made great contributions to He tribe. On the first day that Tai Baiyunqing came to He tribe army, he climbed to the top of the battle merit board. On the opposite side was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Chang Shanyan's name was at the bottom of the battle merit board, with a bright red and huge negative number. It formed a clear contrast with Tai Baiyunqing's battle merit. That night, He Lulan ordered a celebratory banquet to welcome Tai Baiyunqing. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the bonfire blazed to the sky. Toasts were exchanged as music resounded in the sky. Beautiful young girls wearing Northern Plains robes with gold, silver, and jade ornaments were dancing around the bonfire. He Lulan repeatedly toasted Tai Baiyunqing. He praised, with Old Sir here, any defense line is useless. Tai Baiyunqing had 2 rank 5 Gu that were known to the people of Northern Plains. One was called Mountain as before, the other was called River as before. They were both time path Gu worms. The former could restore the earth, mountains, hills, and valleys to their original appearance. The latter could restore the rivers, lakes, streams, springs, and waterfalls to their original appearance. Gu Guolong created a new mountain. This place was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of mountain as before Gu, it was restored to its original appearance. Gu tribe's spirit spring was restored to its original state by river as before Gu, and could produce yuan stone again. Northern Plains, middle of the 6th month. It was the height of summer, but the aura of the 10-year blizzard was already thick. The sky was gloomy and cold winds blew, the frost was getting heavier by the day. And the struggle for the imperial court that spread throughout Northern Plains was going on like wildfire. In Mirror Lake, Ma tribe army and Song tribe alliance army started fighting. Ma tribe had a huge advantage, breaking through 2 of Song tribe's defensive lines. During this period, Song tribe alliance leader Song Qingyin led the army to counterattack. Ma tribe was ambushed and had to give up a defensive line. But soon after, Ma tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun made his move, using his trump card Pegasus group to surround and kill Song Qingyin in the air. Song tribe army was like a group of dragons without a leader, and with Ma tribe secretly sowing discord, they finally fell apart. Ma tribe annexed most of the tribes, and only a few remnant members were left, fleeing in all directions. After this battle, as one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, the rank 5 initial stage water immortal Song Qingyin died, establishing the fame of enslavement master Ma Zun. The strength that Ma Zun displayed was shocking. Faintly, some people were already calling him the #1 enslavement master in Northern Plains. In Mengqiu, New Heir Tu fought against Jiang Baoye. New Heir Tu was not an enslavement path Gu master originally, but had switched to it halfway. He led the leopard group and actually suppressed the veteran enslavement path master Jiang Baoye, eventually defeating him. Just based on this battle achievement, New Heir Tu entered the ranks of enslavement path masters in Northern Plains, becoming one of the 5 beast kings along with Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, and Chang Shanin. However, although New Heir Tu's battle of fame was realized, the price was not cheap. Jiang Baoye's counterattack caused New Heir's army to suffer heavy casualties. Even though they annexed the enemy's remnant forces and received war reparations, New Heir's army's momentum was hindered. As the Rat King, Jiang Baoye luckily escaped and gathered his remnant forces. His rat group of over 600,000 was reduced to less than 30,000. But even so, as the defeated general, he was still favored by all the large forces. More than 10 forces had already sent invitations to him. And in the Single Horn area, Yi Lui Sang had the support of an immortal Gu, and with his rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, he suppressed everyone and got rid of the final obstacle, successfully dominating the Single Horn area. However, just as the Yalu army, like a raging fire, began to spread in all directions, they encountered the joint attack of the 7 armies. Each of these 7 armies had at least 100,000 soldiers. Although they were not super clans, they had famous Gu master experts. The 7 armies joined together in a menacing manner. The Yalu army, which had just opened up the situation and was about to go all out, fell into a dangerous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also facing a great enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led the army towards He tribe. It turned out that Gu Guolong had asked Lu Wenwu for help. Lu Wenwu was delighted when he saw the letter. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, then his Lu tribe army would pincer attack He tribe from behind, and they would definitely gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to fall into a passive situation from the start. But in the end, things changed too quickly. Lu tribe's army had just advanced halfway when they received battle reports that Gu tribe was defeated and had no choice but to submit to He tribe. And the key person who caused all this was Tai Baiyunqing. After Lu Wenwu received this battle report, he was greatly shocked. A legendary character like Tai Baiyunqing had actually taken the initiative to help He Lulan. He Lulan obtaining this person was like obtaining a magnificent army. Lu Wenwu quickly understood that this was the power of He tribe's Gu immortals. According to the rules set by Ancestor Giant Sun, in the Imperial Court contest, Gu immortals could provide some help to mortals to a certain extent. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of help. At least the Gu immortals could not personally take action. Whether it was the immortal Guan Yi Lui Sang or Tai Baiyunqing who helped He Lulan after receiving the letter, they were all the work of Gu immortals. Lu Wenwu naturally had the authority to ask for help from the Gu immortals supporting him. He Lulan obtained Tai Baiyunqing's help. In Lu Wenwu's opinion, this was even more terrifying than obtaining Wolf King Cheng Shanin. Tai Baiyunqing's reputation was extremely high, be it the righteous path or demonic path, many people had received his kindness. Among these people, as long as a small portion had thoughts of repaying his kindness, this force would be very terrifying. Moreover, once He tribe gets stronger, the scattered demonic path Gu masters who were still observing would see the hope of entering the imperial court and take the initiative to join them. Tai Baiyunqing's existence would make them more inclined to choose He Lulan. This way, He tribe would become stronger and stronger. As time passes, they would leave the other competitors far behind. He Lulan defeated Dongfang Yuliang and obtained the war reparations from the super tribes. She had already made a huge profit. In contrast, we did defeat several allied armies, but they were all large-scale tribes. The war reparations we obtained were lower than He tribe. Now that He tribe has the living signboard of Tai Baiyunqing, if he is given time to grow, it would be hard to deal with them in the future. Lu Wenwu thought for a moment before decisively giving the military order. Lu tribe army maintained the original plan and advanced towards He tribe. He Lulan received this news and laughed loudly, saying good. He immediately ordered to construct defensive lines at their original location. After the first defensive line was constructed, the army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. Every 1,000 li, they would stop and station for a few days to construct a new defensive line. 12 days later, He tribe army set off from the 4th defensive line and advanced 500 li to face Lu tribe army. The two armies lined up and started to pick their generals. He tribe's general Hao Ji Lu was the first to charge to the front. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yanfei. Hao Ji Lu had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, but Pei Yanfei was the same. The two fought for 20 rounds without a clear victor. Hao Ji Lu's attacks were vast, causing people's hearts to tremble. Pei Yanfei, on the other hand, was sharp and fierce, moving back and forth in the flood, sweeping everything in his way. After fighting for a while, the two's primeval essence was running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battles. Once their primeval essence was used up, their battle strength would fall sharply. We can't go on like this. Both of them had the same thought at the same time. Waterfall Gu, Hao Ji Lu was the first to attack. He pushed with both palms and a waterfall appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards Pei Yanfei with a loud rumble. Pei Yanfei did not fight it head-on. He activated his movement Gu and charged towards the sky, dodging the waterfall's attack. Rank 4, Golden Coat Gu. Rank 4, Swallow Wings Gu. Rank 4, Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yanfei staked it all on one throw, using his signature killer move. In an instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and tore through the sky. With lightning speed, he easily broke through the waterfall and accurately hit Hao Ji Lu, causing him to explode, but Hao Ji Lu was turned into liquid. It was not real flesh and blood. Water Image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time, and with the information he had, he knew that Pei Yanfei's investigative Gu was not strong. Thus, he sent out the waterfall, and while the flood was blocking Pei Yanfei's vision, he quietly activated Water Image Gu and entered the waterfall. This could be said to be extremely secretive, deceiving most of the Gu masters in the two armies. Pei Yanfei exploded the water image, and immediately cried out in his heart. He did not hold back anymore, activating his remaining primeval essence and pouring it all into Swallow Wings Gu. The 2 pairs of swallow wings on his back flapped rapidly, bringing him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body drenched in water. He had won a small battle, but he was not happy. The opponent's killer move was extremely powerful. He used Water Image Gu to deceive him this time, but what about next time? Big brother, let me fight. Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Mo Shirquang to blow his beard and stare with wide eyes, impatiently requesting to fight. Lu Wenwu smiled, not replying. Third brother, don't be impatient, you were the one who fought earlier. This battle should be my turn. An extremely tall and thin bald Gu master with a tough and vigorous appearance stood up and patted Mo Shirquang's shoulder. Second brother. Mo Shirquang called out helplessly. This person was called Ouyang by saying, a demonic path Gu master. In his early years, he met Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang in a historical remnant by chance. The three worked together to break through the situation and obtain the inheritance, and because of their mutual feelings, they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Baisang, who wants to spar with me? Ouyang Baisang slowly walked to the front of the two armies, lightly shouting. Next, he looked at Hao Ji Lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well rest for a while and recover your primeval essence. Water Demon chuckled, but did not reply. No hurry, there will be a chance to fight. Saying so, he retreated back into the formation. The Imperial Court contest had progressed to this point, and the information of all the forces and experts had spread far and wide. Ouyang Baisang was Mo Shikuang's second brother. Just this identity alone was not to be underestimated. His performance in the previous battles in Lu tribe was also extremely stunning. He was a transformation path expert, and Gu masters of this path had at least one killer move. His cultivation was rank 4 peak stage, and like Mo Shikuang, he had rank 5 Gu master battle strength. In his first battle, he killed the enemy's rank 5 alliance leader. Challenging higher realms, this was a dazzling battle achievement that many people looked up to for their entire lives. Facing such an expert, even if Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was at his peak condition, he would not win. Moreover, in today's battle, his energy had already been expended by Pei Yanfei. A Gu master's condition did not depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Baisang's appearance, He Lulan felt a slight headache. Compared to Lu Wenwu, he now found that he lacked a valiant general. After absorbing Gu tribe army, He tribe army now had 3 rank 5 Gu masters in the main tent. They were He Lulan, Tai Baiyunxing and the newly joined Gu Guolong. As the alliance leader, He Lulan could not be moved easily. Tai Baiyunxing was a medical Gu master, and was not good at fighting. Gu Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path Gu master, but the opponent was rank 4 peak stage. If he was sent, it would be against the rules of the selection and would be ridiculed. Looking at the rank 4 Gu masters, only Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Little Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming and Soul Blade General Pan Ping could be used. Chang Shanin and Tang Miao Ming were enslavement path Gu masters, so they were eliminated first. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already left, so He Lulan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Si Xian's faces. Pan Ping knew that he was not Ouyang Baisang's match just by relying on his trump cards, so he felt uneasy. Bian Si Xian's face was covered with a black cloth, her gaze cold. He Lulan turned around and said to Bian Si Xian, "This battle, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to take action. Then I can only guarantee I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee victory." Bian Si Xian said coldly. He Lulan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was the alliance leader and Bian Si Xian had made a deadly oath, He Lulan could not force Bian Si Xian to fight to the death. Bian Si Xian walked to the front of the formation and quickly fought with Ouyang Baisang without saying anything. The fight between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. In terms of reputation, Shadow Sword Expert was several streets ahead of Ouyang Baisang. But in terms of cultivation strength, Ouyang Baisang was rank 4 peak stage and could kill a rank 5 expert who was 1 rank higher. While Shadow Sword Expert was only rank 4 upper stage. The Gu worms on Shadow Sword Expert's body were very well matched and did not have any shortcomings. At the same time, they focused on movement. She turned into a black shadow and moved around Ouyang Baisang, occasionally activating multiple sword Shadow Gu to attack. Ouyang Baisang stood on the spot, passively defending, his body unmoving like a reef on the seashore. After a while, this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu gradually felt impatient. "If you only have this level, then go die." He growled and his body underwent a drastic change. His teeth grew rapidly, becoming as sharp as swords, and 2 pairs of fangs protruded from his lips. He was originally bald, but now large amounts of horrifying green hair appeared. Not only the top of his head, but his whole body grew green hair. His body creaked, and his blood flow became extremely slow. His tall and sturdy body became even thinner, but the dangerous aura was 10 times denser than before. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but a pair of cold green pupils, emitting a glossy green light. Rank 5, Azura Zombie Gu. This Gu belonged to the most classic Zombie Gu series of transformation path. Zombie goo was widely spread throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 roaming zombie goo, to rank 3 hairy zombie goo, to rank 4 jumping zombie goo, all the way to rank 5 flying zombie goo. The 5 great flying zombie goo in the world were Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, blood white zombie, nightmare zombie, and plague zombie. Many goo masters did not have much lifespan left and did not have lifespan goo to increase their lifespan. They would often choose to transform into zombies, turning into monsters that were neither human nor ghost to prolong their lifespan. Blood white zombie goo, Feng Yuan had already seen it in this life. Back on Qingmao Mountain Peak, Guyua's generation had turned into a blood white zombie in an attempt to defy heaven and change their fate, but was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shueleng and others. The Azura zombie goo that Ouyang Bai Sang was using now was a powerful goo worm on par with blood white zombie goo. Clang clang clang, when Bianxi Xian's sword shadow cut Ouyang Bai Sang's body, it unexpectedly only produced sparks and cut off a few clumps of green hair, unable to harm his skin. Overlapping shadow goo, a sharp light flashed in Bianxi Xian's eyes. Multiple sword phantoms suddenly superimposed on each other, turning into a single sword phantom that was as deep as ink and extremely dense. That's more like it. Ouyang Bai Sang's eyes shone with a green light. Seeing the sword shadow attack, he was not surprised but happy. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed into a claw and moved like a fleeing rabbit, grabbing the sword shadow in an instant. This. Bianxi Xian revealed a look of horror. She held the sword shadow in her hand, unable to advance any further. Ga. Ouyang Bai Sang let out an extremely haggard and unpleasant laughter as he fiercely grabbed with his right claw. Pooh. There was a soft sound. The sword shadow was actually crushed by him, and Bianxi Xian flew back. The exploding sword shadow was incomparably sharp and ruthlessly cut Ouyang Bai Sang's body. Not only did it leave several bone-deep wounds on his body, but his entire right hand was also almost completely cut off, with 4 of his fingers flying off. Bianxi Xian's overlapping shadow goo was exchanged from He tribe army with the battle merits she had painstakingly accumulated in several small battles. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows superimposed on each other and could compare to a rank 5 attack goo. Ouyang Bai Sang was cut by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie body, and the pain also disappeared. At the same time, only a small amount of pale green blood flowed out of the wound. The bone-deep wound automatically healed in a few breaths of time, and green hair grew again, covering the wound. His broken fingers also grew back, giving people a feeling that it was very easy. Bianxi Xian's complexion turned pale at this scene. Ouyang Bai Sang forcibly grabbed the sword shadow. It seemed reckless, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense and recovery ability had increased by several times. Bianxi Xian's strongest attack method could not cause any effect on him. Unavoidably, Bianxi Xian's fighting spirit was severely weakened. What affected a goo master's battle strength was not only the primeval essence in the aperture, but also the goo master's mind and mental state. I am a killer, an assassin. I am most proficient in movement and sneaking in undetected. Now that the 2 armies are fighting, it is fair and aboveboard. Fighting head-on is not my style. Ouyang Bai Sang's performance greatly reduced Bianxi Xian's fighting spirit. For the next few rounds, she continuously moved around Ouyang Bai Sang, but compared to before, it was clear that the number of times she attacked had decreased, and she was mostly dodging. After another 10 rounds, Bianxi Xian lightly shouted and quickly pulled apart the distance between her and Ouyang Bai Sang, returning to He tribe army. Seeing this, Lu tribe army's morale rose again. He tribe's morale was shaken, and the higher-ups' expressions were not good. Bianxi Xian lost. Ouyang Bai Sang is really so strong? His killer move is Azura transformation, and with this killer move, he killed a rank 5 expert. Now, he only used Azura corpse goo and did not use his full strength, but he defeated Shadow Sword Expert. Shadow Sword Expert's fighting spirit is not strong, but the continuous moving also weakened Ouyang Bai Sang's primeval essence. We can send more people to fight him one after another. After the discussion was settled, He tribe army sent Pan Ping to fight. But after fighting for a while, Pan Ping showed he could not hold on any longer, and hurriedly took out the scimitar on his waist and activated Soul Blade Goo. A cold light flashed, but it had no effect. Although Soul Blade Goo could ignore defensive methods, it could not work every time. There was a certain probability. Moreover, this rank 4 Soul Blade Goo needed to rest for 8 hours after being activated once, and could not be activated continuously. Ouyang Baiseng was shocked. Although he had paid attention to the relevant information, Soul Blade Goo's speed was far faster than he imagined, and he had no time to react. We can't let him live. Ouyang Baiseng's killing intent surged, and he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping saw that his method had failed, and knew the situation was far from good, and hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baiseng chased relentlessly, and He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to stop Ouyang Baiseng and rescue Pan Ping back to the army. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baiseng and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baiseng was about to use his killer move, Azura Transformation, but Mo Quan had already lost his patience, and rushed out of the main tent, shouting, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." But Ouyang Baiseng alone had caused He tribe army to be badly battered, and now that Mo Quan had also joined the battle, the situation had become even worse. "Third brother, don't interfere, so what if you have more people? Look at my Azura Transformation." Ouyang Baiseng was attacked by 3 people, and with a furious roar, he brazenly activated his killer move. His aura suddenly rose sharply, and his body enlarged, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. The muscles all over his body swelled up like balloons, quickly forming exaggerated muscles that were as sturdy as rocks. Under the original pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew. His skin turned completely dark green, and his large feet broke his leather boots, creating deep pits on the grass. His fangs turned dark brown. A 3rd vertical pupil opened between his eyebrows. Roar! Ouyang Baiseng opened his mouth and roared. The berserk sound waves immediately intimidated the whole area. The 3 He tribe Gu masters' movements were sluggish. Ouyang Baiseng waved his fists, like swatting a fly, and sent one of them flying far away. The other 2 attacked fiercely, golden blades shot out, and thunder rumbled. But Ouyang Baiseng forcibly resisted, and his huge body did not waver in the slightest. Die! His 6 hands attacked together, fists, palms, and grabs. His moves were ferocious, and their coordination was incomparable. The remaining 2 rank 4 Gu masters could not resist his attacks, and could only retreat. Ouyang Baiseng was insatiable, every punch produced a sonic boom, and the might of his voice caused people's expressions to change. A rank 4 Gu master could not even endure for a moment under such ferocious attacks, and was beaten into a bloody pulp. The other Gu master was grabbed by Ouyang Baiseng. "Don't kill me, don't kill." His begging stopped abruptly, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. His ribs were all broken, and his body shriveled. He was actually squeezed to death by Ouyang Baiseng's 2 hands. "He is actually so ferocious." Cunning Gentleman's son Shirhan cried out involuntarily. He Lolan's expression was extremely unsightly, and Tai Baiyunqing's expression was also grave. Lu tribe army let out deafening cheers, while He tribe's Gu masters were slightly in chaos, and their morale fell to rock bottom. Lu Wenwu saw this and laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Start the battle. Everyone, attack." Immediately, the army was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing over with the momentum to engulf the world. Mo Shirquang, Pei Yanfei and the others took the lead. He Lulan gritted his teeth, and ordered the army to face the attack. Both sides started a huge battle, and battle cries pierced the 9 heavens. In the intense battle, Lu tribe's fierce men charged and slammed, weaving and weaving. He Lulan and the others had just started fighting, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. But at the lower levels, He tribe had the advantage. The Wolf Group, under Fang Yuan's command, slaughtered Lu tribe's Gu masters to their heart's content. Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence on the attacking wolves. Thus, every death of the Wolf Group was an outstanding contribution. Lu tribe's Gu master experts sensed something amiss, and were looking for Fang Yuan's figure. But Fang Yuan used the same trick, and hid in a corner of the battlefield. Right now, he already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu. With the concealment of these Gu worms, as long as Fang Yuan did not use more than 80% of his strength, he could conceal the fluctuations of his soul. This huge battle lasted from dawn to dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the dusky sunlight shone on the grassland that was littered with corpses and blood. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Lu tribe's army suffered heavy casualties, and the wolf group made a great contribution. And after Lu tribe could not find traces of Feng Yuan, they focused their attacks on He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts had suffered heavy losses. Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang were unable to restrain them, and He tribe's experts were almost terrified by their slaughter. He tribe's fighting spirit was slack, and they could barely hold on. When night fell, the night wolves became more ferocious, and Lu Wenwu did not want the lower-level Gu masters to suffer more casualties, and had the thought of retreating. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was very stifling. Including He Lulan, almost everyone was injured. The Gu path experts who were usually proud and arrogant were now in a pathetic state. Lu tribe's offense is too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bojun and Ye Yiqing are rank 5 experts, while Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang are rank 4 peak stage with battle strength comparable to rank 5. There are also Pei Yanfei, Chang Biao, and other fierce generals. Such a lineup is rare even in the previous 10 imperial court contests. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare. They were usually the leaders of small to medium-sized forces, or elders of large-sized forces. Rank 5 was even rarer. It had a high requirement for aptitude. Even super forces only had 2 or 3 rank 5 Gu masters on the surface. Actually, He tribe's current higher-ups were already quite strong. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Gu Guolong were 3 rank 5 experts. Chang Shanin, Tang Miaoming, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping and other rank 4 experts numbered over 20. However, even among Gu masters of the same rank, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu master was a fighting profession where the individual was superior to the group. The strength of the individual surpassed the accumulation of the group. For example, Feng Yuan alone could slaughter small to medium-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Bai Sang alone slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak, but that the Lu tribe army's higher-ups were too strong, especially after the first battle. Large numbers of higher-ranked Gu masters were slaughtered by Lu tribe. Almost half of the rank 4 Gu masters were killed, causing the gap to become even bigger. How to deal with Lu tribe's huge advantage? This became a problem that everyone needed to solve. If I have time, I can annex a few armies and use Old Sir's prestige to subdue some experts. I might be able to contend with their higher-ups. He Lulan sighed, secretly hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to start the battle, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately understood the deeper meaning behind He Lulan's words, saying, I once saved Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. They said they would repay me. This old man can write a letter, perhaps it can call them over. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were known as the twin demons of the demonic path in northern plains. They cooperated with each other and always acted together. These two were rank 4 peak stage Gu master experts and had once joined hands to kill a rank 5 expert. The pressure in He Lulan's heart eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, I can slightly bridge the gap between the two armies. However, military affairs are related to everyone's lives, so you can't place your hopes on someone else's gratitude. In today's battle, it was all thanks to the Wolf King that slaughtered large numbers of low-rank Gu masters, causing Lu tribe to suffer huge losses. If Lu Wenwu didn't have such misgivings, why would he retreat so easily? Everyone turned to look at Feng Yuan, wanting to hear his opinion. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. There was not a trace of injury on his body. Previously, he had hidden in the army and commanded the wolf pack, but he had obtained the greatest military merit. Such a situation had already made everyone in the main tent jealous and envious. But because of the big picture, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Feng Yuan had been digging through his memories, trying to find out how He Lulan defeated Lu Wenwu. But no matter how hard he thought, there was no result. 500 years of memories were too complex, there were many things that were forgotten. Right now, this was a huge problem that troubled everyone, but in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just a small detail in the long river of history. Sensing everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan raised his eyelids and said plainly, although Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, the strongest is only Beichao Chuan, his grass soldier army is useless. Right now, both sides have strong points. It is like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe army's strength lies in their high-rank Gu masters, while we have the help of the wolf pack, we can slaughter large numbers of low-rank Gu masters. Thus, today, both sides suffered heavy losses. The way to victory is to restrain the enemy's strong points, while strengthening our own strong points. It is not impossible to restrain the enemy's Gu master experts. As long as I have a batch of trump card wolf group, I can restrain the enemy. But that way, I will have to control them with all my strength, and with just the rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, I will not be able to conceal my traces, I will fall into the enemy's attack. Fang Yuan's words made everyone's eyes brighten. Trump card wolf group. Hey! Lulan lowered her head and muttered. Currently, Northern Plains' 5 great enslavement pathmasters were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Mazun had a mutated beast Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Ping had a mutated beast Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Baoya had a mutated beast Mountain Drilling Rat group. The new enslavement pathmaster, Leopard King Nu Air II, had a tube leopard group. Only Wolf King Chang Shanin did not have such a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Once mutated beasts formed a group, their battle strength was even more terrifying than the same number of Gu masters. That was because the beast group did not fear death under the command of the enslavement path Gu masters. And the Gu masters had their own thoughts, even if it was an oath to establish the alliance, they could not risk their lives to fight to the death. If they had a mutated beast wolf group, there was a high chance they could even kill a rank 5 expert. After all, even a rank 5 Gu master was still immortal, their primeval essence was limited, and there were times when they could not do anything. However, the formation of a mutated beast group took a long time, and the amount of energy and resources consumed was also an enormous figure. In such a short period of time, to find such a mutated beast wolf group for Fang Yuan, there was only one way, that was to seek help from He tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone in the main tent, even if they did not know of the existence of jewel yellow skies, they understood the might of Gu immortals. In Northern Plains history, there were several examples of Gu immortals gathering resources and forming mutated beast groups to support their respective forces. Mutated beast wolf group, this is indeed a good idea, let me try it. He Lulan thought for a while and said vaguely. But everyone was clear that He Lulan's words meant that she wanted to seek help from the Gu immortals behind her. Immediately, everyone's gaze towards Fang Yuan changed again. This Wolf King Chang Shanin, how could his luck be so good? He was able to make Gu immortals help him form a mutated beast wolf group. If he had to do it himself, he might not be able to accumulate so many resources in 20 to 30 years. Why didn't we receive such nurturing? Everyone's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. In the end, it was because Fang Yuan was using Chang Shanyin's name, an enslavement pathmaster who could turn the tide. If He tribe wanted to win against Lu tribe, the most sensible way was to focus on Fang Yuan and give him resources. If I remember correctly, even with the mutated beast wolf group, Wolf Wang Da's battle merits are still at the bottom of the battle merit board, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy as he pretended to think of something and reminded with good intentions. I can't get a mutated beast wolf group out of thin air. Fang Yuan nodded righteously, our rules cannot be broken, I will use battle merits to exchange for them. Of course, I don't have enough battle merits now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that can't be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted in their hearts, you still have the cheek to say this? You are really shameless, you have already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits, you still want to borrow more? In the whole He tribe army, you are the only one borrowing battle merits. That rank 5 amplify effect Gu, don't you feel uneasy holding it in your hands? In fact, not only did Fang Yuan not feel uneasy, he even pushed his luck, just the mutated beast wolf group is not enough, I also need the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Unfortunately, the success rate of refining a rank 5 Gu is too low. I have 3 rank 4 Gu in my hands, but I don't dare to advance to rank 5. He Lulan gritted his teeth, the number of times he asked for help from the tribe was also limited, and the more he asked for help, the lower the tribe's evaluation of him. But there was no other way, in order to defeat Lu Wenwu, he could only nod and say to Fang Yuan, I will think of a way. While He Lulan and the others were plotting, Lu Wenwu and the others were also considering how to fight He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Xianxia is the biggest problem. In today's battle, it was because of him that our army suffered disastrous losses. At least 30,000 Gu masters died in the wolf's mouth. Sigh, this number makes my heart bleed. Everyone came to join me because they trusted me. But it was because of my incompetence that caused such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu sighed with tears in his eyes. Big brother, how can we blame you? We can only blame these Gu masters for being useless. Mo Shirquan almost jumped up, consoling loudly. Wolf King Xianxia might have a great reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Bai Sang proudly snorted, commenting in a disdainful tone, the Grand Wolf King is actually hiding in a dark corner like a mouse, acting sneakily, it is truly disgraceful. But, such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he opened his eyes and asked, does anyone have a method to deal with Wolf King? Mo Shirquan and Ouyang Bai Sang did not speak. They were proficient in battle, this kind of scheming was not their forte. I have a plan. Beichaochuan stood up and spoke with assurance. Wolf King Xianxia was originally a Chang tribe member. Although he said he would take revenge, his bloodline relationship with Chang tribe cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader Lord Chang Biao was once Chang Shanyan's best friend. After Chang Shanin disappeared, Chang Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son. He is the current Chang tribe young tribe leader Chang Jiyu. To deal with Wolf King, we can start from this aspect, it might be effective. Oh? This is a good idea. Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened. After the discussion ended, Fang Yuan returned to his large lizard house Gu. How to refine rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu had been a problem that had been troubling him recently. If he could borrow the strength of He tribe's Gu immortals to build a mutated wolf group and refine the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu, that would be the best. Fang Yuan felt this was highly possible. Although he could not remember the details of this imperial court contest, he knew that He Lulan could not enter the imperial court without the support of the Gu immortals behind him. After this battle, both sides need to rest for at least 3 days. At this time, He tribe's Gu immortals will definitely receive He Lulan's request for help. Before that, what I need to do is Xiaohun blessed land. Dense dark clouds permanently shrouded this place, female trees were growing on the ground. These trees had peculiar appearances, their trunks were graceful and their branches were intertwined like naked women, making all kinds of enchanting postures. The female trees were continuous, forming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest, there was the largest female tree, it was over 100 feet tall, its roots were rooted in the soil, covering an area of 10,000 li. This female tree king, however, was not enchanting, instead emitting a pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was straight, giving off a spirited and energetic feeling. 2 enormous tree branches formed arms, folded in front of its chest. The forked branches formed 2 palms, plump and broad, holding up a green treehouse. The treehouse was covered with bright red vermilion fruits, and the reddish-brown vines were intertwined, like a red heart. In this treehouse, 2 Gu immortals were sitting, both wearing black robes. The one on the left was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was called He Tribe Rockman when he was young, clumsy with words, simple but elegant inside, it was He Bai. And the one on the right had eyes like paint, a jade-like face, full of spirit, handsome and elegant. He was He Tribe's supreme elder He Qing, the father of He Lulan, a famous handsome man in northern plains, the male lead of Su Xian's night elopement. That means, you just returned from an Iu blessed land, did you see Dongfang Naganori? How is he? He Qing took a sip of tea, asking leisurely. He Bai nodded, Senior Dongfang did not find lifespan Gu, he does not have much lifespan left, I'm afraid he can only live for another 2 to 3 years. But he is broad-minded and open-minded, he has already seen through the difficulties of life and death, and now wholeheartedly wants to nurture a successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Open-minded and broad-minded? He Qing snorted, shaking his head in disdain, brother, you are wrong. Dongfang Naganori is a true villain, he schemed against northern plains, he is extremely sinister, he is hated to the bone by Gu immortals. If not for this, he would have already bought lifespan Gu, how could he have fallen to this state? These years, I have vaguely found out that sister-in-law Su Xian'er's death was also a scheme plotted by him. He Qing revealed the secret. The words he said made He Bai extremely shocked. What? There's actually such a thing? He Bai exclaimed. He Qing's main wife was called Su Xian'er. 200 years ago, Su Xian'er was just a concubine's daughter of the Su family. At a banquet, she served as a maid and poured wine for young master He Qing. She fell in love at first sight. During that banquet, He Qing was poisoned by Su tribe leader, his strength fell to rock bottom and he was chased by others. After Su Xian'er accidentally found out about it, she resolutely ran out of the family camp in the middle of the night to save He Qing, who she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian'er only had rank 1 cultivation. Wild beasts roamed the northern plains at night, killing intent was everywhere, it was not something she could contend against. But by coincidence, she found He Qing, who had fainted on the ground. He Qing was thus saved, his life preserved. He then asked Su Xian'er in confusion, I was plotted against by your Su family's patriarch, and you are a member of the Su family. Why did you come to save me, the enemy of the Su family? Su Xian'er replied, young master has the spirit of a hero, I fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader was short-sighted, he was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, young master will repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today, I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master taking revenge on Su tribe is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master will be merciful and leave a bloodline of Su tribe alive. Under the moonlight, the beauty was like jade, her hands were soft like silk. He Qing was deeply moved, he tightly grabbed Su Xian'er's hands and made a vow, your love is as deep as the sea, I, He Qing, am not a heartless person, how can I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down. Su Xian'er saving He Qing was equivalent to betraying the tribe. He Qing was grateful and became her husband, tying the knot. In the days to come, the two supported each other and became close friends. 100 years later, they both became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in northern plains. And the story of Su Xian's night elopement also spread far and wide, inspiring countless women in northern plains to bravely take the initiative for love. He Bai's tone became heavy. Could it be that 20 years ago, sister-in-law didn't die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? He Qing sneered, it was indeed an earthly calamity, but an earthly calamity can also be influenced by people. Brother, don't forget, old ancestor giant sun immortal has such a method. Dongfang tribe, as a Huangjin bloodline, has entered the imperial court many times, they might have obtained a related inheritance from 88-point Xinyang Tower. Sigh, I have only found a trace of evidence now, it is not enough to prove that Dongfang Naganori is the culprit. He Bai was dazed and speechless, after a long while, he sighed, you really can't judge a book by its cover. He Qing patted his shoulder and consoled warmly, brother, you have just become a Gu immortal for less than 10 years. Although the Gu immortal circle is not big, there are more treacherous plots and conspiracies than mortals. He Bai was about to speak, but at this time, his expression froze, there is a letter from He Lolan's side. He Qing nodded and willed, releasing a trace of Xiao Han blessed land's defense. Immediately, the void broke open and a butterfly flew in. He Bai stretched out his right hand and this butterfly fluttered in the air, lightly landing on his palm. This was a rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. He Bai lightly closed his eyes and probed his mind. The butterfly letter Gu brought He Lolan's request for help. What, my disappointing child is asking you for help again? When He Bai opened his eyes, He Qing snorted coldly and asked with an unhappy expression. He Bai smiled bitterly, brother, He Lulan is the son of you and sister-in-law Su Xian'er. Although sister-in-law Su Xian'er's body deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan and her strength was greatly reduced, she died in the blessed land's earthly calamity a few years later. But the child is innocent, you can't keep treating him coldly because of this. You even passed him to the 27th concubine, Fairy Jiangyu, and don't allow him to pay respects to his mother every year. He Qing snorted unhappily but did not reply. Heibai sighed and said, logically speaking, this is brother's family matter, I really shouldn't be nosy. But I have seen it all these years, brother has put in a lot of effort and passed He Lulan to the childless fairy Jianyu. You wanted to use fairy Jianyu's immortal Gu dark limit to preserve He Lulan's life. He Lulan has one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. To stimulate his fighting spirit, you made a request to him that he can only pay respects to his mother after advancing to Gu Immortal. I deeply admire you, but brother's way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstanding between father and son. In the long run, it is not advisable. He Qing sighed and did not directly answer Heibai's words, instead asking, what did that kid say in his request for help? Heibai clapped his hands and smiled, see, brother, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, you are still very concerned about nephew Lu Lan's safety. In the letter, nephew hopes that we can prepare a mutated wolf group for him, and also needs a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. This kid is really impolite. Forget about lurking soul coat Gu, our He tribe doesn't have mutated wolf groups. Right now, our He tribe is at war with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is a junior that cannot be underestimated. Back then, Unity Immortal's inheritance fell into his hands. He has 2 sworn brothers, both are fierce warriors that can easily take down the enemy's leader in a crowd of 10,000. However, nephew Lu Lan also has a general under him, called Wolf King Chang Shanin. His request for help this time is probably because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shanin. Heibai explained. He Qing pondered, rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is easy, I have one here. But mutated wolf groups need to be purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies. I will have to rely on you for this. Heibai quickly waved his hand, brother, no need to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter the Imperial Court and find Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu in 88-point Xianxia Tower for me. He Qing heaved a long sigh, his voice revealing a trace of exhaustion. If great strength true martial physique wants to advance to Gu Immortal, we need a strength path Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, Immortal Gu are hard to find, and our He tribe also doesn't have a strength path Immortal Gu. Success or failure is decided by heaven, we just need to do our best. We have already helped what we can, everything will depend on He Lulan's hard work and luck. Parents are truly pitiful. Heibai sighed inwardly as he bid farewell to He Qing. After returning to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase mutated wolves. Wolf emperors were the foundation of the blessed land, it was very rare to meet a Gu Immortal who would take the initiative to sell them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4, this was much easier. Heibai was not worried, as long as he had enough immortal yuan stone, mutated wolves were not something rare, he could naturally buy a large batch of them. Of course, buying mutated wolf groups at a high price was naturally a loss for Heibai. But in order to scheme for 88-point Xianxia Tower's immortal Gu, it was proper for him to invest in the early stages. Who asked Imperial Court blessed land to be arranged by Giant Sun Immortal, unless one reached rank 9, no Gu Immortal could enter. After releasing the news of buying mutated wolf groups at a high price, Heibai soon received a divine sense from Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves in her hands, and her asking price was also quite high, she was clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulties. Heibai had already expected this situation, but he did not expect this Fox Immortal to act so quickly and accurately. He gritted his teeth and bought this batch of mutated wolves. The one selling this batch of mutated wolves was naturally not someone else, it was the land spirit Little Hu Immortal who had received Fan Yuan's instructions. Ever since Fan Yuan resold the Immortal Gu recipe last time and obtained over 10 Immortal Yuan stone, he had instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase Purple Crystal Relic Gu on one hand, and also to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies on the other, to buy any cheap wolf groups. Until now, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already accumulated over 100 mutated wolves, including Blood Forest wolves, Frenzied wolves, Shark Fin wolves, White Eyes wolves, and so on. And just now, Little Hu Immortal sold these mutated wolves at a high price to Heibai, making a huge profit. Walking on the muddy swamp with difficulty, Ma tribe's army's morale remained high. The joy of swallowing Do tribe's army and the excitement of victory were still on everyone's faces. Sitting on the horse, Ma Yingjia looked at the soldiers beside him in satisfaction. At this time, the investigative Gu master brought the latest battle report. He opened it and read, He tribe and Lu tribe's two armies have started fighting, both sides suffered heavy losses in the first battle, they are currently in a stalemate. Yi Lui tribe's army is being attacked by the alliance army of the seven routes. Yi Lui Sang cannot hold on alone, even though he has great strength and defeated 6 rank 5 experts, he is still unable to turn the situation around. Right now, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is escaping towards Green Coast region. Rat King Jiang Baoya agreed to Yang tribe's request, officially announcing that he is joining Yang tribe's alliance army. New Air army did not continue to attack, instead resting and gathering strength, they are capturing wild leopard groups. This battle report made Ma Yingjie exultant, he was inwardly happy. He Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates for imperial court this time, to think they would fight so early, both sides suffered heavy losses. Ever since Yi Lui Sang obtained an immortal Gu, he has been relying on his own strength. But Yi Lui tribe is suddenly being attacked by 7 routes, I'm afraid Snowy Mountain is behind this. In order to become a super tribe, Ma tribe had secretly colluded with the demonic path Gu immortals who were eyeing 88-point Xianxia Tower. Ma Yingjie was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, he knew this very well. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard, and Gu immortals were the chess players. Besides righteous path Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals were also supporting their own chess pieces. And as tribes with Huang Jin bloodline, in order to survive better, they were willing to cooperate with demonic path Gu immortals. After losing in the Imperial Court Blessed Land contest, these tribes, often, they would enter the blessed lands of demonic path Gu immortals to avoid the snow calamity. Immortal Gu were hard to come by. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted his immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang, it was like placing a bet on this chessboard. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal, as long as the immortal Gu was taken by mortals in the Imperial Court contest, the Gu immortal could not regret it. Since he had placed such a heavy bet, there had to be a corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal Gu on Yi Lui Sang that he became the target of the Gu immortals, thus he secretly instigated the 7 armies. They surrounded the Yelu family's troops. The Rat King joining the Yang family means that the Rat King and Eagle King Yang Ping have joined forces. The Yang family, which was initially looked down upon, has now become the new favorite to fight for the throne of the imperial court. However, the Yang clan's foundation is far from our Ma clans. The Rat King has also been crippled, so he's not a threat to us. Although Nertu is known as the Leopard King. However, the leopards under his command suffered heavy casualties. He actually did not ask for help from the Gu immortals behind him, instead plundering the wild leopard groups himself. This is a bit strange. But overall, the situation is good for our Ma family. Our next opponents are all weaker than us. As long as we keep winning and keep annexing. If we continue to grow stronger, our chances of entering the imperial court will only get greater and greater. Thinking of this, Ma Yingjie could not help but clench his fists, and his eyes lit up. A man's lofty aspirations incited him to achieve great feats. At the same time, amidst the army's high morale, a little girl was hiding in the carriage. She was sobbing. Lady Xiaoyun, don't be sad, your father's death is very sad. But you still need to eat, otherwise you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai consoled her clumsily. This crying little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, the Zhao tribe leader, had sacrificed his life in the battle just now. Without the protection of her doting father, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt like she was in a precarious situation. Her stepmother remarried to the new Zhao tribe leader on the night her father died, and Zhao Lianyun's status plummeted. People will always die in big tents, this is a common thing, my father was also killed. Fei Kai saw that Zhao Lianyun was still crying, and continued to console her. Zhao Lianyun sobbed, and suddenly raised her head, using her red eyes to stare fiercely at Fei Kai. Still not satisfied, she then kicked him, you idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she had mysteriously come to this world, and it had not been long, but her father's love was indeed full of sincerity. This love that came from the heart filled her with gratitude, as well as love that gradually spread from dependence. But now that her father had died on the battlefield, she immediately became a lonely person. Miss, you were hiding here, it really took me a long time to find you. Quickly come with me, your mother is calling for you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and an old nanny came in, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's thin arm. Zhao Lianyun used all her strength to struggle, and shouted, "My mother died a long time ago, she is not my mother. I am not going." "That is not up to you." The old nanny sneered, and forcibly dragged Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. She was the one who once served Zhao Lianyun, and was repeatedly teased by Zhao Lianyun. Now that she saw Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old nanny's heart surged with a sense of revenge. "Let go of Miss Xiaoyun." Fei Kai roared, and with one punch, he knocked the old nanny down. The old nanny was hit hard by this punch, and rolled out of the carriage. She stood up, touched her bruised eye, and screamed, "You hit me, you are a slave, and you dare to hit a commoner like me? How dare you, who gave you the courage? I am going to report you, and you are dead. According to the rules, your tendons will be pulled out, your skin will be peeled, and your corpse will be hung up in the sun, until you become a dried corpse." The old nanny was extremely angry, her disheveled hair, and sinister gaze, made her look like an old hen stamping its feet. But her screams attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists, angrily glared at the old nanny, and firmly protected Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed away Fei Kai's arm, and stood on the steps of the carriage. Her fair face still had traces of tears, and she sneered at the old nanny, "What? You want to punish Fei Kai? Good, very good. Go report him, but according to the rules, you have to inform his master first, and ask for compensation. Since that is the case, go find the young clan leader. Fei Kai is the leader of Ma Yingjia's slaves." "What?" The old nanny was shocked. The scream stopped, and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide. All that was left was disbelief and fear. How could he, a dumb kid, be the personal slave of Lord Ma Yingjia? And he was the leader of the slaves in charge of Ma Yingjia's daily life. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Although the old nanny was immortal, and her status was higher than that of a slave, since Fei Kai was the leader of Ma Yingjia's slaves, it was a different matter. If she recklessly reported him, she was afraid that she would be sacrificed by the matriarch of the Zhao clan. After the shock, the old nanny felt that she had lost a lot of face. Her face darkened. She stared at Zhao Lianyun. "Little girl, even the leader of Ma Yingjia's slaves can't protect you. You are a member of the Zhao clan, and your death is the Zhao clan's ghost. Your mother is the current matriarch of the Zhao clan. Listen carefully, the matriarch has already arranged a marriage for you. You will be married to the eldest son of the Pan clan. You'd better behave yourself." "What?" Zhao Lianyun cried out involuntarily. "Marrying the eldest son of the Pan clan is your good fortune." The old nanny laughed sinisterly. Zhao Lianyun's body went limp, and she immediately collapsed onto the wooden planks of the carriage. "Miss Xiaoyun." Fei Kai hurriedly went to support her. When the old nanny saw this scene, she was overjoyed. Incomparably elated, he proudly turned around and left. She still needed to report to the matriarch of the Zhao clan. Zhao Lianyun's face was expressionless. The huge blow caused her heart to die, and she allowed Fei Kai to carry her into the carriage. For 3 consecutive days, she hid in the corner of the carriage, not saying a word. Not moving. Fei Kai tried to persuade her to no avail, and could only helplessly feed her some food and drink. Zhao Lianyun was like a puppet, and was at the mercy of Fei Kai. Fei Kai could not always accompany her. Every time Ma Yingjia summoned him, he had to immediately rush over. It was a sudden change. The icy cold world shattered Zhao Lianyun's pride as a transmigrator. It was shattered. All of a sudden, she came to a profound realization. Even a transmigrator was nothing more than this. Why was it that she was ordinary in the original world, but could summon the wind and rain in this world? And as a woman, she was manipulated in Northern Plains, and was a natural commodity for political marriages. Northern Plains women could only rely on men, and could not reject a man's forced marriage. This was the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In the past, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal's deeds, she felt it was like listening to a story, a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the hardship that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given her. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. This was Giant Sun Immortal's mantra. He had single-handedly created the extreme inequality between men and women in northern plains, and had now become the person that Zhao Lianyun hated the most. No wonder the story of Su Xian's night elopement was so deeply engraved in people's hearts, causing northern plains girls to imitate her. Rather than passively accepting the manipulation of fate, it is better to take the initiative to pursue one's own happiness, even though this action is filled with unknown risks. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's understanding of the vile living environment deepened. Wei Clan's eldest young master is famous for being a trash. He is as fat as a pig, his face is full of pockmarks, and his cultivation is only rank 1 peak stage, but he is lustful and fickle. Because of his incompetence, Wei Clan appointed his younger brother as the young clan leader. Even if I die, I will not marry this stupid pig. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, I am not 13 yet, I cannot awaken my aperture, I cannot cultivate. It is very likely that I do not have the aptitude to cultivate. And my father's murderer is Do Yi, a rank 5 Gu master. He has now surrendered to Ma clan, and is a higher-up of the alliance army. Who can I rely on? Where should I go? Bewilderment, hesitation, and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. Until the morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai opened the carriage's curtains, and brought food and water into the carriage. The light of dawn shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, and slowly opened her swollen eyes. You brought food? She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hands, and started wolfing it down. Lady Xiaoyun, are you all right? Fei Kai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I have thought it through, it is better to rely on myself than others. Although I have an engagement, it can only be carried out when I am at least 16. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone brightly. Ah, Lady Xiaoyun, you don't want to accept the engagement? Fei Kai was stunned. In his impression, once a northern plains girl was engaged, she could only accept it. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, I am not a mortal, I will definitely not compromise. But, I cannot return to the tribe now, I can only stay here for the time being. I will have to rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest, and laughed foolishly. Zhao Lianyun felt warmth in her heart, and her tone became gentle. Fei Kai, your father also died on the battlefield? Yes, he died. During that time I was very sad. But in our northern plains it is normal for people to die. Father dying in battle is a man's glory. Fei Kai chuckled. As expected, the winner takes all. Under the dazzling throne, there are thousands of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly, and then cursed, what a scam, I was actually transmigrated to this world, my body has not even matured, and I am already booked, I really can't take this. A letter was placed in front of Feng Yuan. This special letter came from the enemy general's hand, publicly sent, and was now brought by cunning lord's descendant Shirhan. Feng Yuan opened it. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao. It was filled with reminiscence of the past, but he had to serve 2 masters. Before the battle to the death, he invited Wolf King out of the camp for a detailed discussion, to reminisce about old times. At that time, Chang Jiyu will accompany you, father and son, to meet. Good plan. Feng Yuan snorted in his heart after reading it, and put down the letter. Lu tribe defense line, inside the tent. Mother, what kind of person is father? Chang Jiyu's expression was hesitant, his lips moved for a long time before he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He had never seen Chang Shanin before, back then when Chang Shanyan's mother was poisoned and Chang Shanin and Ha Tugu fought to the death, Chang Jiyu was still an unborn baby. His mother, Anai Shui Tong, sighed with a worried expression and said in a loving and nostalgic tone, My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current situation. Don't worry about your father, he is a legend of northern plains, back then he killed Ha Tugu's bandits alone, he is a great hero who got rid of a scourge for the people. Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother, Mother, I'm already tired of hearing your words. Ever since I made my move, I have grown up listening to these stories. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, there will always be people saying, Look, he is indeed Chang Shanyan's son. Father is like an eagle in the sky, flying in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will see him, my heart is in a mess, I just want to hear him. Chang Ji had not finished speaking when the tent's curtains were pulled open and a middle-aged man with an imposing aura walked in. It was Chang tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyan's former brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord Foster Father. Chang Ji quickly paid his respects. My child, go out first, I have something to say to your mother. Chang Biao said warmly. Yes. Chang Ji could only leave the tent. The curtains were pulled down, and with guards standing guard, only Chang Biao and Enai Shui Tong were left in the tent. Husband. Enai Shui Tong threw herself into Chang Biao's embrace, her eyes shedding weak and helpless tears. Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao held Enai Shui Tong in his arms, gently caressing his wife's hair. At the same time, he activated goo worms to isolate their voices. Enai Shui Tong sobbed, Yu Er is asking me about Chang Shanin again, what should I say? Do you know, just now, I had the urge to tell him the truth, to tell him that he is not Chang Shanyan's flesh and blood, but the product of our love. Chang Biao's body trembled. Wasn't his heart also conflicted and filled with pain? He said in a low voice, this is all because of my incompetence. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts, it was Chang Shanin who interfered, he lusted after your beauty and snatched you away on the day of our wedding. I wasn't his opponent, so I could only secretly come with you and have Chang Jiyu, this child. But once Chang Jiyu was born, his blood meridians would be tested, and the truth would be revealed, then he would be finished. Thus, I discussed with Ha Tu Gu and decided to frame Chang Shanin. Later, I used the name of Chang Shanyan's brother to marry you and adopt Chang Jiyu as my son. These past few years, although the tribe's situation has not been good, it has been the happiest time for us. Chang Jiyu was also successfully appointed as the young patriarch by me. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot reveal this secret. Once this secret was revealed, Chang Biao and Enai Shui Tong would become the target of public criticism, they would have to bear the infamy of adulterer and wife, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They even framed the experts of their own tribe for their own selfishness, disregarding the big picture, their sins were grave, and Chang Ji would also become a shameful illegitimate child. Be it his position as the young patriarch or Chang Biao's position as patriarch, they would both be in danger of being affected by the schemes of the ambitious schemers. The righteous path had its own rules of the righteous path. All along, Chang Biao had taken care of his deceased brother's wife, and treated his adopted son as his own. Such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Such virtue was worthy of praise. Precisely because of this, Chang Biao became the new Chang tribe leader with a slight advantage. Once this truth was exposed, he would have nothing left. The ambitious schemers in the tribe would not let him off. In order to recruit Chang Shanin, Lu Wenwu, who had a sliver of a chance, would not let him off. By then, his only way out would be to elope with Enai Shui Tong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic gu master. He would be spurned by the righteous path, chased by the tribe. Why? Why? Why is longevity heaven treating us like this? We clearly loved each other, but we ended up in such a situation. Chang Shanin was the culprit, a villain, but why is he being praised? And we can only live under a mask, even deceiving our own son? Enai Shui Tong cried bitterly, she was extremely agitated. These days, she had been under immense psychological pressure. Ever since Chang Shanin reappeared, she had not been able to sleep well. The nightmare of the past had revived, causing her to fall into deep worries and worries. Say, do you think Lu Tribe Alliance leader wants to recruit Chang Shanin? If Chang Shanin agrees, will we have to live the same days as before? Chang Shanin is spreading his vengeance everywhere. Did he find out that we were the ones who schemed against him back then? If he really returns to the tribe, what should we do? In her lover's embrace, Enai Shui Tong raised her head and asked repeatedly. No, don't think of it as such a serious matter. Don't take things so seriously. Chang Biao gently comforted the woman he loved the most in his life. Firstly, Chang Shanin should not have found out that we are the culprits. Otherwise, with his character, he would have spread the news long ago and ruined our reputation. He only suspects that there is a traitor in Chang tribe, but he is not sure who it is. Lu Tribe Alliance leader indeed wants to recruit Chang Shanin, he is the Wolf King after all, an enslavement path master, there is no alliance leader who does not want his help. But young Master Lu Wenwu is not a mediocre person. He is clear in his heart that there is little hope of recruiting him. His biggest goal is to sow discord and shake the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it, Chang Shanin still does not know Chang Jiyu's true birth. He is sure that this is his son. As a father, what thoughts would he have? This blood is thicker than water. Thinking about how Chang Jiyu might be killed by his wolf group, in the future battle, will he still go all out? Is that so? Anai Shuetong heard this and gradually calmed down. Alright, don't worry, I am here. Chang Biao had a gentle expression as he patted Anai Shuetong's back. The tent was filled with a warm atmosphere. But how long could such a moment last? Be it Chang Biao or Anai Shuetong, they did not have any confidence. Bam, a figure broke through the large lizard house goose window and flew out. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan fell to the ground, climbing up with a swollen face. He was furious with hatred and panic as he screamed, "The Wolf King is attacking me, the Wolf King is attacking me. He is rebelling, he is going to kill, save me, save me." Sun Shirhan was He Lolan's favorite. His cry for help quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted and jumped out of the window, kicking Sun Shirhan again. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm first, he could only dodge. But Fang Yuan changed his move in time, his right fist sweeping horizontally and hitting Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan screamed in pain. Just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. His face was full of blood, his nose was broken by Fang Yuan, he even lost 2 front teeth. He was in a miserable state. But the Gu masters who came after the commotion did not make a move, instead they sighed in relief. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was at most a quarrel. When people interact with each other, there would always be conflicts and conflicts. It was normal for them to quarrel with each other. As long as they did not use their Gu worms to fight, it was not a violation of the poison vow. Chang Shanin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and son are in the enemy camp. I only came to persuade you out of goodwill, but you actually got angry and beat me up. You are guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up and screamed, his voice was sharp and piercing to the ears. These words caused the surrounding Gu masters to whisper to each other. Chang Shanin and Chang tribe's relationship was known to everyone. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Looking at Sun Shirhan's smug and sinister gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not reply, but waved his fist again. Bam bam bam, Fang Yuan's moves were heavy and powerful. Although Sun Shirhan had some foundation in strength path, how could he compare to Fang Yuan's huge investment in strength path? After a few moves, he was knocked down by Fang Yuan again, lying on the ground and getting beaten up by Fang Yuan. Wolf King is amazing. Although he is an enslavement path master, his foundation in strength path is also very strong. Everyone was shocked. Good hit, I wanted to beat up this scoundrel cunning gentleman for a long time. Another army higher-up praised. Chang Shanin, you really think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was beaten up, there was no part of his body that did not hurt, his head was dizzy, but his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted, attacking again. Sun Shirhan's face was covered in wounds, he spat out blood, all his front teeth fell out and his molars were shaking. Wolf King is so fierce. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, but he is being beaten to a state where he cannot retaliate, he is too weak. Stupid. This is because he swore not to use his Gu worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master, but he is still being suppressed by Sun Shirhan. Everyone's discussions became louder, be it Chang Shanin or Sun Shirhan, they were both people with high status. Now, they were fighting barehanded, this was a rare sight, everyone's eyes were shining. Sun Shirhan could vaguely hear the discussions around him, the humiliation he felt almost made him grind his teeth. Even though he did not have many teeth left. He wanted to resist, but be it strength or moves, he was not Fang Yuan's match, he could only be pressed down on the ground and beaten up. Bear with it, I must bear with it. If I use my Gu worms, I will truly lose. As long as Alliance leader arrives, he will uphold justice for me and teach Chang Shanin a lesson. Sun Shirhan screamed madly in his heart. Alliance leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance leader. The spectators were in chaos, they quickly opened up a path. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu and the rest arrived at the scene. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned, questioning Fang Yuan coldly, "What is going on?" Sun Shihan's body shook, a surge of strength came out of nowhere, he struggled to get up and shouted, "Alliance leader, please uphold justice for me," plop. Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head. This kick was so strong that Sun Shihan's entire face was buried in the soil. He Lulan shouted, "Stop! Wolf King, what are you doing? Begging for food? Begging for food?" Sun Shihan shouted, his mouth was stuffed with mud, he could not speak clearly. Fang Yuan sneered, he exerted strength and stepped on him 3 times, burying Sun Shihan's voice in the soil. Sun Shihan's mouth and nose were blocked, his head was also hit, he felt dizzy and suffocated, his limbs were struggling but he could not resist Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned black like coal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a blade, he stared at him and the Gu master experts behind him. "Can't you see what I am doing? I am beating him up." He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, "Wolf King, you need to explain yourself. Why are you beating him up? Don't tell me you really want to betray us?" Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, saying slowly, "Hey tribe leader, no need to be angry, if I wanted to rebel, why would I need to do so?" Saying so, he let go of him. Sun Shihan was no longer suppressed, he immediately turned around and lay on the ground, breathing heavily as he breathed in fresh air. But Fang Yuan stepped down again, on his right cheek. Sun Shihan used both his hands to push Fang Yuan's leg. But he was already out of strength, his hands were weak. His face was trampled on in front of everyone, and the reputation that he had built up for most of his life was lost. Fang Yuan said slowly, "Although I have never thought of rebelling against the enemy, I also do not want to plot against my wife and son. In the battle in the future, I will use all my strength and do my part. At that time, if they die in my hands, it would be an honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined He tribe's army, I will not waver because of love." But, saying so, he raised his head and laughed arrogantly, "Your suspicions are your own matters, it has nothing to do with me. If I can get support from mutated wolf groups, I will use my battle merits to exchange for them, this is a fair trade. I don't owe you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you suspect me, you can hold back the mutated wolf groups and not let me command them. In the battle in the future, I will use my name as Wolf King to guarantee that I will still use all my strength." "You?" He Lulan was furious. Fang Yuan was not threatened by him at all, instead he turned around and threatened them. "If you suspect me, you can choose not to give me the mutated wolf groups. But if we lose the battle, it will be your responsibility." How could He Lulan not give it to him? He had the great strength true martial physique, even if he used dark time immortal Gu, he could not suppress it. He needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Moreover, now that Wolf King had caused a ruckus, everyone knew about it. If he did not give the mutated wolf groups, what would the entire army think of him? They would think that He Lulan had the Wolf King but did not use him. As the saying goes, do not use a suspicious person, if he lost the battle, everyone would blame him, He Lulan. "Good, Wolf King, you did well." He Lulan's gaze was filled with cold intent, he laughed from extreme anger, "Of course I know your loyalty, Wolf King, but you beat up Sun Shihan, so what? He is your comrade, the enemy is right in front of you, but you are fighting amongst yourself, what are you trying to do?" He. Fang Yuan shrugged, "This is all my fault. Sun Shihan is too ugly, the more I look at him, the more unhappy I get. So I beat him up and fixed his appearance, I think he looks much better now. This is my personal action, I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I need to compensate Sun Shihan with 10,000 battle merits. No problem, I will compensate him." Sun Shihan heard this and was overwhelmed with anger, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Once he said this, some Gu master experts could not hold back their laughter. This was too satisfying, some people were already unhappy with Sun Shihan, this hypocritical and treacherous villain. Fang Yuan's actions had helped them vent their anger. Even Tai Baiyunxing looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. He felt that this Chang Shanin, although ruthless, did not attack his kin, he maintained his stance and righteousness, he had a bottom line and did not lose his true nature. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fang Yuan beating up Sun Shirhan meant he was slapping his face. Fang Yuan said it so easily, his battle merits were all on credit. But what could He Lulan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on Wolf King's strength. Threatening Wolf King was to make him bear the crime of slaughtering his kin, his reputation would fall, and it would be easier for He Lulan to control him. But since threats were useless, He Lulan only had one choice, to compromise. The morning of northern plains was getting colder. Patches of white frost condensed and covered the grass. People breathed out puffs of hot air. Two armies with hundreds of thousands of people faced each other. Banners fluttered in the wind and soldiers were as numerous as a forest. After the first battle, Lu tribe and He tribe rested for over 10 days before issuing a challenge and leaving the camp today to fight again. Second brother, last time you fought, this time it is my turn. Emo Shirkwang was already restless, he shouted and impatiently rushed to the front. Emo Shirkwang's snow-white hair fluttered, his skin was black and his eyes were like a leopard's as he shouted, "Who wants to die? This He bastard again." He tribe's higher-ups looked at this person with anger and fear. In the previous battle, many rank 4 Gu masters had died in Emo Shirkwang's hands. Emo Shirkwang's fierce and fearless fighting style was frightening. He Lulan sneered, but his expression was calmer than before. He turned his gaze towards the two new faces in the main tent. I wonder who will go first? These two were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation and were known as the demonic path's twin demons, famous in northern plains. In the early years, the demonic path's twin demons had received Tai Baiyunqing's kindness and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Baiyunqing tried to use Letter Gu to recruit them. Just a few days ago, they took the initiative to join He tribe's army. With their addition, the gap between He tribe's alliance army and Lu tribe's alliance army was immediately closed. He tribe's higher-ups' battle strength was no longer in a tight spot. The demonic path's twin demons had always been inseparable. But the rule of the challenge was that each side could only send out one person to fight alone. The two looked at each other. According to He tribe's information, they had already discussed this. At this moment, Zhu Zai stood up and bowed, "I will go first." He Lulan nodded in agreement. Zhu Zai went to the battlefield and Emo Shirkwang's eyes opened wide, revealing a joyful expression. A rank 4 peak stage has come, good, very good. However, you'd better not be all bark and no bite. Don't let me knock you down in a few hits. Zhu Zai snorted coldly, activating his Gu worm and charging forward like a cannonball. Emo Shirkwang remained motionless, licking his dry lips as he stood on the spot. Boom! Zhu Zai fiercely collided with Emo Shirkwang, creating a thunderous boom. As the berserk energies interacted, Zhu Zai retreated a few steps while Emo Shirkwang was sent flying. Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai, one of the twin demons of the demonic path. He walks the path of strength. Lu Wenwu loudly warned in the king's tent. Ha ha ha, strength path Gu master? Very good. I like to fight with this kind of exciting opponent. Emo Shirkwang vomited blood from his injuries and jumped up from the ground. The pain on his body made him even more excited. A crazed expression appeared on his coal-black face. With an explosion, Emo Shirkwang charged towards Zhu Zai. You're courting death. Zhu Zai sneered and pounced forward. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides engaged in close-quarters combat as they fiercely attacked each other, producing a series of trembling sounds. Emo Shirkwang was a Chi Path Gu master, but he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange, does this Emo Shirkwang dual cultivate Chi and Strength Path? He tribe's tent was shaken. That is not the case. Emo Shirkwang looks like he is fighting in close-quarters combat, but every time he attacks, his fists do not land on flesh. Instead, he is wearing a transparent Chi armor and using Chi explosion Gu to instantly cause the Chi armor to explode, forming an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Lord Sun Shirhan said in a deep voice. He was an expert in reconnaissance, and as he observed the battle, he saw through Emo Shirkwang's tricks. Along with Chi explosion Gu, Chi armor Gu became a sharp weapon that could attack and defend. A Gu master's use of Gu depended on their heart. When different Gu worms were used together, they would often form an effect that complemented each other. This Emo Kwang is so fierce, this is the first time I've seen someone actually suppress Brother Zhu Zai. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the two started. He had a deep understanding of Zhu Zai and understood that Zhu Zai was already using his full strength, but the other party was still skillful and at ease, clearly much more at ease than Zhu Zai. Suddenly, a wild boar's roar resounded in the air. A strength path phantom of a Grand Emperor boar, as large as an elephant, appeared in the air with awe-inspiring might. Grand Emperor boar was a mutated beast among boars, its beast strength could not be underestimated. After more than 10 rounds, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a strength path phantom. Immediately, his attack power burst out, catching Emo Kwang unprepared, the huge strength surged and knocked him to the ground. Zhu Zai used this opportunity to attack, activating his trump card Gu Worm. In the air, the gradually dissipating Grand Emperor boar phantom condensed again. And at the same time, 2 Grand Emperor boar phantoms appeared. 3 Grand Emperor boar strength, boom, an enormous strength burst out as Zhu Zai punched, creating a sonic boom. Emo Kwang felt a sense of danger as he laughed crazily. Now this is interesting. Come, I'll show you my true power. He activated his movement Gu and quickly flew up, dodging Zhu Zai's 3 boars explosion in the process. Zhu Zai's fist landed on the grassland, sending rocks and soil flying, creating a huge crater. Emo Kwang's snow-white hair fluttered as he floated in the air, punching towards Zhu Zai who was on the ground. Bam bam bam, balls of fist chi rained down like a meteor shower. Zhu Zai continued to dodge while punching, destroying these fist chi. Soon, he fell into a disadvantageous position. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's most common weakness as a strength path was exposed. He was not like Feng Yuan who had strength chi gu. Zhu Zai lacked a long-range attack method, so once Emo Kwang changed tactics, he was suppressed. Not good, we will lose if we defend for too long. If this goes on, Brother Zhu Zai will not be able to hold on. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's background, and seeing this scene, he was extremely anxious and quickly requested to fight. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation and directly agreed. Just a mere variant human, I will deal with you. Gao Yang lightly shouted, traces of cloud chi lingering around his body, condensing into ribbons and bringing him forward. Don't think of bullying with numbers. Ouyang Bai Sang coldly snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was extraordinarily fast, and he intercepted Gao Yang halfway through. Gao Yang was worried about Zhu Zai and did not have the mood to fight with Ouyang Bai Sang, activating Cloud Rope Gu from far away. Surging cloud chi suddenly surged around Ouyang Bai Sang, the milky white cloud chi condensed into a rope, firmly binding him. Gao Yang was proficient in restraining and defending, while Zhu Zai was proficient in attacking and scouting. The two complemented each other and complemented each other. Ouyang Bai Sang struggled for a while, but the cloud rope was shattered and condensed again, showing an unending momentum. Ouyang Bai Sang was furious, pouring his primeval essence into the Azure zombie goo in his aperture, temporarily transforming into a zombie. Once he transformed into an Azure zombie, his defense immediately increased greatly, and his strength surged at the same time. Ouyang Bai Sang growled and used his strength 3 times, completely breaking the cloud rope. His feet stepped on the ground and he flew into the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azure zombie goo was one of the 5 great flying zombie goo. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang did not want to tangle with Ouyang Bai Sang, and seeing the latter blocking in front of him, he frowned deeply, knowing that the other party wanted to buy time for Emo Kwang to kill Zhu Zai, so he directly activated his trump card Gu. Rank 5, Treacherous Cloud Wave Gu. Immediately, the primeval sea level in his aperture fell sharply, almost consuming half of it. A lump of grayish-white cloud, only the size of a horse carriage, surged with dark red light rippling inside, rapidly flying towards Ouyang Bai Sang. Ouyang Bai Sang moved his body and dodged a few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow, and was finally covered by the gray cloud. Ouyang Bai Sang was hit by treacherous cloud wave Gu, immediately losing his sense of direction, the thoughts in his mind moving extremely slowly, slowing down by several times. He could not distinguish east, west, north, and south, and even lost his sense of up, down, left, and right. For a moment, he was covered by the gray cloud, like a headless fly, flying up and down in the sky. Emo Kwang, don't be arrogant. Gao Yang cast aside Ouyang by saying and finally arrived in time to support Zhu Zai. The two worked together with great tacit understanding, and even though Mo Shiquang was fierce and fearless, he was gradually suppressed. But the three had only fought for over 20 rounds when they heard Ouyang by saying's loud shout, "Azura transformation!" Immediately, 6 thick and solid arms that looked like they were cast from bronze stretched out of the gray cloud with a bang. Outside, one could vaguely see the body inside the gray cloud expanding like a balloon. Ouyang by saying used his killer move, his battle strength rising by several times, and with a shake of his body, the dim and lightless gray cloud was completely dispersed. "You two despicable and shameless scoundrels, die!" Ouyang by saying's anger surged as he flew into the sky, pincer attacking with Mo Shiquang. With such a great expert participating in the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang blocked from the left and right, and the situation rapidly turned for the worse, turning into a precarious situation. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai are indispensable experts on our side, we cannot let them die like this. Tai Baiyunxing saw the situation was far from good and quickly spoke. "Sir's words are reasonable." He Lulan's expression was solemn as he suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Zhu Zai had joined, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher-level battle strength. He Lulan simply waved his hand, learning from Feng Yuan, and directly gave the order for the entire army to attack. With one command, the army moved together. Lu Wenwu sneered, "You can't beat me in a duel, so you want to gang up on me. Alright, I will accompany you to the end." The bugles of the army bugled and the war drums shook the sky. Lu tribe army also moved. Hundreds of thousands of people from both sides swept towards the other side like a torrential flood. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened, and when they were only a few hundred steps apart, the Gu masters attacked almost simultaneously. At once, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades flew towards the other side. Light armors, bone shields, water shields and other kinds of weapons also rose up. The originally simple scene was painted into a colorful and dazzling picture. Bam bam bam, both sides' attacks landed on the other side at the same time. At once, even Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's battle with Mo Shiquang and Ouyang by saying was disrupted by the vast number of people. The two armies were completely entangled, battle cries resounded, shaking the clouds. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu pushed his palms forward, a majestic blue torrent burst out and washed away all the Gu masters in front of him, regardless of friend or foe. Great Tornado Gu, an enormous dark green tornado, over 100 feet tall, swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it man or beast, they were all thrown high into the air by the intense winds. The tornado dissipated, revealing Chang Biao's figure. He was floating in the air, wearing a green robe, looking fierce and imposing. He was not far from Hao Ji Lu, so naturally, the two rank 4 experts' gazes met. The next moment, the two did not speak any nonsense and directly fought. A golden lightning pierced through the battlefield, instantly killing all the He tribe Gu masters along the way. The golden light dissipated, turning into a valiant man with broad shoulders and a thin waist. It was Pei Yanfei. "Chang Shanin, in today's battle, I will behead you and take revenge." Pei Yanfei's battle intent was like fire, burning fiercely. Suddenly, his gaze focused and he activated his defensive Gu worm in time. Behind him, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The shadows were deep and serene, transforming into multiple sword images that slashed at his back, causing Pei Yanfei to stagger. "It's you, Shadow Sword Expert." Pei Yanfei regained his footing, looking at the Gu master who attacked him with a solemn gaze. Bianxi Xian, who was wearing a black cloth, laughed lightly. "Lord Pei Yanfei is too polite." Her words were polite, but her actions were not. The pitch-black sword shadows appeared once again like a rotating screen, shrouding towards Pei Yanfei. "Then I will kill you first." Pei Yanfei laughed loudly, brazenly pouncing forward. "Our battle has not ended yet. What are you two thinking?" Ouyang by saying and Mo Shiquang found the demonic path twin demons again. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai complained incessantly, but could only brace themselves and continue fighting with Ouyang by saying and Mo Shiquang. As the Gu master experts fought one by one, a fixed battle circle was formed, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. There were dozens of battles, all of them were rank 4 and 5 experts. Outside the big battle circle was a small battle circle, which was presided over by third transition experts. Outside the small battle circle, low-rank Gu masters formed groups and cooperated with each other in battle. As the commander-in-chief, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu sat in the main tent and oversaw the battle. From time to time, Xiaoqin would give orders to send the elite troops in his hands to various parts of the battlefield, either to stabilize the situation or to take the initiative to attack. The huge battlefield was soon filled with the thick smell of blood. Gu masters continued to fall, some were frozen into popsicles, some were burnt to ashes, some had their limbs chopped off, and some were poisoned to death. The originally fresh grass seemed to have become a monster, devouring fresh lives every minute and every second. The battle was so intense that after a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu's foreheads were gradually dripping with cold sweat. The large number of casualties made people's hearts turn cold. The tragic battlefield was a ghastly sight. In order to maintain the battle situation, the two of them quickly sent out their trump card, the elite troops. Only their own tribe's Black Banner elite troops and White Crane elite troops were left to suppress the battlefield. As time passed, the casualties started to decrease. After the initial battle, the Gu Masters' primeval essence expenditure was intense and they started to consciously conserve their primeval essence. This way, the intensity of the battle decreased by a lot. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. The two armies were like two giants wrestling with each other, and they were evenly matched. Whichever side could accumulate a small advantage bit by bit would be able to turn a partial victory into a victory for the entire battlefield. The higher level battle strength can still be maintained for now. Wolf King, you have rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu and the mutated wolf group, the rest is up to you. He Lulan transmitted using a Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was not in the main tent, but was hiding somewhere in the battlefield. As for his exact location, even He Lulan was not clear. Fang Yuan received He Lulan's transmission, but did not reply. Instead, he directly mobilized the wolf group to run towards the two sides. Lu tribe's Gu masters subconsciously chased after them. This way, the tight formation was torn apart. Hell, a mutated wolf group of over 800 wolves, including White Eyes wolves, Blood Forest wolves, Frenzy wolves, and Shark Fin wolves. Like a sharp arrow, the pack of wolves suddenly shot out and directly charged in the direction of the Lu family's main tent. Fang Yuan's first move was a fatal blow. It was extremely ruthless, attacking the enemy's vital points. As expected, a mutated wolf group came to reinforce them. Lu Wenwu saw that the wolf group's charge had messed up his tribe's formation. A large number of Gu masters lost their lives to the wolves. He frowned deeply. The news of He tribe's Gu immortals reinforcing the mutated wolf group was easy to obtain. It was not a secret. Lu Wenwu was calm. He also had Lu tribe's Gu immortals behind him. He also had Lu tribe's support. Since he had deduced this mutated wolf group, he naturally had methods to resist them. Bei Chaochuan, it is your turn. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu master beside him. Bei Chaochuan was expressionless as he stood up from his seat, frowning deeply. I can only last for 5 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worries, go ahead. Bei Chaochuan walked out of the main tent. The primeval essence in his aperture was being expended as he activated the Gu worms he had obtained not long ago. A refreshing aura of grass and trees emitted from his body, spreading over 100 li. Within the range of this aura, grass grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they were taller than humans. The large grass leaves intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, the number of grass soldier puppets increased to over 1,000. Bei Chaochuan activated his Gu worms. A jade rain of light rained down. The grass soldier puppets absorbed the green rainwater. A portion of them turned into rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, large numbers of rank 2 grass soldiers were still forming. Bei Chaochuan activated his Gu worms again. An orange warm wind blew on the grassland. Due to the orange wind, a portion of the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers advanced to rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the sparse central army was filled up by the dense army of grass soldiers, becoming the thickest and densest place on the entire battlefield. The mutated wolf group's momentum was thus obstructed. Fang Yuan frowned as he manipulated with all his strength. He hit on the Blood Forest wolf's back, wearing the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cloak. Lurking soul code goo was indeed powerful. It concealed Fang Yuan's soul fluctuations, allowing him to attack with all his strength. But at this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was fighting an enslavement path master. Bei Chaochuan controlled the grass soldier army as he cried. He had 2 souls and 1 body now. To defeat Wolf King Changshanin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chaoxing sacrificed himself, placing his soul in his body. Using the goo worms that Lu Wenwu requested, Bei Chaochuan absorbed the strength in Bei Chaoxing's soul, allowing him to have attainment not inferior to an enslavement path master in a short period of time. Bei Chaochuan was a rank 4 enslavement path goo master. He was also the leader of Bei tribe. He had the resources of the tribe. His soul foundation was not weak. Now that he obtained Bei Chaoxing's soul, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength rose sharply. But this move had huge repercussions. Because using other people's souls would cause Bei Chaochuan's soul to be impure, his memories would be erroneous. He needed to spend a huge amount of effort and resources, as well as special soul path goo worms to heal himself. But now, to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chaochuan could not care about the repercussions. He tribe invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to make up for the difference in their battle strength. And Lu tribe wanted to make up for the difference in lower-level battle strength. They thought of this method to raise Bei Chaochuan's battle strength to enslavement path master level to restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated wolf group was barely blocked by the enemy's grass soldier army. Did you block it? Ha ha ha. Hey Lulan, you are going to lose today. Lu Wenwu saw this and his worries disappeared. He laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. Damn it. He Lulan clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. The situation was very bad for him. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in imminent danger, while the mutated wolf group that he had high hopes for was pinned down at the center of the army. They were already in deep trouble. Without a choice, he could only order Black Flag Army to move out. Brothers, it is finally time for our Black Flag Army to make a move. Black Flag General Commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Flag Army was indeed the trump card that He tribe had nurtured for a long time and spent a huge amount of resources to create. The moment they moved, they were like a sharp black blade that pierced into the battlefield, easily cutting through tofu. Black Flag Army was strengthened by battle-thought goo. They were all fearless and did not fear death. Their 100% battle strength burst out to 120%. Finally unable to endure it? Lu Wenwu's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Black Flag Army's movements on the battlefield. When he saw Black Flag Army moving in an arc from the right flank of the battlefield and pouncing towards his center, he immediately understood He Lulan's intention. So this is what you want to bet on. You want to concentrate your advantage and defeat the grass soldier army. Bei Chaochuan is already having a hard time blocking Changshanin. If he gets pincer attacked by Black Flag Army, he will definitely collapse. By then, He tribe will have a small advantage and the mutated wolf group, the most crucial force, will be released. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu smiled proudly. Your He tribe has Black Flag Army, famous in northern plains. And my Lu tribe also has a white hair army, famous far and wide. The battle between Black Flag and White Hair has already lasted for hundreds of years. Let's see the results today. Under his orders, the White Hair army that was already prepared directly used one of the 3 killer moves. The White Hair army let out a dazzling white light. The white light condensed and formed a huge light pillar that pierced through the clouds. The beam of light shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it shot down from the sky. The light pillar shot towards the direction of Black Flag Army. The 3 commanders of Black Flag Army saw this familiar killer move and immediately ordered the entire army to be on guard. The light pillar dissipated and revealed the tight formation of the White Hair Army. The White Hair Army was mainly infantry while the Black Flag Army rode horses. But in terms of mobility, the White Hair Army was superior. The reason was because of this killer move. End of chapter 538. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.